An accident befell the imperial princess living in the capital, Jinyuan, causing her to be disfigured and lose her memory, descending from grace to become Qin Yu's substitute for his lost love, Qin Wanwan. Upon the return of the White Moonlight, their 3-year marriage contract came to an abrupt end. On the day of their divorce, Jinyuan regained her memory after surviving a car accident orchestrated by her ex-husband's true love. A year later, she emerged transformed, her beauty restored, ready to exact revenge on her ex-husband and his true love. In the midst of this, she inadvertently provoked Bo Yanchen, her grandfather's choice for her fiancé, who subsequently called off the engagement. Unable to endure any longer, Jinyuan approached him under a different identity, ensnaring him step by step until he fell deeply for her. At the moment her true identity was revealed, Bo Yanchen tearfully begged for reconciliation. Yuan Yuan, give me another chance. I regret calling off our engagement. Chapter 1, Dissolution of Matrimony. Never in her wildest dreams did Qin Wanwan envision that on the very day marking her 3rd anniversary with her husband, he would orchestrate her presence in the bed of a stranger. Even more unforeseen was the sight that awaited her upon her disheveled return from the hotel, a divorce decree. Why this treatment? Qin Wanwan gazed at the man before her, once familiar yet now alien, her heart brimming with despair and bewilderment. Wanwan has returned, let us dissolve our marriage. A wave of astonishment washed over Qin Wanwan, her body trembling uncontrollably. Who is Wanwan, my first love? Wanwan. Wanwan. It was at this moment that Qin Wanwan realized the depth of Qin Yu's affection. Each time he called her name over the past 3 years was not directed at her, but at another. How presumptuous she had been, mistakenly believing that she was the object of his affection. Qin Wanwan chuckled derisively, her eyes welling up with tears as she laughed. You delivered me to another last night solely to coerce me into divorcing you today. Qin Yu's handsome countenance betrayed an undisguised disdain, and he offered no response to her query. However, Qin Wanwan had already gleaned the answer she sought from his gaze. Clenching her fists, she could no longer suppress her emotions. Qin Yu, if you desire to divorce me and unite with your beloved Wanwan, you could have simply stated so. There was no need to humiliate me in this manner. Was he truly cognizant of the fervent anticipation she harbored for him last night? Did he genuinely comprehend that throughout their 3-year union, she had metamorphosed herself, relinquishing all else, solely to gratify him? Alas, even in her self-abnegation and humility, this was the denouement she received. In response to her vehement outcry, Qin Yu remained impassive, merely sliding the divorce decree across the expanse before her, uttering frigidly. Post-divorce, this villa shall revert to you, the automobile shall be yours, and I shall further bestow upon you a compensatory sum of 100 million. Do you genuinely believe that the emotional lacerations you have inflicted upon me can be assuaged with mere currency? Qin Yu furrowed his brow, for he harbored no desire to execute matters with such finality. Yet, he was acutely aware of the profound depths of Qin Wanwan's affection for him. If he did not resort to such measures to compel her, he surmised she would never acquiesce to a dissolution of their marital bond. At this juncture, all I can proffer is monetary compensation. The emotional reciprocity you seek lies beyond my capacity. Affix your signature, pray. If the desired affection was unattainable from the outset, why, then, did he rescue and subsequently wed her 3 years prior? And why did he repeatedly engage in actions that engendered misinterpretation, igniting her affections? Qin Wanwan's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the impassive countenance of Qin Yu, as she succumbed to utter weariness, no longer willing to squander her precious time upon him. Thus, she accepted the divorce agreement from Qin Yu's grasp and swiftly inscribed her name, Qin Wanwan, upon it. 3 years prior, a conflagration had robbed her of her memories and physiognomy. Bereft of recollection, she was extricated from the inferno by Qin Yu and brought to his abode, where she assumed the identity of Qin Wanwan. Qin Wanwan, sharing a given name, yet distinct in surname, with Wanwan. From the very beginning, Qin Yu had disclosed to her that the object of his affection was his cherished first love, yet, she remained obtusely unaware. With a self-deprecating gesture, Qin Wanwan tossed the divorce agreement at Qin Yu. The life you saved 3 years ago, consider it repaid last night. From now on, we are even. As for any compensation, keep it for yourself. She arrived empty-handed 3 years ago, and she would naturally leave without taking anything now. Only in this way could she completely sever ties with him. Having spoken, Qin Wanwan, under Qin Yu's gaze, went upstairs to pack her belongings and resolutely departed from the villa. Qin Yu wanted to pursue her, to offer her recompense, but Wanwan's call came at that moment. I'm not feeling well, could you come and see me? I'll be right there. Because of a call from Wanwan, Qin Yu cast Qin Wanwan aside, speeding past her in his car, the windows tightly shut, as if to completely isolate them. The weather in Yun City was capricious, changing in an instant. Just moments ago, the sky was clear and bright, but now it was overcast with dark clouds, so gloomy that it was suffocating. Rumble, thunder crashed around Qin Wanwan, and dark clouds piled up in layers in the sky, as if to crush her. She pulled her luggage, walking aimlessly down the street. Suddenly, a truck rushed towards her like a wild horse, and before Qin Wanwan could react, her body was thrown high into the air and then crashed heavily to the ground. Crimson blood gushed from her head, and the excruciating pain made her body unable to move. The truck driver, while engaged in a phone conversation, approached Qin Wanwan and stood before her. "Miss Yang, the matter you instructed has been taken care of." "Miss Yang Xiang?" At that moment, Qin Wanwan's consciousness plunged into chaos, and her lost memories came flooding back in full. A year later, at the Kyoto hotel, Bo Yanchen, clad in a sharply tailored suit, walked with a steady and powerful stride, exuding an imposing aura as he emerged from the hotel, accompanied by his assistant Su Zhou after concluding a business deal. Having not closed his eyes for an extended period, his eyes were bloodshot, and dark circles marred his gaze. Nevertheless, his chiseled features, reminiscent of a sculptor's work, along with the charisma he radiated, remained captivating. Bo Yanchen's deep, melodious voice emerged slowly from his lips. "Have we located her?" A year prior, he had been drugged at this very hotel, engaging in an encounter with a woman who had intruded upon his room. The room had been shrouded in darkness, and under the influence of the drug, he had been unable to discern her features, only remembering a scar upon her face. Afterward, she had fled, leaving him behind in the hotel, and he had sought to find her, yet the surveillance cameras had been inexplicably under maintenance that day. With no other recourse, he had to rely on his vague recollections to compile a sketch for his assistant to aid in the search. Su Zhou, feeling guilty, replied weakly, "Not yet." Upon hearing this, Bo Yanchen fixed a murderous gaze upon Su Zhou, as if to pierce him with his eyes. "Assistant Su, your performance over the past year has led me to question your capabilities." A year had passed, and he had failed to locate even a single woman. Utterly pathetic. Su Zhou felt the intense gaze of Bo Yanchen, hardly daring to breathe. "President, I have had the image you provided compared against the global database, and there is not a single resemblance. It is as if that woman never existed in this world at all." "Never existed?" Bo Yanchen strode purposefully towards the airport exit. "If she does not exist, then pray tell, what of the woman I shared my bed with a year ago? Could it possibly be a ghost?" After all, the photograph given by the president was undeniably hideous, with half of her face grotesquely decayed. Su Zhou opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, Bo Yanchen issued his final ultimatum. "Assistant Su, I am granting you 1 month. If you fail to locate that woman within this timeframe, I shall send you to F country to dig coal." Su Zhou. Chapter 2, The Unseen Fiancé. Why does the president insist on seeking out such an unseemly woman? As the two exited the hotel, a commotion erupted within. A throng of bodyguards surrounded a woman as she emerged from the building. Senior hotel executives flocked out, forming a procession. Su Zhou, upon witnessing such a spectacle before entering the vehicle, was left wide-eyed in astonishment. Who could be this prominent figure commanding such grandeur? Jinyuan appeared before Su Zhou. Resplendent in a fiery red dress, akin to a blazing flame. Her enchanting visage was partially obscured by a pair of dark sunglasses, rendering her a mysterious goddess. Surrounding her were the hotel's top executives, each bowing and flattering her with deference, saying, "Miss Song, please take your time." With a slight nod, Jinyuan elegantly entered her car. Observing this scene, Su Zhou realized that the woman of such stature was the young lady of the Song family. Excitedly, he entered the vehicle and exclaimed, "President, the woman who just left is the fiancé arranged by the old master for you, Miss Song Jinyuan. I hear she studied abroad 4 years ago and has now returned. As her fiancé, shouldn't you take the opportunity to greet her?" However, the president's piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, fell upon Su Zhou, silencing him instantly. Su Zhou quickly closed his mouth, shut the car door, and departed the hotel alongside the president. It was nearly forgotten that the ninth master was displeased with the fiancée chosen by the old master, which meant he had yet to meet her face to face. Having entered the vehicle, Song Jinyuan delicately removed her sunglasses, as if unveiling a layer of mystique. Were Qin Yu present, he would undoubtedly recognize the young miss of the Song family as none other than Qin Wanwan, whom he divorced a year prior. A year ago, Song Jinyuan suffered an accident that restored her memories. Before being rushed to the hospital, she managed to contact her brothers. Subsequently, she was brought back to the capital for treatment, but her injuries were severe, resulting in the inability to walk. Consequently, she was sent abroad, where she recuperated and restored her legs and disfigured face. A year later, she returned to Kyoto. Not only to attend the auction held by her fifth brother but also to seek retribution. It was time to repay the pain Qin Wanwan had inflicted upon her over the past year. Young miss, where shall we proceed next? As the sole daughter of the influential Song family in the capital, Song Jinyuan had been cherished since childhood. Her 6 brothers, parents, and grandfather held her as their most prized possession. Ever since her disappearance 3 years prior and subsequent return a year ago, bodyguards had accompanied her wherever she went. Her entourage being quite grand. Leaning languidly against the seat, Song Jinyuan remarked, I heard Ran has been transferred to the first hospital of Kyoto. Let us pay her a visit. Ran, the heiress of the incorporation and Song Jinyuan's confidant, had accompanied her abroad to treat her legs and face upon learning of her injuries. Before Song Jinyuan's impending return to the country, she had returned to Kyoto to assume her position. Ran was unaware of Song Jinyuan's arrival in Kyoto, so she intended to surprise her. A line of cars proceeded along the street, drawing the attention of passers-by, who could not help but cast sidelong glances. One travels alone, yet is accompanied by 5 vehicles providing protection. Curiosity inevitably arises among onlookers regarding the identity of this esteemed individual. Upon arriving at the hospital, Song Jinyuan instructed her bodyguards to wait in a discreet location. She entered the hospital alone, effortlessly locating Ran's office. Noticing the sign on the door that read Director of Urology, Ran, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow before knocking gently and stepping inside. At that moment, it was midday, and Ran had just concluded her consultations. She was in the midst of documenting patient records when she was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Song Jinyuan, followed by an overwhelming excitement. Xiao Yuanzi. When did you return to the country? Why didn't you call me? I would have come to pick you up. Given your busy schedule, I didn't want to impose, replied Song Jinyuan, gracefully taking a seat beside Ran. It's lunchtime, shall we go for a meal? Ran, too, was inclined to dine. But she had an auction to attend that evening for Xiao Yuanzi's elder brother. Consequently, she had arranged her surgeries for earlier in the day. Xiao Yuanzi. I fear I won't be able to join you for lunch, as I have a surgery to perform shortly. Go ahead with your surgery. I shall order takeout and wait for you here, Song Jinyuan suggested. Very well, Ran responded, glancing at the time and recalling that another patient was due for a visit. Xiao Yuanzi, I must prepare for the procedure. Since you are here, could you assist me by attending to this VIP patient personally arranged by the hospital director? Apart from being the daughter of the Song family, Song Jinyuan was also a once-renowned general practitioner, well-versed in urology as well. Moreover, her medical skills surpassed those of Amren, and now, with Amren entrusting her so earnestly, she readily accepted with a smile, all right. Is this VIP patient particularly significant to you? Amren donned a mask from the side and responded gravely. Whether I receive my bonus this month hinges on this VIP patient, so you must treat him well and avoid offending him, understood? Song Jinyuan offered her a reassuring glance, understood. You may go about your business. Amren nodded and departed the office under Song Jinyuan's watchful gaze. No sooner had she left than a man wearing sunglasses and a mask entered from outside. Bo Yanchen locked eyes with Song Jinyuan, who was busy ordering food on her phone. This was the specialized urologist recommended by Fu Xishan? A woman? And so youthful. Bo Yanchen harbored a deep-seated disdain for the young Song Jinyuan and felt particularly averse to receiving treatment from a woman, prompting him to turn and attempt to leave. Observing the situation, Song Jinyuan called out loudly, Sir, you must be the VIP patient who made a reservation for today, correct? Bo Yanchen offered a non-committal grunt in response. Song Jinyuan set aside her phone, straightened her posture, and said, Please, have a seat. Bo Yanchen hesitated briefly, then closed the door and locked it before slowly approaching. Since Fu Xishan had spoken so highly of the urologist at this hospital, he might as well give it a try. He was curious to see what abilities she possessed to elicit a reaction from him. With that thought in mind, Bo Yanchen sat down opposite Song Jinyuan, adopting a demeanor as frigid as ice, keeping her at a distance. Unfazed, Song Jinyuan's gaze was fixed on Bo Yanchen's registered name on the computer. Are you Mr. Yanchen? She inquired, as Bo Yanchen had used a pseudonym to conceal his visit to the andrology department. Indeed, he responded, his demeanor as frigid as ever. Song Jinyuan glanced up, scrutinizing Bo Yanchen, who was adorned with sunglasses and a mask. Is he a celebrity? she mused, questioning why he would shroud himself so thoroughly on a sweltering day. Chapter 3, Mr. Does this area cause you discomfort? Without further ado, Song Jinyuan initiated her inquiry. I'm curious, Mr. Yan, what seems to be the source of your unease? Bo Yanchen appeared slightly ill at ease as he murmured. A year ago, following an intimate encounter with a woman, I've been unable to experience arousal with any other woman. This was the impetus behind his determination to locate the woman who had absconded after their encounter. To leave him in such a state and then vanish without a trace was not something he would permit. Song Jinyuan's slender fingers danced across the keyboard, pausing momentarily before resuming their rhythmic tapping. Did you sustain any injuries during your intimacy with the young lady? She inquired. I was unharmed, but it was her first time, he replied. Song Jinyuan's fingers faltered briefly before she regained her composure and continued. Have you previously consulted an andrologist? This is my first time, he stated. Song Jinyuan continued typing. Do you have any pertinent medical history, such as kidney disease? Bo Yanchen paused, then exclaimed passionately, my kidneys are in excellent condition. Song Jinyuan nodded gently, ceasing her typing. She retrieved a pair of disposable gloves from the drawer and donned them, then lifted her gaze to Bo Yanchen, softly instructing. Please remove your trousers and lie down on the bed. Bo Yanchen regarded Song Jinyuan before him, motionless, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. Must I? He inquired. How can I be examined otherwise? Do you wish for me to be assessed through my trousers? His eyes met hers, a faint blush creeping onto his face, revealing his discomfort. After a moment's hesitation, he approached the bedside, standing under her watchful gaze. With somewhat rigid movements, he unfastened his belt. The sound of the belt clinking open echoed in the stillness of the room, causing a subtle flush to rise in Song Jinyuan's ears. As Bo Yanchen's trousers descended, a myriad of thoughts flitted through her mind. Biting her lip lightly to steady her emotions, she noticed her hair cascading loosely. With a graceful motion, she picked up a pen and elegantly gathered her flowing locks into an updo. In that instant, her exquisite and breathtakingly beautiful face was fully revealed. Bo Yanchen found himself irresistibly drawn to her. A single strand of hair, akin to a willow branch swaying in the breeze, gently fell against her left cheek, bestowing upon her an indescribable charm. Unperturbed by Bo Yanchen's gaze, Song Jinyuan approached him to adjust the height of the bed. Once the bed was properly set, she softly remarked, Sir, please relax, this is merely a routine examination. As her words fell away, she departed from Bo Yanchen, her fragrant strands of hair sliding past his mask, stirring gentle ripples deep within his heart. Song Jinyuan approached Bo Yanchen's waist, cautiously removing the final barrier beneath him, her cheeks blooming crimson like ripened apples. The women who spent a night with him must undoubtedly have felt pain. Realizing she was overthinking, Song Jinyuan cast aside her distractions, raising her hand to commence her examination beneath Bo Yanchen. Sir, shortly I shall stimulate you in various ways to observe your reactions. With that, Song Jinyuan's hands moved rhythmically beneath Bo Yanchen, as if exploring an uncharted territory. Sir, do you feel anything when I touch here? No. Does this area cause you discomfort? No sensation. And what about here? As Song Jinyuan's touches and caresses continued, the area beneath Bo Yanchen began to respond. She felt a heat radiating from her hands. Her face flushed as she declared, Sir, according to my examination, this area appears normal. However, I shall need to observe further regarding the possibility of premature ejaculation. Bo Yanchen's breathing grew heavier, and Song Jinyuan initiated stimulation with her instruments. Sir, what sensations are you experiencing now? Pressure. Do you feel any urge to release? None. Bo Yanchen's voice descended into a deep, husky timbre, his gaze towards Song Jinyuan tinged with danger. The man who had remained unresponsive to other women now found himself reacting to this doctor before him. Was it her exceptional medical skills or something else? As Bo Yanchen sat up in bed, Song Jinyuan turned at that moment. Before she could finish her sentence, they found themselves mere millimeters apart, their faces nearly touching. The sound of their heartbeats echoed in their ears, and the mask worn by Bo Yanchen became dampened by his breath. Behind his dark sunglasses, an indescribable emotion flickered in his eyes. A husky male voice emerged from Song Jinyuan's neck, accompanied by a warm breath, making it unmistakably clear what had just transpired. A delicate blush colored her finely sculpted face, and her long eyelashes quivered slightly. Sir, I believe you are not ill. Upon hearing her response, Bo Yanchen gazed at her in frustration, his prominent nose becoming conspicuously visible above the mask. Catching a glimpse of a portion of his face, Song Jinyuan gently removed her gloves, picked up a tissue from beside her, and softly offered it to him, saying, "Please clean yourself up before you leave, sir." With that, she drew the curtain and stepped into the restroom to wash her hands before returning to her chair. Glancing at her phone, she instinctively deleted the order for ham sausages and replaced it with a simple egg fried rice. Shortly thereafter, Bo Yanchen emerged from behind the curtain, having tidied himself up. Standing beside her, he looked at Song Jinyuan and declared, "I do not wish for anyone else to know about today's events." With that, he turned away from her. And as Song Jinyuan watched his retreating figure, a hint of disdain surfaced in her eyes. Who would care to speak of such matters? Moreover, as a physician, she is bound by professional ethics. After completing her case files, Song Jinyuan settled down to await her lunch. Shortly thereafter, her egg fried rice was served. Once she finished her meal, she waited for an hour until Ran returned from the operating room to the office. "Xiao Yuanzai, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I've completed the surgery, and there are no patients this afternoon. Shall I take you out for a stroll?" Song Jinyuan, eager to purchase a gift for her fifth brother, readily agreed. The two of them departed the office together and arrived at the hospital lobby. At that moment, Qin Yu, who was accompanying Yuan Yuan for a checkup, inadvertently caught sight of Song Jinyuan's familiar silhouette. His brow furrowed slightly as he pondered, "Qin Wanwan? Hasn't she been missing since she left a year ago? How could she possibly be here?" Chapter 4, a tense reunion. Yuan Yuan, linking her arm with Qin Yu's, noticed that his gaze was fixated on a woman's back. She felt a twinge of displeasure. "You, what are you looking at?" Fearing that Yuan Yuan might harbor suspicions, Qin Yu quickly shook his head, firmly clutching the payment slip as he replied, "Nothing, let's go for the checkup." "All right. By the way, you. I heard that today the fifth young master of the Song family, Song Jingchen, is holding an auction in Yunqing, featuring works by the artist Y. Isn't grandfather fond of Y? His birthday is approaching, and I wish to acquire a painting for him. Could you take me there?" Following the dissolution of Qin Yu and Song Jinyuan's marriage, Yuan Wanwan, who had anticipated marrying into the Qin family, found her aspirations thwarted by the intervention of elder Qin. She was barred from even approaching the periphery of the Qin household. Consequently, for the past year, she had been assiduously attempting to ingratiate herself with elder Qin, hoping to gain his approval. She hoped that her acquisition of Y's painting would serve as a catalyst for her entry into the Qin family. Assuredly, Qin Yu responded. Overjoyed by Qin Yu's affirmation, Yuan Yuan exclaimed, "After the examination, accompany me to the boutique to retrieve my bespoke gown. I want to make a stunning appearance at the auction." Qin Yu, with affectionate compliance, agreed and escorted her to the examination room. Upon arriving at the shopping center, Song Jinyuan and Ran initially perused the menswear section. Ran procured a suit for Song Jingchen, while Song Jinyuan lavishly acquired a wristwatch worth over $1 million for him, displaying her affluence. After securing gifts for Song Jingchen, they proceeded to the women's apparel section. Given the occasion of Song Jingchen's charity auction, they were naturally inclined to attend in resplendent attire. Ran, standing before a formal wear boutique, noticed a flamboyant red tulle gown. She ushered Song Jinyuan inside, remarking, "Xiao Yuanzi, this crimson dress would complement you exquisitely. Would you care to try it on?" Song Jinyuan, also captivated by the dress, accepted it with a smile, saying, "Very well, I shall." Upon emerging from the fitting room adorned in the scarlet gown, Song Jinyuan eclipsed the radiance of all those around her. The delicate texture of the tulle cascaded ethereally with her movements, while the dress's design artfully accentuated her slender waist and elongated legs, showcasing her captivating figure. Her skin appeared even more porcelain-like against the backdrop of the red gauzy dress, exuding a warmth akin to mutton-fat jade. Ran, standing beside her, was utterly captivated. Xiao Yuanzi was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman she had ever encountered. Such exquisite beauty. "Xiao Yuanzi, wearing this dress to your fifth brother's auction tonight. You will surely be the most dazzling presence." Was Ran's praise truly so exaggerated? Nonetheless, she had a deep fondness for this crimson gown. Song Jinyuan retrieved her card from her bag and handed it to the attentive sales assistant, declaring, "I will take this dress, let us proceed to checkout." "Certainly, Mississippi. Please hold on for a moment." The sales assistant smiled as she accepted Song Jinyuan's card, swiftly completing the transaction before respectfully returning it to her. Song Jinyuan gracefully took the card and settled elegantly to the side, patiently awaiting Amren's fitting. Amren, overwhelmed by choices, had selected several pieces at once, frequently emerging from the fitting room to seek Song Jinyuan's counsel, which, in turn, consumed a considerable amount of time. Once Amren made her selections and Song Jinyuan had completed the purchase, they were met unexpectedly by Qin Yu and Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan, who had been laughing and chatting with Qin Yu, was suddenly incensed upon seeing the fiery red dress she had reserved being worn by a stranger. Wasn't this red dress reserved for me? Why is it now adorning your figure? Who permitted you to wear it? The saying goes that enemies meet with an intense animosity. Upon seeing Yuan Yuan, Song Jinyuan felt the piercing gaze, akin to that directed at a corpse. A year prior, she had hired someone to take her life. Now, she would methodically seek vengeance. One day, she would ensure that Yuan Yuan experienced the depths of despair, understanding what it truly meant to suffer an existence worse than death. Song Jinyuan steadied her nerves and faced Yuan Wanwan, a provocative smile gracing her lips. I have already purchased this dress, so as its rightful owner. Why should I not wear it? Her smile was strikingly beautiful, momentarily leaving Qin Yu, who stood beside Yuan Wanwan, in a daze. This woman bore a striking resemblance to Qin Wanwan, yet while Qin Wanwan's face was marred, this woman's visage remained unblemished. Could she be Qin Wanwan? Qin Yu felt an inexplicable familiarity with her, while Yuan Wanwan, noticing Qin Yu's unwavering gaze on Song Jinyuan, felt a surge of jealousy, her breath quickening. Ah, you. What are you looking at? This woman has taken the dress I had reserved for so long. You should make her take it off and return it to me. Qin Yu, shaken from his reverie by Yuan Wanwan's insistence, spoke in a conciliatory tone. Miss, as you just heard, the dress you are wearing was reserved by my fiancé for quite some time. Would you consider selling it to me? I am willing to pay double the price. Song Jinyuan remained silent, prompting Qin Yu to negotiate further. Miss, if you agree to sell me the dress, I am prepared to offer 3 times the amount. Even if you offered 100 times, I would not sell. After firmly rejecting Qin Yu, Song Jinyuan turned to leave. However, Yuan Wanwan seized the opportunity, grasping the hem of Song Jinyuan's dress tightly. You shall not leave. With a sharp tearing sound, a piece of the red fabric was ripped away. Yuan Wanwan, holding the torn fragment, felt a pang of guilt and hastily discarded it, exclaiming, I didn't mean to. Song Jinyuan gazed at the torn section of her delicate skirt. Her voice laced with icy disdain. This garment is valued at 200,000 yuan, and according to Article 275 of our criminal law, the intentional destruction of another's property, particularly when the amount is substantial, is punishable by imprisonment for a term of 3 to 7 years. Your actions have constituted a criminal offense. I could promptly alert the authorities and have you incarcerated. Upon hearing Song Jinyuan's declaration, both Xiang Qianqian and Qin Yu were struck with disbelief. She had merely torn a piece of her skirt, and now she was talking about prison time? Xiang Qianqian scoffed at the notion that such a law existed in their country. Do not attempt to intimidate me, I have merely damaged your skirt. I shall compensate you. And there is no need for incarceration. Song Jinyuan smirked mockingly. If I refuse your compensation, then you shall indeed face imprisonment. With that, she retrieved her phone from her bag and, in full view of Xiang Qianqian, dialed the police station. Just as she was about to press the call button, Xiang Qianqian, in a state of panic, grasped Qin Yu's arm, her voice trembling with distress. You. Qin Yu, his head throbbing with frustration, furrowed his brow. He firmly grasped Song Jinyuan's hand and implored, Miss, my fiancé did not intentionally damage your dress. Shall we not sit down and discuss this matter calmly? Song Jinyuan recoiled with evident disgust, forcefully withdrawing her arm from his grip, and retorted, There is nothing to discuss with you. Then let us forego discussion. Tell me, what must be done for you to release my fiancé? Qin Yu pressed on. Chapter 5, Kneel and beg me, and I shall grant you mercy. Setting aside her phone, Song Jinyuan fixed her gaze upon Yuan Wanwan, who was feigning innocence and seeking refuge behind Qin Yu, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. This woman, who traditionally held her image in Qin Yu's esteem as paramount, was about to have that image tarnished. Should she recompense me with 1 million and genuflect an apology, then shall I consider absolution. 1 million in restitution, coupled with prostration? A shadow crossed Qin Yu's countenance. Madam, are you not being excessively unreasonable? Unreasonable? Is it not your betrothed who has driven me to this extremity? Had she not sought to antagonize me? None of this would have transpired. You have but two avenues, either render the compensation and apology, or face incarceration for a term of 4 to 5 years. Upon hearing this, Qin Wanwan clenched her fists, her countenance contorted with rage. Qin Yu, upon hearing Song Jinyuan's demands, adamantly refused. Madam, I shall not afford you the opportunity to humiliate my betrothed. Summon the constabulary. I hold faith that the entirety of the Qin Corporation's legal counsel can safeguard an individual. His legal team, formidable as it may be, would it stand against her elder brother, the undefeated champion of the legal world? A chilling smile graced Song Jinyuan's lips as she regarded Qin Yu's self-destructive path. Since you so desire to engage in litigation with me, I shall oblige. With dispatch. Song Jinyuan dialed the precinct, succinctly relaying the circumstances to the authorities. Assured that they would dispatch officers to address the matter, she clapped her hands lightly. From the shadows, bodyguards emerged, encircling Song Jinyuan. Young miss. Amidst the astonished gazes of Qin Yu and Qin Wanwan, Song Jinyuan issued an unhurried directive to her bodyguards, detain them until the authorities arrive. Yes. Let us depart, and ran, to attend my fifth brother's auction. As Song Jinyuan's words resonated, Qin Yu stood transfixed, as if struck by lightning. If his memory served him correctly, the auction in question was being hosted by Song Jingchen, the fifth young master of the Song family. The woman's declaration of attending Song Jingchen's auction, coupled with her familial address, fifth brother, and the bodyguard's respectful title of young mistress, led Qin Yu to an immediate realization of her true identity. Could she be Song Jinyuan, the recently returned heiress of the Song family? The very same Song Jinyuan who was the recipient of boundless adoration, and was known as the little princess of the capital? Upon this realization, a film of perspiration beaded on Qin Yu's forehead. Having offended her, Qin Wanwan's prospects were dire, as the Qin family paled in comparison to the Song dynasty. With this in mind, Qin Yu unhesitatingly rebuked Qin Wanwan, kneel and apologize. Qin Wanwan lifted her head in disbelief, her voice trembling slightly. You. Qin Yu, raising his voice, reiterated. Immediately kneel and apologize to the Song family's young mistress. The Song family's young mistress? Upon learning that she had offended a member of the Song family, Qin Wanwan felt as if all strength had been drained from her body. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to her knees with a thud. I beg your pardon, Miss Song. I was ignorant and failed to recognize your eminence. I was mistaken. I should not have contended with you over the gown, nor should I have damaged it. I will compensate you as you desire, and if you wish for me to kneel, I shall do so. I implore you to show me mercy. Song Jinyuan halted her steps, casting a condescending glance at Qin Wanwan, a faint smile curving her lips. Was she not just brimming with confidence? Why had she suddenly shrunk back? Her resolve seemed feeble. She would first need to bow 100 times to earn her reprieve. As long as the bows were loud and sincere, I might consider sparing her. Qin Wanwan, you. Song Jinyuan lazily smirked, unwilling to bow. Her tone was nonchalant. Then I suppose you might as well remain in prison. Just as Song Jinyuan prepared to depart, Qin Wanwan began to knock her head against the ground repeatedly, the crisp sound pleasing both Anren and Song Jinyuan immensely. Before long, 100 bows were completed. And with blood trickling from her forehead, Qin Wanwan, feeling dizzy, collapsed to the ground. Miss Song, may I now be spared? Her voice was laced with desperation. Song Jinyuan had no intention of letting Qin Wanwan perish so swiftly. After all, her demise would leave her unsatisfied, having not relished the torment. Thus, she decided to grant her a temporary reprieve, allowing her to endure further suffering at a later time. Begone. Song Jinyuan's crimson lips parted, commanding Qin Wanwan to leave. Before she departed the mall with her bodyguard and Anren. After Song Jinyuan's exit, Qin Yu rushed forward to assess Qin Wanwan's condition, noticing the blood on her forehead, and tenderly scooped her up to take her to the hospital. En route, Qin Yu continued to apologize to Qin Wanwan. I'm so sorry, Wanwan. It is my failure to protect you that has allowed Song Jinyuan to bully you in such a manner. It was not Qin Yu's fault, after all. His recent act of compelling her to kneel and apologize was merely to safeguard her. Having offended the young princess of the Song family, she would have faced imprisonment had she not kowtowed. To shield her, Qin Yu had no recourse but to humble himself and beg for leniency. However, The humiliation she endured today would be avenged when the opportunity arose, regardless of the cost. Clutching her bleeding forehead, Xiang Wanwan addressed Qin Yu with an air of delicate understanding. "You, the Song family wields immense power, it's understandable that you couldn't protect me. Don't blame yourself. I don't hold it against you." Xiang Wanwan's considerate nature deepened Qin Yu's sense of guilt. He vowed that one day he would become powerful enough to rival the Song family. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the Grand Era Hotel was abuzz. The auction hall was resplendent with light. Every seat occupied. The auctioneer, standing center stage, held a gavel in hand, his gaze focused and enthusiastic. "Esteemed patrons," he announced, "tonight's auction is hosted by Song Jingchen, the fifth young master of the Song family, who has also provided the auction items. We solemnly assure you that all items presented here are genuine. Now, we shall commence with the auction of the first item, the world's only limited edition custom pink diamond jewelry set. The starting bid is 1 billion. Let the bidding begin." As the auctioneer concluded, the pink diamond set was unveiled on the display stand. The bidders below watched intently, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They eagerly raised their paddles, vying for the prize. Song Jinyuan and Ran sat together, listening to the escalating bids with raised eyebrows. It seemed the pink diamond set was indeed highly coveted. As the gavel descended, the transaction price was repeatedly refreshed, and bursts of cheers erupted from the audience. The entire auction was filled with an atmosphere of excitement and anticipation, with bidders immersed in this grand event of wealth and art. Xiang Wanwan, with her head bandaged, stared intently at the pink diamond being auctioned on the stage, her eyes wide with desire. She, too, coveted the pink diamond, but its exorbitant price made her hesitant to bid. Unsure if Jing would be willing to purchase it for her, she could only watch helplessly as her beloved pink diamond was acquired by another. Chapter 6, Revelation, I am the renowned artist Y. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the auction reached its finale. The auctioneer stood on the stage and announced, "The final item for auction tonight is Dream, a masterpiece by the eminent artist Y. The starting bid is 100 million. Highest bidder wins." A painting, 2 meters in size, was brought out from backstage. This time, Y's style diverged from the past. Previously, Y's paintings leaned towards understatement. But this artwork was exceptionally flamboyant. The fusion of darkness and red created a supreme masterpiece that immediately captivated the entire audience. Song Jinyuan leaned back in her chair, listening to the crowd's bids, when she inadvertently heard a familiar voice. She turned to glance at Xiang Wanwan, who was seated in the 5th row. She saw her raising the bidding paddle in her hand, her face pale. 200 million. Due to kowtowing to Song Jinyuan excessively that afternoon, Xiang Wanwan suffered a concussion, and the doctor advised her to be hospitalized for observation. However, in order to purchase Y's painting as a birthday gift for Master Qin, she forced Qin Yu to take her out of the hospital to attend the auction. Tonight, she was determined to acquire this painting. The auctioneer stood upon the stage, striking the gavel, 200 million once, 200 million twice, 200 million. Before he could utter the third time, Song Jinyuan raised her bidding paddle, 300 million. Originally convinced that the painting entitled Dream was destined for her, Xiang Wanwan was suddenly taken aback upon hearing the bid of 300 million. She swiftly directed her gaze towards Song Jinyuan. Fearing that Xiang Wanwan might only see her back, Song Jinyuan deliberately turned to provoke a glance in her direction. Upon seeing her, Xiang Wanwan was instantly infuriated. The very person competing for the painting was none other than her. Was this deliberate? The auctioneer struck the gavel once more, 300 million once, 300 million twice. 300 million, 400 million. Noticing Xiang Wanwan was bidding again, Song Jinyuan raised her paddle once more, 500 million. Song Jinyuan's determined demeanor compelled Xiang Wanwan to raise her bid again, 600 million. Qin Yu, seated beside Xiang Wanwan, began to frown increasingly, deeming 600 million for a painting an unwise expenditure. He tugged at Xiang Wanwan's arm, signaling her to cease. "Wanwan, that's quite enough. You cannot outbid Song Jinyuan." Yet, Song Jinyuan had no genuine interest in acquiring the painting, her intent was merely to seize what Xiang Wanwan desired. This had been the case with clothing. And now with this painting. Xiang Wanwan felt a twinge of reluctance, however, with Qin Yu having spoken, she dared not continue to raise her bid. Helplessly watching as the painting was claimed by Song Jinyuan. Just then, a twist of fate occurred, the auctioneer, holding the gavel, struck it down for the final time, proclaiming, "Congratulations to Miss Number 12 for purchasing the painting Dream by our artist Y for 600 million. Happiness arrived with an overwhelming suddenness, causing Qin Wanwan to question whether she was ensnared in a dream. Her gaze fell upon the figure of Qin Yu before her, and with excitement she exclaimed, "Ah, you! Did you see? I successfully bid for the painting. The artwork by Y now belongs to me." Qin Yu, however, found himself grappling with the staggering sum of 600 million spent on a single piece. Regardless of his reservations, the deed was done, and he felt compelled to remain silent, dutifully parting with the funds to acquire the painting. By 10:30, the auction had concluded entirely. The attendees departed the venue, the hour growing late. Jinyuan and Amren felt a pang of hunger and decided to venture out for a late-night snack before returning to their apartment. As they approached the exit, Qin Wanwan called out to Jinyuan, "Miss Song, wait a moment." Jinyuan and Amren halted, turning to face the approaching Qin Wanwan, who scrutinized her with an air of indifference. "Is there something you need?" Qin Wanwan paused, catching her breath before responding, "I came specifically to apologize. I'm truly sorry for inadvertently snatching the painting you desired." Though she claimed to be apologetic, her tone was laced with a hint of pride. "It seems you have a fondness for Y's artwork. How about this, when the delivery staff brings the painting out, I can let you take a photo with it as a keepsake?" Observing the self-satisfied Qin Wanwan reveling in her acquisition, Jinyuan smirked and declined. "There's no need for a photograph. To be honest, I don't particularly fancy the painting you just won. Its colors are rather ostentatious, and it lacks the cohesion of previous works. Thus, the individual who spent 600 million on it is rather a fool." To Yuan Yuan, she was displeased by the earlier banter regarding the price. Yuan Yuan tightened her grip on her skirt, her expression darkening as she remarked, "It appears you are not well versed in art, Mississippi. That piece is the work of the renowned artist Y. Is it not rather inappropriate for you to critique it so? To speak frankly, should Y learn of your disparaging remarks, it would undoubtedly provoke his ire." Jinyuan replied with a smile, "Rest assured. Even if I were to deface the painting you acquired, Y would not be angered." Yuan Yuan, perplexed, inquired, "How can you be so certain that Y would remain unfazed?" Jinyuan casually responded, "Because I am Y. The painting you purchased today was created by me. Regardless of how I perceive it. I am not particularly fond of its hues, they are excessively vibrant, and the piece itself appears somewhat flawed. Yet, it is sold for 600 million. Regardless, I extend my gratitude for your generosity, Miss Yang, which has enabled me to profit handsomely." Upon hearing Jinyuan's revelation, Qin Wanwan felt her pupils tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. Her grip on her skirt tightened further. "What did you just say? You are Y. Indeed. I am Y. So, you have acquired my painting and now flaunt it before me. In my eyes, you resemble nothing more than a mere jester." Jinyuan retorted with a mocking tone. Qin Wanwan glared at Jinyuan, her inner fury reaching a boiling point. "If this painting is indeed your creation, why would you seek to compete with me for it? Is it merely to artificially inflate its price?" How could she harbor such thoughts about herself? With a disarming smile, Jinyuan demurred, "Miss Yang, you misunderstand. I had no intention of inflating the price. My interest in acquiring the piece stemmed from my observation of certain imperfections during its display. I sought to purchase it solely to prevent any unsuspecting individual from overpaying for a flawed artwork. However, your insistence on buying for it, ultimately securing it for 600 million, led me to believe that you were either unconcerned with its defects or particularly enamored with it. Consequently, I yielded the painting to you." Jinyuan's earnest and guileless demeanor lent an air of credibility to her words. Yet, Qin Wanwan remained unconvinced, discerning a calculated intent to drive up the price and compel her to expend an exorbitant sum. How wicked, she mused. Qin Wanwan's unwavering gaze remained fixed upon Jinyuan, who, glancing at the time, remarked, "The hour grows late. If you have concluded your remarks, Miss Yang, I shall take my leave. Until our paths cross again." As Qin Wanwan watched Jinyuan's departing figure, she stamped her foot in vexation. From a distance, Bo Yanchen had observed the entire exchange. Loosening his tie, he smirked sardonically, "This doctor and possesses quite the multifaceted persona. A urologist by day, The renowned artist Why by Night. Chapter 7, Have you located the individual I requested? Su Zhou, standing beside Bo Yanchen, followed his gaze. Noting that it was directed solely at a woman gesticulating wildly in the distance. He inquired with perplexity, Is the Dr. And to whom you refer the woman in the throes of frustration? Bo Yanchen had confided his clandestine visit to the urologist only to his close confidant, Fu Xishan, and had divulged it to no one else. Having heard Su Zhou's inquiry, he cast a frigid gaze upon him, demanding, Have you located the person I tasked you with finding? Su Zhou, regretting his impulsive question, lowered his head, avoiding Bo Yanchen's piercing eyes, and replied, The search is underway. Just as Bo Yanchen was about to speak, Song Jingchen's voice echoed from behind him, Yanchen. Bo Yanchen momentarily dismissed Su Zhou, turning his attention to Song Jingchen, who was approaching him. Song Jingchen exuded an undeniable aura of power and charisma. His features were exquisitely sculpted, his eyes deep and confident, his nose sharp and defined, and his lips subtly upturned in an enigmatic smile. What brings you here? Bo Yanchen inquired. Their camaraderie was evident. Bo Yanchen had been invited to grace Song Jingchen's auction with his presence. Are you finished with your affairs? Bo Yanchen asked. Song Jingchen chuckled, Indeed, I am. As it is getting late, shall we invite my sister for a late-night supper? You've been abroad for years, only returning recently, and haven't yet met my sister since she's grown. Perhaps today would be an opportune moment for you to become acquainted and foster a connection. Bo Yanchen had last seen Song Jinyuan when he was 6 and she was 3. Subsequently, his studies and career took him abroad, preventing any further encounters with her. 3 years prior, upon his return to the country, his grandfather had arranged an engagement between him and Song Jinyuan. Rumor had it that this Song heiress was a notorious troublemaker in the capital, abusing her power and assaulting anyone who crossed her path, regardless of their age. His impression of her was exceedingly poor, and he harbored a strong desire to dissolve their engagement. Furthermore, following an encounter with another woman a year prior, his lack of response in that regard intensified his wish to sever ties with her. However, his grandfather disapproved. Thus he was seeking an opportunity to unilaterally announce the annulment of the engagement with Song Jinyuan. As Bo Yanchen regained his composure, he turned to Song Jingchen, who was attempting to facilitate a connection between him and Song Jinyuan, and remarked, Jingchen, I do not possess the habit of indulging in late-night snacks. So let us forego that. I see you appear quite fatigued, it would be prudent to retire early. We may gather again on another occasion. Having uttered this, Bo Yanchen departed with Su Zhou, leaving Song Jingchen to ponder. Observing Bo Yanchen's evident aversion to meeting his sister, he furrowed his brow and muttered, Why does Yanchen always flee at the mere mention of my sister? She is not a formidable beast to be feared. Meanwhile, Song Jinyuan and Ran were seated nearby, savoring skewers, while the incessant ringing of a phone caught their attention. Song Jinyuan casually silenced the screen and continued to enjoy her meal. Ran, sipping her drink, inquired with curiosity, Why isn't Xiao Yuanzai answering fifth brother's call? Being close friends with Song Jinyuan, she affectionately referred to her brothers as fifth brother and eldest brother. Song Jinyuan chuckled and replied, Even if I do not answer, I am well aware of what fifth brother wishes to convey. Ran, intrigued, pressed further, Then do tell. What does fifth brother intend to say by persistently calling you? Song Jinyuan set aside the skewer she had been holding and picked up a nearby tissue to dab at the corners of her mouth. Today, at my fifth brother's auction, my grandfather secretly found me a fiancé, Bo Yanchen, while I was away from home. Since I have yet to meet him, my fifth brother has been eager for us to encounter one another today. I had no desire to meet him, so I took the opportunity to escape with you when he wasn't paying attention. Her previous marriage to Qin Yu had left her frightened and profoundly aware of the terrifying nature of men. Thus, she preferred to maintain her distance. Most importantly, the haunting memory of the night a year ago when she had an encounter with a stranger made her even more apprehensive about men. It was too painful and too frightening. Just the thought of it sent shivers down her spine, compelling her to flee awake, without even catching a glimpse of the man's appearance. However, she vaguely recalled that he had a well-built physique, and that particular aspect of him was quite impressive. Much like the man she had seen earlier that afternoon. Realizing that her thoughts were wandering excessively, Song Jinyuan felt her cheeks flush. She composed herself by taking a large gulp from her drink beside her. Ran, holding a skewer, curiously inquired, Xiao Yuanzai, I have seen this Bo Yanchen, he is quite handsome. And his background seems well suited to yours. Why do you not like him? Because there are no feelings between us. Feelings are something that can be nurtured slowly between two people. Yet she was unwilling to cultivate anything with him, for someone she did not like. She preferred to avoid even a glance or interaction. Song Jinyuan, eager to savor the skewers in her hand, clapped her hands and said, "All right. Let us not discuss this disheartening topic any longer. Let us eat quickly, and then we can return home to rest." Amren responded with an affirmative, finished her skewers, and accompanied Song Jinyuan back to her apartment. During the time that Song Jinyuan remained in Kyoto, she stayed together with Amren. By the time they returned to the apartment, it was already 1:30 in the morning. After a brief wash-up, they lay down to rest. The following morning, Amren had already finished breakfast and left early, leaving Song Jinyuan to indulge in a deep slumber. She slept soundly until 10 o'clock, not waking naturally but rather being roused by the persistent ringing of her phone. With her eyes still closed, she reached for the vibrating device on the nightstand and drowsily answered, "Who is it?" "It's Xiao Yuanzai." "Hurry. I'm in dire need of assistance. The dean has requested a report that I left on the coffee table in the living room, and I forgot to take it. I need it in half an hour. Can you deliver it for me?" Instantly alert at Amren's urgent plea, Song Jinyuan responded with a quick, "All right," and hastily got out of bed, washed up, and changed into casual attire before grabbing the report from the coffee table and heading out. Although her numerous bodyguards wished to accompany her, Song Jinyuan found them too conspicuous and instructed them to follow discreetly while she drove to the hospital herself. At noon, the roads were congested with traffic. Observing that only a few minutes remained of the half hour, Song Jinyuan instinctively called Amren to inquire, "Amren, what will happen if I can't make it within half an hour?" "You will die." "Is it that serious?" Observing the vehicular congestion, Song Jinyuan furrowed her brow. Abruptly, a motorcycle halted before her automobile. An ingenious notion struck her. She conceived a method to reach the hospital within a quarter of an hour. 2 minutes elapsed, and Song Jinyuan, having procured the motorcycle, donned the helmet with panache. Chapter 8. This is what you call flirting. Subsequently, astride the motorcycle, she leaned forward slightly, her hands firmly gripping the handlebars. As the engine roared to life, she vigorously engaged the throttle, and the motorcycle darted forward like an arrow. Passers-by on the street turned their heads, but she remained unconcerned, reveling in the exhilaration of velocity. 10 minutes later, the motorcycle came to a halt at the hospital entrance. Song Jinyuan gracefully dismounted, her slender legs alighting beside the vehicle. She removed her helmet with a flourish, casually adjusted her hair, seized her documents, and proceeded directly into the hospital. Seated in his vehicle, Bo Yanchen was captivated by Song Jinyuan's actions, the removal of her helmet, the tossing of her hair, and her dismount. This woman never ceased to amaze him. It was the first occasion he had witnessed a woman riding a motorcycle with such skill. After Song Jinyuan delivered the documents to Enran, the latter promptly carried them to the director's office. Shortly after her departure, Bo Yanchen, masked, entered from the exterior. Song Jinyuan, clad in denim shorts, sat awaiting Enran. Bo Yanchen proceeded directly to the seat opposite Song Jinyuan. She uncrossed her legs and inquired, "Sir, what ailment brings you here?" Bo Yanchen, noticing Song Jinyuan's apparent lack of recognition, leaned back in his chair and responded, "The nether regions are unresponsive." Why did that voice sound somewhat familiar? Song Jinyuan scrutinized Bo Yanchen seriously and inquired, "Are you the esteemed Mr. Yen from yesterday afternoon?" Bo Yanchen raised an eyebrow, seemingly pleased that she remembered him. I checked your condition yesterday, and it was perfectly normal. How could there be no response?" "Ask you," she retorted. How could he have been normal then, yet today show no reaction? Perhaps there were other ailments that he had not disclosed. Song Jinyuan retrieved gloves from the drawer and approached Bo Yanchen, applying pressure twice. A response was immediate. Their eyes locked, warmth enveloping their faces, and she blushed, retracting her hand. "Sir, you are quite firm." Moreover, the rapidity of his response was remarkable. If this was deemed a lack of reaction, then what could possibly be classified as one? It seemed this Mr. Yen had an abundance of wealth with nowhere to spend it, visiting urologists at every opportunity. Just as Song Jinyuan prepared to rise and depart, Bo Yanchen seized her wrist, pulling her back forcefully. Caught off guard, she stumbled into him, her lips brushing against his mask. His eyes, concealed behind dark sunglasses, narrowed slightly. Before he could comprehend the situation, she delivered a sharp slap to his face. Rogue. For the first time in his life, Bo Yanchen found himself on the receiving end of a woman's slap, gazing at Song Jinyuan in disbelief. You struck me? She stepped away from his embrace, standing defiantly before him. Who told you to tease me just now? Did a mere tug on her arm truly constitute teasing? What then? Could be said of her earlier kiss? Bo Yanchen chuckled with playful mockery as he rose to his feet, advancing step by step towards Song Jinyuan. Instinctively, she retreated 2 steps. What do you intend to do? I must inform you that I have practiced Sanda before. Should you come any closer, I shall not hesitate to strike, regardless of your status as a VIP patient. With no further retreat available, Song Jinyuan found herself cornered against the wall. As she attempted to raise her hand, he effortlessly seized her wrist. When she tried to lift her leg, Bo Yanchen placed his leg on either side of her thigh, rendering her immobile. The two were caught in an ambiguous posture, their breaths growing heavier. With her hands raised above her head, Song Jinyuan's face flushed crimson as she gazed at Bo Yanchen, who was obscured by sunglasses and a mask, frowning. Mr. Yan, your actions now constitute a crime. If you do not release me, I shall call the police. Bo Yanchen's warm hand gradually found its way to Song Jinyuan's waist, pulling her into his embrace as he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "This is what teasing truly is. That moment earlier does not count." Song Jinyuan's body stiffened as she forcefully pushed Bo Yanchen away. Just as she prepared to slap him, he once again pinned her against the wall. I forgot to mention. I too have practiced Sanda. Let me go. Song Jinyuan demanded. Bo Yanchen found the flustered Song Jinyuan utterly amusing. Doctorin, you kissed me without my consent just now. Surely, my kiss in return will balance the scales, will it not? Doctorin? Had he mistaken himself for Enran? Before Song Jinyuan could fully comprehend the situation, her lips were silenced by his. Although Bo Yanchen wore a mask when he attempted to kiss her, their lips did not actually touch. As a layer of the mask intervened, Song Jinyuan, incensed, tried to slap him, but inadvertently snapped the string of his mask. As the mask strap broke, Bo Yanchen's face was revealed to Song Jinyuan. How could this man, with his presentable appearance, engage in such lewd behavior? Song Jinyuan raised her hand, wiping her lips with evident disgust. Upon seeing this, Bo Yanchen removed the mask from his face and discarded it into a nearby trash can, remarking, "Does Doctorin find my mask so distasteful? Rest assured, it is not soiled." The mask itself might not be dirty, but the mouth behind it was defiled. Although no kiss was exchanged, she still felt a sense of revulsion. Get out. And do not ever set foot in this office again. Furthermore, do not seek treatment for your ailment here any longer, as I believe you should consult a psychiatrist. You're insane. Bo Yanchen, far from being angered, chuckled. He curled his lips into a smile and, under Song Jinyuan's infuriated gaze, departed from the office. His purpose for being here today was to ascertain whether he had any reaction to this and ran. Now that he had his answer, it was confirmed that she did elicit a response from him. Her touch aroused him. Yet, the woman the business partner had sent the previous night, even when standing naked before him, had failed to elicit any reaction. Not even the aphrodisiac incense she had lit in his room had any effect. At that moment, he had feared that he was once again impotent. However, upon encountering Enran, he realized that she, like the woman from a year ago, could arouse him. They were exceptions. Moreover, this Enran was truly unique. Bo Yanchen smirked, his spirits lifted as he vanished from Song Jinyuan's sight. After he departed, Song Jinyuan remained there, rubbing her lips, growing increasingly infuriated with each passing thought. She should have delivered a swift kick to him, ensuring his lineage would be severed entirely. Regrettably, she did not. However, should fate present her with another chance to encounter him, she would undoubtedly make him pay dearly. That insufferable rogue. Upon returning to the office, Amran seemed to have stumbled upon a grand piece of gossip, leaning in towards Song Jinyuan with eager anticipation. Little Yuanzi. Can you guess who I just saw in the dean's office? With little enthusiasm, Song Jinyuan replied, I have no idea. It was Bo Yanchen. Your fiancé. After a long absence, he seems to have grown even more handsome. Why not seize this opportunity to meet him? Chapter 9, the next step is naturally to ruin her. Song Jinyuan, entirely disinterested, retorted, not interested. Amren perceived something amiss with Song Jinyuan and leaned closer, inquiring. What's wrong, little Yuanzi? You look rather upset. Who has offended you? Song Jinyuan frowned. Your VIP patient, Yanchen. He mistook me for you and attempted to kiss me. Although he missed, it was utterly revolting. What? Amren was taken aback by Song Jinyuan's revelation. What do you mean? She felt as though she was lost in a fog. Song Jinyuan succinctly recounted the events of the past couple of days, and once Amren had listened, she pondered, so. The reason Yanchen mistook you for me was that you failed to inform him yesterday before your consultation that you are not me, leading to his misunderstanding? Yes. Yesterday. He came to seek medical attention due to erectile dysfunction. After your examination, you found no issues, and he departed. However, on the following day, he returned with the same complaint and, coincidentally, encountered you. Subsequently, he flirted with you and even kissed you, pressing you against the wall. Song Jinyuan vigorously nodded, exclaiming in astonishment as if she had just heard an intriguing gossip. Xiao Yu, based on what you've said, I believe this Yanchen is quite taken with you. Taken with her? Song Jinyuan felt a shiver run down her spine. What nonsense are you spouting? I just met him yesterday. Haven't you heard of love at first sight? Amren replied earnestly. Moreover, consider this, after Yanchen's examination revealed no ailments, he returned the very next day to schedule another appointment with me. What does that signify? It indicates he desires to engage with you further and perhaps explore a deeper connection. Song Jinyuan listened with great disdain, thinking. Who would want to develop anything with this lecher? Unwilling to entertain Amren's wild speculations any longer, she declared, I'm hungry, let us go eat. All right. Due to her afternoon work commitments, Amren led Song Jinyuan to a nearby restaurant. They each ordered a steak and began to dine. Amren, observing Song Jinyuan, inquired, Xiao Yu. After attending Fifth Brother's auction, what are your plans next? The purpose of her visit to Kyoto was to seek revenge against Qin Wanwan. So her forthcoming endeavors would naturally revolve around that objective. Before arriving in Kyoto, she had someone investigate Yuan Yuan. It is known that she now owns a boutique specializing in high-end beauty treatments. Rumor has it that she has recently launched an exceptional anti-aging product, attracting the attention of many affluent ladies and heiresses. This presents her the perfect opportunity to cultivate relationships with them, potentially aiding Qin Yu in his career. Not only can she earn for herself, but she can also assist Qin Yu in generating income. Yuan Yuan is indeed astute. However, her cleverness will soon prove futile, as she is on the brink of destroying everything she currently possesses. Sometimes, the most effective way to exact revenge is not to reciprocate in kind but rather to witness the gradual loss of all that one cherishes and possesses. Song Jinyuan sliced her steak, responding as she savored each bite, I plan to stay in Kyoto and open a beauty salon, to embark on a career. Amren's interest piqued. A beauty salon? What prompted Xiao Yuanzai to venture into this business? Song Jinyuan had never disclosed her dealings with Qin Yu and Yuan Yuan to anyone. Not even to her parents, grandfather, or brother, despite their inquiries about her whereabouts over the past 3 years. Her silence stemmed not only from a desire to spare them worry but also from the fear that if she spoke up, her family would seek vengeance on her behalf. She preferred to handle matters of revenge personally, believing it best to take such actions into her own hands. As she continued to enjoy her steak, Song Jinyuan elaborated. While abroad, I developed a scar cream for myself, and I found its effects quite satisfactory. Consequently, I thought of opening a beauty salon to assist all women who wish to enhance their beauty. Rediscovering self-assurance. Mentioning the scar-fading cream that Song Jinyuan had developed, Amren couldn't help but commend her. The medicine she had concocted was simply miraculous, capable of regenerating deceased skin. Once this remedy was launched, it would undoubtedly become a bestseller. She suddenly anticipated the scene of Xiao Yuanzi's beauty salon being overwhelmed with customers. If Xiao Yuanzi needed any assistance in the future, she should not hesitate to ask, as Amren would provide help to the best of her ability. All right. Amren and Song Jinyuan exchanged smiles and continued their steak. After the meal, Amren returned to the hospital, while Song Jinyuan headed to Qin Wanwan's beauty salon. Her shop was located on the commercial street near the Song Group, where there was a significant amount of foot traffic, and her business was so prosperous that customers had to queue up. Song Jinyuan glanced at it from outside, then turned away without interest. Once her beauty salon was open, Qin Wanwan's business would cease to exist. Where should she open her shop? Song Jinyuan fixed her gaze on the beauty salon across from Qin Wanwan shop. There was a notice posted there stating that the beauty salon was for sale. Song Jinyuan curled her lips into a smile, took a photo, and sent it to her bodyguard. Acquire this shop for me. Her bodyguards were not only capable of protecting her but also of assisting her with any task, as they were all exceptionally versatile. After arranging everything, Song Jinyuan strolled around in good spirits. Since she would be opening a shop here, she should familiarize herself with the surroundings, discovering the culinary delights and amusements available so that she could pass the time when bored. Unbeknownst to her, Song Jinyuan found herself at the foot of the Qin Corporation building. Gazing upon the edifice, a barrage of unpleasant memories flooded her mind. In her guise as Qin Wanwan, she had frequented Qin Yu's workplace to deliver his meals, only to be met with a torrent of humiliation and ridicule from his employees, who scorned her as a toad aspiring for a swan. Yet, he had never once intervened to quell their behavior. Perhaps, in Qin Yu's estimation, he shared the sentiments of his staff, deeming her ugliness deserving of such scorn, and her, a mere toad, unworthy of his affections. Song Jinyuan stood before the company, her countenance impassive, betraying nothing of her inner turmoil. It was only when Qin Yu's voice echoed in her ears that she was jolted back to reality. Miss Song, what brings you here? Turning to face the returning Qin Yu, she maintained her composure, responding with a smile, just wandering about. I happened upon this company and was compelled to pause and admire it. Little did I know I would encounter you. The esteemed young lady of the Song family finds my company agreeable? He mused. Are the enterprises of the Song family not grand enough for her discerning tastes? Nevertheless, if she so desires, I would be delighted to offer her a tour. Should it capture her interest, who knows, perhaps a collaborative opportunity with the Song family might arise. Chapter 10, I have the right to strike you. This establishment is under my ownership. Shall I escort you on a tour? It had been an age since she last graced Qin Yu's company with her presence. A leisurely stroll would be a welcome diversion, particularly if it afforded her the opportunity to settle scores with those who had once wronged her. The humiliation she endured at the hands of Qin Yu's employees during her amnesia and disfigurement would be avenged this day. Song Jinyuan feigned reluctance. Would that be permissible? Assuredly. Mr. Qin cordially invited Ms. Song Jinyuan into his company. Her arrival instantly drew the collective gaze of everyone working on the floor. Though modestly dressed, her aura exuded remarkable power. Her exposed legs, long and impeccably straight, appeared to stretch an estimated 1.2 meters, possessing an exceptionally beautiful form. Her face, with its exquisitely refined features, was virtually flawless, meriting the description of breathtakingly beautiful. Mr. Qin enthusiastically escorted Ms. Song Jinyuan in the elevator, leading her to his office for a tour. Ms. Song, this is the floor where I work. Here are the offices of my assistants and secretaries. And over here is my private office. Shall we step inside? Ms. Song Jinyuan nodded slightly, following Mr. Qin into his office. Upon entering, she was immediately enveloped by the pervasive fragrance of roses. Her gaze swept over the colorful roses arranged all around. It's quite surprising to see that Mr. Qin has an affinity for cultivating flowers. Mr. Qin harbored no particular fondness for such flora, but yielded to Qin Wanwan's preferences, allowing her to decorate as she pleased. These are all cultivated by my fiancé. I see. So that was the reason. She had wondered why Mr. Qin, who had once explicitly stated his aversion to flowers, had suddenly taken up floriculture. The reason, it turned out, lay here. Miss Song Jinyuan regarded the roses placed nearby with considerable displeasure. She raised her hand to shield her nose. I apologize, Mr. Qin, but I have a slight allergy to roses. Would you mind discarding them? Observing the discomfort etched upon Song Jinyuan's countenance, Qin Yu swiftly summoned his aide to expunge all roses from his office. How do you fare now, Miss Song? Song Jinyuan settled upon the sofa, her legs elegantly crossed, an aura of formidable presence emanating from her being. Provided your office remains devoid of roses, to which I am allergic, I shall be quite well. With that, Song Jinyuan turned her gaze to meet Qin Yu's. What captures your attention, Mr. Qin? I find myself observing Miss Song. You bear a striking resemblance to an acquaintance of mine. Song Jinyuan responded with a significant "Oh, really? Is she possessed of beauty?" Not particularly. Qin Yu's response elicited a subtle shift in Song Jinyuan's complexion. She is not beautiful, yet you claim she resembles me? Are you, perchance, circuitously implying that I am unsightly? Perceiving Song Jinyuan's misunderstanding, Qin Yu hastened to clarify. That was not my intention, Miss Song. Please do not misconstrue my words. Allow me to retract the statement. What beverage might you desire, Miss Song? Coffee, if you please. Very well. Qin Yu contacted his secretary to deliver 2 cups of coffee. Whereupon he resumed his position beside Song Jinyuan. Miss Song, regarding the incident yesterday, wherein my fiancé damaged your dress at the mall, I find myself deeply apologetic. Perhaps I could escort you to the Emporium Anon to procure a replacement? Song Jinyuan, observing the secretary placing the coffee before her, lifted the cup to her lips. Savoring a sip before replying, indeed, that would be agreeable. Since Qin Yu is so eager to ingratiate himself with me, I shall afford him the opportunity, and incidentally exploit him to stir discontent in Qin Wanwan's heart. The prospect is rather pleasing. Subsequent to Song Jinyuan's acquiescence, Qin Yu tarried in her office for a brief interlude before preparing to escort her to the shopping center for apparel. As the duo departed the office, Qin Wanwan's call materialized. Song Jinyuan, with commendable discretion, proceeded to await him in the foyer en route through the workspace. Qin Yu's secretary was engaged in a colloquy with her colleagues regarding her. Ah, did you observe the woman in CEO Qin's office? Her countenance is akin to that of a vixen. I discerned immediately her intent to seduce our CEO Qin. Indeed, you failed to observe the brevity of her shorts. Verging on the exposure of her posterior, what individual of sound mind would don such abbreviated attire? Furthermore, her legs, their gait precluding complete closure, are indicative of extensive carnal relations. Ah, given this, could she possibly harbor a venereal disease? May our CEO Qin be spared her enticements, lest this malady be transmitted. Qin Yu's coterie of assistants and secretaries remains consistent with their former selves, exhibiting a penchant for clandestine discourse regarding her. In bygone days, afflicted by amnesia and marred by disfigurement, devoid of identity and lineage, and subjected to the incessant indoctrination of Qin Yu's parents and sibling, she was plagued by profound self-doubt. Consequently, she refrained from contesting Qin Yu's cohort of secretaries and assistants, even perceiving their assertions as veridical. She indeed resembled a toad. However, endowed with restored memories, she tolerates no such insinuation. To perdition with the notion of a toad. Irrespective of her former unattractiveness, they were not entitled to engage in such disparaging remarks. Have you concluded your pronouncements? A somber voice echoed in the air, belonging to Song Jinyuan, causing Qin Yu's assistants to immediately fall silent. However, Qin Yu's secretary, emboldened by a sense of invulnerability, defiantly rose to confront her. What can you do if I say I haven't finished? A resounding slap rang out, landing heavily on the secretary's face, leaving a distinct mark on her otherwise exquisite features. This blow illustrated the immense force with which Song Jinyuan had struck, finally allowing her to avenge the humiliation endured over the past 3 years. I am capable of hitting you, Song Jinyuan declared, as the secretary clutched her reddened cheek. Disbelief etched across her face. You actually dared to lay a hand on me? The atmosphere in the office thickened with tension following the strike. Song Jinyuan's gaze was sharp and unwavering, fixed on the secretary before her. As the secretary raised her hand to retaliate, Song Jinyuan effortlessly evaded, utilizing the opportunity to stretch her limbs with a satisfying crack of her joints. For the first time, the secretary failed to land a blow on Song Jinyuan. Yet she remained undeterred, lunging at her once more. You vixen. If you have the prowess, then don't shy away. Very well, Song Jinyuan replied calmly, halting her retreat and choosing not to evade the secretary's grasp. Just as the secretary believed she was on the verge of striking her, Song Jinyuan unleashed a straight punch aimed at her face. The secretary sidestepped as the secretary collapsed onto the floor, feigning agony. Song Jinyuan gazed down at her with detached indifference, questioning, care to continue? The secretary clutched her abdomen, her face contorted in pain, and upon spotting Qin Yu's arrival, she promptly cried out, Mr. Qin, help me. Chapter 11, a subsequent encounter. Qin Yu, having just concluded a call with Qin Wanwan, was drawn by the commotion emanating from the office area, only to be met with someone clinging to his leg, pleading for assistance. Emboldened by Qin Yu's presence, the secretary declared, Miss, all I did was utter a few remarks that displeased you, and you've assaulted me to this extent? I'm in excruciating pain. Qin Yu turned to Song Jinyuan, who stood nearby with a displeased expression, inquiring, "Miss Song, what seems to be the issue here?" Song Jinyuan approached him deliberately. Retorting with sarcasm, "Precisely as your secretary stated, she voiced a few opinions that I found disagreeable, and in my inability to contain my displeasure, I resorted to striking her. Does Mr. Qin now contemplate summoning the authorities to incarcerate me for the sake of his secretary?" Not being naive, Qin Yu would never consider offending Song Jinyuan, the young heiress of the Song family, for the sake of a mere secretary. Disgusted, Qin Yu withdrew his leg from the secretary's grasp, stating to the secretary sprawled on the floor, "You are terminated." The secretary stared at Qin Yu in disbelief. Previously, she had publicly humiliated Mr. Qin's wife within the company. Yet Mr. Qin had not dismissed her. How was it that now, after merely uttering a few words about the vixen before him, Mr. Qin was dismissing her? Panic began to set in as she once more clutched at Qin Yu's leg. "Mr. Qin, I was wrong. I promise to never speak nonsense again. Please grant me your forgiveness this once?" Observing the pensive expression on Song Jinyuan's face, Qin Yu delivered another forceful kick to the secretary cowering before him. "You have incurred the displeasure of the young miss of the Song family," he exclaimed. "How can I possibly continue to employ you? Depart at once. Never let me lay eyes upon you again." The secretary, reeling from the blow, wore a look of utter bewilderment, as if her ears had deceived her. Could it be possible that the person she had so carelessly denigrated was none other than Song Jinyuan, the young miss of the Song family? How could such a thing be? What was the young miss doing here? A chill ran down her spine as she realized her pleas to Qin Yu were falling on deaf ears. She turned her gaze to Song Jinyuan, begging for mercy. "Miss Song, I am truly sorry," she cried. "I swear I will never speak ill of you again. Please, implore President Qin not to dismiss me." Song Jinyuan retrieved her mobile phone and snapped a photograph of the secretary. "I believe that a gossipy woman such as yourself is ill-suited for the role of secretary," she declared. "Perhaps it is time for you to seek alternative employment." With that, Song Jinyuan sent the secretary's photograph to her subordinate, with the instruction to blacklist her. Having dispensed with the secretary, Song Jinyuan turned on her heel and departed, the smile vanishing from her face as she did so. As far as she was concerned, anyone who had ever mistreated or harmed her was fortunate to escape with their life. Forgiveness was simply out of the question. Qin Yu, following closely behind, accompanied her to a shopping mall to select clothing. As she browsed, she instructed her bodyguards to take photographs of her, emphasizing the need to capture intimate moments that would be sure to provoke Qin Wanwan. Gazing at a black gown, Song Jinyuan held it up before Qin Yu. "Is it aesthetically pleasing?" she inquired. A sweet smile graced Song Jinyuan's petite face as her eyes met Qin Yu's, who gazed down at her. Upon seeing her countenance, an unprecedented sense of familiarity washed over him. He replied, seemingly entranced, "Miss Song looks beautiful in anything." As the bodyguard captured the moment, Song Jinyuan delicately placed her slender hand upon his face, exclaiming, "Mr. Qin is also very handsome. Miss Yang is truly fortunate to have such a perfect fiancé." With a breath, Song Jinyuan drew closer to Qin Yu's ear and whispered, "This is the one." Straightening up, she separated from him and placed the black dress in his hands, saying, "Pay for it." The unique fragrance of her perfume filled Qin Yu's senses, and he stirred. He realized Song Jinyuan had moved to the Thai section. After settling the bill, he rejoined her, inquiring, "What does Miss Song need a tie for?" Song Jinyuan held one up to his collar, then had the sales assistant ring it up, placing it in Qin Yu's arms, declaring, "A return gift." Qin Yu glanced down at the shopping bag in his hand and said, "Miss Song, the dress was my initiative to compensate you, you don't need to reciprocate." Song Jinyuan picked up the dress Qin Yu had bought, smiling, "Take it." With that, she turned and headed towards the boutique's exit, adding, "I had a delightful afternoon. Thank you for your company, Mr. Qin. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again." Upon witnessing Song Jinyuan's intention to depart, Qin Yu felt a twinge of disappointment, as he had hoped to invite her to dinner that evening and discuss potential collaboration with her esteemed family. As he endeavored to catch up with Song Jinyuan, he received a call from Xian Chanshan. "Ayo, it's 5 o'clock, are you still at work? When will you come to the hospital to keep me company?" Qin Yu halted his pursuit of Song Jinyuan and replied to Xian Chanshan, "I will be there shortly." "Alright, I shall await your arrival." Once outside the shopping mall, the smile on Song Jinyuan's face vanished without a trace. Recalling the moment her hand had inadvertently brushed against Qin Yu's face, She felt a wave of revulsion and hastily retrieved a tissue from her bag, scrubbing her skin vigorously before discarding it into a trash bin. How filthy. If this didn't provoke Xian Chanshan, then her disgust would have been in vain. Song Jinyuan sent a message to her subordinate, develop the photographs and send them anonymously to Xian Chanshan, the owner of Huanyan. After issuing her directive, she gazed at the gown in her hands and unceremoniously tossed it into a nearby clothing donation box. She would never wear a dress bought by a scoundrel. This dress is a new release for this season, valued at 200,000, aren't you concerned about wasting it? A familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned to see Bo Yanchen, who had approached her unbeknownst to her. Frowning, he asked, "What brings you here?" "My company is located nearby," she replied, glancing around at the several office buildings in the vicinity. Without further contemplation, she simply turned and departed under Bo Yanchen's gaze. Scarcely had she taken a few steps when her phone chimed. Upon seeing the caller ID, she hesitated before answering. "Fifth brother. Little sister. I've arranged a dinner with Yanchen tonight at the hotel next to Kyoto department store. Why don't you join us?" The hotel by Kyoto department store. Song Jinyuan instinctively glanced at the adjacent hotel. What a coincidence. Her fifth brother was actually here? No, she had to flee immediately. Or her fifth brother would undoubtedly drag her to dine with that Bo Yanchen. With a face full of resistance, Song Jinyuan said, "Fifth brother, I'm unavailable tonight. I inquired with your bodyguards, and they informed me that you've just finished your work and are free." Song Jinyuan. How could these bodyguards betray her? Song Jinyuan looked at Bo Yanchen, who was standing not far away, and instinctively returned to his side. "Brother, I just ran into a friend. And he invited me to dinner tonight." Chapter 12, Another narrow escape. I don't believe it. You're definitely trying to avoid meeting Yanchen, aren't you? Her fifth brother was indeed astute, guessing correctly on the first try. Song Jinyuan pursed her lips, looked at Bo Yanchen, and asked, "Mr. Yan. You did mention earlier that you were going to treat me to dinner, didn't you?" With that, she held the phone to Bo Yanchen's mouth, awaiting his response. Bo Yanchen met Song Jinyuan's pleading gaze, and the corners of his lips subtly curved upward. "Indeed, I was planning to treat you to a meal." Following Mr. Bo's pronouncement, Miss Song promptly positioned her cellular device adjacent to her auditory canal, articulating with haste, "Elder brother, did that reach your ears? My schedule is already occupied this evening. Therefore, let us defer the dining engagement to a subsequent date." Before Mr. Song could complete his utterance, Miss Song terminated the telephonic communication with an abrupt action. Success. Another close shave. She stowed her device securely, pivoting on her heel with the intent to depart, only to have Mr. Bo seize her arm, drawing her into his immediate sphere. "Mizzen, was it not established that I would be your host for this evening's repast? Why then? Are you in such haste to leave?" He was acutely aware that she was strategically employing him to deflect her fifth brother, yet he still regarded the matter with sincerity. Miss Song, visibly discomfited, extricated her limb from Mr. Bo's grasp, retorting with a subtle undulation of her form, "Mr. Yan. My prior declaration was merely a contrivance to placate my brother. Now that my objective has been achieved, the aforementioned dinner is rendered superfluous." Mr. Bo's countenance betrayed a hint of displeasure as he inquired, "Having exploited my compliance, you now seek to discard me like a vessel that has served its purpose?" Her refusal of his invitation appeared to elicit discontentment in him. A peculiar man, indeed. At that juncture, Miss Song caught sight of Mr. Song emerging from the hotel premises. Instinctively, she grasped Mr. Bo's arm and initiated a rapid departure. Hasten. Her fifth brother had undoubtedly been apprised of her presence on the lower level by her security detail and had descended with the express purpose of apprehending her. Under no circumstances could she permit him to escort her to an encounter with the enigmatic Mr. Bo. Should Mr. Bo be captivated by her mere visage and subsequently clamor for her hand in matrimony, all would be lost. She harbored no desire to become his spouse, thus. It was imperative that this meeting be averted at all costs. Seizing hold of Benedict Warrender's hand, Serafina hurried him into a self-service hot pot restaurant. She guided him to a secluded corner, inquiring, "Do you have an affinity for spicy fare?" Benedict Warrender, observing the throng of individuals within the bustling establishment, felt a sense of unfamiliarity. His delicate constitution dictated that his repasts were typically enjoyed in upscale dining establishments, far removed from such boisterous locales. The concept of a self-service hot pot was equally foreign, as he harbored concerns regarding the hygiene of such offerings. Why do you look so distracted? Serafina's voice roused Benedict Warrender from his reverie. I am amenable to most things, he replied. In that case, we shall opt for the spicy broth. Serafina declared, selecting the fiery option before proceeding to the condiment station. Noticing Benedict Warrender's inaction, she chided him playfully, cease your idleness and join me in preparing the dipping sauces. Are condiments not typically provided by the waitstaff? Must one procure them oneself? Benedict Warrender questioned, rising to his feet at Serafina's urging. He accepted a bowl and followed her lead. Observing the copious amounts of garlic and scallions she added to her bowl, he remarked. Do you truly consume such a quantity of garlic? To forego garlic when partaking in hot pot is to diminish the gustatory experience by half. Do you eschew garlic? He rarely indulged in hot pot, finding the cooking process protracted and inefficient. Indeed, I do not partake in garlic. Serafina acknowledged his statement with a nonchalant "oh," before continuing to embellish her bowl with garlic, chili peppers, and sesame oil. Once her condiments were prepared, she proceeded to gather an abundance of ingredients from the buffet, depositing them on the table. Select your desired victuals and retrieve them yourself. Exercise prudence in your choices, lest you acquire an excess and incur additional charges for wastage. Bo Yanchen. Is she not the chief physician? Why does she seem rather impoverished? How much does your hospital pay its chief physicians? Song Jinyuan pondered for a moment before responding, 7 to 8,000, if she performs a couple of additional surgeries, she might earn over 10,000 a month. Such a meager sum? Fu Shishan appears to offer a rather unsatisfactory remuneration for the doctors at his hospital. Bo Yanchen sat across from Song Jinyuan, sharing a hot pot meal, experiencing a novel sensation in dining together for the first time. After dinner, Bo Yanchen took the initiative to drive Song Jinyuan home. Upon arriving at the apartment building, they parted ways. No sooner had she left than Bo Yanchen's phone rang, displaying the name Song Jingchen. He had nearly forgotten about him. Bo Yanchen swiped to answer, and immediately, the voice on the other end inquired, Yanchen, you told me at 6 that you had arrived at the hotel. And now it's 9:30, where are you? Bo Yanchen felt a twinge of discomfort at the question and cleared his throat to apologize. I'm sorry, Jingchen. I encountered an issue along the way and couldn't keep our appointment. Let us reschedule for another day. Song Jingchen. Another day? Why is it so difficult for Bo Yanchen to arrange a meeting with his little sister? When Song Jinyuan returned to the apartment, Amren was already home. She was busy writing patient records, and upon hearing the door open, she turned to glance at her and inquired, Little Yuanzi, you're back? Have you eaten? Yes. I have. How about you? I had a bowl of instant noodles. As Amren leaned back on the sofa, she lamented, Zio Yuanzi. Why is it that being a chief physician is so exhausting every single day? I spend my days attending to patients and my nights documenting their cases. Others receive overtime pay for their extra hours, but for me, there's not even a hint of a salary increase. Our hospital director is so miserly. Just after her complaints, a message from Fu Shishan startled her. Zio Yuanzi, has our hospital director installed surveillance in my home? I just finished criticizing him. And now he sends me a message. Song Jinyuan, having gone to the kitchen to retrieve a box of ice cream, settled beside Amren, indulging while inquiring. What did he say? He said. Amren gazed at the message on her phone, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Goodness. Am I seeing things? This stingy director of ours actually announced a salary increase starting this month. Isn't that a good thing? How much? From 8,000 to 100,000. Song Jinyuan nearly choked on her ice cream, unable to fathom her ears. How much? 100,000? Has your hospital director struck it rich to offer such a high salary to a chief physician? Amren was equally bewildered. It was an unexpected proclamation that left her utterly astonished. Zio Yuanzi. Suddenly, I find the thought of working overtime quite appealing. With this 100,000 salary, I won't have to live on scraps next month. With renewed vigor, Amren resumed handwriting her medical records. Sitting on the sofa, Song Jinyuan, spoon in mouth, pondered, Amren. When do you plan to reconcile with Uncle An? Chapter 13, he refused to see her. She, a scion of the esteemed incorporation, could have effortlessly lived a life of opulence. However, due to a discord with her father, her financial resources were severed, compelling her to subsist on her own earnings. Although her salary sufficed for her sustenance, witnessing her, accustomed to a privileged existence, suddenly reduced to a life of frugality, tugged at the heartstrings of her confidant. And Rand's initial elation at receiving a pay raise was instantly dispelled by Song Jinyuan's inquiry, plunging her into discontent. Xiao Yuanzi, on such a joyous occasion. Could you refrain from mentioning my father? Her father, ever since marrying her stepmother, had not only displayed a lack of trust in her but also persistently coerced her into pursuing endeavors she detested. Each encounter with him invariably devolved into a quarrel. Ever since his failed attempt to force her into matrimony, they had been estranged, with no inclination to reconcile. In any case, he now had a devoted wife and stepson, obviating the need for her presence to irk him. Observing in Rand's aversion to even hearing the word father, Song Jinyuan desisted from further discourse, instead offering her a spoonful of ice cream. It's getting late, let's retire for the night. And Rand assented, and after completing the final patient record, she and Song Jinyuan returned to their room to bathe and sleep. At the hospital, after having supper with Qin Wanwan, Qin Yu accompanied her for a stroll in the hospital's backyard. Qin Wanwan, nestled in his embrace, inadvertently detected a trace of feminine perfume. Suppressing her emotions, she inquired with a smile, "You, what did you engage in this afternoon?" In order to prevent Xiang Wanyue from overthinking and becoming upset, Qin Yu refrained from revealing the truth to her. As usual, he was occupied with documents and meetings at the company. Xiang Wanyue merely acknowledged him with a soft "oh" and did not pursue the matter further. Instead, she nestled into his embrace and said, "You, I feel a bit tired. Could you carry me back to the ward for some rest?" Of course, Qin Yu replied, effortlessly lifting Xiang Wanyue and returning to the ward. Upon entering, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Qin Yu reciprocated briefly before pulling away, advising her to rest early. After saying this, he lay beside her on the bed, intending to stop there. However, Xiang Wanyue was quite insistent, her hands exploring beneath him persistently until he responded. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu grasped her restless hands and teased, "Wanyue, you seem particularly passionate tonight. Are you yearning for something?" "Yes, I am," she confessed. "Your health is still fragile." Xiang Wanyue nudged him playfully with her legs, insisting, "I am fine now." Gazing down at the tenderly adoring Xiang Wanyue in his arms, Qin Yu relinquished his restraint and fervently captured her lips, enveloping her with his ardor. At the moment when Xiang Wanyue began to remove his clothing, she inspected his body, finding no traces left by other women. Had she merely been overthinking? Was he not being unfaithful? With those doubts dissipating, Xiang Wanyue passionately responded to Qin Yu's advances. Clinging to his waist, she said, "You, next week is Grandpa's birthday. Auntie would like me to help with the preparations. What do you think?" "I have no objections. Provided that Miss Wan orchestrates this forthcoming birthday soiree with finesse, it is conceivable that his grandfather might accede to their matrimony." Her vermilion lips parted and closed as she surrendered to the throes of passion beneath Mr. Qin. In the ensuing week, she resolved to ingratiate herself with the esteemed Mr. Qin at the birthday gala, thereby securing an opportunity to integrate into the Qin lineage. In the days that followed, Miss Wan, in concert with Mr. Qin's mother, initiated preparations for the venerable Mr. Qin's birthday revelries. Prior to the auspicious occasion, they undertook the acquisition of accoutrements and dispatched invitations to the cognoscenti of the capital. It was on the eve of the birthday festivities that Madame Song received an invitation from Mr. Qin. On this particular day, as she emerged from her fifth brother's corporate establishment, she encountered Mr. Qin. It seemed he had journeyed there expressly to solicit a collaboration with her sibling, only to be rebuffed. Madame Song, discerning his despondency, approached him and extended a salutation. "Mr. Qin, what a fortuitous coincidence, we meet again." Presumably disinclined to permit Madame Song to witness his discomposure, Mr. Qin instinctively composed himself, responding, "Indeed, we meet again. Has Madame Song been visiting Mr. Song?" "Affirmative. I have just concluded my visit." "Were you also here to see my fifth brother?" Mr. Qin responded with a modicum of embarrassment. "Indeed, however, Mr. Song was disinclined to grant me an audience." He had proactively sought an audience with Mr. Song on numerous occasions, endeavoring to secure an opportunity for collaboration. Yet he was consistently denied even a cursory meeting, resulting in profound frustration. Madame Song, perceiving Mr. Qin's inner turmoil, offered with a subtle smile, "As it happens, my fifth brother is currently unencumbered. Shall I escort you to meet with him?" Given Mr. Qin's evident desire to forge a partnership with her brother's enterprise, she would facilitate his aspirations. Let him feel gratitude towards her, gradually gaining his trust, compelling him to willingly entrust her with everything he possesses, including the heart that has never beat for her. Follow me. Song Jinyuan led Qin Yu unobstructed to Song Jingchen's office. Fifth brother. Upon seeing Song Jinyuan return, while engaged in a phone call, Song Jingchen briefly told Bo Yanchen on the other end to hold on, before hanging up. Did not my sister say she was going to dine with Anren? Why has she returned, and brought someone along to see me? Song Jingchen harbored a dislike for Qin Yu, believing him to be a man who would resort to any means to achieve his desires. He perceived him as cold and unfeeling, thus he had consistently rebuffed Qin Yu's attempts to collaborate. He had not anticipated that Qin Yu would secretly know his sister. Bringing her to his presence, Song Jinyuan took the letter of intent for cooperation from Qin Yu's hand and placed it before Song Jingchen, saying, Fifth brother. I just reviewed the cooperation proposal brought by Mr. Qin, and I find his sincerity commendable. For my sake, would you consider collaborating with him? Upon hearing this, Song Jingchen furrowed his brow. His sister, who usually showed no interest in his company affairs, had come to him today, advocating for a partnership with Qin Yu. Had this scoundrel been influencing his sister behind the scenes? Just as Song Jingchen was pondering what to say, Song Jinyuan directly hugged his arm and pleaded, Fifth brother. Please agree to collaborate with Mr. Qin, won't you? It was difficult for Song Jingchen to embarrass Song Jinyuan in front of others. So he decided to let Qin Yu return first, promising to provide a response after reviewing the proposed cooperation agreement. Elated by the prospect of collaborating with the Song family, Qin Yu suddenly remembered something and pulled out an invitation from the agreement, handing it to Song Jinyuan. Tomorrow is my grandfather's birthday. Should you have the time, Miss Song? You are welcome to attend the celebration. Before they knew it, the day of Qin grandfather's birthday had arrived. It had been a long time since she last saw him, and she thought it would be a nice opportunity to visit. All right. Chapter 14, I hold a grudge against him. Grandfather Qin was the most benevolent figure in the entire Qin family towards her. For his birthday celebration, she felt compelled to prepare a thoughtful gift to delight him. Upon her agreement, Qin Yu took his leave. Song Jinyuan carefully stored the invitation and noticed Song Jingchen observing her intently from his office chair. With a smile, she addressed him, Fifth brother, no need to stare. If you have any questions, feel free to ask directly. Having never involved herself in business matters, her sudden request for him to collaborate with Qin Yu must have piqued his curiosity regarding her motives. Standing before her, Song Jingchen scrutinized her with a serious gaze. As if deep in contemplation, his long fingers rhythmically tapping on the desk, striking at her heart. Does my little sister have feelings for Qin Yu? His inquiry was earnest. Devoid of pretense, it was a quest for confirmation. Meeting his gaze, Song Jinyuan replied honestly, I do not. Then why did you insist on my collaboration with him? Leaning against the desk, she articulated each word carefully, because I seek to avenge myself against him. Song Jinyuan's response stirred a ripple in the placid depths of Song Jingchen's eyes. A vendetta? Do you harbor animosity towards him? Indeed, a slight one, she conceded. What manner of grievance? Song Jingchen inquired, his curiosity piqued. Song Jinyuan drew out her words, raising a hand to rest upon Song Jingchen's arm. Perhaps I shall divulge the tale once my vengeance is complete, dear brother. Upon hearing this, Song Jingchen's tone was laced with perplexity. Why not share it now? Little sister? I might be of assistance. Brother, I yearn for growth. Song Jinyuan paused, her gaze earnest as she continued, since childhood, I have been excessively shielded by our parents, grandfather, and you, along with our other 5 brothers. This has hindered my maturation. Therefore, brother, I wish to resolve the matter between Qin Yu and myself independently. Refrain from intervening. Observing Song Jinyuan's burgeoning independence, Song Jingchen felt a surge of gratification. Very well. Since you insist, I shall not inquire nor assist. However, should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Your 5th brother and the entire Song family shall forever be your unwavering support. Thank you, brother. After her conversation with Song Jingchen, Song Jinyuan departed to seek out and ran. In her wake, Song Jingchen masked his amiable facade, retrieved his mobile phone, and dispatched a message to his 6th brother, investigate Qin Yu on my behalf. His little sister had forbidden him from interfering in her affairs with Qin Yu. Very well. He would not interfere, but an investigation was surely permissible. He was determined to uncover the circumstances that had led to this discord between Qin Yu and his sister. As Song Jinyuan entered Enran's office, her eyes were immediately drawn to a plethora of snacks and bottles of water haphazardly strewn about. She gazed at the scene with mild astonishment, exclaiming, "Enran, why are there so many snacks and drinks in your office? Did you purchase them yourself? Or were they gifts from others?" Enran, contentedly munching on potato chips, replied, "Xiao Yuanzai, you might find it hard to believe. But all of these were personally delivered to me by our director early this morning." Song Jinyuan raised an eyebrow. "Wasn't your director rather strict with you before? Always exploiting you, and now, suddenly, he raises your salary and brings you snacks and drinks? Has he developed an interest in you?" Enran paused her chip consumption, letting out a gasp. "Xiao Yuanzai, please don't scare me. Although our director is rather handsome, he is quite the philanderer, changing partners as easily as one changes clothes. I hope he doesn't come to trouble me." As Enran continued to crunch on the chips, Song Jinyuan shook her head in exasperation. "Stop eating that. I'll take you out for a proper meal." "Alright," Enran acquiesced, setting aside her chips to accompany Song Jinyuan as they left the hospital for a restaurant. Perusing the menu, Enran inquired, "How is your beauty salon coming along, Xiao Yuanzai?" "It's all renovated and set to open tomorrow. If you have the time, you're welcome to come and support me. I'll treat you for free." Enran chuckled, stroking her face with a self-satisfied smile, and asked, "Xiao Yuanzai, with a visage as naturally beautiful as mine, what treatments could I possibly need at your salon?" Song Jinyuan raised an eyebrow and declared, "Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill. For your visits to my shop will forever be complimentary. Having a wealthy friend is truly a blessing." She need no longer fret about the passage of time. Enran graciously responded with a good, delighting in a meal shared with Song Jinyuan. After their repast, Enran returned to the hospital, while Song Jinyuan ventured alone to the mall. Tomorrow marks Grandpa Qin's birthday, and she yearned to personally create a painting as a gift for him. Thus, she sought to procure paper and brushes. Having selected some exquisite paper and fine brushes, Song Jinyuan had just completed her purchase when a familiar voice pierced the air beside her. "You wretched old hag. Are you blind as you walk? Look at the coffee you spilled all over me. Apologize." The elderly woman, whom she confronted, was modestly dressed, clearly an ordinary person. Consequently, Qin Xia felt no qualms in bullying her. "You old crone, I demand an apology. Are your ears deaf? Can't you hear me?" The elderly lady, aware of her misstep, chose not to confront the aggressive Qin Xia directly. Instead, she complied with the demand, saying, "I am truly sorry, miss. I accidentally bumped into you and hope you will not hold it against me." Even with the apology offered, Qin Xia was unwilling to let the matter rest. With a cold huff, she retorted, "This dress I am wearing was a gift from my future sister-in-law, worth 100,000. You sullied it after just one wear. An apology is insufficient, you must compensate me." As the elderly woman contemplated her response, a sudden burst of laughter erupted from behind her. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Xia turned her gaze and was immediately captivated by Song Jinyuan's striking beauty. Such a beautiful woman. However, she retorted, "What are you laughing at?" Song Jinyuan approached Qin Xia, standing beside her. "I'm laughing at your naivete. To think you'd claim that cheap, mass-produced dress you're wearing is worth 10,000. Qin Xia's beautiful eyes darted about, and her brow furrowed in displeasure. "What nonsense are you spouting? This dress I'm wearing is the latest design my future sister-in-law bought for me. She even gave me the receipt when she gifted it to me. How could it possibly be fake? Well, as I was passing by a street vendor earlier, I spotted an identical dress to the one you're wearing, marked at 59.9. If you don't believe me, shall I take you to see it?" Qin Xia momentarily forgot about seeking compensation from the old woman. She scoffed, "Let's go then." Qin Xia strode ahead, with Song Jinyuan following behind. After she had walked a short distance, Song Jinyuan returned to the old woman's side and said, "Grandmother, leave this woman to me. You should go home now." The old woman sized up Song Jinyuan and expressed her gratitude with a thank you. After the old woman departed, Song Jinyuan sent a text message to her subordinate, "Set up a stall near the mall and sell the same dress that the woman beside me is wearing." Chapter 15, Missin, your kissing technique leaves something to be desired. Shall I offer some instruction? Song Jinyuan's motivation for doing this was quite simple. Qin Xia is Qin Yu's sister. Her relationship with Yuan Yuan has always been quite amicable, and thus, to disrupt their bond, she can conveniently utilize today's incident to execute her scheme. After all, in seeking revenge against Yuan Yuan, it is not sufficient to merely target her. One must also aim at those whom she cherishes and seeks to please. Only by sowing discord among all those around her can she ensure that Yuan Yuan ultimately finds herself utterly destitute, cannot she? Jinyuan accompanied Qin Xia to meander outside the marketplace for a while, and upon confirming that her subordinate had properly arranged the stall, she then guided Qin Xia to the booth. "Miss, do you not find this dress priced at 59.9 to be remarkably similar to the one you are wearing? Feel the fabric, is it not identical?" Following Jinyuan's instruction, Qin Xia touched the material and glanced at the label of the dress she wore, discovering it to be an exact replica. At that moment, Jinyuan's subordinate interjected, "Miss, all my dresses are crafted to emulate the latest styles, so closely that they can easily be mistaken for the real thing. I believe the dress you have on bears no distinction from these that I have replicated. Have you not visited my stall before?" Qin Xia clenched the dress tightly in her hands, her expression dark and foreboding. Jinyuan continued, "It seems that the future sister-in-law you speak of does not regard you very highly. Bestowing upon you a dress that is counterfeit, I cannot help but inquire. Does she perhaps look down upon you as a sister-in-law, resorting to deceit with a fake dress?" After a brief pause, Jinyuan continued, "Oh, by the way, that elderly lady in the mall just soiled your clothes. Fortunately, we have the same style available here. Would you like me to purchase a new one to compensate for her?" Qin Yu disdainfully discarded the dress in her hands, exclaiming, "Who would wear this counterfeit?" Enraged, Qin Yu allowed herself to be swayed by Jinyuan's words and drove home in fury. It seemed that the Qin family would witness quite a spectacle today, though regrettably, she would not be present to see it. Jinyuan instructed her subordinate, "Close up shop." Understood. Once the matter was settled, Jinyuan drove back to her apartment and waited by the elevator. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared beside her. "Missin, what a coincidence, we meet again." Jinyuan replied. "Mr. Yan, what brings you here?" Bo Yanchen entered the elevator and responded under her gaze, "I just moved in today." "In the same building?" Without further inquiry, Jinyuan stepped into the elevator as Bo Yanchen, noticing her hesitation, asked, "Missin, aren't you coming in?" Coming to her senses, she walked into the elevator under his watchful eyes and pressed the button for the 8th floor. Bo Yanchen promptly pressed for the 9th. "He lives above her?" Jinyuan suppressed the tumult of emotions within her and stood beside Bo Yanchen. Ding! The elevator reached the 8th floor. As she prepared to exit, the doors did not open. Watching the flickering light above, her first instinct was to press the button for her floor, ensuring the elevator did not plummet. The lights in the elevator flickered and died, plunging it into absolute darkness. A tremor ran through Jinyuan as she recoiled, instinctively seizing Bo Yanchen's arm. Sensing her distress, Bo Yanchen illuminated the elevator with his phone. "Is that better?" Those who fear the dark either suffer from nyctophobia or claustrophobia. Nyctophobes experience terror when enveloped in complete darkness. Claustrophobes, on the other hand, dread confinement in enclosed spaces, sometimes to the point of suffocation. Judging by Enrant's behavior, it seemed like. Before Bo Yanchen could complete his thought, Jinyuan clutched his tie, drawing him close and kissing him, seemingly trying to draw the very air from his lungs. Her artless kisses ignited a fire within Bo Yanchen. He disentangled her hands from his tie, encircled her slender waist, and whispered in her ear, his voice laced with enticement, "Miss N's kissing technique leaves something to be desired. Allow me to tutor you." As Jinyuan gasped for air, Bo Yanchen's lips met hers. This time, the kiss was not a frantic scramble but a deliberate seduction. His tongue traced the contours of her lips, sending shivers through her. Her body yielding, Jinyuan was consumed by the kiss. Their tongues intertwined in the confined space of the elevator, and their universe contracted to the two of them. As the elevator doors, which had been closed, swung open, Jinyuan was greeted by a burst of light. She swiftly pushed past Bo Yanchen, her cheeks still tinged with a blush from their recent kiss. Standing beside him, she awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for providing me with oxygen just now. I shall take my leave now." However, just as Jinyuan was about to flee the confines of the elevator, Bo Yanchen reached out and pulled her back into his embrace. The rapid thumping of her heart echoed within the cramped space. His grip on her wrist was firm. And she met his gaze with annoyance, asking, "Mr. Yen, what does this mean?" She had already expressed her thanks. Moreover, as a man, he had not suffered any loss from being kissed by a woman. Why, then, did he pull her back? Noting her irritation, Bo Yanchen slowly leaned closer, extending his long fingers to gently caress her crimson lips. In a husky voice, he whispered in her ear, "Had it not been for me just now, you would likely have succumbed to asphyxiation. Therefore, having saved your life, a mere verbal thank you seems rather insufficient." As Song Jinyuan gazed at his magnified countenance, her heart raced once more, uncertain whether it was due to anxiety or the earlier lack of oxygen. "If you don't wish for my verbal apology, then what do you desire?" she inquired. Bo Yanchen withdrew his hand, his gaze lingering on her exquisite features. "I haven't quite decided yet. Consider it a debt for now. I shall inform you once I have determined what I want," he replied. Song Jinyuan thought to herself, how can he be so shameless? He clearly has not suffered any loss, yet he insists on finding a way to claim a favor from her. Ms. Song expressed her displeasure, stating, "You're taking liberties with me. And yet you expect me to repay your life-saving favor? Mr. Yen, you certainly embody shamelessness to the fullest extent. Let me assure you, I have no intention of repaying this supposed debt." With that, Song Jinyuan, under Bo Yanchen's gaze, reopened the elevator doors and exited. As the doors closed, she added, "Such abysmal kissing skills." Bo Yanchen retaliated, but Mizzen seemed to be thoroughly enjoying herself just now. "To claim my kissing skills are poor? From whom did you acquire such duplicity?" Song Jinyuan retorted, "Enjoying myself?" Yanchen. As the elevator doors fully closed, Bo Yanchen ascended to his apartment in high spirits, musing that this woman was indeed intriguing. Song Jinyuan, downstairs, spat several times and vigorously wiped her lips before calming down and returning home. She resolved not to engage with him further. Upon entering her apartment, Song Jinyuan rested briefly, indulged in a carton of ice cream, and then began to sketch diligently. She was determined to present this painting to Grandpa Qin for his birthday, confident that he would be delighted. Upstairs, Bo Yanchen had just poured himself a glass of wine when he received a call from his assistant, Suzhou. He reclined on the sofa, answering the call with a languid tone. "Speak." "Ninth Master, I've identified the woman you were with a year ago. I've already sent her details to your email for your review." "So quickly?" Bo Yanchen set down his glass, coldly remarking to Suzhou, "It seems you require some prodding to exhibit your intelligence." Upon finishing his words, Bo Yanchen reached for the laptop before him, opening it to examine the email sent by Suzhou. The first sight that met his eyes was the visage of a disfigured woman, strikingly similar to his recollections of that particular individual. Qin Wanwan, aged 24, an orphan, and the former wife of Qin Yu from the Qin group, married for 3 years. Divorced a year ago, and since then, her whereabouts have remained unknown. Bo Yanchen's slender fingers scrolled down twice as he inquired, after such an extensive search, "Is this all you have managed to uncover? Merely a photograph and these scant details?" Suzhou, sensing the chill in Bo Yanchen's tone from the other end of the phone, swallowed hard before responding, "Ninth Master, this is all the information available regarding Miss Qin. I have been unable to find anything further." "Is there no trace of her whereabouts?" Bo Yanchen's voice was cold, and even through the phone screen, Suzhou felt a shiver run down his spine. "Indeed, I cannot ascertain Miss Qin's location. Ever since her divorce from Qin Yu, she has simply vanished. And no one knows where she has gone." "No one knows, not even Qin Yu?" This was something Suzhou had yet to investigate. He quickly replied, "I will look into it immediately." "Very well." After ending the call, Bo Yanchen fixated on the photograph displayed on the screen. The day Qin Wanwan divorced Qin Yu was merely a day after their encounter. Could it be that her separation was somehow linked to him? Yet, it was she who had initiated their rendezvous, thus, her divorce should not pertain to him. Still, he found himself perplexed by the fact that he had unwittingly been involved with a married woman. Bo Yanchen furrowed his brow, unable to ease the tension. A headache loomed. Downstairs, Song Jinyuan was diligently painting when a video call from her grandfather interrupted her. She answered with a smile, "Grandfather. My dear girl. You've been in Kyoto for over a week. Why haven't you called me?" She feared that if she called, her grandfather would urge her to marry Bo Yanchen. The young man was quite favored by her entire family. With sweet words, Song Jinyuan replied, "I was afraid of disturbing your rest, grandfather." The old man on the other end of the video huffed, "I see you are not concerned about my rest, rather. You are avoiding my insistence on your marriage to Yanchen, aren't you? My dear girl, I am aging. And my sole wish before I depart this world is to see you wed to Yanchen. So, for the sake of my peace, do not evade this any longer. Go and meet him. I assure you, after you meet him, you will surely come to like him." She realized her grandfather's call was not merely a longing for her presence, there were ulterior motives at play. Song Jinyuan truly could not comprehend what was so admirable about Bo Yanchen that her entire family adored him so. After assuring the old man that she understood and promising to meet Bo Yanchen, he finally relented. It seemed there was no escaping this encounter. She would have to face it. At worst, she would present herself in a less flattering manner and act somewhat willful in his presence, thereby provoking him to call off the engagement. Since she could not withdraw from the marriage herself, she would leave it to him to do so. Upon careful deliberation, Song Jinyuan dispatched a message to Song Jingchen, "Fifth brother, procure for me Bo Yanchen's telephone number, I wish to arrange a meeting with him." Song Jingchen, observing that Song Jinyuan had finally reached a resolution, promptly forwarded Bo Yanchen's contact information. Upon acquiring the number, Song Jinyuan immediately initiated a call. As soon as the connection was established, she forthrightly announced herself, "Bo Yanchen, this is Song Jinyuan. I understand you are currently in Kyoto. When might you be available for us to convene?" Bo Yanchen, presently in a state of vexation, possessed neither the time nor inclination to engage with Song Jinyuan. Thus, he offered a perfunctory response, "I shall attend to it once my affairs are concluded," and promptly terminated the call. Song Jinyuan was taken aback, pondering if Bo Yanchen was not particularly eager to meet with her. An illusion, perhaps? Regardless, Song Jinyuan dismissed the thought, reasoning that she had already extended an invitation to Bo Yanchen, thus not deceiving her grandfather. With this in mind, she discarded her mobile device and resumed her artistic endeavors. Concurrently, a contrasting tableau unfolded within the Qin household. Upon returning home, Qin Yu recounted to her parents and grandfather the incident of Qin Wanwan presenting her with counterfeit goods, thereby causing her embarrassment. As she lamented, her parents, who had always held Qin Yu in high regard, were visibly displeased upon learning of Qin Wanwan's duplicity. They believed they had treated Qin Wanwan with considerable kindness, and the fact that she was spending their son's money while gifting their daughter counterfeit items was deemed exceedingly inappropriate. Qin's mother, tenderly wiping away Qin Yu's tears, "Consult her, Siya, do not weep. If this Qin Wanwan holds you in such low esteem, then there is no need for you to regard her highly either. Henceforth, should she present you with counterfeit items, reciprocate in kind. If she seeks to humiliate you, return the favor in equal measure." Old Master Qin sat by, his brow furrowed in discontent as he observed the unrefined individuals of the Qin family, feeling utterly disappointed. However, his greatest disappointment stemmed from his beloved grandson, who had once divorced Wanwan in secrecy and cast her out, leaving her in obscurity, a matter that had lingered in his heart ever since. With his birthday approaching tomorrow, he had even instructed his grandson not to return home, wishing to avoid the sight of him, and even more so, the presence of the woman, Qin Wanwan. Enough. Silence everyone. If you hold Qin Wanwan in such disdain, let Qin Yu break up with her. Do not speak ill of her in private while clandestinely maintaining contact. After reprimanding all present, Old Master Qin leaned on his cane and departed. Qin father, Qin mother, and Qin Yu were left speechless, their intended words stifled by fear. They exchanged glances, and once Old Master Qin had left, they resumed their disparagement of Qin Wanwan. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Wanwan was preoccupied with preparations for Old Master Qin's wedding alongside Qin mother, neglecting her own business. Today, having found a rare moment of free time, she decided to visit. Chapter 17, Beauty Balm. Upon noticing the adjacent shop had been purchased and transformed into a new beauty salon, her brow furrowed in displeasure. Who dared to be so reckless as to open a beauty establishment across from hers? Were they not afraid of incurring a devastating loss? After all, her beauty salon was not one that could be easily surpassed by an ordinary establishment. Paying no heed to the newly opened salon next door, Qin Wanwan proceeded directly to her office. There, she discovered an envelope resting on her desk. She picked it up and opened it for a glance. Inside lay a substantial stack of photographs, as Xiang Qian leaned over the table, flipping through them one by one. Initially, her expression remained neutral, however, with each image, her countenance grew increasingly grim. Song Jinyuan. Qin Yu. Gripping tightly the photograph depicting Qin Yu joyfully shopping with Song Jinyuan, a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. Qin Yu was someone she had painstakingly reclaimed from Qin Wanwan, and she would not permit Song Jinyuan to usurp him. Absolutely not. How infuriating. In a fit of rage, Xiang Qian hurled everything from the table, leaning against the side as she gasped for breath. At tomorrow's birthday banquet for Old Master Qin, she was determined to present herself favorably, striving to earn his approval for her union with Qin Yu. Song Jinyuan's aspirations to steal her man were nothing but a foolish dream. She would ensure that such an opportunity never arose. The following morning, Song Jinyuan rose early to complete the painting she had not finished the night before. Amren, lounging in bed, inquired, "Xiao Yuan, why are you painting so early?" "Today is the birthday of an elder I know, so I must finish it this morning to present it to him tonight." Amren considered asking why Song Jinyuan wasn't painting at noon but suddenly recalled the grand opening of her beauty salon that afternoon, thus refraining from further questions and drifting back to sleep. At noon, Song Jinyuan, accompanied by her employees and Amren, attended the grand opening ceremony. She also generously distributed complimentary samples of her skin-brightening products to the onlookers. "Ladies and gentlemen, to celebrate the opening of my new store today, everyone present is welcome to take home a free box of beauty cream. This beauty balm is a product of my own research and development. Visible results can be achieved after using just one sample box. If you find it satisfactory, you're welcome to patronize my beauty salon, where a plethora of services are available at affordable prices." Song Jinyuan's act of giving away the beauty balm for free instantly attracted a large crowd. She had prepared 10,000 boxes of the balm for today, and in the blink of an eye, she had given away thousands of them. Moreover, some curious customers even entered her salon to try out the services. With her beauty salon now open, her plan to seize everything from Qin Wanwan has officially commenced. In the following days, she intends to do nothing more than have people give away the beauty balm for free. She will simply wait in her salon for Qin Wanwan's customers to obediently come to her side. "Zio Yuanzi, the medicinal ingredients for your beauty balm are quite expensive. Won't you incur significant losses by giving away so many for free today?" Amren's voice pulled Song Jinyuan from her thoughts. She went to the side, picked up a pastry, and began to eat it. "There's a saying, you can't catch wolves without letting go of your cubs. My beauty salon has just opened, and customers are unaware of the services offered, so they won't rashly come in for treatments. This will likely result in a lack of business in the initial stages." Amren, unfamiliar with business matters, curiously asked. Since Zio Yuanzi knows that her salon won't have much business in the beginning, why is she still giving away the beauty balm for free? Look at those people outside. They took the free beauty balm and ran off, with no intention of coming in. Song Jinyuan, savoring the delicacies in her hand, remarked, "They may have fled for now, but once they exhaust the effects of the beauty cream, they will undoubtedly return. Amren, you have witnessed the remarkable results of my beauty cream. Within a week at most, my business will transform from zero to overflowing." Amren seemed to grasp the rationale behind Song Jinyuan's complimentary distribution of beauty cream. She intended to utilize this week to demonstrate the efficacy of her products to the customers who received them for free. Once they recognized the results, those wishing to enhance their beauty would surely return to her shop for further treatments. The prospect of incurring a loss for a week, only to reap substantial profits thereafter, was indeed a shrewd venture. Regaining her composure, Amren embraced Song Jinyuan's shoulders and exclaimed, "Xiao Yuanzai, you are truly remarkable. Just remember me when you begin to earn." "Rest assured, I will never forget you," Song Jinyuan replied, finishing the biscuit in her hand. Realizing that time was of the essence, she ordered takeout for her staff and shared a light meal with Amren before tidying up to return to her apartment. That evening, she was to attend the birthday banquet of Old Master Qin, and naturally, she needed to don an exquisite outfit to overshadow Qin Wanwan. After dinner, Amren accompanied Song Jinyuan to the mall to purchase a black evening gown and then returned to the apartment with her. Following a refreshing shower, Song Jinyuan sat at her vanity to apply her makeup. Amren, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Xiao Yuanzai, you are merely attending a relative's birthday banquet tonight. Is such a stunning transformation truly necessary? Who do you intend to captivate? To enthrall everyone?" Song Jinyuan curved her crimson lips slightly, continuing her makeup. And Ran raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, within the Bo group, Bo Yanchen gazed at his nonchalant younger brother, Bo Xingji, with a furrowed brow. What brings you here? I specifically came to share some intelligence with you, dear brother. Bo Xingji propped his chin on his hand. His eyes filled with admiration as he looked at his elder brother, whom he had not seen for some time. Grandfather is currently in the capital, preparing for your wedding with the princess of the Song family. If you wish to dissolve this engagement with the headstrong little princess, you must act swiftly. Otherwise, once grandfather has arranged the wedding, you shall be wed whether you desire it or not. Bo Yanchen sighed inwardly. Why did his grandfather always prefer to act first and inform later? This was true during the engagement. And now it seemed to be the case with the wedding as well. He never considered his feelings. As if he were merely a pawn at the mercy of another's will. Rubbing his temples in frustration, he remarked. Ending the engagement with the Song family is not as simple as you imagine. All you need to do is express your desire. And I can assist you in dissolving the engagement with the Song family. Bo Yanchen regarded his younger brother, who was brimming with clever ideas. I wish to. Then I shall help you, brother. Bo Xingji rose confidently, declaring, I will ensure that before grandfather brings you back to the capital to marry Song Jinyuan, I will help you rid yourself of her. Not too loudly. I wish to discreetly end my engagement with Song Jinyuan. Bo Xingji offered Bo Yanchen a reassuring glance before setting off to find a way to assist him in dissolving the engagement. Gazing at his departing silhouette, a sense of unease permeated through Bo Yanchen's thoughts. Entrusting the dissolution of his engagement with Song Jinyuan to his unreliable sibling, could it truly be accomplished? Yet, devoid of a superior recourse, he had delegated the matter to Bo Xingji. He could only aspire not to be disappointed. Outside the corporate edifice, Bo Xingji, upon exiting Bo Yanchen's firm, promptly contacted his coterie of companions. My elder brother seeks to annul his betrothal to Song Jinyuan of the Song family. Procure journalists to disseminate the news widely online, preferably employing methods that denigrate Song Jinyuan while exalting my brother. His elder brother was not to be disparaged, thus necessitating the belittlement of Song Jinyuan. Of course, his disparagement was not mere fabrication, he was merely conveying the facts he had personally witnessed to the online community. Once netizens became cognizant of Song Jinyuan's shortcomings, they would undoubtedly inundate her with exhortations to recognize reality and relinquish any notion of marrying his elder brother. Faced with such public admonishment, Song Jinyuan, a proud young lady, would likely take the initiative to terminate the engagement. Wouldn't his elder brother's objective then be achieved? Bo Xingji suddenly realized he was not merely intelligent, but exceptionally so. At 6 in the evening, Song Jinyuan, bearing the birthday present she had procured for Elder Master Qin, proceeded to the Qin family's ancestral home. Upon her arrival at 7, the Song residence was a scene of vibrant festivity. All were gathered in joyous celebration of Elder Master Song's birthday, including Qin Wanwan. Embraced by Qin Yu, Qin Wanwan stood before Elder Master Qin, presenting the painting valued at 600 million. Grandpa Qin, this is a birthday gift for you, I hope you'll like it. The elder Qin gazed at the painting that Qin Wanwan offered, but he neither accepted it nor offered her a kind expression. He had explicitly told his grandson beforehand that if he dared to bring Qin Wanwan to his birthday banquet, neither of them should bother returning. Yet, he defiantly disobeyed, insisting on bringing her to vex him. Qin Wanwan stood there, somewhat awkwardly. Grandpa Qin, she continued, this painting is by your favorite artist, why? Please open it and see if you like it. Upon hearing Qin Wanwan's words, the elder Qin couldn't help but glance at her. Seeing this, Qin Xia began to speak sarcastically, Grandpa, you must examine Wanwan's gift carefully, lest she gives you a forgery, just like the fake she gave me. Qin Wanwan had initially thought Qin Xia was going to speak on her behalf, but she unexpectedly made such a remark. She gripped the painting tube tightly and turned to Qin Xia. Xia, what are you talking about? When did I ever give you a fake? And there's no way this painting for Grandpa Qin is a fake, because I acquired it at the auction held by the 5th young master of the Song family. You should know who the 5th young master of the Song family is, right? A figure as prominent in the capital as the Bo family. So he would never sell a fake at his own auction. Qin Xia simply responded with an "oh," and said in a tone that was infuriating, I don't believe it. Qin Wanwan was taken aback. What madness was Qin Xia spouting for no reason? It was one thing for her not to speak kindly of her in front of Grandpa Qin, but why the antagonism? Wanwan tugged at Qin Yu's sleeve, urging him to rein in Qin Xia. Qin Yu cast a frigid glance in Qin Xia's direction, instantly silencing her discontent. Just then, a chorus of gasps erupted from the entrance. Wow, what a stunning woman. Who is she? She's absolutely gorgeous. I always thought Xiang Wanwan was beautiful enough. But I never imagined someone could surpass her. Truly, there are always new heights to be reached. Amidst the admiring murmurs, Song Jinyuan gracefully entered the room. She donned a simple yet elegant black gown that accentuated her snow-white complexion. Her silky, flowing hair cascaded over her shoulders, its gentle curls shimmering with an alluring radiance. Her features were reminiscent of a master sculptor's creation, her profound eyes twinkling like distant stars, framed by long, fluttering lashes. Beneath her prominent nose, her luscious lips resembled a blooming rose. Song Jinyuan adorned herself with a set of dazzling diamond jewelry. The diamonds on her necklace resembled fallen stars, radiating in intense brilliance. The diamond earrings, like crystalline droplets, swayed gently with her movements. A diamond ring on her finger exuded an air of opulence, complementing her beauty perfectly. Her figure was tall and slender, the black dress accentuating her captivating curves. Under the watchful gaze of everyone present, Song Jinyuan approached the elder Qin, a painting in her hand. Grandpa Qin, happy birthday! At the moment the venerable Mr. Qin laid eyes upon Song Jinyuan, he inexplicably sensed the shadow of Qin Wanwan within her. Wanwan, is that you? With a slight curve of her crimson lips, Song Jinyuan replied, Grandfather Qin. I am not Wanwan, I am Song Jinyuan. You may call me Jinyuan. Song Jinyuan. Mr. Qin murmured, once more scrutinizing the young woman before him. The resemblance was uncanny. Yet her demeanor was distinctly different from Wanwan's. Moreover, her visage was unscathed, unlike Wanwan's, whose features had been marred. Mr. Qin surmised that his yearning for Qin Wanwan had led him to mistake Song Jinyuan for her. Rising to his feet, he graciously accepted the scroll she held, saying, Thank you, Miss Song, for the birthday gift. It was my pleasure, she replied amiably. After exchanging pleasantries with Mr. Qin, her gaze shifted to the trio of Qin's parents and Qin Yu standing nearby. Surely, the elegant and distinguished couple before her were Aunt Qin and Uncle Qin? Now I comprehend why Mr. Qin possesses such striking looks. He must have inherited your remarkable beauty. Her compliment sent waves of delight through Qin's parents. Miss Song, you certainly possess a silver tongue. Are you a friend of my son? With a smile, Song Jinyuan affirmed, Indeed, I am a friend of Mr. Qin. As Qin's mother observed the exquisite diamonds adorning Song Jinyuan's ears, neck, and hands, she instantly deduced that the young woman hailed from an exceptional background. When had her son befriended such a strikingly beautiful and affluent lady? Miss Song, you must be hungry. Over there, we have refreshments and drinks. Shall I have my son escort you to indulge? Very well. Song Jinyuan turned to Qin Yu, who was before her. Mr. Qin, would you be so kind as to accompany me for a bite to eat? As Qin Yu was about to acquiesce, Xiang Wanwan tenaciously clutched his arm, refusing to release her grip. She even attempted to overstep her bounds. Miss Song, my eye, you must keep Grandpa company. Therefore, perhaps I should be the one to escort you for a meal? Chapter 19, She is the cherished sister of 6 influential figures. Song Jinyuan immediately discerned Xiang Wanwan's subtle intention to prevent her from having excessive contact with Qin Yu. Instead of exposing her, she simply smiled and accepted her proposition. Very well. Then I shall impose upon Miss Xiang. Song Jinyuan maintained an air of poise and grace throughout, her exceptional temperament overshadowing Xiang Wanwan, who stood beside her. After Xiang Wanwan led Song Jinyuan away, Qin's mother curiously sidled up to Qin Yu and inquired, Son, this Miss Song appears to be quite affluent. I wonder which family she hails from. Mother, have you not heard of her name? Qin's mother had a vague recollection of the name, but she could not immediately place it. I believe I have, but I cannot recall where I heard it. She is Song Jinyuan, the one known as the Little Princess of the capital. The Song group is her family's. Qin's mother exclaimed in astonishment, What? This young lady is the heiress of the Song family of the capital? The Song family that is as wealthy as a nation? It is said that the Song family's wealth is comparable to a national treasury. Furthermore, the Song family's enterprises not only span the entire capital but also extend throughout the entire foreign country. The 6 scions of the Song family were each more formidable than the last. The eldest was an invincible champion in the legal profession, with almost everyone in the industry under his sway. The second was a renowned surgeon, boasting a flawless success rate in his operations and a global network of hospitals, a veritable titan of the medical world. The third was an even more impressive jewelry magnate, possessing an uncountable wealth of gems and, naturally, an inexhaustible fortune. As for the fourth and fifth sons, one managed a domestic company, while the other oversaw a foreign enterprise. Together, the brothers practically dominated the economic arteries of both nations. The sixth son was involved in the esports industry. Emerging esports clubs and annual world champions all originated from his organization. Anyone who collaborated with these siblings invariably amassed a fortune. Of course, this was not the full extent of their capabilities, as it was rumored that the 6 young masters possessed many more hidden talents. However, no one ever spoke of Song Jinyuan's abilities, but even without any particular skill, merely having these 6 brothers was more than enough. A little princess who had been spoiled since childhood, she could have anything she desired. She had no need to strive. She could simply indulge in a life of leisure and enjoyment. After reflecting on Song Jinyuan's family background, Madame Song regarded her with the same eagerness as if she were a precious treasure. If she could only ingratiate herself with the Song family's little princess, she would see who dared to look down on her Qin family in the future. With this thought in mind, Madame Qin, accompanied by Qin Sia, went to curry favor with Song Jinyuan. Originally, Qin Sia harbored some skepticism regarding Song Jinyuan's claim that she had gifted Qin Wanwan counterfeit goods. However, upon learning of her true identity, all doubts dissipated. What garments has the esteemed daughter of the Song family not encountered? If she asserts something to be false, it must undoubtedly be so. This woman, Yuan Yuan, seeks her assistance in speaking on her behalf before her grandfather while resorting to such deceit. How utterly repulsive. Miss Song, I wonder if these delicacies still suit your palate. Qin Mu's voice jolted Qin Sia back to reality, her gaze drifting ambiguously towards Song Jinyuan's attire. Miss Song, that gown you wear is truly exquisite. Song Jinyuan replied with a smile, I too find it lovely. If you fancy it, you may ask Mr. Qin to procure one for you, as this dress was a gift from him. Qin Sia gasped. The gown Miss Song is wearing was actually gifted to you by my elder brother? Indeed. However, do not read too much into it. There is nothing particularly special between Mr. Qin and myself. Not long ago, Miss Yang damaged my gown, and out of concern that I might harbor resentment towards her, Mr. Qin generously purchased a new one for me. I quite like it, hence my choice to wear it today. The moment Song Jinyuan offered this explanation, Qin Wanwan's expression darkened further. It was evident that Qin Yu was aware of the consequences she faced for ruining Song Jinyuan's dress. He had explicitly stated that he would seek an opportunity to rectify the situation on her behalf. Yet, unbeknownst to her, he was privately attempting to ingratiate himself with Song Jinyuan, accompanying her on shopping excursions and gifting her such a beautiful gown. Did he ever contemplate her feelings in this matter? His actions were utterly intolerable. Although Qin Wanwan was infuriated within, she maintained a facade of composure. With a smile, she addressed Song Jinyuan, saying, I am truly touched that Yu would take it upon himself to apologize to Miss Song on my behalf. Was she indeed moved or merely seething with anger? Song Jinyuan, who understood her better than anyone, knew that her eyes could not tolerate even the slightest grain of sand. Thus, the more joyfully she smiled, the angrier she became. Sipping from a glass of juice, Song Jinyuan remarked, Miss Yang, you might benefit from learning a thing or two about social conduct from Mr. Qin. Otherwise, I fear that one day your words may lead you into serious trouble. I chose not to hold the incident of your ruining my dress against you this time, out of respect for Mr. Qin, but there will be no next time. After imparting this lesson to Qin Wanwan, Song Jinyuan approached Qin Yu with a glass of wine. Care to share a drink with me? Qin Yu, captivated by the enchanting Song Jinyuan, swallowed hard and accepted the wine glass, clinking it against hers. Thank you, Miss Song, for attending my grandfather's birthday celebration. Not at all. After Qin Yu finished the red wine, Song Jinyuan glanced at the tie around his neck. Is this tie a return gift from me? Yes, it suits you well. Just as Qin Wanwan arrived, she overheard the exchange between Song Jinyuan and Qin Yu. So, this tie that Qin Yu insisted on wearing today was a gift from Song Jinyuan? How many undisclosed interactions had he had with her behind her back? Suppressing her vexation, Wanwan approached Qin Yu and entwined her arm with his. Ayo, we have a multitude of guests in attendance today. After you share this toast with Miss Song, shall we proceed to greet them together? Wanwan's intention to have Qin Yu introduce her to the guests was palpable, her anxiety stemming from my presence. I found her desperate demeanor rather amusing. Finishing my juice, I prepared to thwart her subsequent scheme, excusing myself from Qin Yu's side, thus affording him and Wanwan some privacy. I then approached the venerable Qin, remarking, "Grandfather Qin, you've received a plethora of gifts this year, yet it seems only Miss Yang and I have presented you with paintings. I do hope they are to your liking." The elder Qin, regarding me with affability, responded, "Miss Song, the painting you gifted is undoubtedly a masterpiece. Therefore, I am certain to cherish it." I playfully retorted, "But Grandfather Qin, how can you be so sure of your fondness without even having viewed it?" The elder Qin paused, momentarily taken aback by my question. "Miss Song, as a scion of the esteemed Song family of the capital, you possess an unparalleled familiarity with art. Thus, I have no doubt that your offering is of the highest caliber. Even without unveiling it, I am already enamored." Hardly had the elder Qin spoken when Qin Xia, with an air of mischievous anticipation, interjected, "Grandfather, since you deem Miss Song's painting to be of such exceptional quality, why not seize this opportunity, with everyone present, to unveil it for all to admire?" I was also curious to see the painting Miss Song presented. Old Master Qin, apprehensive that Song Jinyuan's gift might be a commonplace piece, hesitated to display it, lest she be humiliated. He turned to Song Jinyuan, seeking her counsel. "Miss Song, what are your thoughts on my granddaughter's proposal? May I unveil your painting for the enjoyment of our guests?" "Certainly," she replied. "But might it not be somewhat meager to showcase but one painting?" Perhaps before Song Jinyuan could complete her thought, Qin Xia interjected, retrieving the painting Xiang Wanwan had gifted to Old Master Qin. "Why not present Sister Wanwan's painting to our esteemed guests as well?" Song Jinyuan could not have wished for more. Her intent was for Old Master Qin to display both her and Xiang Wanwan's paintings for all to behold. Following the inevitable comparison, she would subtly deride the imprudence of purchasing her painting at an exorbitant price, while simultaneously causing Qin Yu, who had just introduced Xiang Wanwan, considerable embarrassment, thereby sowing discord between him and Xiang Wanwan. Qin Xia, though occasionally naive, often unwittingly aided her schemes. Old Master Qin assented, instructing the household staff to unveil the paintings gifted by Song Jinyuan and Xiang Wanwan for the assembled guests. The moment the two paintings were revealed, all present were captivated. Behold, two paintings by Y. The first, predominantly crimson, depicted flowers with a bloodthirsty and ostentatious quality, somewhat jarring and divergent from Y's customary style. The second painting, adorned with a verdant white base, exudes a refreshing aura reminiscent of spring's vitality. Upon careful comparison, it is evident that the second artwork triumphs. Song Jinyuan stands amidst the crowd, producing an unknown powder from her bag, which she sprinkles directly onto her canvas. In that instant, the leaves and blossoms shimmer and burst forth in radiant splendor. My heavens! Am I experiencing a hallucination? The leaves and flowers are indeed blooming. It is no dream. I see it too. Truly, it is the work of Y, each piece capable of eliciting astonishment. However, the upper painting featuring vivid red flowers fails to evoke such delight. Upon closer inspection, it appears somewhat unsettling. Who, pray tell, bestowed this painting upon the old gentleman? For his birthday. Gifting him a piece so drenched in crimson is rather alarming. Surely, this painting cannot be authentic. Y would never create such a frightful image. I concur. It seems a forgery. So, who is the true giver of this artwork? Xiang Wanwan, initially intending to please Old Master Qin with Y's painting, found herself at a loss. Her efforts thwarted. This Y creation has been met with derision and disdain. With pursed lips and a countenance less than favorable, Xiang Wanwan stepped forward. Addressing the assembly, "This painting is not a forgery, it is genuine." Upon hearing her declaration, the guests, intrigued, inquired, "Miss Xiang, how can you be so certain of its authenticity?" Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Xiang Wanwan elucidated, "Because this is a gift I acquired with IU at the auction of Master Song, purchased for 600 million to present to Old Master Qin. Although the painting's tonality diverges from Y's customary palette, it is indeed an authentic creation of hers." Should you harbor doubts, you are welcome to seek verification from Wai herself. Miss Yang, we are unacquainted with Wai. How do you propose we procure confirmation from her? Indeed. Instinctively, Xiang Wanwan turned towards Song Jinyuan and queried, Miss Song. Your artwork is being questioned in such a manner. Do you not intend to step forward and offer some elucidation? Upon Xiang Wanwan's utterance, all gazes converged upon Song Jinyuan, who stood to the side. Even Qin Yu directed his attention towards her, inquiring with incredulity, Are you Wai? Song Jinyuan responded with a smile, candidly acknowledging, Indeed. I am Wai. And Miss Yang's preceding statement is accurate, the painting she presented to Grandpa Qin was indeed rendered by my hand. However, this particular piece is an imperfect, flawed work that I had initially intended to discard. Regrettably, my fifth brother, taking advantage of my inattention, surreptitiously purloined it for auction. Subsequently, upon encountering it at the auction, I apprehended that its acquisition by another would tarnish my reputation. Consequently, I endeavored to repurchase it at the auction. However, Miss Yang appeared to harbor an exceptional fondness for the painting, escalating the bidding to 600 million. Observing her apparent lack of aversion to it, I relinquished it to her. As Song Jinyuan reached this juncture, she preemptively interjected, forestalling any potential remonstrance from Xiang Wanwan, Miss Yang, if my recollection serves me correctly. Subsequent to your acquisition of the painting at auction, I proactively disclosed my identity to you and apprised you of the fact that the artwork was a flawed piece. Should you derive pleasure from the painting, retaining it for your private enjoyment would be one thing. But how could you proffer it as a gift to Grandpa Qin on the occasion of his birthday celebration? Given that the painting depicts a cluster of spider lilies, presenting it to Grandpa Qin on his birthday could be construed as a veiled malediction. Upon hearing Song Jin's assertion, the assembled guests once again erupted into a chorus of murmurs. Are spider lilies not celebrated as the spectral blossoms that guide souls to the underworld? Is Xiang Wanwan subtly wishing the old man a swift descent into the abyss by offering him this painting as a celebratory gift? It is rumored that the old man has consistently opposed Qin Yu's union with Xiang Wanwan, leading her to harbor resentment and secretly wish for his demise. Indeed, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Despite Mr. Qin's exceptional abilities, his judgment in this matter appears to be somewhat flawed. Xiang Wanwan's intentions are as transparent as daylight. Overwhelmed by the guests' misinterpretations, Xiang Wanwan became increasingly agitated. That's not the case. None of it is true. I gifted Grandpa the painting because he admires Wai's work, and I purchased it solely to bring him joy. My intention was to delight him, not to curse him. Can you please refrain from misunderstanding me? Perceiving the guest's reluctance to believe her, Xiang Wanwan clutched Qin Yu's arm. You, if others doubt me, surely you do not. Qin Yu was inclined to believe her, but Song Jin had informed him that she had disclosed the painting's flawed condition to Xiang Wanwan prior to its acquisition. Yet, she still presented it to his grandfather. What was her motive? Did she hold his grandfather in contempt? Or did she believe that he was only deserving of receiving a defective gift? Chapter 21, Does she aspire to humiliate her? She dares to dream. Furthermore, she had never disclosed to him the words that Song Jinyuan had imparted to her. Had she done so, he would have, under no circumstances, permitted her to present the painting to his grandfather as a celebratory gift. Now, not only had she failed to ingratiate herself with his grandfather, but she had also, in effect, incurred his further displeasure. Was this not a clear indication that the money had been expended to no avail, yielding no discernible benefit? Although Qin Yu harbored resentment towards Xiang Wanwan, he refrained from expressing it publicly, mindful that she was the woman he cherished. He had to preserve her dignity. Esteemed guests, Qin Yu announced, I was present when Wanwan acquired this painting for my grandfather. At the time, I merely perceived its aesthetic appeal, without discerning the significance of the depicted lycoris radiata. Upon hearing Miss Song's elucidation, I realized the oversight and acknowledged that I have inadvertently made a spectacle of myself. Having spoken, Qin Yu instructed that the painting be put away, and he resumed his engagement in convivial conversation and libations with the other attendees of the venerable gentleman's birthday celebration. Thus, the matter was temporarily laid to rest, owing to Qin Yu's assumption of responsibility. Observing from the periphery, Song Jinyuan could not help but commend Qin Yu, remarking on his profound affection for Xiang Wanwan. Despite the latter's having caused him such embarrassment, he was able to extricate her from the predicament with a smile. Theirs was a veritable romance, so ardent as to elicit a desire for its undoing. Following the revelation of Song Jinyuan's identity as Y, the assembled guests eagerly sought to cultivate her acquaintance, showering her with compliments on her youth, beauty, and exceptional capabilities. Throughout, Song Jinyuan maintained a professional demeanor, responding with polite expressions of gratitude. At that juncture, Qin Wanwan's voice resonated from a short distance away. "Grandfather, since you are displeased with the painting I gifted you, allow me to present you with a musical piece as a birthday offering." The elder Qin's disdain was palpable. "There is no need." He did not appreciate the birthday gift she presented, not because the gift was lacking in quality, but rather due to his aversion towards her. Thus, regardless of what she bestowed upon him, he would remain indifferent. However, Qin Wanwan sought to leverage her piano playing to elevate her standing in the eyes of the assembled guests, and thus, even if old Master Qin wished to dissuade her from performing, she was resolute in her intention to play. "Grandfather, you will come to appreciate my performance once I finish," she declared, disregarding old Master Qin's disapproval as she approached the piano and began to play. Song Jinyuan, along with the others, turned their gaze toward the piano, captivated by the earnestness with which Qin Wanwan played. Standing beside her, Song Jinyuan quipped, "Miss Yang plays quite beautifully. It seems she has devoted considerable time to practice." Upon hearing this, a curious voice inquired, "Since Miss Song excels in painting, surely she must also be proficient at the piano?" Song Jinyuan, modestly positioning herself beside Qin Wanwan, replied, "I do all right, it's not unpleasant." "Miss Song is truly being humble," came the response. With a serene smile, Song Jinyuan sipped her juice and continued to listen attentively to Qin Wanwan's performance. In due course, the music came to a close, and Song Jinyuan led the applause, exclaiming, "Miss Yang played splendidly." Qin Wanwan, buoyed by Song Jinyuan's praise, felt akin to an arrogant peacock. "I just heard Miss Song mention that you play quite well too. Why don't you grace us with a piece?" This would serve to humble her, for she did not believe that Song Jinyuan could surpass her own skills on the piano. After hearing Qin Wanwan's remark, Song Jinyuan couldn't help but chuckle, for she had not claimed to be particularly skilled in her piano playing. However, when Qin Wanwan unexpectedly uttered such words to her, it seemed as though she believed herself to be superior in piano skills, intent on making her look foolish in public. How naive! She would not grant her the opportunity to embarrass herself. Song Jinyuan set aside the quilt she was holding and stated, "Since Miss Yang has suggested it, I shall play a piece to entertain everyone." Upon finishing her words, she approached the piano and took her seat, commencing her performance. The initial notes she played were rather mundane, eliciting a cold smirk from Qin Wanwan as she observed that Song Jinyuan's piano skills were, indeed, lacking. With the contrast now evident, her own playing seemed even less impressive. At the moment Qin Wanwan realized that she played better than Song Jinyuan, her tempo began to quicken. Her slender fingers danced across the keys, matching the increasingly rapid rhythm. Amidst the crowd, someone exclaimed that Miss Song's performance resembled the piscine. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment. Isn't one of the most challenging compositions in the world? It typically requires 5 musicians to perform, and no one has ever accomplished it solo. Who says it's impossible? Miss Song has indeed played it all by herself. My goodness! To playing so effortlessly, Miss Song is simply exceptional. Before Miss Song's performance, I thought that Qin Wanwan's piece was quite pleasant, but after witnessing Miss Song's rendition of what on earth was Qin Wanwan even playing? Wanwan prevented Miss Song from playing the piano. Miss Song's performance could be regarded as the best in the audience, but now that Miss Song has played, Wanwan's performance is rendered insignificant. The guests' complaints were extremely grating to Wanwan's ears. Similarly, she looked at Song Jinyuan with extreme anger. Why was this woman always able to steal her limelight time and time again? It was truly detestable. Wanwan roared in her heart, staring straight at Song Jinyuan. Seeing that she had finished playing without a single mistake, she endured the anger in her body and raised her hand to applaud her. Well done. Miss Song is indeed too amazing. I presume Miss Song spent a considerable sum learning and hired a piano tutor? Song Jinyuan did not answer Wanwan's question, but sat in front of the piano and asked her, was the piece that Miss Yang just played composed by yourself? Indeed. Song Jinyuan hummed and repeated the piece she had just played. Just as Wanwan was shocked that she could play her own composition, Song Jinyuan stood up and answered her first question. This piece, like the one Miss Yang just played, can be played after listening to it. So there is no need to hire a piano tutor specifically to teach me. Xiang Wanwan. What did she mean by can be played after listening to it? That was the most difficult piece in the world. How could she possibly play it after just listening to it? Indeed, Song Jinyuan utters falsehoods with effortless ease. Miss Song, are you jesting with me? Am I jesting? Did I not just demonstrate my capabilities? I can play your compositions after a single hearing. However, the reverse may not hold true. Song Jinyuan challenged Xiang Wanwan with a sardonic smile. Xiang Wanwan bit her lip, at a complete loss for words, as Song Jinyuan's statement rang true. She could not replicate such a feat, yet. Chapter 22, Bo Yanchen has ended his engagement with her despite being hailed as a prodigy in the capital since childhood. Xiang Wanwan could not accomplish what Song Jinyuan claimed. What grounds did Song Jinyuan have for such an assertion? Though skeptical, Xiang Wanwan found herself unable to expose her. Ultimately, she swallowed her pride and reluctantly complimented her. Miss Song is correct, I am indeed not as skilled as you. Indeed. You are no match for me in any way, Song Jinyuan added, deliberately leaning in and whispering in a tone audible only to Xiang Wanwan. Xiang Wanwan was left speechless. Witnessing Xiang Wanwan's change in countenance, Song Jinyuan straightened up, her spirits lifted, and turned her gaze toward Qin Yu. It seemed he was thoroughly impressed by her abilities. She possessed a wealth of other talents, but she would refrain from showcasing them today. Mr. Qin. Now that I have played the piano and presented my gift, I shall take my leave. Would you be so kind as to escort me out? Qin Yu, regaining his composure, responded affirmatively and escorted Song Jinyuan from the Qin residence. As Xiang Wanwan was about to rush out, Qin's mother stopped her, exclaiming, Wanwan. Xiaoyu is seeing off a guest, don't bother them. Qin's mother discerned that Song Jinyuan harbored affections for her son. If he could unite with her, wouldn't that be superior to being with Xiang Wanwan? In matrimony, one should seek wealth, beauty, and capability. Xiang Wanwan, aside from her looks, paled in comparison to Miss Song in every other aspect. Thus, she had to prevent Xiang Wanwan from disrupting the conversation between Miss Song and her son. Outside the door, Qin Yu escorted Song Jinyuan to her vehicle, somewhat sheepishly saying, during tonight's birthday banquet, Wanwan was deliberately obstructive towards Miss Song. I apologize on her behalf and hope you won't hold it against her. Leaning against the car door, Song Jinyuan parted her crimson lips and proposed. Treat me to a meal, and I shall not hold a grudge against your fiancé. Qin Yu readily agreed, I shall treat you to a meal. I will contact you when I am available. With those words, Song Jinyuan entered her car and departed from the Qin residence. En route home, Song Jinyuan received a call from her mother. Swiping to answer, she inquired, Mother, why are you still awake so late? Yuan Yuan, return quickly, your grandfather is failing. Upon hearing these words, the smile vanished from Song Jinyuan's face. She told her mother that she would return to the capital immediately, then drove to the airport. She boarded a private jet, arriving at the Imperial Capital International Airport with utmost haste. Escorted by bodyguards, she then proceeded to the hospital. Upon her arrival, all members of the Song family were gathered outside the intensive care unit, anxiously awaiting news of the elderly patriarch. Song Jinyuan, filled with concern, approached her parents and inquired. Mom, Dad, wasn't Grandpa just fine yesterday when he called me? Why has he suddenly taken a turn for the worse? What exactly is happening? Song's mother, looking at her daughter with uncertainty, replied, Yuan Yuan, haven't you seen the news online regarding your broken engagement with Bo Yanchen? What? Bo Yanchen and I have broken off our engagement? When did this happen? Ignoring her bewilderment, Song Jinyuan addressed her mother, Mom. I've been quite busy today and haven't had the time to check the news about my broken engagement with Bo Yanchen. No wonder you aren't angry. Song's mother thought, feeling a knot in her chest. The reason your grandfather is currently in the intensive care unit is that he witnessed Bo Yanchen unilaterally announce the dissolution of your engagement. He was so enraged that it led to a heart attack, necessitating immediate hospitalization. Song Jinyuan replied. Mom. It's perfectly normal for Bo Yanchen to no longer have feelings for me and to end the engagement. Look, I'm not even upset about it now. Why should Grandpa be so distressed? Unsure of how to respond, her mother simply urged her to check her phone. After acknowledging her mother's request, Song Jinyuan took out her phone to glance at the trending topics for the evening. The headline read, Bo Yanchen announces dissolution of engagement with the Song family's daughter. Curious. She clicked on the trending topic, which contained a lengthy post from Bo Yanchen on his social media account detailing the reasons for the breakup. The text was filled with derogatory remarks about her, claiming she was unattractive and unworthy of him, accusing her of being overly persistent. They even claimed that her body was unclean, and that the number of men she had been with was countless. So filthy that even Bo Yanchen would be repulsed by a mere glance. What was most outrageous was Bo Yanchen's assertion that he could be enamored by a pig but would never feel a flicker of affection for Song Jinyuan. Upon reading this, Song Jinyuan's expression darkened significantly, as the comments below were rife with various attacks and insults directed at her. Furthermore, the company's stocks began to plummet due to Bo Yanchen's withdrawal from the engagement. Why, after breaking off the engagement, did he feel the need to trample on her? What had she done to incur his wrath? Song's father, his face clouded with displeasure, remarked, "Bo Yanchen is exceedingly arrogant, I truly misjudged him." "Worry not, my dear. I shall address the slander circulating online. I will not permit Bo Yanchen to tarnish your reputation in such a manner. If he looks down upon you, the Song family certainly holds him in disdain as well." After fervently expressing his indignation, he was struck by a violent bout of coughing. Song Jinyuan, filled with concern, rushed to support him, saying, "Father, please do not agitate yourself." "My dear, I wish not to be agitated, but seeing your grandfather so distressed by Bo Yanchen's actions, I cannot swallow my anger. I must devise a means to make that insufferable brat pay for this, to avenge your grandfather and yourself." Initially, Song Jinyuan harbored only a lack of fondness for Bo Yanchen, but after today's incident, her feelings had shifted to outright loathing. He could have simply dissolved their engagement. But why resort to publicly belittling her? What purpose did it serve to provoke her grandfather? The most absurd part was his comparison of her to a pig, declaring that he would rather be enamored by a pig than by her. How could he dare to draw such a comparison? That insufferable Benedict Blackwood has truly crossed a line. He shall rue the day he dissolved our betrothal, and he will come crawling back, begging for my hand. Father, leave the matter of avenging grandfather and dealing with Blackwood to me. A furrow creased Mr. Song's brow as he inquired, "And just how do you intend to handle Blackwood?" "My dear? Does he deem me unworthy? Does he claim he would sooner fancy a swine than me? Very well. I shall employ every means at my disposal to ensnare his affections, only to cast him aside and leave him prostrate, imploring me to be his wife." Mr. and Mrs. Song exchanged glances, their attention fixed on Song Jinyuan. "My dear, this Benedict Blackwood is not without his charms. Are you certain you won't find yourself developing feelings for him amidst your machinations?" Song Jinyuan declared with unwavering confidence, "Rest assured, father. I harbor no interest in such a repulsive man as Benedict Blackwood. Once he is hopelessly enamored with me, I shall reveal my true identity and then discard him, leaving him heartbroken. Blackwood has only beheld me as an infant, never as the woman I am today. Therefore, I shall conceal my identity and deliberately seek his company, enticing him to fall in love with me. Once he is utterly smitten, I shall cruelly reject him, trampling upon his affections as retribution, leaving him to rue his actions." Chapter 23. I wish to pursue him knowing that Song Jinyuan rarely deviates from a decision once made. Mr. and Mrs. Song acquiesced to her pursuit of Benedict Blackwood. After all, it was high time that Blackwood paid the price for his arrogance. "My dear, when Blackwood has fallen for you, you must torment him thoroughly, making him kneel before you and apologize to the entire world." Indeed. Subsequently, for a period, Song Jinyuan remained at the hospital, tending to elder Master Song. Upon ascertaining his complete recovery and discharge, she journeyed back to Jingdu. Her return transpired a fortnight later. Immediately upon her arrival in Jingdu, she proceeded directly to Bo Yanchen's company. The scoundrel had not once appeared during her grandfather's fortnight-long hospitalization, nor had he even extended a telephonic apology. His conduct was excessively inconsiderate and dismissive of her grandfather. Thus, she resolved to visit and observe the visage of this arrogant and conceited Bo Yanchen. As Song Jinyuan stood before his company's edifice, contemplating her entrance, Bo Yanchen, newly returned to the country, approached her alongside his assistant, Su Zhou. Upon beholding Song Jinyuan, Bo Yanchen's eyes involuntarily betrayed a hint of astonishment. "What brings you here?" Song Jinyuan retorted, "And what brings you here?" Bo Yanchen jested, "I work here." "What a coincidence." Song Jinyuan masked the emotions welling within her. She inquired with feigned curiosity, "Is Bo Yanchen present?" Suzhou instinctively glanced at Bo Yanchen, who stood beside him, seemingly perplexed that this lady did not recognize their ninth master. Bo Yanchen, amused by the situation, decided to tease Song Jinyuan. Do you seek him for a matter? I have heard tell of his comeliness and desire to behold it. Bo Yanchen was tickled by Song Jinyuan's words. And what would you do upon beholding him? What is your intent? Song Jinyuan fabricated a response with practiced ease. Should his appearance truly match the rumors, then I intend to court him. She intends to court himself? How intriguing. Engrossed in a meeting, Bo Yanchen's conversation with Song Jinyuan was brief. He inquired, why are you pursuing Bo Yanchen? After a protracted pause, Song Jinyuan, unable to conjure a suitable justification, merely cast a disdainful glance at Bo Yanchen, retorting, why should I divulge my reasons to you? Bo Yanchen offered a faint smile and proposed, Bo Yanchen is in need of a female secretary. If you wish to pursue him, apply for the position at his company. Song Jinyuan was taken aback, why are you assisting me? Bo Yanchen responded with a profound air, because I am intrigued to see how you intend to pursue him. Dismayed by his gossipy nature, Song Jinyuan rolled her eyes and departed, resolving to draft a resume and apply to Bo Yanchen's company. She was determined to secure the position of female secretary. Following Song Jinyuan's departure, Bo Yanchen instructed Suzhou, who was standing nearby, if that woman applies, instruct the personnel department to approve her application directly. Suzhou was perplexed, Master, since when have you been in need of a female secretary? Just now. Just now? Such a hasty decision? Suzhou followed Bo Yanchen into the elevator. Bo Yanchen, as if struck by a sudden thought, added, Grandfather Song was so incensed by the dissolution of my engagement with Song Jinyuan that he fell ill and was hospitalized. Although he has forgiven me and forbids me from visiting him, amends must still be made. Deliver the jade chess set I acquired from abroad to him. After a moment's pause, Bo Yanchen added, furthermore, suspend Bo Xingji's credit card. Although he was instrumental in extricating you and Song Jinyuan from the engagement, the rationale he employed nearly transformed the amicable relationship between the Bo and Song families into animosity. Therefore, a lesson is in order to deter him from disseminating unsubstantiated claims about Song Jinyuan online in the future. Fortunately, the misunderstanding has been clarified, and the Song family harbors no resentment, merely requesting his temporary absence. Bo Yanchen, having issued his instructions to Suzhou, arrived at his office floor via elevator. Upon returning to his office, he commenced the task of signing and processing the mountainous pile of documents before him. Noticing Suzhou's continued presence, he furrowed his brow and inquired, is there something else? Sir, regarding your directive from a fortnight ago to ascertain whether Qin Yu knew of Qin Wanwan's whereabouts, I have an update. Proceed. Since his divorce from Qin Wanwan, he has had no contact with her and is unaware of her current location. Sir, would you like me to persist in locating Ms. Qin? How does one simply vanish without a trace? Where is Qin Wanwan concealing herself? Su, assistance. It is typically only the deceased who cannot be located. The living invariably leave a trail. Therefore, continue the investigation, I am determined to find Qin Wanwan. Suzhou affirmed his compliance and departed Bo Yanchen's office, following instructions to deliver an apologetic gift to Elder Song, suspend Bo Xingji's credit cards, and resume the search for Qin Wanwan. In the apartment, Ran's exclamation reverberated in Song Jinyuan's ears, Zio Yuanzi, what did you just say? You're going to work as Bo Yanchen's secretary? Seduce him? Are you certain you can entice someone? Ran regarded Song Jinyuan with a skeptical gaze. Although the petite round-faced girl was indeed quite lovely, she had never engaged in such seductive pursuits. Furthermore, Bo Yanchen was renowned in the capital for his ascetic demeanor. Showing no interest in women, no matter the allure, it seemed futile to attempt to captivate him. Hence, Ran couldn't help but question whether the petite round-faced girl stood a chance. Song Jinyuan felt particularly uneasy under Ran's scrutiny. Clearing her throat, she asserted, Ran, please don't look at me like that. I am beautiful and possess an alluring figure, so I am confident that with a little cunning, Bo Yanchen will surely succumb to my charms. Ran pressed her lips together and replied with a smile, little round. Bo Yanchen is famously the epitome of restraint in the capital. He wouldn't even regard your status as a scion of the Song family. Do you truly believe that adopting a different identity will win his favor? With a dismissive click of her tongue, Song Jinyuan retorted, Ran, I haven't even commenced my plan, and you're already predicting its failure? That's not encouraging. Then I wish you success, Ran said. Song Jinyuan nodded confidently. Rest assured, I will succeed. She entered a new name into her arsum, Song Yuan. From this day forth, she would temporarily go by the name Song Yuan. Once she successfully ensnared Bo Yanchen, she would reveal her true identity to him, allowing him to realize that the woman he had grown fond of was none other than his former fiancé, from whom he had severed ties. After finalizing her name, Song Jinyuan began to compose her qualifications. In her pursuit of joining the Bo group, Song Jinyuan meticulously crafted a comprehensive 3-page introduction. Chapter 24, Luring Him. Having completed this task, she submitted her resume. Remarkably, on the very day she sent out her application, she received a call from the Human Resources Department of the Bo group that evening, inviting her for an interview the next morning. Song Jinyuan was confident that once her resume was submitted, the Bo group would undoubtedly take notice, given her impressive background. After confirming her interview for the following day, she glanced at the time. It was still early, allowing her the opportunity to invite Qin Yu out for a meal, hoping to entice him. She suddenly realized how busy she was, alternating between seducing Bo Yanchen and Qin Yu. The former was for avenging her grandfather, while the latter was for her own retribution. The tribulations she had endured over the years due to him and Qin Wanwan required repayment in kind. Without hesitation, Song Jinyuan dialed Qin Yu's number. After a prolonged wait, he finally answered, "Miss Song, do you have a moment? I would like to request your company for dinner." However, he had plans that evening to watch a movie with Yuan Yuan, rendering him unable to accept her invitation. "Miss Song, could we perhaps reschedule? I must accompany my fiancé tonight." Ah, what a commendable man he was. Yet, while he aspired to be virtuous, she had no intention of allowing him that privilege. On the other end of the line, Song Jinyuan replied, "I had intended to discuss a collaboration regarding my fifth brother with Mr. Qin, but since you're unavailable, I suppose it will have to wait." Upon Song Jinyuan's pronouncement, Qin Yu instantaneously altered his strategy. "Miss Song," he declared, "my fiancé's companionship can be deferred. But the partnership with the Song Corporation presents a singular opportunity. Therefore, I implore you to dine with me. Kindly disclose your whereabouts, and I shall hasten to your side. Let us convene at the Rendezvous Hotel." This establishment served as the venue where, a year prior, Qin Yu had callously surrendered her. Following a brief pause, Qin Yu acquiesced. "Very well, I shall be there forthwith." Subsequent to Qin Yu's departure, Song Jinyuan also prepared to embark. Upon her arrival at the hotel, Qin Yu was already present. Seated by the window, his gaze directed towards the external vista. The sound of approaching heels drew his attention from the window to Song Jinyuan. "Miss Song, you have arrived?" Qin Yu arose and, with chivalrous grace, pulled out a chair for her. Song Jinyuan placed the contract, duly signed by Song Jingchen, before Qin Yu. "This is the collaborative agreement my fifth brother has forged with you, bearing his signature. Upon your affixing your own, this contract shall become operative." A fortnight prior, Song Jingchen had investigated the events transpiring between Qin Yu and Song Jinyuan, unearthing Song Jinyuan's past identity as Qin Wanwan. Prior to Song Jinyuan's return to Kyoto, he engaged her in a discourse, during which Song Jinyuan unequivocally conveyed her intent to exact retribution upon Qin Yu and Qin Wanwan. Song Jingchen resolved to aid her, thus aligning himself with her directives, and collaborating with Qin Yu's enterprise. This alliance would afford Song Jinyuan ample opportunities to ingratiate herself with Qin Yu, inciting his affections and leading him to forsake Qin Wanwan. As Song Jinyuan presented the contract to Qin Yu, a perpetual smile graced his countenance. "Miss Song," he remarked, "I presume your esteemed fifth brother's consent to collaborate with me is largely attributed to your efforts? He has consistently declined previous overtures for partnership from Song Jingchen. Yet, upon your intercession, he acquiesced. Therefore, I surmise that Song Jingchen's willingness to engage with me stems from his sister." Song Jinyuan responded with a smile, "Mr. Qin is quite correct. My fifth brother's agreement to collaborate with you is indeed a result of my considerable endeavors. Thus, you must express your gratitude handsomely by treating me to several sumptuous dinners." "Indeed." Qin Yu extended the menu to Song Jinyuan. "Miss Song, please feel at liberty to select whatever your heart desires this evening." "My treat. Then I shall not stand on ceremony." Song Jinyuan selected several dishes to her liking. She sat beside Qin Yu, engaging in light conversation. Qin Yu, recalling recent news, inquired, Miss Song, I observed in the news that you and Bo Yanchen have dissolved your engagement? Indeed, it has been dissolved. And are you well? The initial wording of Bo Yanchen's announcement of the annulment was somewhat humiliating, though the wording was later revised. His initial statement must have caused Song Jinyuan considerable distress. Song Jinyuan responded with indifference, there was no affection between Bo Yanchen and myself. Dissolving the engagement does not cause me any sorrow. I am merely incensed by his words. Despite my beauty, intelligence, and exceptional capabilities, he portrayed me as an ugly, foolish, and inept being. In order to demonstrate my capabilities, I have resolved to assume the identity of Song Yuan and serve as a secretary in his company for a period of time, allowing him to truly witness my abilities. The reason Song Jinyuan disclosed her intention to become a secretary at Bo Yanchen's company to Qin Yu was primarily due to her apprehension about potentially encountering Qin Yu at future gatherings. She feared that he might inadvertently reveal her true identity, thereby jeopardizing her plan to captivate Bo Yanchen. Thus, she deemed it prudent to inform him in advance. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yu, somewhat perplexed, inquired why Miss Song did not simply use her original identity to prove her capabilities at Bo Yanchen's company. She explained, if I were to go with my true identity, everyone would assist me based on that knowledge, leading Bo Yanchen to believe that my accomplishments are merely the result of others' help, rather than my own efforts. However, if I enter his company under a different identity, I would be compelled to rely solely on my own abilities, thereby earning Bo Yanchen's respect. This reasoning appeared quite sound to Qin Yu. He chose not to elaborate further. And once the dishes were served, he began to eat. Observing this, Song Jinyuan smiled and remarked, Mr. Qin, you must keep my undertaking as Song Yuan at Bo Yanchen's company a secret. It is imperative that you do not disclose my true identity to him, understood? Qin Yu found no amusement in informing Bo Yanchen that his former fiancé was attempting to impress him by working as his secretary. Rest assured, Miss Song, I shall not divulge your true identity to Bo Yanchen. With gratitude, Song Jinyuan expressed her thanks to Qin Yu and began to dine in a composed manner. Post-meal. As they were preparing to depart for home, Song Jinyuan inadvertently noticed a trace of sauce upon Qin Yu's lips. Seizing the moment, she approached him unawares. As his gaze met hers, she delicately reached out to cleanse the corner of his mouth. Their eyes locked, and the warmth of their breath mingled in the space between them. Qin Yu's Adam's apple bobbed, and Song Jinyuan remarked with a sweet smile, Mr. Qin, you had a touch of sauce on your lip. With that, she distanced herself from him, and as they were about to leave, she feigned a stumble, leaving the imprint of her crimson lips upon Qin Yu's collar. Chapter 25, Another Woman? Having left her mark, Song Jinyuan swiftly steadied herself against his chest, exclaiming in feigned dismay, my apologies, Mr. Qin, I lost my footing. Your shirt has been soiled. Allow me to replace it for you? Qin Yu glanced at the lipstick stain upon his collar, dismissing it with nonchalance. It is of no consequence. I shall simply launder it upon my return home. As it is growing late, shall I escort Miss Song home? That would be lovely. After Qin Yu settled the bill, Song Jinyuan entered his vehicle, and he drove her back to her residence. En route, Qin Yu's mobile phone, which lay beside him, began to ring. Song Jinyuan cast a glance at the screen, where the name Wanwan was displayed. It was a call from Wanwan. Noticing Qin Yu's lack of inclination to answer, she inquired with curiosity, Mr. Qin, why do you not answer your fiancé's call? Fearing that he might be misled by the sound of Song Jinyuan's voice, he resolved to escort her home before returning her call later. That works, Song Jinyuan replied with a smile, it spares Miss from misconstruing our relationship as ambiguous. Her poised demeanor made Qin Yu question his own suspicions, as he felt somewhat petty in his thoughts. While Miss Song exuded grace, he couldn't shake the feeling that she might be deliberately undermining his connection with Zhang Wanwan. Perhaps he was being overly sensitive. Half an hour later, Song Jinyuan arrived at the base of her apartment building, where she bid farewell to Qin Yu with a smile that faded the moment she turned away. Being with him was indeed exhausting. Once back in her apartment, she took a shower and lay down to rest, for she had an interview at the Bo group the following day and needed to retire early. Upon returning to the apartment he shared with Zhang Wanwan, Qin Yu found her waiting on the sofa. Upon seeing him enter, she rose with a smile, embodying the image of a devoted partner. Ah, you're back. Would you like a late-night snack? Qin Yu declined, naturally pulling Zhang Wanwan into his embrace. In the future, don't wait up for me if it's this late. She replied affirmatively, but inadvertently caught sight of a lipstick mark on his collar, her expression stiffening. Ah you, how did your shirt end up with a lipstick mark? Glancing at it, Qin Yu brushed it away with his hand and explained, a client after elucidating his explanation, Qin Yu, under Wanwan's gaze, divested himself of his tie and garments before retiring to the lavatory to cleanse himself. Subsequent to Qin Yu's departure, Wanwan retrieved his discarded attire from the floor, inhaling deeply to discern a potent fragrance of perfume. It appeared that Qin Yu had engaged in prolonged and intimate contact with this so-called client. He had declined her invitation to the cinema, citing the necessity to negotiate a pivotal business transaction, a claim she had initially accepted as genuine. However, the present circumstances suggested otherwise, indicating a possible deception. Wanwan clenched the shirt in her grasp, her countenance betraying her displeasure. It seemed imperative to discreetly monitor Qin Yu's movements, to ascertain the identity of the temptress who dared to ensnare her paramour behind her back. Upon Qin Yu's return from his ablutions, Wanwan had regained her composure, awaiting him upon the bed. As he settled beside her, Wanwan perched herself upon his lap, murmuring, "You." She undulated sensuously, her alluring figure beneath the nightwear threatening to spill forth. Qin Yu, beholding Wanwan before him, his torso bare, embraced her waist and bestowed a pair of kisses upon her lips, before gently placing her upon the bed, stating, "Wanwan, I find myself somewhat fatigued this evening. Let us retire for the night." Wanwan was taken aback by this unexpected rejection. Regardless of his weariness in the past, he had invariably acceded to her desires. Yet tonight he demurred. Could it be that he had exhausted himself with his external dalliance, rendering him disinclined to touch her? This conjecture cast a pallor upon Wanwan's complexion. She bit her lip, dutifully reclining within Qin Yu's embrace, clinging to him as they rested. The following dawn, Song Jinyuan rose early, donning a sharp professional outfit, before riding her recently acquired motorcycle to the Bo group. The first step towards becoming Song Yuan was to learn to live as an ordinary person, shedding the need for bodyguards, expensive clothing, and lavish jewelry. Clutching her printed resume, she approached the reception desk. "Hello, my name is Song Yuan, and I am here for an interview." The receptionist glanced at her and asked her to wait a moment while she called the HR department to confirm that Song Yuan was indeed scheduled for an interview today, before guiding her to the HR office. "Please wait here until your name is called." "All right," Song Jinyuan replied, observing the anxious candidates at the entrance, each rehearsing their resumes. She wondered how many secretaries Qin Yanchen intended to hire, given the crowd of applicants. Finding an unoccupied spot, she settled down to await her turn. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, a woman clad in a professional black suit entered the HR office, flanked by a throng of people. The applicants began to murmur among themselves. The person who just walked in appears to be HR manager Su Li. She is indeed as stunning and aloof as the rumors suggest. If the interviewer is truly Su Li, I surely won't pass. Hearing the remarks of a woman beside her, Song Jinyuan curiously inquired, "Why would you fail if the interviewer is Su Li?" Jiang Rua glanced at Song Jinyuan and replied, "Because Su Li never reviews resumes during interviews. She assesses candidates based on their adaptability and response speed in real time. Given the exacting standards of Ms. Su Li, even a momentary lapse in composure or a single misspoken word could disqualify you, irrespective of your academic achievements. This has earned her the reputation of being an implacable eliminator. Any perceived inadequacy results in immediate rejection. My current state of anxiety makes it highly probable that I will falter, leading to my dismissal." Upon uttering this, Jiang Rua resumed her rote memorization of her resume. Observing this, Song Jinyuan commented, "Such rote learning will undoubtedly lead to a complete mental blank upon entry. Were I in your position, I would abstain from further cramming, and instead, I would calmly compose myself, ensuring a poised and unhurried demeanor for the forthcoming interview." Upon hearing this, Jiang Rua cast an envious glance at Song Jinyuan, who was resting with her eyes closed. She marveled at her ability to sleep under such circumstances. Half an hour later, a staff member announced Song Jinyuan's name. She rose and proceeded into the interview room alongside Jiang Rua. 5 candidates entered at once, with Song Jinyuan occupying the first seat. Su Li briefly perused the resumes of the 5 candidates before inquiring, "Miss Song, I observe from your resume that you are applying for the position of secretary to the president?" "Indeed," replied Song Jinyuan. Suli steepled her fingers and scrutinized Song Jinyuan, stating, I regret to inform you, Ms. Song, that our company does not currently have a position for a secretary to the president. Therefore, you may leave. Song Jinyuan was taken aback. Chapter 26, Are you Bo Yanchen? What do you mean there is no position for a secretary to the president? Ms. Song, I said you may leave. Do you not comprehend? Song Jinyuan's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as Suli drew her attention back. Rising to her feet, she gazed earnestly at Suli and implored. Even if I do not apply for the position of the president's secretary, I am more than qualified for other roles. Therefore, I kindly request that Miss Su grant me an opportunity. Seated at her desk, Suli scrutinized the confident and beautiful Song Jinyuan from head to toe. It was evident that this woman was determined to remain within the Bo family, likely motivated by her desire for the president. Yet, she appeared to be yet another who harbored delusions of using her physique and charm to ensnare the president. Regardless of her impressive credentials or exceptional abilities, such women were absolutely unwelcome, for the president had no affinity for them. Naturally, neither did Suli. With her hands clasped together, and under the expectant gaze of Song Jinyuan, Suli declared, Miss Song, you have not even determined which department you wish to apply for, which indicates a severe lack of planning on your part. It is precisely individuals devoid of foresight that our company does not require. Thus, I shall reiterate, please leave. This was sheer nonsense. What did she see that suggested a lack of planning? Song Jinyuan was well prepared. Her initial goal had indeed been to secure the position of secretary to the president. However, who could have anticipated that scoundrel Yan Shen would deceive her into believing that Bo Yanchen was seeking a secretary, prompting her to apply? Now, with no such position available, she had been dismissed. It was infuriating. Retrieving her resume from Suli, Song Jinyuan turned and exited the interview room. Upon stepping out, she encountered Su Zhou, who hurriedly approached. Recognizing him, she exclaimed, You are the man who was following Yan Chen yesterday. Where is he? I must see him. Perceiving the ire etched upon Song Jinyuan's countenance, Su Zhou surmised that her vexation stemmed from an unsuccessful interview. Engrossed in pressing matters the previous day, he had neglected to inform Suli to retain the aforementioned young lady. However, as she had not yet departed, an opportunity for redress remained. He is upstairs. Allow me to escort you to him. Song Jinyuan acquiesced with a murmur and, clutching her curriculum vitae, accompanied Su Zhou into the elevator, ascending to the uppermost floor. Surveying the expansive surroundings, she voiced her bewilderment. Ordinarily, the penthouse would be occupied by the president's office. How is it that Yan Chen resides here? Is he an aide to Bo Yanchen? Su Zhou smoothly guided Song Jinyuan to Bo Yanchen's office, where he paused at the threshold, rapping gently before turning to her. Miss, the answers you seek lie within. Please, proceed inside. What answers? Song Jinyuan questioned, perplexed, as she stepped into the office under Su Zhou's gaze. Upon entering, she beheld a man with his back turned. Tentatively, she inquired, Are you Bo Yanchen? Upon hearing Song Jinyuan's voice, Bo Yanchen terminated his phone call, swiveling his chair to face her. Indeed, I am Bo Yanchen. Doctorin, allow us to reintroduce ourselves. Upon beholding Bo Yanchen's visage, Song Jinyuan instinctively recoiled, her eyes wide with disbelief. You are Bo Yanchen? The scoundrel who had repeatedly teased her. Clutching her resume, Song Jinyuan stood rooted to the spot. As if struck by lightning, her gaze fixed upon him. Doubtlessly, Bo Yanchen was contented with Song Jinyuan's reaction. He reclined slightly in his seat and inquired with a smile, You seem rather crestfallen that I am Bo Yanchen? Not crestfallen, but unwilling to accept it. After all, she found it rather difficult to bring herself to seduce a scoundrel who had been teasing her daily. Yet, as things stood, she had no choice but to accept it. Song Jinyuan closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and quickly composed herself, saying with a smile, With your striking looks, how could I possibly be disappointed? Having spoken, Song Jinyuan proactively presented her resume. President Bo informed me yesterday that you were in need of a secretary, so I've come today specifically for the interview. Do you think I'm suitable? Bo Yanchen picked up Song Jinyuan's resume, raising an eyebrow, after learning my true identity. You still intend to be my secretary and pursue me? Doctorin, I am curious, do you genuinely harbor affection for me, or do you have ulterior motives? Her pursuit of him was certainly not out of affection, but indeed for ulterior motives. However, she could not speak the truth, and could only say under Bo Yanchen's gaze. Whether I am fond of you or have ulterior motives, why not retain me and observe? That's not a bad proposition. Bo Yanchen perused Song Jinyuan's resume. And upon seeing her name, Song Yuan, he knitted his brows. Aren't you called Ran? Why does this resume state that you are Song Yuan? President Bo. I don't believe I have ever told you that my name is Ran. Bo Yanchen furrowed his brow once more and asked, if you are not Anran. Then why were you in her office not long ago? You even conducted an examination on him, making him lower his trousers to reveal that area. Song Jinyuan responded with a soft "oh," and explained, Anran is my close friend. The reason I appeared in her office during our 2 encounters was to wait for her to have lunch together. When I noticed you seemed to be undergoing an examination, I, having absorbed some knowledge over the years from my friend, casually assisted you with the checkup. I must say, Mr. Biao, that area is quite impressive. Bo Yanchen exclaimed. Why didn't you inform me from the start that you were not a doctor? Song Jinyuan innocently replied, you didn't ask. So I didn't say. You. With a smile, Song Jinyuan stepped closer to Bo Yanchen, taking his hand in hers and giving it a gentle shake. Mr. Biao just mentioned wanting to get to know me again, so allow me to reintroduce myself. Hello, Mr. Biao, my name is Song Yuan. I graduated from the management department of the imperial capital's Holy Night University, and it's a pleasure to meet you. I hope we can collaborate harmoniously in the future. Bo Yanchen withdrew his hand from Song Jinyuan's grip, his expression darkening as he voiced, who told you that I intended to hire you as my secretary? Wasn't that what he himself had said yesterday? Inviting her to interview? Now that she had come, he was unwilling to employ her. Was Bo Yanchen toying with her? Song Jinyuan glared at Bo Yanchen with wide, furious eyes. If you do not wish to hire me, then why did you ask me to come for an interview yesterday? Driven by an insatiable curiosity, I yearned to witness your reaction upon discovering my true identity, just as I was intrigued by your envisioned pursuit of me. Now that my curiosity has been satiated, I find myself disinclined to extend the invitation further. Therefore, Miss Song, your presence is no longer required. Song Jinyuan. It dawned upon her that Bo Yanchen was indeed toying with her. In a display of her discontent, Song Jinyuan slammed her hand heavily on the table. President Bo. Have you not heard the adage, it is easier to invite a deity than to send one away? Having extended an invitation yesterday, you are now obligated to retain my presence today. Should you refuse, I shall. Song Jinyuan leaned in close to Bo Yanchen's ear and whispered. I shall disseminate the information regarding your visit to the andrology department of the hospital far and wide. I shall ensure that everyone in your company is privy to the knowledge that you are deficient in that particular area. Bo Yanchen. Chapter 27, Scheming against her. You dare to threaten me? Song Jinyuan's beautiful eyes darted playfully as she continued to whisper in Bo Yanchen's ear, you are mistaken, President Bo. This is not a threat, but rather intimidation. If you refuse to let me stay, believe me, I will immediately raise my voice and proclaim your predicament. This woman never failed to surprise him with each encounter. Bo Yanchen inquired with a hint of perplexity, Song Yuan, you are truly unique. However, I am curious as to why you are so insistent on staying. Without hesitation, Song Jinyuan blurted out, because I am impoverished, I am in dire need of funds. And I have yet to secure suitable employment. Therefore, I wish to remain in your company to earn money. Bo Yanchen tapped his slender fingers on the table. Retorting with a touch of cynicism, do you truly believe that I would find your words credible? I surmise that you do not. Then why don't you hasten to reveal the truth? Song Jinyuan stood tall and, under the scrutinizing gaze of Bo Yanchen, earnestly declared, to be frank. I no longer wish to exert myself, my aspiration is to pursue you and ascend to greatness. Bo Yanchen replied. I believe your words. Yet a woman like you, who only seeks shortcuts, is not one I would favor. Thus, even if I were to retain you, you would never be able to reach me. Song Jinyuan thought to herself, this man is indeed exceedingly arrogant. Just wait and see. She would undoubtedly win his heart regardless of the obstacles. With a smile, she seized upon the crux of his statement, so, Mr. Bo. Does this imply that you are willing to keep me? Having issued such a threat, if he were to dismiss her now, would he truly allow her to broadcast rumors about his visit to a urologist throughout his company? The probation period spans 3 months, with a secretary's salary of 3,000. Upon confirmation, it ranges from 8,000 to 10,000, inclusive of comprehensive benefits. Is that acceptable? Bo Yanchen's company appears to be quite generous. A 3,000 salary during the probation period is commendable. She had observed that other places offered merely 1,000, and some did not provide any remuneration at all, essentially, working for free. However, since Song Jinyuan did not need to survive on a mere 3,000, whether Bo Yanchen offered it or not was insignificant. I shall accept. Step outside and have Assistant Sue assist you in completing the onboarding procedures. You will commence work tomorrow, with hours from 9 in the morning to 6 in the evening. Overtime will be communicated separately. Song Jinyuan acknowledged with a yes and proceeded to find Suzhou outside. Suzhou guided her to the Human Resources Department to finalize her employment paperwork before escorting her downstairs. Upon descending, Song Jin encountered Jiang Rua, who greeted her effusively. Greetings. I neglected to introduce myself earlier. I am Jiang Rua. And you are? Song Jin responded, Song Yuan. You were recently dismissed by Suli. Are you all right? Song Jin nonchalantly brushed it off, then proceeded to retrieve her helmet from her motorcycle. Jiang Rua, observing Song Jin's mode of transportation, exclaimed with admiration, You are incredibly dashing. You can ride a motorcycle. A mere avocation, Song Jin replied. As Song Jin prepared to depart, Jiang Rua interjected, I heard the design department is still seeking personnel. Would you consider applying there in the future? No need, Song Jin paused, uncharacteristically engaging in further conversation with Jiang Rua. I have already secured the position of executive assistant to the president. I commence my duties tomorrow. Ah? She succeeded in her application? But Suli claimed that Bo's corporation does not have such a position as presidential secretary? As Jiang Rua pondered further, Song Jin promptly rode off on her motorcycle. Her dashing silhouette prompted Jiang Rua to commend once more, Song Yuan looks exceptionally dashing while riding a motorcycle. Following her return to the apartment, Song Jin listened attentively to the report from the bodyguard who had accompanied her home. Young miss, today Qin Wanwan engaged a private investigator to surveil Qin Yu. Specifically instructing the investigator to ascertain with which woman Qin Yu has been consorting recently. Song Jin seized a bottle of mineral water from the table, unscrewed the cap, and took a generous gulp, inquiring, and Qin Yu? What actions did he take today? He entered the company this morning and had lunch with Qin Wanwan at noon. After which he remained inside the company premises. After listening to the bodyguard's report, Song Jinyuan set down her glass of water and instructed him, continue to have people follow Qin Wanwan and Qin Yu. Inform me immediately of any movements they make each day. Yes. Song Jinyuan leaned back on the sofa, but before the bodyguard could leave, she abruptly called out to him, since Qin Wanwan suspects Qin Yu of infidelity. Have my fifth brother arrange for a woman to deliberately approach Qin Yu under the guise of work, and then ensure that Qin Wanwan discovers it and becomes enraged. Qin Yu cherishes Qin Wanwan for her decorum, gentleness, and empathy, as well as her lack of suspicion. However, if her true nature is fully exposed during an act of catching him in the act, Qin Yu likely won't be as fond of her as before, right? The bodyguard acknowledged Song Jinyuan's instructions and departed from the apartment under her gaze. Song Jinyuan reclined on the sofa, wearing an air of strategic confidence. Everything was unfolding as she had envisioned, and it wouldn't be long before Qin Wanwan would pay the price for her actions. Meanwhile, on Qin Wanwan's side, she sat on the sofa, her expression exceedingly unpleasant as she observed the scarcity of customers. Ever since the opening of the beauty salon across the street, her business had dwindled significantly. Even with discounts, customers did not patronize her establishment. Qin Wanwan summoned the store manager to her presence. Wang Lin, tell me, why have all of our long-term clients started going to the beauty salon across the street for their treatments? Wang Lin responded truthfully to the inquiry, explaining. The beauty salon across the street has introduced a skincare product called Beautifying Balm. This balm is incredibly effective, capable of diminishing blemishes and rejuvenating the skin with just one application. Furthermore, they frequently distribute complimentary samples to attract clientele, which has lured away some of our established customers. After using it, they've all migrated to the competitor. Qin Wanwan frowned, puzzled. What kind of beautifying balm could possess such remarkable efficacy? Acquire a bottle for me to evaluate. Wang Lin replied with distress, Boss, it's unattainable. The adjacent salon's beautifying balm is sold in limited quantities daily, priced at 10,000 per bottle, with only 100 bottles available each day. They are typically sold out almost immediately upon opening. What skincare product costs 10,000 per bottle? She wondered. Her most expensive complete skincare set was priced at 10,000. Yet the neighboring salon charged that much for a single bottle, and it was still challenging to procure. If that were the case, the adjacent beauty salon could potentially generate 1 million per day solely from the sale of the beautifying balm, excluding other skincare products. With those additional items, their daily net profit could exceed 1 million? How could that salon be so much more lucrative than her own? Xiang Wanwan, with a displeased expression, stared at the neighboring beauty salon and remarked, "If this continues, my salon will soon be forced to close. Devise a strategy to make that salon disappear." Wang Lin hesitated. "Boss, the beauty salon across the street appears to be without fault. To make it vanish would be virtually impossible." Chapter 28, Is that a compliment? Looking at the oafish Wang Lin, Xiang Wanwan scoffed, "Is your brain made of pig swill? If the salon across the street poses no issue, can't you fabricate one? Listen well, Wang Lin, if you wish to remain the supervisor of my establishment, you had best adhere to my directives. Failure to comply will result in your dismissal." Wang Lin, bearing the brunt of Xiang Wanwan's humiliation, appeared a picture of indignant silence. She acknowledged her instructions and departed to devise a scheme against the rival salon. After Wang Lin's departure, Xiang Wanwan continued to glare at the shop across the street, deeming it an eyesore. Having finished her ablutions, Song Jinyuan applied a facial mask and awaited Enran's return in the living room, indulging in watermelon. Enran finally dragged herself through the door, looking utterly drained. After an afternoon and evening of waiting, upon seeing her, Song Jinyuan offered her the chilled watermelon balls she had prepared. "Behold the chilled watermelon balls I crafted especially for you. Are you not moved?" Enran collapsed beside Song Jinyuan like a boneless entity. She accepted the watermelon balls, eschewing the fruit itself in favor of crunching on the ice spheres. Sensing her distress, Song Jinyuan inquired, "Enran, what ails you? Has something occurred?" After consuming a couple more ice spheres, Enran responded, "As I was leaving work today, the hospital director summoned me, accusing me of ethical breaches for allowing my unqualified friend to treat my patients. As a result, not only will I not receive a raise, but my wages will also be docked. In a fit of pique, I tendered my resignation. And guess what that nefarious director said? The trouble that Enran encountered today with the hospital director was undoubtedly instigated by Bo Yanchen, as she had just informed him that she was not a doctor. Enran had entrusted him solely to her care. Hence the deduction from her salary is inextricably linked to him." Song Jinyuan, who was almost finished devouring a bowl of ice balls, curiously inquired, "What did he say?" She replied, "He stated that we signed a doctor agreement. Unless he chooses to dismiss me, I cannot resign for 5 years. Should I insist on leaving, I would owe him a penalty of 2 million. That fascist, Fu Xishan, exploits me to the extent that after 5 years of labor, I barely earn 1 million. Yet he now demands 2 million in compensation. It's utterly outrageous." Recognizing her own shortcomings, Song Jinyuan leaned closer when she learned of Enran's desire to resign and asked, "How about I cover that 2 million for you?" "Absolutely not." Enran set her bowl down, gritting her teeth. "I would rather feed that 2 million to dogs than to him. Little Yuanzi, do not concern yourself with this, I have my own methods to deal with that scoundrel." Fu Xishan. After venting her frustrations and finishing her bowl of ice balls, Enran felt a bit of her inner turmoil subside. She settled onto the sofa and began to inquire of Song Jinyuan, "By the way, didn't you go for an interview at Bo Yancheng's company today? Did you succeed?" "Yes, I did." "That's splendid. I wish you great success. Once you win Bo Yancheng's affection, give him a good kick to the curb and make him suffer." She hoped that Song Jinyuan's pursuit of Bo Yancheng would proceed smoothly in the days to come. The following morning, Song Jinyuan rose early to adorn herself and made her way to Bo Yancheng's company. Upon her arrival, she found him already engaged in paperwork. It was only 8:30, had he truly come in this early? Standing at the entrance, she knocked gently on the door of Bo Yancheng's office, announcing, "Mr. Bo, I have arrived for duty." Bo Yancheng glanced up, noting her absence of formal attire, as she donned a striking red skirt. His brows furrowed slightly, and he inquired, "Who permitted you to dress in such a manner?" With her naturally cascading black curls and high heels, Song Jinyuan approached him with a confident sway, asserting, "As your secretary, I must present a pleasing faade. Is there a problem with looking attractive?" However, she was unaccustomed to the heels, causing her to walk with a slight wobble. Bo Yanchen's gaze fell upon her elegantly long and slender legs, and he remarked, "Your visage alone suffices as a fiancé, thus. Refrain from such ostentatious attire and heavy makeup in the future." Taken aback by his compliment, Jinyuan leaned closer, playfully inquiring, "Were you just praising my beauty?" Their eyes met, and as he observed her face magnified before him, he disdainfully retorted, "You have a makeup mishap." Her smile vanished instantaneously, replaced with embarrassment as she straightened up and hastily retrieved her mirror. "There is no makeup mishap. Mr. Bo, my face is flawless," she insisted, confident in the quality of her cosmetics, which she believed could not possibly lead to such a blunder. Bo Yanchen gazed intently at Jinyuan for a moment and inquired, "What is that luminous line on your nose, and the patches of light on either side of your cheeks?" Jinyuan replied, "Mr. Bo, that is highlighter. It enhances the three-dimensionality of one's features." Bo Yanchen frowned, "It looks rather unkempt." Jinyuan was taken aback. She had dedicated a whole half-hour to perfecting this makeup, hoping to captivate Bo Yanchen's attention. Instead, he bluntly criticized her appearance, a typical straight man who fails to appreciate artistry. She shot him a disdainful glance, prepared to turn away, but at that moment, Bo Yanchen called out to her, "Secretary Song, here are 10 documents. Please review them and submit a report afterward." He intended to assess her capabilities. Jinyuan acknowledged his request, took the documents that Bo Yanchen had set aside, and returned to her workstation, where she began to meticulously examine the files. After completing her review, she conducted additional research and created an analysis chart before finally drafting a comprehensive report to present to Bo Yanchen. The entire process took her 2 hours. "Mr. Bo, here is the report you requested. Please let me know if you find any issues." Bo Yanchen was taken aback by Jinyuan's efficiency. The task he had assigned her was meant to occupy an entire day's work. Yet, she had managed to produce the report in just 2 hours. He scrutinized the document with skepticism, flipping through its contents. Not only did it contain the report, but it also included analytical charts for each product, along with projections for their collaborative ventures. Ultimately, it concluded with her summary. In the summary, she reported her suggestions and deliberated on the most prudent choice for the company's upcoming collaboration partners. Remarkably, her recommendations aligned seamlessly with her own thoughts, and her analytical presentation was commendable. Bo Yanchen could not help but regard her with newfound respect. "You truly embody the caliber of a St. Knight graduate. You possess considerable talent. However, I am curious, such a capable individual like yourself, why are you struggling to find employment?" Jinyuan playfully adjusted her hair and responded with an alluring smile, "It is precisely because of my beauty that employers perceive me as merely a decorative piece, reluctant to hire me. Moreover, some timid individuals are too intimidated to consider me for their teams." As the conversation progressed to the topic of Bo Yanchen's preferences in women, Song seized the opportunity to take a seat opposite him. "Of course, I have not been entirely unsuccessful in my job applications. I have gained experience in other companies, but I found their philosophies incompatible with mine, which led to my resignation." After listening to Jinyuan's account, Bo Yanchen refrained from further commentary and continued reviewing the report she had prepared for him. Upon finishing, he instructed her, "This evening, I shall discuss collaboration with General Manager Wang. Please prepare a contract for signing tonight." Jinyuan acknowledged his request and, under his watchful gaze, exited the office to return to her workstation, commencing her preparations for the evening's contract. Time swiftly passed, and by midday, she ventured into the company cafeteria, attracting the attention of all the single men present. "Look. Isn't that the new secretary Bo just hired? One cannot deny that Bo possesses an excellent eye for talent. His secretary is indeed stunning. Indeed, she possesses a captivating beauty. One wonders if she is unattached or already spoken for. Perhaps you, as the most dashing male programmer in my department, could approach her and procure her contact information, and incidentally inquire about her relationship status?" Scanning the bustling cafeteria, replete with occupants, Jinyuan procured a serving of sweet and sour spare ribs and shredded chicken salad, yet found herself at a loss for seating. Just then, Jiang Rua arose and beckoned her over. "Yuan. Come, take a seat here." Jinyuan glanced at Jiang Rua, noting the absence of company beside her. As she prepared to settle in, Su Li preemptively occupied the space. Song Jinyuan paused, a flicker of awkwardness in her demeanor, as she met Su Li's gaze. Laden with animosity. She surmised that Su Li's antipathy likely stemmed from the perception that she had employed underhanded tactics to secure her position with Bo Yanchen after being rejected herself. For in the professional sphere, nothing is more frowned upon than leveraging one's allure to attain desired employment, as it breeds envy and risks offending superiors. As evidenced by the present situation, she had inadvertently antagonized Su Li, devoid of an alternative seating arrangement. Song Jinyuan was about to seek sustenance elsewhere when she noticed the unoccupied seats at the forefront. She proceeded to that location, tray in hand, and settled in. The instant she sat, a collective gasp of astonishment reverberated through the room. Song Jinyuan's dining motion faltered, and she inquired, perplexed, why such astonishment? Secretary Song. That table is reserved exclusively for President Bo. Song Jinyuan countered, so what? He is not presently dining here. I was without a place to sit. So what is the harm in occupying it temporarily? Moreover, even if he were to arrive, this table is quite spacious, surely. There would be no issue with her occupying it briefly. Regardless of the gazes of those around her, Song Jinyuan continued to dine in tranquility. Those in closer proximity hastily cautioned, Secretary Song, President Bo is not fond of others occupying his seat. You should rise at once. Scarcely had the words been uttered when someone at the entrance exclaimed, President Bo has arrived. All eyes converged upon Song Jinyuan, who was still heartily enjoying her meal. The audacity of this Secretary Song was truly remarkable. Despite President Bo's arrival, she not only remained seated but continued to eat with gusto. Did she not realize that if she did not rise, this meal would be her last within the company? Accompanied by Su Zhou, Bo Yanchen obtained a meal from the cafeteria entrance and seated himself opposite Song Jinyuan. Is it palatable? Song Jinyuan licked the corners of her mouth and nodded to Bo Yanchen. Exceedingly so. The fare prepared by your company's cafeteria is the most delectable I have ever encountered. Observing Song Jinyuan's relish, Bo Yanchen leaned back in his chair and inquired. His gaze fixed upon her, has no one informed you that this table is reserved for my exclusive use? Partaking of the shredded chicken in her bowl, Song Jinyuan met Bo Yanchen's scrutinizing gaze without trepidation and replied, they did inform me as soon as I sat down. However, your company employs a multitude of individuals. And the cafeteria lacks sufficient seating. I had nowhere to sit and, noticing your table unoccupied, I availed myself of it. At this juncture, Song Jinyuan, with a countenance of mirth, queried Bo Yanchen, surely, a man of President Bo's magnanimity would not begrudge me occupying his reserved table for a brief period, would he? Observing that all eyes were upon him, Bo Yanchen, in an effort to avoid appearing parsimonious, instructed Song Jinyuan, this is a singular exception, henceforth. You are not permitted to occupy my seat without my express consent. Song Jinyuan, however, paid scant attention to Bo Yanchen's admonition. The more he forbade her to sit there, the more determined she was to do so. She continued to partake of her meal, and in short order. Her dish was emptied of its contents, save for half the portion of rice. Instinctively, she cast a glance at the victuals upon Bo Yanchen's plate. Whereupon she seized her chopsticks and conveyed a generous morsel into her mouth. Bo Yanchen. Secretary Song, what is the meaning of this? Bo Yanchen's tone grew progressively displeased. Song Jinyuan, with a smile, responded, I find myself devoid of sustenance and, observing the abundance upon your plate, esteemed Director Bo, I thought to partake of a morsel. Bo Yanchen. If you are without victuals, why not procure another serving? Must you needs consume mine? Song Jinyuan, with utmost seriousness, nibbled upon her chopsticks and replied, procuring sustenance requires expenditure, whereas partaking of yours is devoid of cost. As Director Bo is undoubtedly aware, my remuneration is meager, and I am impoverished. As she spoke, Song Jinyuan batted her eyelashes at Bo Yanchen, as if attempting to ingratiate herself. Bo Yanchen, however, was seized with a sudden revulsion. Could this be the woman's method of courtship? To deliberately disgust him? His appetite vanished instantly, and he set down his chopsticks, rose from his seat, and departed from Song Jinyuan's presence. Song Jinyuan blinked once more, a hint of bewilderment in her gaze. She had, but moments ago, cast coquettish glances and attempted to charm Bo Yanchen with her endearing demeanor. By all rights, such an act should have stirred his affections. Yet, she now sensed that she had merely repulsed him. Was she not comely? Was she not endearing? Was she not capable of inspiring affection? Experiencing her inaugural pursuit of affection, Song Jinyuan was immediately overwhelmed by a profound sense of discouragement. However, she resolved not to be disheartened. She was determined to win Bo Yanchen's heart. After finishing her meal and clearing Bo Yanchen's dishes, Song Jinyuan returned upstairs. Observing their interaction, Su Li's countenance grew even more unpleasant than before. She thought to herself, indeed, a shameless seductress. Her entry into Bo's group is solely to pursue President Bo. A method must be devised to expel her from Bo's. Upstairs, Song Jinyuan, seated at her desk, messaged her brothers in their private group chat. She inquired, "Brothers, what qualities in a woman captivate a man's heart?" Eldest brother, Song Jinyuan, gentleness. Second brother, Song Jingyan, beauty. Third brother, Song Jingmo, refinement. Fourth brother, Song Jingzai, any woman I adore, regardless of her attributes, would stir my heart. Fifth brother, Song Jingchen, I favor a more vivacious girl. Sixth brother, Song Jingnan, I am fond of independent and cultured women. Song Jinyuan felt the conversation was deviating from her original query. She was asking what kind of woman would move a man's heart, yet they were responding with their personal preferences. Their current inclinations were irrelevant. What mattered was the type of woman Bo Yanchen fancied. Song Jingchen inquired, "Little sister, why do you ask us this out of the blue?" Song Jinyuan, I find myself at an impasse in my pursuit of Bo Yanchen. It appears he does not favor this type of girl. Fifth brother, given your close relationship with Bo Yanchen, do you have any insight into the kind of girl he prefers? The entire Song family is aware of Song Jinyuan's intention to pursue Bo Yanchen and her desire to exact revenge by casting him aside. Upon hearing her declaration, her brothers urged Song Jingchen to offer advice, as he is undoubtedly the most knowledgeable among them regarding Bo Yanchen. Song Jingchen, having known Yanchen for many years, I have never heard him express a preference for any particular type of woman. In fact, I have yet to witness him show interest in anyone. Little sister, perhaps we should reconsider pursuing Yanchen. Look, grandfather is already feeling better, it would be unwise to seek revenge against him. Song Jinyuan, I have already assured grandfather that I would stand up for him, I cannot go back on my word. Song Jingchen, however, grandfather has forgiven Yanchen upon learning the reason behind the dissolution of the engagement with his little sister. Just as Song Jingchen was about to reveal more, he was abruptly removed from the group chat by his elder brother, who issued a stern warning, do not inform our little sister that the one who angered grandfather is not Bo Yanchen. Grandfather has stated that to facilitate a union between her and Yanchen, it is imperative for her to take the initiative in approaching him. Song Jingchen, elder brother, given that Yanchen has shown no interest in women for all these years, I suspect he might prefer men. Encouraging him and our little sister to get close could lead to her becoming infatuated. While he remains indifferent, the one who will be hurt is solely our little sister. Rest assured, Song Jinyuan declared, I once harbored suspicions regarding Bo Yanchen's proclivities, but after my probing, I ascertained that his orientation is conventional. Therefore, you need not fret about your younger sister suffering any heartache. Simply await the day when Bo Yanchen addresses you as brother. To have Bo Yanchen address him as brother? The prospect held a certain allure. However, the thought of his younger sister simultaneously pursuing two men, and the potential repercussions thereof, gave him pause. Nay, he must safeguard her. Bo Yanchen must never discover that, concurrent with her pursuit of him, she was also enticing Qin Yu, seeking retribution. Unbeknownst to Song Jinyuan, her fifth brother had engaged in a private discourse with her eldest brother. Upon witnessing her fifth brother's expulsion from the group chat, she couldn't suppress a sigh. It seemed she could not rely on her fifth brother after all. The pursuit of Bo Yanchen ultimately rested upon her own shoulders. Recalling that Bo Yanchen had barely eaten during lunch, Song Jinyuan ordered a meal for him online, intending to warm his heart. At 2 p.m, the delivery arrived. Song Jinyuan, carrying the bag, proceeded to Bo Yanchen's office. Finding him engrossed in his work, she refrained from disturbing him, merely placing the takeout before him. Bo Yanchen glanced up, inquiring, what is this? A recompense for your lunch, Song Jinyuan replied. Observing that Bo Yanchen hadn't even looked up, she continued, I shouldn't have partaken of the dishes on your plate at noon, as it ruined your appetite. Therefore, consider this wonton soup as my atonement. I shall refrain from eating from your plate in the future. Please, partake of it, and I shall return to my work. Song Jinyuan's measured demeanor prompted Bo Yanchen to raise his eyes and cast a glance in her direction. He said nothing, merely opened the takeout bag after she departed. And began to eat the wontons, for he was indeed hungry. In just a few bites, Bo Yanchen finished the wontons before commencing a video conference with an overseas colleague. Mid-sentence, he suddenly noticed the alarming sight of red rashes covering his face and neck, accompanied by an unsettling itch. Instinctively, he glanced at the leftover takeout bag beside him, which bore the inscription shrimp wontons. Song Yuan. Bo Yanchen abruptly declared a pause in the meeting, severing the video call to dial the office landline of Song Jinyuan. Come in. Under the thunderous command of Bo Yanchen, Song Jinyuan hung up the phone and made her way to his office. Upon entering, she was confronted with the sight of Bo Yanchen, his face marred by rashes and struggling to breathe, which startled her. Could it be that the shrimp wonton she had delivered triggered his allergy? Oh no. Initially, she had intended to use these wontons to win his heart. But now it seemed she had unwittingly caused him harm. Had she known, she would have chosen pork wontons instead. Song Yuan. Did you bring me wontons to apologize? Or to take my life? Bo Yanchen exclaimed, tugging at his tie, feeling as though he could scarcely breathe. Witnessing his distress, Song Jinyuan swiftly retrieved her phone to order allergy medication for him. Once the order was placed, she hurried to his side, taking the nearby takeout bag and offering it to him. President Bo, breathe into this bag for now, the allergy medication will arrive shortly. Bo Yanchen propped himself up and stood, locking his gaze on Song Jinyuan before him. I have oxygen readily available, what need have I for a bag? Song Yuan. It is you who has brought me to this state, thus you must bear the consequences. Before Song Jinyuan could fully comprehend the situation, Bo Yanchen seized her head and kissed her. Song Jinyuan's eyes widened in surprise, her body freezing at the unexpected kiss. Observing her stunned reaction, Bo Yanchen pressed her against the desk, releasing her lips to command, open your mouth. Relax. How could she possibly request oxygen while so rigid? Song Jinyuan placed her hands on the desk, surrendering her body to his kiss. The two were engrossed in an ardent embrace within the office. When Suli arrived to deliver documents and happened upon the scene, she instinctively tightened her grip on the papers, barely concealing her disdain. Having followed Bo Yanchen since graduation, she had dedicated 4 long years, from the age of 23 to 26, to win his affection, yet this Song Yuan, having just arrived, had already captured the CEO's kiss. What merit did she possess? Unable to tolerate it any longer, Suli knocked on the door and entered, declaring, CEO Bo. I have an urgent document that requires your signature. Bo Yanchen, disturbed, glared at her with displeasure, suppressing his irritation as he ordered, leave. Do not enter without my permission. Suli, determined to persist, responded, but CEO Bo, this document is truly urgent, perhaps you could sign it? Suli, do you wish to be dismissed? Chapter 31, Gaze upon me. Observing the displeasure in Mr. Bo's countenance, Suli suppressed her inner envy and offered a hasty apology. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Bo. I shall take my leave immediately. In the wake of Suli's departure, Mr. Bo turned his attention to Song Jinyuan, who had averted her gaze, her breath measured. He reached out, gently lifting her chin, and commanded, gaze upon me. Song Jinyuan exhaled softly, her eyes meeting those of Mr. Bo. Before she could fully register his intent, he had once again claimed her lips in a kiss. His audacity was astounding, seemingly indifferent to his own well-being. She felt herself teetering on the brink of suffocation, such was the intensity of his embrace. Thankfully, the timely arrival of the medication by courier, delivered within the half-hour, proved to be her salvation. She promptly poured a glass of water for Mr. Bo, urging him to take the pills. Furthermore, anticipating his need for supplemental oxygen after the medication, Song Jinyuan swiftly presented him with a portable oxygen canister. She could ill afford another kiss. Her lips were already tender from his ardent affections. He would fare better replenishing his oxygen reserves independently. Mr. Bo accepted the proffered oxygen canister, settling back into his executive chair. Between measured inhalations, he issued a decree, should the erythema on my face persist through the impending dinner engagement with Director Wang, you may consider yourself terminated. Song Jinyuan was taken aback. It was hardly her fault. Moreover, she had diligently provided him with supplemental oxygen. How could he still threaten her dismissal? What a petty and vindictive man. Song Jinyuan, perched opposite Mr. Bo, propped her face in her hands and reassured him. Rest assured, Mr. Bo, antihistamines typically take effect within an hour, so the erythema on your face should abate accordingly. After a brief pause, she added, should the erythema persist, I can apply a touch of concealer to mask the blemishes. Mr. Bo frowned. You want me, a grown man, to put on makeup? Absolutely not. What are you even suggesting? How effeminate would that make me appear? I refuse. Seeing Bo Yanchen's aversion to cosmetics, Jinyuan did not press the issue. She simply said to him, if you don't want to, then don't. Just wait it out. The rash on your face should subside soon enough. Before long. It was 6 in the evening, and the erythema on Bo Yanchen's face had gradually faded. He asked Jinyuan to bring the contract. And together they went to the hotel for the dinner engagement. When they arrived, Director Wang and his assistant were already there. Upon seeing Jinyuan and Bo Yanchen enter together, Director Wang's gaze remained fixed on Jinyuan, who was standing next to Bo Yanchen. Director Bo. Did you replace your assistant with a secretary? Indeed. Bo Yanchen gestured for Jinyuan to take a seat with him. And he began to discuss the collaboration with Director Wang. Noticing the white wine before him, Director Wang picked up a glass and placed it in front of Bo Yanchen. Director Bo, there's no rush to discuss the collaboration. You were a bit late just now, so perhaps you should express your apology with a self-imposed drink? It was customary at the dinner table for those who arrived late to offer a drink as penance. Bo Yanchen smiled and said, very well. I shall punish myself with a drink. Jinyuan, seated beside Bo Yanchen, preemptively seized the white wine as he was about to drink, and drained it in one gulp. Bo Yanchen was taken aback. After finishing the drink, Jinyuan stuck out her tongue, feeling the burn, and said, Director Wang. Our Director Bo recently took medication for an allergic reaction. He is unable to consume alcohol at the moment, so allow me to drink this self-imposed penalty on his behalf. Upon hearing Jinyuan's declaration, Director Wang refilled her glass, remarking, since the secretary is substituting for Director Bo in this self-imposed penalty, 1 glass will hardly suffice. You must consume at least 3. Jinyuan glanced at Director Wang, cleared her throat twice, and affirmed, very well. I shall drink. With that, she lifted the glass and imbibed another, followed by a third. A fit of coughing seized her, the liquor's harshness overwhelming her senses. Bo Yanchen, seated beside her, frowned, wondering what she was trying to prove. Director Wang, Jinyuan announced, the wine for my self-imposed penalty is finished. Now, it is my turn to proffer a toast to you. Jinyuan exchanged Director Wang's glass for a larger one, filling it to the brim and placing it before him. Director Wang took a sip, and Jinyuan urged, Director Wang. This glass is my humble offering on behalf of Director Bo. Should you fail to drain it, you would be showing disrespect to Director Bo himself. Director Wang scrutinized the water glass in his hand and furrowed his brow. Secretary, you request that I consume such a copious amount of liquor, while you partake in such a diminutive portion. It seems hardly equitable. Jinyuan responded with a smile, Director Wang, I am a woman, while you are a man. As a man, you must defer to me. Therefore, please dispense with these concerns of equity and drink up, lest Director Bo become displeased. Director Wang moved his neck and raised the glass, consuming the majority of the bottle in one gulp. Jinyuan promptly refilled his glass, saying, Director Wang. Now that Director Bo has offered his respects, it is my turn to propose a toast to you. As General Manager Wang downed his drink, the effects of intoxication began to manifest. He waved his hand dismissively, declaring, I shall drink no more. In response, someone suggested, if you choose not to drink further, shall we proceed with signing the contract? Wang let out a belch, replying, Dear Secretary, there is no rush regarding the contract, let us wait a while longer. Very well. Let us indulge further, came the response, and with that, they resumed their drinking. As Wang hesitated to refuse another drink, Jinyuan stood up and approached him, insisting on pouring the liquor directly into his mouth. Observing that General Manager Wang seemed unable to lift his glass, she cheerfully proclaimed, Fear not. I shall take it upon myself to ensure you drink. Meanwhile, Bo Yanchen and Wang's assistant exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether Jinyuan was truly accompanying them for a drink or simply forcing it upon Wang. After pouring an entire bottle of alcohol into Wang's belly, he was utterly inebriated and disoriented. Jinyuan then presented the contract before him, stating, General Manager Wang, it appears you have sufficiently imbibed. Shall we proceed to sign with Mr. Bo? With a dazed expression, Wang murmured, let us wait a moment longer. It seemed he had yet to reach his limit. Shall we continue drinking, then? Was the suggestion, to which Wang quickly exclaimed, no more. Hand me a pen, I shall sign immediately. Realizing that further consumption would be detrimental to his well-being, he felt compelled to act. With a smile, Jinyuan acquiesced. Retrieving a pen from her bag and placing it in Wang's hand, urging him to sign the contract. Just as he was about to inscribe his name, he summoned his remaining faculties to utter, Mr. Bo, I fear this contract seems rather hasty, I believe we ought to discuss it further. Upon hearing this, Jinyuan retrieved the baijiu from the side, uncorked it once more, and filled Wang's glass to the brim. President Wang, she said. Since you wish to continue your discourse with our President Bo, shall we do so over drinks? President Wang, with a gesture of disdain, pushed the glass away. Miss Secretary. He protested, why do you persist in plying me with liquor? I assure you, I can imbibe endlessly without succumbing. Yet, he was already so intoxicated that he seemed disoriented. Addressing Bo Yanchen, he reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Miss Secretary, he slurred, I can't quite fathom it. But I perceive you as having grown somewhat more substantial. Jinyuan returned the gesture, patting President Wang on the shoulder as she refilled his glass and urged him to drink. President Wang, come now, let us continue. Chapter 32, Who allowed you to trespass upon my bed? He demanded she punish herself with 3 cups, it was only equitable that he do the same. President Wang, utterly overwhelmed, affixed his signature to the contract with a dizzy head. Miss Secretary, he pleaded, now that I have signed the contract as you wished, might you cease force-feeding me alcohol? He felt as though he were on the verge of expiring from inebriation. Jinyuan acquiesced, retrieving the contract and returning to Bo Yanchen's side to partake in a meal. As for President Wang, he spent the duration of the meal in the lavatory, regurgitating its contents, attended by his assistant. The intermittent sounds of retching emanating from the restroom rendered Jinyuan's meal unpalatable. After a mere couple of bites, she ceased eating. Once Bo Yanchen had finished, she turned to him and inquired, President Bo, now that the contract is signed and the meal is nearly concluded, may I take my leave? I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. She can indulge in a couple of glasses of red wine, but with spirits, she feels as though a single glass would render her incapacitated. Upon noticing Jinyuan's inebriated state, Bo Yanchen settled the bill, excused himself to Director Wang, and escorted her from the hotel. Adorned in high heels, Jinyuan's gait was unsteady, as if she were on the verge of collapsing at any moment. As Bo Yanchen contemplated offering her support, Jinyuan abruptly removed her high heels and discarded them into a waste receptacle. I refuse to wear them any longer. My feet are throbbing. Bo Yanchen. Having shed her footwear, the effects of intoxication began to overwhelm her cognitive faculties, and she frolicked toward the exterior. Fearing for her safety, Bo Yanchen hastened to pursue her, Yuan. Cease your movements immediately. In defiance of his command, Jinyuan persisted in her barefoot escapade, eventually arriving at a street food vendor, where she enthusiastically approached the proprietor. Esteemed vendor, the aroma emanating from your grilled skewers is exceptionally enticing. Might I be permitted a sample? The vendor, unaccustomed to requests for complimentary samples, responded, Madam, these skewers have already been procured by other patrons and are therefore unavailable for sampling. However, you are welcome to select a few items, and I shall prepare them for you. Jinyuan, her vision slightly blurred by inebriation, gestured toward the array of skewers displayed on the adjacent stall and proclaimed, I shall acquire the entirety of your stock. At that precise moment, Bo Yanchen arrived on the scene, whereupon Jinyuan directed her finger toward him and declared, he shall remit payment. Bo Yanchen. What justification do I have for subsidizing your purchase? Jinyuan, tilting her head coquettishly, responded with a smile. Based on the premise that I harbor affection for you. Bo Yanchen. What manner of rationale is that? She may indeed be enamored with him, but his affections were not reciprocated. Bo Yanchen attempted to pull Jinyuan away, but she stubbornly plopped down on the ground, clinging to his leg and playfully demanding, Bo Yanchen, I want to eat skewers. Buy me some skewers, and if you don't, I won't leave today. Her voice rang out loudly, drawing the attention of a crowd who began to watch Bo Yanchen. Sir, your girlfriend wants skewers, you should buy them for her. Just look at how pitiful she is. Indeed, sir, don't be so stingy with your girlfriend. Upon hearing the passerby's misunderstanding, Bo Yanchen tried to clarify, she is not my girlfriend. Bo Yanchen, I want skewers. Skewers? Song Jinyuan shouted, her voice echoing, leaving Bo Yanchen feeling utterly embarrassed. He tugged at her arm, get up, I will buy them for you. What an embarrassment. Hearing that Bo Yanchen was going to buy her skewers, Song Jinyuan stood up and pointed at a large pile of skewers nearby, exclaiming, I want all of those. Bo Yanchen replied. Are you a pig? Why would you eat so much? Just as he finished speaking, Song Jinyuan prepared to sit back down. Bo Yanchen, feeling a headache coming on, said, don't sit down, you can have all those skewers. Content at last, Song Jinyuan smiled sweetly at Bo Yanchen and, taking him by surprise, planted a kiss on his lips, saying, Bo Yanchen, you're so wonderful. Bo Yanchen stammered, you. After the kiss, Song Jinyuan embraced his waist, playfully rubbing her head against his chest. Bo Yanchen felt a rush of warmth and said, Song Jinyuan, stop that. Obediently, she quieted down, standing still beside him. It appeared as though she had succumbed to slumber. Shortly thereafter, the skewers were ready. Bo Yanchen, upon unveiling the exquisite Song Jinyuan embroidered upon his chest, noticed her seemingly asleep stance. He furrowed his brow in disdain, pondering how this woman could manage to doze off while standing. Sir, the skewers your girlfriend ordered are prepared. You may dine while you wait. Bo Yanchen instructed the proprietor to package his meal, settled the bill, and then lifted Song Jinyuan into his arms, transporting her back to his vehicle and subsequently to his apartment. Uncertain of her residence, he brought her to his own abode. Observing the inebriated Song Jinyuan, he carelessly deposited her upon the sofa before retreating for a shower and some rest, leaving her to her own devices on the couch. In the dead of night, she stirred groggily, realizing the surroundings were enveloped in darkness. Rising from the sofa, she began to disrobe while making her way toward Bo Yanchen's room. Anren, why did you make me sleep on the sofa? You didn't even turn on the air conditioning, it's sweltering out here. After her disoriented murmurs, she collapsed onto Bo Yanchen's bed, embracing him in slumber. Anren, your waist has grown so much, you need to lose weight. After uttering these words, she drifted off once more. When daylight broke and she opened her eyes, she was startled to find Bo Yanchen lying beside her. With a gasp, she exclaimed, ah. Upon regaining composure, she hurriedly lifted the covers to inspect her attire, only to discover that her clothes were entirely absent, leaving her mind in a state of bewilderment. Had she truly spent the night with Bo Yanchen? How had it come to pass? The sharp scream of Song Jinyuan roused Bo Yanchen from his slumber. Upon seeing the woman beside him, unclad, he disdainfully wrapped her in a blanket and unceremoniously tossed her off the bed. Song Yuan. Who permitted you to ascend to my bed? What is this nonsense? Did I climb into your bed? Song Yuan retorted indignantly. Bo Yanchen, do not slander me. When did I ever do such a thing? It was you who, upon seeing me intoxicated last night, brought me home with ulterior motives. You dare accuse me of climbing into your bed, how shameless. Thus, a torrent of accusations was hurled at Bo Yanchen. He, clad only in shorts, descended from the bed, opting not to engage in further argument with Song Jinyuan. Instead, he accessed the surveillance footage from his home and clicked play, presenting it to her. Song Yuan. Open your eyes and observe clearly, was it I who harbored ulterior motives, or was it you who shamelessly climbed into my bed? Fine, let us see. Song Jinyuan, wrapped in the blanket, approached Bo Yanchen's computer to watch the video. She witnessed her own disoriented self from the previous night, half undressing and stumbling into Bo Yanchen's room. Although the footage had ceased, it was evident that he had not pursued her with any intention. It was she who, mistaking her surroundings, had unwittingly entered his room, seeking respite from the heat. Chapter 33, Did you sleep with him? Did you even share his bed? Song Jinyuan tightened her grip on the blanket, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing desperately for a hole to hide in. How utterly humiliating, truly. Taking a deep breath, Song Jinyuan endeavored to quell her embarrassment. With a forced smile, she articulated, Mr. Bo, I apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. Upon awakening and discovering myself unclothed, I instinctively, though erroneously, suspected something untoward had transpired between us last night, didn't it? Bo Yanchen closed his laptop and subjected Song Jinyuan to a scrutinizing gaze, remarking, Do you honestly believe your rather juvenile physique could possibly ignite any interest within me? Song Jinyuan was taken aback. Was he deliberately attempting to humiliate her? What did he mean by juvenile physique? Incensed, Song Jinyuan defiantly cast aside the bedclothes that concealed her form. Mr. Bo. I implore you to open your eyes and observe with due diligence. I am, in fact, curvaceous, fair-skinned, and possessed of considerable beauty. How could I possibly resemble someone of such tender years? Are the adolescents in your acquaintance endowed with a C-cup and shapely buttocks? Observing Song Jinyuan's brazen display, Bo Yanchen felt a flush creep up his neck. Song Yuan. Are you truly so desperate to ensnare me that you would resort to such flagrant exhibitions? She was not attempting to seduce him with the unveiling of her body, rather, she sought to demonstrate the allure of her figure. With a disdainful sniff, Song Jinyuan retrieved the discarded bed covering and wrapped herself within its folds. Mr. Bo is welcome to entertain whatever notions he pleases. I shall retire to my apartment downstairs to freshen up before reporting to the office. With these words, Song Jinyuan ventured outside to gather her discarded garments. After hastily dressing, she tossed the bed covering onto the sofa and prepared to depart. Inadvertently, her gaze fell upon the skewers of grilled meat resting on the coffee table, prompting a series of indistinct memories to flicker through her mind. It seems that she had drunkenly insisted on purchasing skewers from Bo Yanchen last night, and to her surprise, not only did he buy them, but he also took some home for himself. Song Jinyuan lifted the bag and entered the room, addressing Bo Yanchen, who was preparing to take a shower. Mr. Bo, thank you for the skewers you bought for me last night, I shall savor them. With that, Song Jinyuan departed from Bo Yanchen's residence barefoot. As the door closed behind her, Bo Yanchen let out a sigh of relief, finally rid of this boisterous woman. However, he pondered why, despite his habitual insomnia, he had fallen into a deep slumber immediately after she had occupied his bed. Upon returning downstairs, Ran was having breakfast. Noticing Song Jinyuan's bare feet, Ran inquired with concern, Yuan, where did you go last night? Song Jinyuan set down the now-cold skewers and replied, I accompanied Bo Yanchen to a dinner gathering, and after consuming 3 glasses of baijiu, I became quite inebriated. Upon hearing that Song Jinyuan had been with Bo Yanchen, Ran's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and then? Why didn't you come home when you were drunk? Isn't it obvious? I was so intoxicated that I lacked the strength to return home. So you didn't come home but stayed at Bo Yanchen's? Song Jinyuan did not deny it, which only fueled Ran's inquisitiveness. Did you two sleep together under the influence of alcohol last night? The memory of lying beside Bo Yanchen, completely unclothed, flooded Song Jinyuan's mind, bringing a wave of embarrassment. We did not sleep together. We merely lay beside each other for the night. In an effort to deter Ran from her incessant gossiping, Song Jinyuan took her skewers to the microwave for reheating. Afterward, she retreated to her room to wash up, change clothes, and remove her makeup. Once she completed these tasks, she returned to Ran's side, seated herself, and began to enjoy the skewers under her friend's watchful gaze. To her surprise, the skewers were quite delectable. As Ran sipped her coffee, she inquired, What plans do you have today, little Yuanzi? What plans? Of course. The plan to pursue Bo Yanchen. You have successfully drawn closer to him, so surely you must have devised a strategy to make him feel a spark for you, right? In truth, she had no such plan in mind. She believed that pursuing someone required a flexible approach. If Bo Yanchen needed her to do something, she would oblige. And in the course of her actions, she would find ways to capture his heart. With a nonchalant remark about lacking a plan, Song Jinyuan continued to savor her skewers. After their meal, Song Jinyuan and Ran set out, one heading to the hospital and the other to the office. Upon her arrival, she went directly to Bo Yanchen's office. Mr. Bo, I wonder if there is anything you require of me today. Bo Yanchen looked up, scrutinizing Song Jinyuan, noting that she was barefaced and clad in casual attire. Leaning back in his chair, he asked, Are you not planning to be the face of my company today? Did you not say that as long as I possess this face, I am the company's visage? Therefore, I have decided against wearing high heels, they are simply uncomfortable. In her understated appearance, devoid of heavy makeup, Song Jinyuan appeared rather more agreeable. Bo Yanchen picked up a document from the side, flipping through it as he spoke. From now on, your tasks will be arranged by Assistant Sue. There is no need for you to come and inquire about your daily duties directly. Song Jinyuan replied affirmatively and, under Bo Yanchen's watchful gaze, exited the office. Returning to her workstation, she requested Suzhou to assign her tasks. Suzhou, preoccupied with investigating Qin Wanwan's matters, had no time to complete his own work and promptly transferred all his responsibilities to Song Jinyuan. The arrival of Secretary Song was indeed timely, as it finally provided him with someone to alleviate his workload. Upon receiving the tasks assigned by Suzhou, Song Jinyuan immediately began to work diligently. As she toiled, she engaged in conversation with Suzhou, who was stationed not far away. Assistant Su, I have feelings for President Bo and wish to pursue him. Could you assist me? Suzhou, taken by surprise while sipping water, abruptly spurted it out upon hearing her declaration. What did you say? Observing Suzhou's astonished expression, Song Jinyuan patiently reiterated. I said I like President Bo and I want to pursue him. Can you help me? Without a moment's hesitation, Suzhou firmly declined, absolutely not. Why not? She inquired. Because President Bo does not harbor feelings for you. If I were to assist you and he found out, he would undoubtedly assign you to the coal mining project in F country. Secretary Song should be aware that such a place is inhospitable for outsiders. So, please do not involve me in this. Song Jinyuan remained speechless. She merely sought a small favor from him, how could it possibly jeopardize him? Nevertheless, if he chose not to assist, so be it. She pursued him herself. And she could hardly believe it, how could someone as beautiful as her fail to attract a man like Bo Yanchen? Song Jinyuan preferred not to engage in conversation with Suzhou and continued diligently with her work. Before she knew it, noon had arrived. Song Jinyuan completed all of Suzhou's tasks for the day and carried a large stack of documents to Bo Yanchen's office. Mr. Bo, here are the documents that require your signature for today. I have reviewed them all and marked any issues for your attention. After discussing work with Bo Yanchen, she suddenly leaned closer and asked, It's lunchtime, would you like to join me in the cafeteria, Mr. Bo? Chapter 34, Trouble at the Store I Cannot. He replied curtly, I have an international video conference to attend shortly and cannot spare time for lunch. Upon receiving Bo Yanchen's refusal, Song Jinyuan did not press further for his company. Instead, she went to the cafeteria, filled her tray, and headed to Bo Yanchen's office, ready to share a meal with him. Mr. Bo, the cafeteria has prepared a delightful array of dishes today. I brought you a little of everything. Please eat first and then continue with your work. As she spoke, she arranged the food beside him. Bo Yanchen glanced at her with an expression devoid of emotion. I did not ask you to buy me lunch. However, I was concerned you might be too busy to eat and might end up with a stomachache from hunger. So I thought it best to bring you something. I haven't eaten yet either, let us enjoy this meal together, she insisted, not allowing Bo Yanchen the opportunity to decline. With that, she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, savoring the food in front of him. Bo Yanchen watched her, feeling a strong aversion to her lack of decorum. Ignoring the disdain radiating from Mr. Bo, Song Jinyuan partook of her meal with gusto. Upon finishing, she retrieved a spoon from her bag and, after gently stirring the remaining rice, approached him to offer sustenance. If the esteemed Mr. Bo is too engrossed in his affairs to dine, allow me to assist. Mr. Bo retorted, I am perfectly capable of feeding myself. Were that truly the case, he would have already partaken, obviating the need for her ministrations. Undeterred, Song Jinyuan resolutely conveyed a spoonful of rice to his lips. The venerable Mr. Bo must prioritize timely nourishment, irrespective of his workload, lest his gastric well-being be compromised. The incessant prattle emanating from Song Jinyuan induced a throbbing ache within Mr. Bo's cranium. Might I implore you to observe a modicum of silence? Was it an aversion to loquacious women he harbored? Song Jinyuan sealed her lips, resuming her vigil as she continued to nourish Mr. Bo. Once completed, she extracted a packet of tissues from her satchel, stooping to cleanse the residue from the corners of his mouth. During this intimate act, their gazes intertwined. After a moment's hesitation, Song Jinyuan inclined her form, bestowing a fleeting kiss upon his sensuous lips. Mr. Bo was taken aback. What manner of conduct is this woman exhibiting? He wondered. Song Jinyuan. Severing the connection, Mr. Bo's tone betrayed a hint of indignation. Song Jinyuan pursed her lips, discarding the spent tissue as she offered an apology. Forgive me, esteemed Mr. Bo. But I found your lips irresistibly alluring, and I succumb to the impulse to bestow a kiss. Given that this is not our inaugural osculation, surely such a vehement reaction is unwarranted? She dared to plant a kiss upon him without prior consent, and then had the audacity to chide him for his reaction? With a frigid tone, Mr. Bo commanded her, "Henceforth, you are forbidden from kissing me without my express consent. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to terminate your employment." Is dismissal the only threat he can wield? Out of Mr. Bo's sight, Miss Song rolled her eyes. Just as she was about to retort, her phone rang. She answered. "Hello. Miss, there's been an incident at your salon." Upon hearing her subordinate's words, Miss Song calmly responded, "Understood," and hung up. Turning to Mr. Bo, she stated. "Mr. Bo, I have completed all the tasks that Assistant Sue assigned to me today. I have a pressing matter to attend to. May I request a 2-hour leave of absence?" "Very well." Upon receiving Mr. Bo's assent, Miss Song promptly made her way to her establishment. Upon her arrival, she found a throng of people clamoring outside, alleging that her beauty balm had caused severe skin damage rather than enhancing their complexion. The commotion had attracted a considerable number of onlookers. Miss Song remained outside, engaging in conversation with her staff. "What's the situation?" "This afternoon, a man and a woman appeared outside the salon, claiming that their faces had become severely ulcerated after using the beauty balm you provided. To lend credence to their claims, they presented a medical report confirming facial disfigurement. They are demanding that you address their grievances." The store manager attempted to invite them inside to discuss the matter. However, it seemed as though they were intentionally escalating the situation, adamantly refusing to enter the premises, and instead, sitting outside the young lady's shop, crying and causing a commotion, which drew a considerable crowd. After hearing the entire sequence of events, Jinyuan knew without a shadow of a doubt who was behind it. It was evident that Wan Jing, feeling aggrieved by the loss of her customers to another shop, had orchestrated this ruckus outside, aiming to tarnish her establishment's reputation. How could this woman be so impulsive? Jinyuan retrieved a lollipop from her bag, unwrapped it, and while savoring it, instructed her subordinate, "Prepare a bucket of powerful makeup remover." Then, leaning in to whisper a few words to her subordinate, she positioned herself among the crowd, attentively observing the unfolding drama. The couple seated on the ground continued their lament. The owner of this shop, in pursuit of profit, deliberately produced defective beauty cream to harm others. Remember our plight, everyone, and let this serve as a cautionary tale. Do not patronize this establishment. The onlookers began to express sympathy for the distressed couple, but before 3 minutes had passed, Jinyuan's subordinate arrived with a bucket of potent makeup remover and doused the pair with it. The sudden chill of the liquid shocked them. The man, supporting his girlfriend, rose to his feet and exclaimed, "Not only will this shop refuse to compensate us, but now, in front of all these witnesses, you dare to throw water on us. This is utterly outrageous. I will report you to the authorities and have you jailed." As soon as the man's words fell, Jinyuan's subordinate deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Intentional defamation, extortion, and the severe act of tarnishing another's reputation can result in a prison sentence of 3 years. Along with a fine. If you too wish to avoid incarceration, it would be prudent to inform everyone present that you were instigated by the owner of the beauty salon against Wanwan." After delivering this warning, the subordinate produced a handkerchief from his bag and wiped the faces of the man and woman before him, erasing their elaborate disguises. With a gasp, as their true faces were revealed, the onlookers began to shout, "Look! Their disfigured faces were all a facade. Their skin is not only intact but also remarkably smooth. Are they deliberately framing this beauty salon for extortion?" No wonder the salon's manager ignored them. It seems they were aware of this charade from the very beginning. Have these two lost their sanity in their pursuit of money, to slander this establishment so baselessly? Their actions clearly contravene the law, and should the salon report this, they would undoubtedly face arrest. Upon hearing the crowd's remarks, the man and woman instinctively touched their now unblemished faces. Chapter 35, Are you doing this on purpose? Their disguises had vanished. What should they do now? Observing the two of them sitting on the ground, covering their faces in shock, Jinyuan's subordinate dialed the police station right in front of him. The two, in a state of panic, clutched the subordinate's leg, pleading, "Sir, we were wrong. We truly apologize. Please don't report us." Jinyuan's subordinate coldly shook off the hands of the two individuals gripping his leg. I will refrain from reporting this to the authorities only if you willingly disclose who sent you to create this disturbance. Upon hearing this, the man and woman recalled his previous instructions, and without hesitation, they turned to point at the shop across the street, exclaiming, "It was the owner of that shop who paid us to slander your establishment, claiming that there are issues with your beauty cream. Sir, we were wrong. We should not have falsely accused your shop for a mere sum of money." Seeing the two implicate Xian Chanqian, the subordinate turned to glance at Song Jinyuan, who was standing amidst the crowd, as if seeking her guidance on whether to show leniency towards the pair. After a moment of serious contemplation, Song Jinyuan retrieved her phone from her bag and sent a text to her subordinate. "Next, let these two publicly defame Xian Chanqian in front of the police. And then have the authorities arrest her. Following that, ensure that the media is made aware of this incident." She intended to make it abundantly clear that Xian Chanqian was neglecting her business, resorting instead to underhanded tactics against her competitors. She aimed to strip Xian Chanqian of her reputation entirely. Of course, the ultimate goal was not merely to humiliate her, but to ensure that Qin Yu shared in this disgrace. She was eager to observe how long Qin Yu could continue to harbor feelings for her after repeatedly witnessing Xian Chanqian's triumph over him. Having given her orders, Song Jinyuan turned and exited the crowd, making her way back to the Bo group. No sooner had she arrived than Suli called out to her. "Miss Song, I noticed on your resume that you are proficient in multiple languages. I happen to have several multilingual contracts here that need translating. Would you be so kind as to assist me with that?" Song Jinyuan responded, "Miss Su, for contract translations, online translation software can provide quick results. There's no need for me to personally translate them for you." Suli replied with a smile, "Online translation software is prone to errors. So I would still prefer if Ms. Song could handle the translations for me." Without allowing Song Jinyuan a chance to decline, Suli placed a large stack of contracts into her arms, stating, "Please have these translated and submitted to me before the end of the workday today." Wasn't she Mr. Bo's secretary? Shouldn't she only be responsible for the tasks he assigns her? Why should she be doing Suli's work? Song Jinyuan had no intention of being bullied. She set aside the contracts Suli had given her, with no intention of translating them. Time passed swiftly, and in the afternoon, Suli came to collect the translated contracts. Song Jinyuan returned them to her untouched. Suli opened them and, seeing the dense foreign text she couldn't comprehend, questioned. "Miss Song, didn't I ask you to translate these contracts by this afternoon? Why haven't you translated them? Are you unable or unwilling to do so?" Song Jinyuan stood up and responded with a smile to Suli's query, "Miss Su, I am capable of translating these contracts, but as Mr. Bo's secretary, not yours. I only follow Mr. Bo's instructions, not yours." Suli was taken aback. Was she really using Mr. Bo to suppress her? "Your audacity is astounding." "Suli," Surue gasped, her composure unraveling. "Secretary Song, while you serve as Mr. Bo's secretary, you are also an employee of this company. As a manager here, I outrank you, making my directives binding. I command you to translate these contracts immediately. Do you comprehend?" Her intention was to scrutinize Song Jinyuan's translation for errors, hoping to instigate her dismissal by Mr. Bo. However, Song's refusal to translate had disrupted her plans. This Song Jinyuan was becoming increasingly irritating and obstructive. Song Jinyuan retrieved her bag, standing before Suli and declaring, "Manager Su, allow me to reiterate, I am only answerable to Mr. Bo. Therefore, either find another translator or undertake the task yourself. I am unavailable." "You, Mr. Bo." Before Suli could finish her retort, Bo Yanchen emerged from his office, impeccably dressed. She hastily approached him, pleading, "Mr. Bo, I have several contracts from niche countries that require translation. Given Secretary Song's linguistic abilities, I requested her assistance. But she insists on obeying only your commands. Would you authorize her to translate these contracts for me?" Bo Yanchen, with an impending engagement with Song Jingchen, instructed Song Jinyuan to remain and assist Suli with the documents before departing. Song Jinyuan silently fumed. This Suli. She has learned to manipulate Bo Yanchen to her advantage. Following Mr. Bo's departure, Suli imperiously commanded Song Jinyuan, "I require these contracts today. Therefore, I expect Secretary Song to have them completely translated by midnight." Song Jinyuan, refusing to indulge Suli, retorted, "Mr. Bo merely requested that I assist you with the translation. Not that I complete it by tonight. Thus, if you are in such a hurry, I suggest you seek assistance from others. Should you insist on relying solely on me? I must inform you that it is beyond my capabilities. Suli thought Song Yuan was so capable, but now it seems that's not the case. Cease the idle chatter and commence translating immediately. Since she was offering her services gratis and yet was met with such an attitude, she would not rush. Song Jinyuan began typing at a snail's pace, managing a mere 3 or 4 words per minute. Suli. Song Yuan, are you deliberately being slow? Receiving no response, Suli persisted, Song Yuan, expedite your pace. I urgently require these contracts. Still ignored, Suli slammed her hand on the desk in exasperation, Song Yuan. With a resounding thud, Song Jinyuan shut down her computer and declared in a tone designed to infuriate, I suddenly recall an engagement for today. I shall attend to your contracts tomorrow. Given my current translation speed, perhaps you should inquire about them in a month's time. Suli. Song Yuan. You are doing this on purpose, aren't you? With a faint smile, Song Jinyuan pivoted and headed towards the elevators. Suli endeavored to catch up. But Song swiftly summoned the lift, leaving her stranded outside. Chapter 36, Who possesses such audacity as to offend her? Suli stood at the entrance, stamping her foot in vexation. Song Yuan. You are a perfidious woman. Despite pledging to assist President Bo with the translation, she absconded after rendering only a few words. She resolved to inform President Bo of this dereliction. Bo Yanchen had just arrived at the designated dining venue with Song Jingchen when he received a call from Suli. President Bo, Song Yuan is being disobedient to your directives. She departed immediately after you left. What shall we do about the niche documents that require translation? Bo Yanchen, seated across from Song Jingchen, furrowed his brow. Suli, are you implying that without Secretary Song's assistance, you are incapable of performing your duties? That is not the case. President Bo. I merely feel that Secretary Song. Before Suli could complete her statement, Bo Yanchen terminated the call. He turned to Song Jingchen, who was observing him intently. Why are you staring at me? I overheard you mentioning Secretary Song. Didn't you always eschew female secretaries? What prompted this change? Do you harbor affections for her? Song Jingchen's tone was laced with intrigue. Bo Yanchen placed his phone down and poured himself a cup of tea. Since when have you taken such an interest in my hiring practices? Could it be because the female secretary he has now hired is his sister? Thus, he resolved to subtly gauge her standing, curious about Bo Yanchen's sentiments towards her. It's your first time hiring a female secretary, how could I not be intrigued? I find her unappealing, Bo Yanchen replied, setting down his glass of water and reclining in his chair. The reason I employed her is due to her exceptional capabilities. Is that so? Indeed. Bo Yanchen's gaze shifted to the dishes served on the table as he picked up his chopsticks to savor the meal. Song Jingchen scrutinized Bo Yanchen for a considerable time, his fingers tapping on the table as he inquired, Yanchen, having known you for so many years, I can't recall ever hearing about the type of woman you favor. Why not take this opportunity to enlighten me? This evening, Song Jingchen appeared unusually inquisitive. Even about his own affairs. I am drawn to women who captivate me. What sort of allure are you referring to? Bo Yanchen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Wait until I encounter someone who captivates me, then I shall answer your question. Song Jingchen pressed on, so. You have yet to meet a woman who captivates you? No. Undeterred, Song Jingchen persisted, what about the female secretary you hired? Does she not captivate you? Bo Yanchen replied. No. Song Jingchen felt a pang of anxiety for his younger sister. It seemed her pursuit of Yanchen would be quite the challenge. Stealthily, he retrieved his phone to message Song Jinyuan, little sister, I am currently dining with Yanchen. I took the liberty to probe his feelings. And he expressed no interest in you. Song Jinyuan lamented silently, why must her fifth brother wound her so deeply? Despite her fervent endeavors over several days, Bo Yanchen remained impervious to her allure. Had her charm truly waned to such an extent? Song Jinyuan texted, fifth brother. Though Bo Yanchen may not harbor feelings for me now, he inevitably will in time. Having dispatched the message, Song Jinyuan proceeded to arrange a rendezvous with Qin Yu for dinner. Given the lack of progress with Bo Yanchen, she resolved to focus her efforts on Qin Yu. Qin Wanwan's ascent to viral fame, orchestrated by her machinations, would undoubtedly have incensed Qin Yu, rendering him averse to her company. Now was her moment to step into the limelight. Instead of a direct call, Song Jinyuan simply dispatched an address to Qin Yu, Mr. Qin. I find myself in a rather somber mood. Would you be amenable to joining me for a drink? I shall await you at the glamour bar. With the message sent, Song Jinyuan hastened home to prepare herself before heading to glamour. Adorned in a fiery crimson dress and impeccably made up, she made her entrance into the bar. Her mere presence drew a throng of men eager for a romantic conquest. Beautiful lady, are you alone? May I offer you a drink? Song Jinyuan, having ordered a solitary drink, responded coolly to the men who propositioned her, I am awaiting someone. Please do not pester me. Upon hearing her words, the man seated beside her began to encroach upon her personal space with brazen disregard. Beautiful lady, I find your character and temperament quite appealing. I suggest you forego waiting and simply accompany my brothers and me. Song Jinyuan drained her glass, her crimson lips parting to utter a single word, leave. She had no time to indulge them. Instead of retreating, the men initiated physical contact with Song Jinyuan. Her countenance shifted to displeasure as she seized a bottle and brought it down forcefully upon a man's head. Ah! The man cried out. His face contorted in agony as he glared at Song Jinyuan. You harlot, how dare you strike me? Bang! Song Jinyuan once again swung the bottle, landing another blow on the man's head. You laid your hands on me. Should I not defend myself, but rather sit idly by and allow your insolence? Damn it! Su Yunchuan was utterly incensed by Song Jinyuan. You impudent wench, you truly overestimate yourself, daring to offend me, Su Yunchuan. I won't rest until you're on your knees, begging for mercy. Why was Su Yunchuan so intent on courting death? He was a nuisance. Song Jinyuan cracked her neck twice, brandished the bottle, and struck with such force that Su Yunchuan collapsed. Seeing this, his cohorts immediately summoned reinforcements to seize Song Jinyuan. Just then, Qin Yu entered through the doorway. Upon seeing him, Song Jinyuan dashed to his side, grasped his arm, and pulled him toward the exit. Qin Yu was bewildered, unsure why Song Jinyuan was dragging him away. Miss Song, why are we fleeing? Song Jinyuan glanced back at their pursuers. She pulled Qin Yu into a narrow alley to hide. As Su Yunchuan's henchmen raced past, she gestured for Qin Yu to remain silent, indicating that he should not speak. Once the footsteps faded into the distance, Song Jinyuan turned to face Qin Yu. They were now in close proximity, their eyes meeting in the darkness. The warm breath of Song Jinyuan cascaded upon Qin Yu's face as she feigned a coy demeanor, saying, I apologize, Mr. Qin, for having provided you with such an amusing spectacle. Qin Yu gazed at the enchanting Song Jinyuan before him, his heart racing uncontrollably. Realizing he had been staring at her with too much intensity, he awkwardly regained his composure and inquired, Miss Song, may I ask why we had to flee? Casually, Song Jinyuan settled onto the ground and replied, moments ago, someone at the bar was pestering me and even laid hands upon me. Annoyed, I retaliated by striking him with a bottle, which prompted him to send people after me, threatening my life. Feeling frightened, I spotted you and, wishing to shield you from any harm due to my troubles, I took you along. Who would be foolish enough to offend the young lady of the Song family? Chapter 37, Will President Bo feel envious? Aren't you accompanied by bodyguards when you venture out? Where are your bodyguards? They've clocked out. Upon finishing her explanation, Song Jinyuan rose from her position before Qin Yu, pretending to have twisted her ankle as she tumbled into his embrace. Instinctively, he caught her, her head colliding softly against his chest, feeling the rapid thump of his heart. He was smitten. As she steadied herself, Song Jinyuan created a space between them, locking eyes with Qin Yu. Mr. Qin, are you all right? With his hand still resting on her waist, Qin Yu quickly withdrew it at her inquiry, responding, I'm fine, and you? In a sweet tone, Song Jinyuan replied, Mr. Qin caught me when I fell, so I'm perfectly fine. With that, she freed herself from his embrace and sat beside him, gently massaging her ankle. Mr. Qin, it seems I have twisted my ankle. Could you carry me for a moment? Very well. Qin Yu rose and, bending down, lifted Song Jinyuan, guiding her out of the narrow alley. Mr. Qin, have you dined this evening? Song Jinyuan's voice was gentle, carrying an alluring tone that seemed to touch the heart. Not yet. As it happens, I have yet to eat as well. This evening, since you have assisted me, allow me to treat you to dinner. After a brief hesitation, Qin Yu nodded, very well. What would you like to eat, Mr. Qin? Due to his troubled thoughts regarding Qian, Qin Yu found himself lacking in appetite. Just then, they passed by a wonton shop, and an idea struck him. He paused. Still cradling Song Jinyuan, would you care for wontons? Song Jinyuan had presumed that someone like Qin Yu would never frequent such a humble establishment. She was pleasantly surprised that he had expressed a desire for wontons. That sounds delightful. Qin Yu carried Song Jinyuan into the shop, gently placing her on a bench before he began to order their meal. He inquired, what flavor of wontons would Miss Song prefer? Beef wontons, please. Qin Yu acknowledged her choice and ordered 2 bowls of beef wontons, one for her and one for himself, before they settled down to converse. Miss Song sent me a message stating that you seemed in low spirits today. Have you encountered any troubles? Song Jinyuan turned her head to glance at Qin Yu, feigning shyness as she replied, initially, my mood was rather poor, but upon seeing you, Mr. Qin, I cannot fathom why, but my spirits have lifted instantaneously. Qin Yu. Her words seemed somewhat amiss, did they not? Qin Yu did not delve deeply into his thoughts as the boss promptly delivered the wontons. And he began to eat. Song Jinyuan, seated beside him, inquired, Mr. Qin, do you find these wontons to your liking? Qin Yu candidly responded. They are not as delightful as the ones I used to enjoy. He had a fondness for the wontons made by Qin Wanwan, but since their divorce, he had not tasted her creations again. He remained oblivious to her whereabouts after she left with nothing, despite his grandfather's numerous attempts to locate her, all of which proved futile. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. Dismissing such thoughts, Qin Yu continued to savor his wontons. After the meal, Song Jinyuan settled the bill, and Qin Yu lifted her into his arms, driving her back to her apartment. Upon arriving at the base of the building, he went to procure some medication for her. This is a medicinal alcohol for treating sprains, apply it yourself. If your ankle still aches after use, remember to visit a hospital, he advised. Song Jinyuan feigned gratitude, thanking Qin Yu as she limped out of the car. However, once out of his sight, she swiftly returned to her normal demeanor and discarded the medication into a trash bin. She had no intention of using the medicine he bought. When Song Jinyuan reached the elevator, she encountered Bo Yanchen, who was ascending from the basement. Their gazes locked outside the elevator door, and he scrutinized the exquisitely attractive and alluring Song Jinyuan. With a teasing tone, he remarked, Secretary Song, dressed like this late at night, are you off to a date? Song Jinyuan stepped into the elevator, standing beside Bo Yanchen, and queried, if I were to tell you, Mr. Bo, that I am indeed going on a date, would you feel jealous? With a hint of derision gracing the corners of Bo Yanchen's lips, he turned his gaze towards Song Jinyuan, responding under her scrutiny. You are not yet worthy of inciting jealousy in me. Song Jinyuan retorted. One day, I firmly believe I shall earn that right. As the elevator arrived at her floor, she bid farewell to Bo Yanchen with a smile and exited. The moment she turned away, however, the smile vanished without a trace. Bo Yanchen awaited her, she was certain that one day, she would ensnare him in a profound affection. Entering her apartment after inputting the code, Song Jinyuan noted that Amran was not home due to a surgery scheduled for that evening. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, she retreated to her room, took a bath, removed her makeup, and soon succumbed to slumber. Upon Qin Yu's return to the apartment, he was greeted by a chaotic scene of shattered dishes and bottles strewn about. Xiang Qianqian sat on the floor, her gaze vacant as she looked up at him, uttering, "Ah you." Having just called out, her eyes began to redden, and she rose to throw herself into his embrace, apologizing, I am so sorry. I was wrong to act in such a manner while bearing the title of your fiancé. I have caused you to be scorned by netizens and have adversely affected your company's stock. Tomorrow, I shall go live to publicly apologize to the owner of the Rebirth store. Please do not be angry with me, will you forgive me? Gazing down at the sobbing Xiang Qianqian in his arms, Qin Yu felt a wave of compassion wash over him. You need not go live to apologize, he replied. Simply visit the owner of Rebirth store tomorrow, offer your compensation and an apology, and request the withdrawal of the lawsuit. As for the online news, I will have the company's public relations team address it. Xiang Wanyue is his fiancée. If she were to publicly apologize in a livestream before the entire internet tomorrow, it would only serve to further humiliate herself. Thus, she believes a private apology would suffice. allowing the public relations team to erase any unfavorable news while substituting it with stories about two other celebrities, thereby diluting the focus on her. Yuan Yuan obediently assured Qin Yu that she would apologize to the rebirth's owner the following day. Noticing her calmer demeanor compared to her earlier outburst, Qin Yu realized the gravity of his own mistakes. He gently wrapped his arms around her waist and said, "Yuan Yuan, please refrain from resorting to disparaging others' products in the pursuit of business. Understand that such tactics may yield temporary gains, but to sustain your business in the long run, you must rely on your own capabilities. If you can develop a beauty product superior to this facial cream, no matter how formidable the rebirth's owner may be, you will ultimately prevail." She indeed aspired to create a beauty product even more remarkable than the facial cream, yet her current situation rendered that aspiration seemingly unattainable. With the neighboring store's interference, her establishment might not endure much longer without a viable plan to safeguard the business she had painstakingly built. Regardless, she needed to devise a strategy to preserve her shop. Chapter 38. I thought you were a corporate spy. Yuan Yuan dutifully promised Qin Yu that she would no longer employ such clumsy tactics against Rebirth, and after their assurances, the two returned to their room to rest. The following morning, Yuan Yuan set out to the Rebirth store to offer her apology to the owner. Upon receiving the message, it was already 9 in the morning for Jinyuan. Seated at her workstation, she instructed her subordinate, "Inform Qin Wanwan that if she desires me to drop the lawsuit, she must kneel before her establishment for an entire day. Should she comply, I shall immediately withdraw the case, otherwise, I shall enlist my elder brother to initiate legal proceedings, thereby jeopardizing her ownership of the store." Hasn't Qin Wanwan always been exceedingly concerned with her reputation? Forcing her to kneel outside her shop for a day, causing her to utterly lose face, would be far more gratifying than simply suing her. Having issued her directives, Jinyuan diligently attended to the tasks assigned to her by Suzhou. Inside the store, upon hearing the manager's demand that she kneel for a day, Qin Wanwan turned to leave. However, before she could exit, the manager interjected, "Miss Yang, the moment you step through that door, Jinyuan, the esteemed attorney, will personally litigate against you. While this lawsuit may not necessarily result in your imprisonment, it could certainly lead to the forfeiture of your storefront across the street. Therefore, Miss Yang, you are presented with two options, either kneel obediently or relinquish your business." Qin Wanwan was rendered speechless. Where would Jinyuan find the time to represent your establishment in court? She wondered. The manager maintained a composed smile throughout, replying, "Miss Yang, if you doubt my words, then feel free to test them by stepping outside." Qin Wanwan clenched her fists, finding the manager's demands excessive. She contemplated leaving outright but feared that they might indeed enlist Jinyuan to sue her and seize her store. Left with no recourse, she was compelled to kneel at the entrance. Anonymity was paramount, so she had a mask delivered to conceal her features. She would suppress her resentment for now, but when the opportunity arose to retaliate against this establishment, she would exact a severe vengeance. "Miss Song, Mr. Bo has mandated that you complete the translation of the documents I entrusted to you by the end of the day. Furthermore, Mr. Bo stated that if you are unable to produce the translation today, you should seek employment elsewhere." Jinyuan paused in the act of unwrapping a piece of candy, momentarily taken aback. Had Suli, once again, taken advantage of her distraction to whisper poison into Bo Yanchen's ear? And what could be her motive for insisting that she translate the contract? Could it be that she was merely acting out of spite, seeking to exploit the translated contract to concoct a scheme to have Bo Yanchen dismiss her? If that were her intention, she would not allow her machinations to succeed. Jinyuan retrieved the contract from the side and said with a smile, "Since Mr. Bo has spoken, I will assuredly complete the translation of the documents within the day." Suli bestowed upon Jinyuan a look that conveyed, "Consider yourself fortunate to have recognized the situation. Remember to deliver it to me once it is translated. Even if the contract were translated, it would be delivered to Bo Yanchen, not to her." Suli had no right to have things delivered to her. However, to avoid her disrupting her here, she nodded with a smile. After successfully seeing Suli off, Jinyuan began translating the contract. She hastily finished and went to Bo Yanchen's office with a large stack of contracts to see him. "Mr. Bo, this is the contract that Manager Su requested I translate for her. Due to my limited proficiency, I have only managed a rough translation." "Bo Yanchen, what do you mean by limited proficiency?" Song Jinyuan began to fabricate a story. It's like this, Mr. Bo, I did study some of these obscure languages before. But only superficially. I initially informed Manager Su that I was unable to translate these contracts and suggested she find someone else. However, she insisted, stubbornly wasting my time on these translations. When I refused to translate, she pressured you to intervene, leaving me with no choice but to translate for her. After a moment, seeing no reaction from Bo Yanchen, Song Jinyuan added, in short, Mr. Bo, please take a look at the general gist of the contract first. If you find anything unclear after reviewing it, you can have Manager Su find a professional translator to retranslate it for you. If she is unable to find one, then I believe Mr. Bo should consider replacing her with a more capable individual as manager. If Su Li intends to use the contract to scheme against me, then I will preemptively strike back. I will sow doubt in Bo Yanchen's mind regarding Su Li's abilities, giving her a taste of her own medicine. Bo Yanchen glanced at the poorly translated contract with a headache, then dialed Su Li's number, summoning her to his office. Soon, Su Li arrived and immediately noticed Song Jinyuan standing to the side. What is this woman doing here? Mr. Bo, Su Li called out, standing opposite Bo Yanchen. Bo Yanchen sat before his office chair, inquiring with an air of detachment, before you had Secretary Song translate the contract, did you consult any other translators? Su Li found herself perplexed by Bo Yanchen's sudden inquiry. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over her, as if something untoward were about to transpire. I did seek others. But the language of this nation is rather obscure, and few have studied it, she replied. At this point, Song Jinyuan interjected, Mr. Bai, to my knowledge, although this nation's language is indeed niche, there are students in foreign language departments who learn it. If Manager Su had put forth the effort, it would not have been impossible to find someone. Su Li retorted, Secretary Song, those students are merely undergraduates. If I were to entrust them with translating a confidential company contract, a mistake could lead to substantial financial repercussions for the company. Song Jinyuan scoffed, as if hiring me, a non-professional translator, guarantees that the contract would be error-free. Su Li furrowed her brow, but you do know this nation's language, so how could there be any mistakes? With a smirk, Song Jinyuan replied, I may know the language, but I am not proficient. Furthermore, I had informed you prior to your insistence on having me translate that I am not capable. Yet, you continually pressured me with Mr. Bai's authority. To avoid being dismissed by him, I had no choice but to muster the courage to proceed. Su Li felt a lump in her throat, her indignation rising as she pointed an accusing finger at Song Jinyuan. When did you ever say that you couldn't? Yesterday afternoon, Manager Su asked me to translate a document, and I had already informed you of my inability to do so, subsequently leaving in frustration. However, this morning, Manager Su presented the contract to me once more for translation. Those who are unaware might think that Manager Su is desperately seeking help, while others might suspect she is a corporate spy sent by a rival company to sabotage us. Su Li. Chapter 39, Bo Yanchen, you will eventually be mine. What a colossal burden to bear, one that has been thrust upon oneself. Su Li felt an overwhelming urge to slap Song Jinyuan twice, but due to Bo Yanchen's presence, she had to suppress her anger. The fury within her explained, Mr. Bo, Secretary Song's recent remarks are nothing but slander. I am not a corporate spy sent by another company. I genuinely sought her assistance due to my inability to find a translator. Furthermore, she never disclosed to me that she was unfamiliar with the language of this nation. If you doubt my words, I encourage you to investigate. Investigate? Bo Yanchen gazed at Su Li, seemingly perceiving her as overly self-important. Su Li, do you truly believe I would squander my time on such trivial matters? I shall grant you one day, within this day. You must find a translator to render these contracts in their entirety. Should you fail to fulfill this task within the allotted time, I will have no choice but to appoint someone more capable to your managerial position. Having only recently ascended to the role of manager, she now faced the prospect of being ousted due to this predicament. Su Li clenched her fists, uttered a reluctant all right, shot a glare at Song Jinyuan, and exited Bo Yanchen's office. Following her departure, Song Jin wished to leave as well in good spirits, but Bo Yanchen called out to her at that moment. Did I permit you to leave? The smile on Song Jin's face faltered as she halted and turned to face Bo Yanchen. Did Manager Bo have any further instructions? I disapprove of internecine strife within my company. I trust that such an incident will not recur. Do you comprehend? It seemed he had discerned her subtle machinations. He isn't unintelligent, after all. Song Jin walked directly toward Bo Yanchen, and under his gaze, she placed her hand on the desk, leaned in, and fixed her eyes on him as she enunciated each word with deliberation. Manager Bo, I, too, abhor internecine strife. However, Suli deliberately attempted to bully me just now. If I do not retaliate, it would make me appear to be easily victimized. Therefore, as long as she does not actively provoke me, I shall not actively provoke her. But should she dare to continue to provoke me, then, Manager Bo, the internecine strife you dislike will continue to unfold. Bo Yanchen, Secretary Song. Are you not afraid that I will dismiss you for such insubordination? Song Jin's crimson lips parted slightly as she raised her hand and placed it on his face. Replying with a smile, I am the facade that Manager Bo has invited back. I surmise that until a suitable replacement is found, Manager Bo would be reluctant to dismiss me, wouldn't you? Why does this woman touch my face while speaking? Is she not afraid that I will cripple her restless hand? Bo Yanchen pulled Song Jin's hand away and tossed it aside. Leave. Very well. With that, Song Jin departed from his office under Bo Yanchen's watchful gaze. She returned to her workstation to resume her duties. As noon approached, Song Jinyuan, as she had the day before, went to the cafeteria to fetch lunch for Bo Yanchen. She even fed him while he was diligently working, despite his resistance to such actions. He could not overcome Song Jinyuan's enthusiasm. Before long, Song Jinyuan had finished feeding him an entire bowl of rice. Bo Yanchen, nearly choking, said, Secretary Song, I am capable of feeding myself. Please refrain from feeding me in the future. Did he think she actually desired to feed him? Song Jinyuan put down the spoon and, under Bo Yanchen's gaze, began to eat her own meal, deliberately eating with refined manners to maintain her ladle-like image. Bo Yanchen, watching her with evident distaste, inquired, Who are you putting on such affected airs for? Song Jinyuan was taken aback. Who was he calling affected? She was merely being gentle and refined. However, noticing Bo Yanchen's apparent dislike for her demure behavior, she realized she needed to adopt a different persona. If gentle refinement was unappealing, what about alluring charm? With that thought, Song Jinyuan picked up her spoon and, while eating, began to flirtatiously wink at Bo Yanchen. Bo Yanchen, observing Song Jinyuan's incessant blinking, asked, Is there something wrong with your eye? Why do you keep blinking? Song Jinyuan was frustrated. She was attempting to flirt, not experiencing an ocular ailment. What type of woman did this wretched Bo Yanchen even prefer? Song Jinyuan's pursuit of him had once again reached an impasse. She devoured the rest of her meal and, under Bo Yanchen's watchful eye, left his office. She refused to believe that she could not win over a man, even if she had to exert every ounce of her charm. Bo Yanchen, you just wait. You will be mine eventually. Harboring resentment from an encounter with Bo Yanchen, Song Jinyuan sought an outlet to vent her frustrations, lest she succumb to them. Qin Wanwan became the prime target for her exasperation. Surely, she mused, she remains prostrate before my shop. Such a spectacle, she believed, should not be confined to the gaze of her clientele alone. She resolved to gather those whom Qin Wanwan held dear, and together, they would observe the scene. Meanwhile, Qin Wanwan, having knelt for the entire morning, found her legs numb as she observed the constant stream of patrons entering and exiting the shop before her. Envy gnawed at her heart. Could the allure of the beauty cream truly be so potent as to draw such a multitude of customers? Her stomach growled with hunger, and she ordered a meal to be delivered to her. Seizing a brief moment of respite during the midday lull, she ate her meal while still kneeling on the ground. At that moment, Qin Xia, accompanied by her entourage, arrived outside Song Jinyuan's establishment. Qin Xia had been diligently attempting to procure the beauty cream, yet her efforts had been consistently thwarted. However, she had recently received a call from a representative of the shop, informing her that the coveted cream was now in stock and that she had a mere half-hour to claim it, lest she forfeit the opportunity. Thus, Qin Xia had driven with her companions to the shop. Upon arrival, their eyes fell upon Qin Wanwan, kneeling and consuming her meal. Qin Xia, upon recognizing her, was taken aback. What was Qin Wanwan doing here, and why was she kneeling while eating? Disgusted by the spectacle, Qin Xia initially resolved to depart. But her companions recognized Qin Wanwan and inquired, Xia, isn't that your future sister-in-law? Why is she kneeling at the entrance of this establishment, consuming takeout? Upon hearing the name Qin Xia, Qin Wanwan abruptly raised her head, their gazes locking in a moment of palpable awkwardness. Qin Xia, mortified, retorted, "You've mistaken her identity. She's certainly not my future sister-in-law." Qin Xia's companions, unconvinced, produced a photograph from the internet depicting Xiang Wanwan and Qin Yu together, initiating a comparison. "Xia, observe. This is Xiang Wanwan, your supposed future sister-in-law. What could be the reason for her kneeling here?" "I am aware," one of Qin Xia's acquaintances proclaimed, engaging in an unreserved discussion. "Xiang Wanwan is kneeling here because she allegedly hired individuals to maliciously disparage the efficacy of this establishment's beauty balm, resulting in a lawsuit against her. If my conjecture is accurate, she is currently on her knees, begging for leniency." "Is Xiang Wanwan truly so unscrupulous?" another inquired. "Xia, do you not find it mortifying to have such a sister-in-law?" Chapter 40, attending to Bo Yanchen. Xia previously regaled us with tales of her future sister-in-law's prowess. While I cannot attest to her current capabilities, her level of disgrace is undeniable. Enough, please refrain from further comments, lest Xia become displeased. Qin Xia, who had initially been elated at the prospect of acquiring the beauty balm, found her joy diminished due to Xiang Wanwan's predicament. Utterly humiliating, she thought. Never had Qin Xia experienced such public shame. She erupted at her companions, "Silence, all of you. I shall make it unequivocally clear that Xiang Wanwan will never become my sister-in-law." Having listened to Qin Xi's words, Xiang Wanwan, who was kneeling on the ground, disregarded her embarrassment and hastily explained, "Cici, please don't listen to the nonsense of your sisters. The reason I am kneeling here is not what they assume. I am kneeling because I am beseeching someone for assistance." Before Qin Cici could respond, her sisters interjected, "You are imploring the rebirth proprietor to withdraw the lawsuit, which is indeed seeking someone's aid." "You." Xiang Wanwan stammered, "Cici, it's not like that." Feeling humiliated, Qin Cici was unwilling to converse with Xiang Wanwan there. She promptly entered the store and, under the guise of purchasing a beauty balm, inquired with the person in charge about the reason for Xiang Wanwan's kneeling. The person in charge responded with undisguised sarcasm, "Miss Xiang is kneeling to implore our boss to withdraw the lawsuit. Honestly, why couldn't she properly manage her own store? Instead, she had to hire someone to frame our store, ultimately rendering herself so utterly wretched." Upon confirming the true reason for Xiang Wanwan's kneeling, Qin Cici, after purchasing the beauty balm, promptly telephoned her parents and grandfather to lodge a complaint. After such a fiasco today, Xiang Wanwan's chances of marrying into the Qin family have likely diminished even further. Meanwhile, upon receiving the message from the person in charge at the company, Song Jinyuan's spirits, which had been dampened by Bo Yanchen, instantly lifted. This Qin Cici had not disappointed her penchant for tattling remained unchanged. Song Jinyuan replied to the person in charge with a commendation, and then continued her work in a much improved mood. In the evening, Bo Yanchen was working overtime in the office. Everyone else in the company had already departed, leaving only him and Song Jinyuan behind. Song Jinyuan furtively glanced at Bo Yanchen's office several times, observing that he showed no intention of leaving work. She sensed that the moment to captivate his heart had arrived. It is often under the cloak of night that a man's heart is most easily swayed. It was time to unveil her allure. Rising from her seat, Song Jinyuan adjusted her attire and picked up a file, approaching Bo Yanchen to deliver it. "Mr. Bo, I..." Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Bo Yanchen hunched over his desk, utterly still. As she drew closer, she recognized that his complexion was ashen and beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead. She set the file down and gently touched his forehead. It was scorching. He was burning with fever. "Mr. Bo, wake up. You have a fever. You need to get up, I'll take you to the hospital." Upon hearing her voice, Bo Yanchen grimaced, his headache intensifying. "I'm not going to the hospital. Just leave me alone." If she were to depart now, would he remain here alone, certain to awaken as a fool the next day? His brow was exceedingly hot, likely nearing 40 degrees. Without further hesitation, and seeing his aversion to seeking medical attention, Song Jinyuan decided to assist him back to the lounge. Then searched his office for medication. There were medicines available, but they were all for treating gastric issues and alleviating stress. There was no antipyretic in sight. With no other options, she resorted to ordering medicine online. After placing her order, to prevent Bo Yanchen from succumbing to his fever, she proceeded to the lounge. Dampening a towel with water, she returned to sit beside him, gently wiping his sweat and placing the cool cloth on his forehead. Bian Yanchen seemed to have dreamt of something distressing, as his brows were tightly furrowed. Song Jinyuan wished to smooth his furrowed brow while continuing to apply a damp cloth to his forehead. Shortly thereafter, the antipyretic and alcohol arrived. And as soon as Song Jinyuan received them, she prepared to administer the medication to Bian Yanchen. However, upon observing his tightly sealed lips, she felt a pang of uncertainty. Would direct administration risk choking him? Perhaps mouth-to-mouth would be a solution? Yet, if he found it distasteful and refused to swallow, it would only lead to a mess. After a moment's contemplation, she gently shook Bian Yanchen's body, calling out, "Bian Yanchen, it's time to take your medicine." "Bian Yanchen?" There was no response. With no other options, Song Jinyuan placed another order online for a syringe and additional antipyretics. Since he remained unresponsive, she resolved to administer the antipyretic herself. While awaiting the syringe's arrival, she decided to check his temperature. To her alarm, it registered at 42 degrees. Such a high fever? She unfastened Bian Yanchen's clothing, removed his trousers, and took out the alcohol from the bag, beginning to wipe his body to bring down the temperature. As she tended to him, he drowsily opened his eyes, glanced at her, and then succumbed back into unconsciousness. Song Jinyuan continued to wipe his body repeatedly. When the syringe finally arrived, she swiftly crushed the antipyretic in her hand, drew it into the syringe, and ensured no air remained within. With determination, she positioned the syringe toward Bian Yanchen's arm and administered the medication. He let out a muffled groan, and seeing him stir, she slowly pushed the remainder of the medication while holding his arm, inquiring gently, "Mr. Bian, how are you feeling now? Is there any improvement?" "Water." Upon hearing this, Song Jinyuan went to the side and poured a glass of water, assisting him to drink. After Bo Yanchen finished the water, she awaited his words. Yet he fell silent once more. Observing his state, it seemed he had succumbed to sleep again. After several hours of commotion, hunger gnawed at Song Jinyuan. She ordered some food online and settled beside Bo Yanchen, keeping vigil over him. Gazing at his prominent nose and alluring lips, she playfully poked him twice, remarking on his handsome appearance, albeit lamenting his lack of character. Leaning against the wall, she perused the messages from her subordinates on her phone. "Miss Qin Wanwan has left. Shall we still proceed with the lawsuit against her?" Song Jinyuan replied, "Since she has already knelt and pleaded for mercy, let us temporarily spare her." "Understood. How is the arrangement for my fifth brother to approach the woman close to Qin Yu coming along?" "Everything is progressing smoothly, we will follow your instructions from here on. Strike while the iron is hot. Let the rift between Qin Wanwan and Qin Yu widen. Tomorrow, take a group of reporters to live broadcast Qin Wanwan catching Qin Yu in the act." "Got it." After coordinating all matters, Song Jinyuan sent a message to Anren, informing her that Bo Yanchen had developed a fever, and she would remain to care for him, not returning that evening. She indulged in the delightful aroma of the freshly delivered takeout. How appetizing. Chapter 41, Secretary Song, are you unwell? In the depths of the night, Bo Yanchen's fever returned with a vengeance, and he began to vomit. Song Jinyuan sat beside him, administering both medicine and water. Displeased, Bo Yanchen grimaced as he ingested the intensely bitter medication. "This concoction is far too acrid, I refuse to partake." Song Jinyuan responded, bemused, "How old are you? Still complaining about the taste of medicine?" She delicately dabbed the corners of his lips with a tissue, noting, "Your fever is resurging. If you don't subdue it with medication, another spike to 42 degrees could induce a perilous febrile seizure. Therefore, Mr. Bo, be a dear and consume your medicine promptly." Song Jinyuan's tone was unequivocally that of one pacifying a child, a tactic that proved wholly ineffective on Bo Yanchen. "I shall not," he retorted. Pushing away Song Jinyuan's hand, Bo Yanchen sat on the bed, his demeanor akin to a petulant child. Illness, it seemed, had rendered him infantile. With enduring patience, Song Jinyuan persisted, "Mr. Bo, should you ingest your medicine, I shall reward you with a sweet treat." Bo Yanchen, his head throbbing, questioned, "Where would you procure such a confection?" "Upon your compliance, I shall certainly provide you with one," Song Jinyuan affirmed, extending the antipyretic to him. After a moment's hesitation, Bo Yanchen accepted and swallowed the dose. Once finished, he reached out, expecting his promised saccharine reward. Observing his childlike anticipation, Song Jinyuan leaned in and gently brushed her lips against his. "Your treat," she murmured. Bo Yanchen sputtered, cough, cough, cough. Secretary Song, he managed between coughs. I am presently afflicted with a fever. Are you not concerned about contracting my ailment through such an act? While Song Jinyuan harbored a genuine fear of contagion, she was willing to risk it to deepen their connection. Composing herself, she began to flirtatiously jest, naturally, I fear contagion. However, I am more concerned about your discomfort from the illness. Therefore, I wish for you to transmit your ailment to me, so that you may find relief. He coughed once more, his gaze meeting Song Jinyuan's earnest eyes. He couldn't help but inquire, are you unwell, by any chance? Song Jinyuan was taken aback. Was this not the reaction she had anticipated? In her vision, upon hearing her alluring words, he would be moved, perhaps even expressing, Song, you are truly kind. Instead, he questioned her sanity, which she found rather offensive. Who was he calling unwell? Though inwardly incensed, Song Jinyuan maintained her composure, replying, President Bo. In an effort to alleviate your suffering, I am volunteering to take your place in illness. Anyone would find this touching. Yet you not only remain unmoved but also accuse me of being unwell? For her words held no scientific basis. Her sudden kiss would only result in them both falling ill, nothing more. Thus, was his remark so unwarranted? Bo Yanchen, his mouth filled with bitterness, lay in bed, seeking respite. Seeing this, Song Jinyuan retrieved a sweet from her purse, unwrapped it, and placed it in his mouth. Rest now. I shall remain here to watch over you. Song Jinyuan tucked Bo Yanchen in, settling beside him to keep vigil. Bo Yanchen concealed his emotions, closing his eyes to rest. The tranquil room was punctuated by his occasional coughs, disrupting Song Jinyuan's sleep throughout the night. Even if Bo Yanchen were not coughing, his recurrent feverish appearance alone was enough to deprive her of restful sleep. The following morning, in an effort to awaken her senses, Song Jinyuan refreshed herself in the bathroom and then ventured downstairs to procure breakfast for both herself and Bo Yanchen before returning to the office. Song Yuan. As soon as she stepped through the company's entrance, Jiang Rua's voice echoed from behind her. Holding the breakfast, she turned to face her, who was hastening toward her. Is there something you need? I heard from the staff that you had a tough time with Manager Su yesterday. Are you all right? The incident involving Su Li had already reached Jiang Rua's department? Song Jinyuan responded with a smile, I'm fine. That's a relief. By the way, with the 520 festival approaching, I heard from the planning department that this year, Mr. Bo intends to organize a special event at the company, inviting collaborators to participate. As his secretary, you must be quite busy, right? She had not been informed about any special arrangements for the 520 celebration. Perhaps it was safe to conclude that Bo Yanchen had no intention of entrusting the organization of this event to her, considering she was a newcomer. As a newly appointed secretary, Mr. Bo would not delegate the planning of the 520 event to me, so I am not busy at all. Jiang Rua expressed a hint of regret upon learning that Song Jinyuan would not be involved in the 520 planning, as this occasion could have been an opportunity for her to demonstrate her capabilities and dispel any notions within the company that she was merely a decorative figure. Jiang Rua and Song Jinyuan stepped into the elevator side by side. She stole several glances at Song Jinyuan before finally speaking, May I add you as a friend? Being the only person she felt somewhat familiar with in the company, she yearned to cultivate a friendship. Song Jinyuan replied affirmatively, took out her phone, and they exchanged friend requests before she departed with breakfast for CEO Bo Yanchen's office. Mr. Bo, it's time to eat, she announced upon entering the break room, only to find the bed empty of Bo Yanchen's presence. As she wondered where he could be while unwell, the sound of rushing water emanated from the restroom. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, as if something had fallen. Could it be Bo Yanchen? The thought crossed Song Jinyuan's mind, prompting her to set down the breakfast and rush into the restroom. Mr. Bo, you. The words barely left her lips when she caught sight of Bo Yanchen, entirely unclothed, turning to face her. She scanned him from top to bottom, her gaze ultimately landing on the notably prominent area in the center. In an instant, Song Jinyuan's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, Mr. Bo, are you all right? Get out. Bo Yanchen shouted in frustration, hastily grabbing a towel to cover himself. Embarrassed, Song Jinyuan swiftly closed the door, taking a moment to steady her breathing as she awaited his emergence. After what felt like an eternity, he finally stepped out, his hair still damp from the shower. with droplets cascading down onto his well-defined chest. Enshrouded in a bath towel, Bo Yanchen gazed down at Song Jinyuan, decreeing with utmost gravity that henceforth she was forbidden from entering his lounge without his express consent, and promptly dismissed her. Song Jinyuan, taken aback, found herself retorting internally. Was this her recompense for tending to him throughout the night? Dismissal? Her countenance gradually darkened as she suppressed her rising ire. Seizing the breakfast from a nearby surface and thrusting it into his arms, reminding him to consume it with his medication. Chapter 42, they are falsely accusing me. With these words, she pivoted and departed the lounge, immediately erupting into a tirade. Ungrateful wretch. After a night of devoted care. His first utterance upon recovery was to bar her from his lounge, as if she harbored any desire to enter it. The more Song Jinyuan pondered, the more incensed she became, and the more she yearned for a target to vent her spleen upon. And Qin Wanwan remained the prime candidate. Song Jinyuan initiated a call to her subordinate, inquiring about the progress of her arranged scheme. The subordinate confirmed that within approximately an hour, the young miss would encounter a trending topic online concerning Qin Yu's alleged infidelity. Evidently, her machinations against Qin Wanwan were underway. So be it. If she was to be displeased, Qin Wanwan would find no solace either. She instructed her subordinate to ensure an ample contingent of reporters was present for Qin Wanwan, allowing Qin Yu to fully appreciate the extent of his beloved's devotion to him. Affirmative. Concurrently, within the confines of a hotel, Qin Yu received a call early in the morning from Song Jingchen's secretary, informing him of complications in the collaborative venture between the Song and Qin corporations, requesting his presence at her abode. Upon Qin Yu's arrival, he proceeded directly to the hotel, closely followed by Qin Wanwan. The previous day's kneeling had left her with a pronounced limp. Initially, she had not intended to accompany Qin Yu, but she had received photographs from her private investigator that very morning, revealing Qin Yu's recent close association with a woman and his frequent visits to her residence. The receipt of such images and information superseded any concern for her aching knees. She promptly took a taxi to the hotel, tailing Qin Yu. And her countenance shifted upon witnessing his hurried ascent in the elevator. How desperate must he be to see that vixen, she wondered, to move with such haste. She had only just managed to dispose of Qin Wanwan, and now another woman, of unknown identity, had emerged. Ascertaining the floor on which Qin Yu had disembarked, Qin Wanwan took a separate elevator. Upon her arrival, she witnessed Qin Yu being drawn into a room by a woman. Incensed, she hesitated between knocking and refraining from doing so, fearing the sight that might greet her. Yet, could she allow this interloper to lay hands on her man? Qin Yu was hers, wrested from the clutches of the unsightly Qin Wanwan, and she would not permit another woman to ensnare him. Having steeled her resolve, Qin Wanwan raised her hand and rapped on the door. As the portal swung open, a throng of reporters materialized from all directions, their cameras trained on Qin Yu and the woman within. The president of the Qin group, Qin Yu, was seen in a clandestine meeting with a beautiful woman this morning, making headlines for the day. Everyone, please take more photos. Miss Yang, thank you for bringing us here and providing such significant news. Qin Wanwan, who was squeezed to the side, found herself in a state of bewilderment. When did she bring this group of reporters here? She had come alone, after all. At the moment the reporters began taking pictures, Song Jingchen's secretary, Yan Qian, turned pale. President Qin, what is going on? Qin Yu was equally perplexed by the situation. What was Qin Wanwan planning by bringing a throng of reporters to catch him in a compromising position early in the morning? As he attempted to explain to Yan Qian, she interrupted him sharply. President Qin, I suggest you resolve your issues with your fiancé before discussing our potential collaboration. Please escort this group of reporters and your fiancé out of my room immediately. Secretary Yan. Out. Being a trusted aide of Song Jingchen, offending her was tantamount to offending Song Jingchen himself. Yan Qian had already felt uneasy about her reliance on Song Jinyuan for this opportunity. And with the disturbance caused by Qin Wanwan, her dissatisfaction was likely to deepen. This woman, who was more of a hindrance than a help. Qin Yu cast a cold glare at Qin Wanwan, seizing her arm and pulling her out of Yan Qian's room. A swarm of reporters followed, snapping photos. Enraged by the scene, Qin Yu snatched the camera from one of the reporters and smashed it to the ground. Stop taking pictures. The journalist's camera was shattered. And he turned to Qin Wanwan, asking, Miss Yang, should we heed President Qin's words or yours? Xiang Wanwan's expression darkened at the reporter's inquiry. I don't even know you. Why would you listen to me? The reporter continued, Miss Xiang, we just assisted you in catching President Qin with that woman inside, avenging you. Yet. How is it that you so quickly turn against us? He then picked up his broken camera from the ground, stating, this camera is quite expensive. Since President Qin has destroyed it, when you transfer the funds later, please add an extra 10,000 as compensation for my camera. Xiang Wanwan's pupils widened in disbelief. Her face contorting with distress as she retorted, when did I ask you to catch Yu's infidelity on my behalf? When did I give you any money? Don't wrongfully accuse me, I have never done such a thing. The journalist, clearly unwilling to let Xiang Wanwan off the hook so easily, produced his mobile phone and presented her with the transfer and chat records. Miss Xiang, I still have the transfer records and chat logs you sent me. I haven't deleted them. Thus, I am not unjustly accusing you of hiring us to catch President Qin's betrayal. As the journalist spoke, Xiang Wanwan's complexion grew increasingly pale. She took the phone from his hand and began to examine it. Initially believing the evidence presented by the journalist was an attempt to frame her. Her expression shifted to one of disbelief as she recognized her own account on his screen. How is this possible? This account is fabricated. It must be false. You are wrongfully accusing me. Do not heed their words. I have never spent money to hire them to catch you in the act as retribution for me. At the moment when Qin Yu glanced at the journalist's phone, he too was observing it. Upon witnessing her conversation with the reporter and the transaction records, he clenched his fists. This account belongs to you, who else would use it? Moreover, I am intrigued as to how you discerned my presence here. When he left today, she was still resting, and he did not disclose his destination to her. So how could she possibly know he was here? The reporter, overhearing Qin Yu's inquiry to Xiang Qianqian, hastily interjected to clarify, Mr. Qin. The reason Miss Xiang is aware of your whereabouts is that she had long harbored suspicions of your infidelity. Thus, she specifically hired a private investigator to gather evidence of your betrayal, subsequently collaborating with our group of journalists to photograph and expose your unfaithfulness. Qin Yu. Chapter 43 Their relationship has fractured. Xiang Qianqian. Qin Yu shouted her name with each syllable, his fury reaching a zenith. He had never anticipated that Xiang Qianqian had never believed in him. For her sake, he had remained celibate for 3 years after marrying Qin Wanwan, and subsequently, he had relinquished Qin Wanwan to another man, compelling her to divorce him and unconditionally transferring the position of Mrs. Qin to Xiang. Now, he was even standing in opposition to his grandfather, parents, and sister for her. Disregarding their wishes, he forcibly moved out of the villa to be with her, even proclaiming their engagement and intentions to marry. Yet, despite all he had done for her, he ultimately could not earn a shred of her trust. Qin Yu, in his fury, was also engulfed by disappointment towards Xiang Wanjiao. He had loved her for so long, only to find her hiring a private investigator to spy on him. Upon discovering his association with Yan Qian, she did not even pose a question but instead summoned a throng of reporters to expose him, attempting to ruin him. Qin Yu, with a bitter and sardonic smile, asked, Xiang Wanjiao, is your affection for me genuine or merely a facade? Xiang Wanjiao, witnessing Qin Yu's ire, felt as if something precious was slipping through her fingers. She reached out to grasp his arm, earnestly expressing her feelings. Yu, my affection for you is undoubtedly sincere. Qin Yu forcefully withdrew his arm, raising his voice to roar, if your feelings for me are genuine, why did you hire a private investigator? And why did you invite these reporters to catch me in the act? Xiang Wanjiao, to love someone requires trust. Yet, from your current actions, I feel no trust from you at all. I am profoundly disappointed in you. With reddened eyes, Xiang Wanjiao attempted to grasp Qin Yu's arm once more. But he evaded her. Xiang Wanjiao, since you do not trust me and believe I have betrayed you, then so be it. I am weary. I do not wish to offer further explanations. Let us both take some time to cool down and refrain from seeing each other for the time being. Having uttered those words, Qin Yu turned and departed from Xiang Wanwan's sight without a backward glance. As Xiang Wanwan endeavored to pursue him, she found her path obstructed by reporters demanding remuneration. Miss Xiang, they pressed, we have acted on your behalf, it is simply not acceptable to depart without compensating us. Xiang Wanwan was ensnared by the throng of reporters, their tugging preventing her from reaching Qin Yu and offering an explanation. With eyes reddened, she confronted the reporters, demanding, who dispatched you to ensnare me? Reveal the instigator. Feigning ignorance, the reporters responded, Miss Xiang, we are merely fulfilling your directives. Have you forgotten? It was you who provided the funds, commissioning us to expose the adulterous affair. I did not. Xiang Wanwan's voice cracked with vehemence. I arrived alone today. I never expended funds to engage you in exposing any infidelity. You are conspiring against me, deliberately undermining my relationship with you. Unmask the perpetrator who seeks to harm me. Who is it? Despite Xiang Wanwan's voice growing hoarse, the reporters remained steadfast in their claims, asserting that she had personally engaged their services. Xiang Wanwan, incensed, stamped her foot. Silence! She exclaimed. Even if you divulge nothing, I shall unearth the one who seeks to harm me. And upon discovering their identity, I shall ensure their demise. Within the confines of the Bo Corporation, Song Jinyuan received a message from Song Jingchen. Your scheme of retribution has been successful. The relationship between Qin Yu and Xiang Wanwan has fractured. Song Jinyuan, Qin Yu has harbored affections for Xiang Wanwan for many years. His feelings for her are quite profound. Therefore, before he develops feelings for me, Xiang Wanwan and he still have the opportunity to reconcile. Song Jingchen, now that Qin Yu is injured, it is the optimal moment for our younger sister to get close to him. She must seize this opportunity. Song Jinyuan, it's futile for me to approach him now, as he is currently incensed. If I attempt to seduce him, not only will it be unsuccessful, but it might also backfire. Song Jingchen, are we to let this opportunity slip away, then? Song Jinyuan, I will not relinquish the chance to enter Qin Yu's heart so easily. Song Jingchen, so what are your plans, little sister? Song Jinyuan, I want him to proactively seek me out and implore me. Fifth brother. You may now terminate the collaboration with Qin Yu. Once the collaboration is terminated, Qin Yu will undoubtedly devise ways to have her fifth brother collaborate with him again. And when he wishes to see her fifth brother, he will have to seek her out. At that juncture, she can quarrel with her fifth brother on his behalf, inducing guilt in him, thereby creating more opportunities for contact with him. To supplant Xiang Wanwan's position in Qin Yu's heart requires a gradual, step-by-step approach. It cannot be rushed. After conversing with Song Jingchen, Song Jinyuan prepared to make her presence felt before Bo Yanchen. She rose and went to the tea room to prepare a cup of lemonade for Bo Yanchen, delivering it to his office. Bo Yanchen, who was engrossed in handling documents, noticed a cup of lemonade appearing before him. He raised his eyes to look at Song Jinyuan. I did not request you to bring me water. It was I who voluntarily brought it. President Bo has just recovered from a severe illness and should drink more lemon water to replenish vitamin C, which is beneficial for his health. As President Bo was contemplating his thoughts, Song Jinyuan gracefully interjected, since the water has been delivered, I shall take my leave now. President Bo, please continue with your work. President Bo replied with a silent acknowledgement. Just as Song Jinyuan took a couple of steps away, she returned to stand before him once more. Curiously, President Bo inquired, what brings you back? Song Jinyuan retrieved a handful of candies from her bag and placed them on President Bo's desk, saying, these candies are for you to enjoy after taking your medicine. President Bo glanced at the mound of milk candies on the desk and curiously asked, why do you carry so many candies in your pocket? Because I enjoy them, she replied, and they help alleviate my anxiety. A year ago, she had suffered a severe injury in a car accident, and during her painful recovery, she sought relief through painkillers. However, overuse of such medication can lead to side effects, so whenever she experienced discomfort, she resorted to candy. She continued consuming them until her pain and anxiety subsided. Although she had since regained her health, the habit of eating candy had lingered, and she now always carried some with her. After answering President Bo, Song Jinyuan turned and exited his office. Having made her presence felt, she resumed her work for the day. Before long, it was afternoon. President Bo stepped out of his office, impeccably dressed in a suit, and stood before Song Jinyuan. Accompany me to a place. Upon hearing his request, Song Jinyuan promptly closed her laptop with a decisive clap, grabbed her bag from the side, and smiled as she responded, sure, where are we going? Bereft of a response, Mr. Bo simply strode forward. Ms. Song hastily pursued him, exclaiming, Mr. Bo, please wait for me. In a flurry, she darted into the elevator just as its doors were about to close, seizing the opportunity to embrace Mr. Bo. Detecting the rhythmic cadence of his heart, she placed her hand upon his chest and inquired, Mr. Bo, are you perhaps developing affections for me? Scarcely had the words left her lips when Mr. Bo distanced himself from her. Miss Song found herself recoiling against the elevator door as he enunciated, "Cease this presumption." Ms. Song, disgruntled, muttered under her breath. She silently rebuked him for his incessant accusations of her being presumptuous. Composing herself, she straightened up and accompanied him to the parking area, where they embarked from the company premises. Seated in the passenger seat, Miss Song gazed upon the burgeoning luminescence of the city and remarked, "How resplendent." Then, turning to Mr. Bo, she questioned, "Mr. Bo, pray, where are you taking me?" Mr. Bo remained taciturn, as if rendered mute. Miss Song furtively glanced at him several times, and upon realizing his disinclination to converse, she desisted from further attempts at conversation, opting instead to immerse herself in the unfolding panorama. After a half-hour's passage, Mr. Bo brought the vehicle to a halt outside a hotel. Miss Song, with a hint of uncertainty, queried, "Mr. Bo, is this our destination? Are you suggesting an intimate encounter? But we are not yet in a committed relationship, and already you seek to. Is our progression a tad too swift, bypassing courtship for intimacy?" Under Song Jinyuan's gaze, Bo Yanchen unbuckled his seatbelt and instructed, "Disembark." Song Jinyuan demurred, "Mr. Bo, while my affections for you are undeniable, I am not yet prepared for such intimacy. Perhaps we could postpone this rendezvous?" Bo Yanchen retorted, "What fanciful notions occupy your mind? With your physique? You hardly pique my interest. Alight at once and join me for a tasting session, do not squander my time." "Merely a tasting? Not a tryst?" Reassured, Song Jinyuan offered a sheepish smile, alighting under Bo Yanchen's watchful eyes. She followed him into the elevator and subsequently into a hotel suite. Song Jinyuan mused. Is this not, in essence, a tryst? As Song Jinyuan contemplated retreat, Bo Yanchen summoned her, "Approach." After some deliberation, Song Jinyuan relented, returning to Bo Yanchen's side. Upon seating herself, she observed an array of dishes adorning the coffee table. It appeared, indeed, to be a tasting session. Relieved, Song Jinyuan set down her purse and inquired, "Mr. Bo, what is the occasion for this tasting?" With the advent of 520, the company intends to orchestrate a special event at this establishment, extending invitations to our esteemed partners. As the principal organizer, we are tasked with curating the culinary offerings and libations. To preempt any untoward issues on the day of the 520 festivities, I deem it prudent to partake in a preliminary tasting. Indeed, he is a hands-on individual. Seizing the utensils upon the table, Song Jinyuan commenced to sample the dishes, one by one. It was then that Bo Yanchen arrayed a variety of vintage wines before her. "I find myself indisposed these days, and thus unable to indulge. Therefore, the onus of sampling these wines falls to you." Song Jinyuan. She knew that Bo Yanchen's invitation could not be merely for a simple tasting of dishes. His primary objective was to have her sample the wines, was it not? Song Jinyuan partook of 2 more morsels of food, and then, under Bo Yanchen's gaze, began to assay the wines. This wine leaves something to be desired. Nor does this one quite meet the mark. This 82 Lafite, however, is acceptable. The 71 vintage is also agreeable, though its price seems somewhat prohibitive. Its use in entertaining business partners would be imprudent. I shall sample others. Song Jinyuan took up a nearby water glass and sipped therefrom. This spirit possesses a passable flavor, imbued with a fruity fragrance that is quite distinctive. Bo Yanchen. Was she inebriated? She was presently imbibing plain water. Song Jinyuan, with a gurgling sound, drained the water in her hand. This spirit is quite palatable, leaving a lingering fragrance upon the palate, and bearing a subtle hint of red wine. Let us select this one. Bo Yanchen. Secretary Song. Are you perhaps intoxicated? Song Jinyuan, her cheeks flushed a delicate crimson, squinted at Bo Yanchen. President Bo seems to harbor doubts regarding my capacity for drink. One such as I, who can imbibe 1,000 cups without faltering, to be rendered drunk by a mere handful of glasses. What jest is this? Having uttered these words, Song Jinyuan abruptly drew near to Bo Yanchen's visage. President Bo, why do I perceive you as having suddenly multiplied into several heads? Bynchn. Secretary Sing, I perceive that you are quite intoxicated. Sing Jinyuan, finding herself pushed onto the sofa by Bynchn, clutched a nearby cushion to her chest, her thoughts muddled as she began to divulge a secret. Mr. B. I suddenly recollect that I have a secret to share with you. Bynchen, unfazed, continued to partake in his meal. While Jinyuan persisted in her confessions, Mr. B, you might find it hard to believe. But I once shared a bed with a man I did not know. Bynchen, momentarily choked by his food, coughed a couple of times before directing his gaze at Jinyuan. What did you just say? I said, I shared a bed with an unknown man. I cannot recall his appearance, but I distinctly remember that his endowment was as substantial as yours. Cough, cough. At this revelation, Bynchen found himself completely at a loss for words. Secretary Sing, do you comprehend what you are uttering? With a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, Jinyuan leaned closer to Bynchen, grinning foolishly as she replied, yes, I am saying that yours is quite grand. Extremely grand. Enormous. So very large. To emphasize her point, she gestured with her hands before him. Bynchen felt his ears grow warm. A sense of discomfort washing over him as he grasped her wrist and said, that is enough. Please refrain from further descriptions and allow me some peace. Jinyuan, acknowledging his request with an O, complied and settled back against the sofa, closing her eyes to drift into slumber. Just then, a knock echoed from the door as room service arrived, prompting Bynchen to rise and open it. Jinyuan wished to be awakened. Clutching her pillow, she sat up on the sofa and saw the room service staff tidying up the dishes in front of her. Let me share a secret with you, she said. Our Mr. Bo down there is as small as a golden needle mushroom. Room service. Bo Yanchen. Jinyuan. Hadn't she just praised his size? How had it suddenly transformed into a golden needle mushroom? With a playful blink, Jinyuan flashed a smile at Bo Yanchen before lying back down to continue her rest. Do. The phone in Jinyuan's bag began to vibrate at an inopportune moment, disturbing her. She tossed the bag to Bo Yanchen. You answer. Bo Yanchen. This woman. He retrieved the phone from her bag and, upon seeing that her grandfather was calling for a video chat, he swiped to answer. Chapter 45, is she pursuing him or merely trying to provoke him? As Bo Yanchen prepared to view the video, Jinyuan suddenly heard a familiar voice. Girl, you and. The once inebriated Jinyuan sprang to her feet upon hearing the term girl, snatching the phone from Bo Yanchen's hands and ending the call. That was close. She had nearly revealed her true identity to him. Bo Yanchen. What does Secretary Qin mean by this? Jinyuan carefully tucked away the phone, twisting her body in response. Mr. Bo, my grandfather is rather unattractive, and I fear that you might be startled, so it's best if you don't look. Is there such a thing as disparaging one's own grandfather? Having just regained some clarity, Jinyuan's head began to spin again, and feeling parched, she grabbed a bottle of white liquor nearby and drank it all in one go. Having finished her drink, her face contorted in a grimace. Mr. Bo, this hotel's mineral water seems rather spicy. Bo Yanchen, that would be liquor. Jinyuan exclaimed softly, collapsing against Bo Yanchen, utterly intoxicated. To prevent her from falling, Bo Yanchen instinctively reached out and encircled her waist. Jinyuan, lightheaded in his embrace, nuzzled her face against his chest. Mr. Bo, I have a secret to confide in you. I'd rather not hear it. Jinyuan clutched Bo Yanchen's arm, her cheeks flushed, and said, Mr. Bo, even if you don't wish to listen, I must tell you, my surname is actually Song. Unimaginable, isn't it? Bo Yanchen, indeed, quite unexpected. Jinyuan giggled foolishly at Bo Yanchen, then, a sudden wave of nausea washed over her, and she vomited, splattering Bo Yanchen. In his usually composed eyes, disgust gradually took over, and he looked down at Jinyuan, who was buried in his chest, retching, and roared, Jinyuan. Jinyuan responded to Bo Yanchen's shout with more retching. Disgusted, Bo Yanchen pushed Jinyuan away and stripped off his soiled clothes to shower in the restroom. This woman is truly filthy. Jinyuan stumbled back from Bo Yanchen's shove, just as old Master Song's video call came through. Jinyuan answered it, slurring, Grandpa. How did you get inside my phone? And you're square and moving, it looks so strange. Grandfather Song. Why does what his precious granddaughter is saying sound so off? Yuan Yuan, why is your face so flushed? How much have you had to drink? Jinyuan raised her hand, indicating to Grandfather Song, Grandpa, I only had this much. You've always been a lightweight, even a little is too much for you. Where are you right now? Song Jinyuan, holding her phone, stood up and patted around her. I'm at a hotel, in a room with Bo Yanchen. Grandfather Song's pupils dilated on the other end of the video. Yuan Yuan, who did you say you're with in a room? Song Jinyuan repeated with a smile, with Bo Yanchen. Grandpa, would you like to see him? Yes. Let me see. Where is he? Song Jinyuan, holding her phone, sashayed to the bathroom door, then opened it and filmed Bo Yanchen, who was completely nude. Grandpa, look quickly. Bo Yanchen is here. Bo Yanchen. Grandfather Song. Oh dear. How mortifying. Grandfather Song truly didn't anticipate that his precious granddaughter's relationship with Bo Yanchen could develop so rapidly. It seems that before long, he'll have a satisfactory grandson-in-law. Yuan Yuan, remember. A girl shouldn't be too forward, or else. Before he could utter the words you'll suffer, Grandfather Song saw Song Jinyuan's phone tilting downwards. Then focusing on Bo Yanchen's lower body. Now the entire screen was filled with something inappropriate, causing Grandfather Song's old face to flush crimson as he ended the video call. Song Jinyuan lay on the damp floor, thoroughly intoxicated under the furious gaze of Bo Yanchen. Witnessing such a scene, Bo Yanchen found himself at a loss for words. Song Yuan, have you no sense of shame? He seethed, gritting his teeth as he grabbed a towel from the side and wrapped it around himself. His eyes filled with a murderous disdain towards her. How had he not noticed before that this woman possessed such audacity? Or was this her usual method of pursuing someone? After venting his frustration, Bo Yanchen turned and left the bathroom, choosing to ignore the sprawled figure of Song Jinyuan on the floor. He resolved to let her fend for herself in the washroom that night. A minute later, he re-entered, torn between his heart and mind, and lifted her from the ground. Noticing her clothes were completely soaked, he shut his eyes and swiftly stripped her of her wet garments, tossing them onto the sofa. He then wrapped her in a blanket before retreating to his room to rest. He would consider this his repayment for her care the previous night. In the dead of night, Song Jinyuan, cocooned in a blanket, drowsily stumbled back into Bo Yanchen's room. The following morning, she awoke with a splitting headache and, upon turning her head, found Bo Yanchen glaring at her with a murderous intensity. Just as she was about to scream, he clamped a hand over her mouth. Silence. Song Jinyuan blinked, pulling his hand away as she inquired, Mr. Bo, why are we lying together again? Following Bo Yanchen's departure, Song Jinyuan, her face ashen, lay in bed, recollecting the events of the previous night. With her memories gradually returning, she burrowed under the covers, head and all, mortified by her actions. After his shower, Bo Yanchen discovered that Song Jinyuan had already dressed and left. Before her departure, she had generously left him a 100 yuan bill and a small note. President Bo, I apologize for any impropriety last night. Consider this 100 yuan as compensation for your company. Bo Yanchen was taken aback. Was his companionship worth a mere 100 yuan? Song Jinyuan, he exclaimed inwardly. Was this woman genuinely pursuing him, or was she simply trying to provoke him? Upon leaving the hotel, Song Jinyuan had intended to have breakfast. But she received a call from Qin Yu. Raising an eyebrow, she answered, Mr. Qin, what can I do for you so early in the morning? Miss Song, do you have some free time at the moment? I would like to ask for your assistance. Even without Qin Yu explicitly stating his intentions, Song Jinyuan surmised that he wanted her to help him meet her fifth brother. I'm just about to have breakfast. If Mr. Qin wishes to enlist my aid, he knows where to find me. Qin Yu agreed and, after inquiring about Song Jinyuan's location, drove to meet her. By the time he arrived, Song Jinyuan had already purchased a change of clothes nearby and was waiting for him at the breakfast shop. Chapter 46, forcing her submission. She was without makeup this morning. Simply dressed in a floral miniskirt, sitting in a breakfast shop, sipping congee. Her gently curled tresses cascaded over her shoulders, framing a petite face accentuated by artfully arranged bangs. Mr. Qin lingered outside the breakfast establishment, his gaze fixed upon Ms. Song as she partook of her morning congee, captivated by her presence. Despite the bustling ambience of the eatery, his focus remained solely on her. Her beauty was undeniable, even without artifice or elaborate attire. She possessed a radiant allure that commanded attention. Mr. Qin, now that you've arrived, won't you come in? Miss Song inquired, setting down her spoon and turning her gaze towards him. Startled from his reverie by her voice, Mr. Qin approached and seated himself beside her, asking, Miss Song, What brings you to such a humble establishment for breakfast? In his estimation, a sophisticated woman of her stature, accustomed to the finest delicacies, would scarcely frequent such a modest locale. Miss Song responded, continuing to savor her congee. I find that these unassuming establishments often offer fare that surpasses the offerings of more upscale restaurants. Have you already had your breakfast, Mr. Qin? If not, might I suggest a bowl of their savory meat congee? It's quite delightful. Indeed, he replied. Ms. Song then requested that the proprietor prepare a bowl of the same meat congee for Mr. Qin. Upon its arrival, she urged him to sample it. He obliged. And after a moment, he remarked, the flavor is quite agreeable. I concur, Ms. Song replied, finishing her own bowl before inquiring. You mentioned on the telephone that you wished to discuss something with me. What matter did you wish to address? I. Qin Yu. Setting down his bowl of congee, said with a touch of awkwardness, I wish to meet your fifth brother. I wonder if Miss Song could assist me in arranging an appointment? Indeed, it was as she had surmised. Qin Yu's visit today was solely for the purpose of seeing her fifth brother. Song Jinyuan voiced, Mr. Qin, it's not that I'm unwilling to help you. But the fact remains that your affair with my fifth brother's secretary made headlines, leading many uninformed netizens to berate my fifth brother online for failing to properly manage his secretary, who they claim disrupted the relationship between you and Miss Song. Currently, my fifth brother's company's stock has also plummeted due to the scandal involving you and his secretary, so the last person he wants to see right now is you. If I insist on bringing you to see him, he will be displeased with me. However, if he failed to meet with Bo Yanchen today to clarify the entire situation, he would terminate their contract, demanding a hefty penalty for breach of contract. Although he could afford to pay this penalty, once he was released by Song, those who sought to ingratiate themselves with Bo Yanchen would no longer cooperate with his company. In that case, his company would inevitably suffer a severe setback. Therefore, this appointment could not be terminated under any circumstances. Miss Song, you are the only one who can help me now. I implore you, please assist me, Qin Yu pleaded. Song Jinyuan felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction at Qin Yu's plea. So, there were times when Qin Yu would lower his head to her. Song Jinyuan picked up a glass of water from the side, poured herself a cup of tea, and slowly sipped it. Mr. Qin, since you've asked me so earnestly, I'll help you arrange a meeting with my fifth brother. But don't blame me for not warning you in advance. You cannot provoke my elder brother to anger even once in a day, otherwise, regardless of how many times you encounter him, he will remain unwilling to continue collaborating with you. Qin Yu furrowed his brows and tentatively inquired of Song Jinyuan, Miss Song, Mr. Song is your elder brother. And you must know him best. Could you enlighten me on how I might appease him? I do possess a solution. But you may not be inclined to follow my advice, she replied. At that moment, Qin Yu was willing to undertake any task that would placate Song Yanchen. Please share your thoughts, Miss Song. Setting her teacup aside, Song Jinyuan spoke with grave seriousness, the one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. My elder brother's secretary, Yan Qian, has been wrongfully accused by Miss Yang of having an ambiguous relationship with you, resulting in my brother facing public criticism for not managing his secretary properly, which in turn caused a significant decline in the company's stock. Therefore, if you wish for my brother to forgive you, the first step is for your fiancé to publicly apologize to Yan Qian. Following that, the video of her apology must be uploaded online to clear Yan Qian's name and extinguish the anger within my brother's heart. Upon finishing her statement, she observed Qin Yu's silence and pressed on, I have already provided Mr. Qin with a means to quell my brother's ire. Whether you choose to have your beloved fiancé bow in humility is a matter for you to contemplate. I will be dining with my brother tonight. And once the address is confirmed, I shall send it to your phone. Whether you choose to attend is entirely up to you. I must return to my work now. Please enjoy your meal, Mr. Qin. The reason Song Jinyuan shared this course of action with Qin Yu was to further deepen the rift between him and Qin Wanwan. Accustomed to an air of superiority, Qin Wanwan harbored a deep aversion to humbling herself. Were Qin Yu to compel her to apologize, her resentment might only intensify, potentially sparking a quarrel that could erode their bond. Aware of this, Song Jinyuan had cunningly laid a trap, anticipating Qin Yu would lead Qin Wanwan straight into it. Upon Song Jinyuan's departure, Qin Yu returned to their apartment to find Qin Wanwan packing her belongings. Sensing their relationship was deteriorating, She feared losing him entirely if she didn't intervene. Thus, she devised a strategic retreat, hoping her departure would ignite regret in Qin Yu. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yu, setting aside his anger, rushed to her side, halting her preparations. Wanwan, what is the meaning of this? He inquired. Xiang Wanwan retorted with feigned grievance. Didn't you suggest we take some time apart? This apartment is yours. If you need space to cool down, I'll move out and leave it entirely to you. I'm doing as you wished, so why are you stopping me? While he desired a cooling-off period, he hadn't intended for her to move out. As Xiang Wanwan resumed packing, Qin Yu relented. Stop packing. I forgive you. Knowing her tactic had worked, Xiang Wanwan abandoned her clothes and embraced Qin Yu, feigning remorse. Ayo. I knew you couldn't bear to be angry with me for long. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hired a private investigator to look into you. Nor should I have gone to the hotel, displaying a lack of trust. Qin Yu held Xiang Wanwan in his arms, hesitating for a considerable time before finally speaking. Wanwan. Since you are aware that your actions were misguided, in addition to apologizing to me, you also need to extend your apologies to Miss Yan. Tonight. Chapter 47, Mr. Bo, must I heed her words? This evening, I have asked Miss Song to arrange a dinner with Mr. Song on my behalf. I wonder if you could accompany me to express our apologies to him and Secretary Yan? Qin Yu did not impose his will on Xiang Wanwan, rather. He inquired with a tone of gentle request. Should she express her unwillingness, they could negotiate further. However, Xiang Wanwan was preoccupied with thoughts of Qin Yu's insistence for her to apologize alongside him. She had never engaged in any misconduct involving the reporters. Why should she be the one to apologize? Clenching her fists, her eyes brimmed with dissatisfaction towards Qin Yu, yet fearing the loss of him should she refuse to apologize. She reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. I shall accompany you to apologize to Mr. Song and his secretary. Qin Yu had anticipated that. Given Xiang Wanwan's nature of rarely bowing to others, she would initially reject his request. To his surprise, she suddenly agreed, which alleviated many of his concerns. Releasing her from his embrace, he gently placed his hand on her face and said, Wanwan, once you have expressed your apologies, this matter will be considered resolved. Please refrain from actions that might displease me in the future. Xiang Wanwan forced a smile and replied affirmatively, obediently sealing her lips. Until she could gather evidence of the entrapment she had suffered, she would refrain from defending herself, as doing so would only serve to irritate Qin Yu further. However, once she unearths the evidence, she will undoubtedly make Qin Yu realize the magnitude of his error in disbelieving her. Upon returning to the office, Song Jinyuan noted it was nearing 10 o'clock, marking her tardiness. Su Li, observing this, immediately confronted her. Secretary Song, as an intern, you dare to be late? Aren't you concerned about potential wage deductions and the possibility of not securing a permanent position? Why was Su Li perpetually present? She was proving to be an irksome and inescapable presence. Song Jinyuan straightened herself, completed her time card under Su Li's gaze, and retorted, Manager Su. As secretary to CEO Bo, my prospects for a permanent position are ultimately determined by him, not you. Therefore, your concerns are unwarranted. Who is concerned about her? She thought. Wishing fervently for her failure to secure a permanent position and subsequent departure from the company. As the manager of the Human Resources Department, I am, in principle, entitled to oversee matters concerning your regularization. Song Jinyuan responded with an "oh," and a seemingly innocent smile, even if Manager Su is entitled. I have no desire to heed your directives. Su Li was taken aback. Secretary Song. You, a mere secretary, dare to disregard me? Song Jinyuan retorted coldly, Manager Su. A mere manager, doesn't seem to hold CEO Bo in high regard either. I recall CEO Bo having repeatedly informed Manager Su that my affairs are to be managed by him, and that you should refrain from overstepping your authority. Yet, you persist in disregarding his instructions. Does it appear that you perceive yourself as the supreme authority in this company, rather than CEO Bo? You are fabricating falsehoods. Was she fabricating falsehoods? She was, in fact, stating the truth. Left to her own devices, Su Li would never heed Bo Yanchen's directives. Nor was she inclined to lend an ear to his counsel. Thus, she resolved not to squander her time engaging with him. Under Su Li's exasperated gaze, Song Jinyuan ascended in the elevator, returning to her station. Incensed by Song Jinyuan's audacious demeanor, Su Li, unable to contain her vexation, sought out Bo Yanchen in his office after the former had resumed her duties. Upon her exit, Bo Yanchen promptly summoned Song Jinyuan via telephone. Enter. Song Jinyuan. Barely had Su Li emerged from his office than Bo Yanchen beckoned her presence. Had that wretched woman surreptitiously lodged a complaint against her? Composing herself, Song Jinyuan entered Bo Yanchen's office with a smile. You summoned me, Mr. Bo? Bo Yanchen, without so much as a glance, issued his decree. With the advent of May 20th, the personnel department requires assistance. Aid Su Li in the forthcoming hotel preparations for the May 20th festivities. Song Jinyuan. Mr. Bo, if I am to assist Manager Su in the personnel department, am I to be at her complete disposal? Affirmative. Bo Yanchen, concluding his perusal of the document before him, finally raised his gaze to meet Song Jinyuan's, irrespective of any discord between you and Su Li. This May 20th event is of paramount importance to the company. Ensure its flawless execution. Song Jinyuan moved her lips, silently voicing her discontent. Bo Yanchen, fully cognizant of their animosity, had nonetheless assigned her to collaborate with Su Li in orchestrating the company's May 20th celebrations. Isn't he plainly offering himself to Su Li to be tormented and exploited, toiling for her benefit? Even if Bo Yanchen dislikes her, how could he treat her this way? President Bo, I am your subordinate, so am I exempt from following Manager Su's instructions? No, Bo Yanchen stated, resuming his work on the documents. You will assist Su Li in preparing for the 520 event. Song Jinyuan reluctantly acquiesced and departed Bo Yanchen's office. Upon exiting, she noticed Su Li awaiting her at her workstation, seemingly eager to mistreat her. Song Jinyuan approached her side and inquired, Manager Su, President Bo has instructed me to collaborate with you on the 520 event. What would you like me to do? Follow me. Su Li led Song Jinyuan to the company warehouse. Your first task is to load everything in this warehouse onto the truck and transport it to the hotel to set up the event venue. Song Jinyuan instinctively glanced at the warehouse behind her, filled with countless items. She was expected to move all of this alone? Was Su Li trying to exhaust her to death? No, I can't let her succeed. She needs to be taught a lesson. To understand that there will be consequences for bullying me. Manager Su, how much funding did President Bo allocate to you for this special 520 event? That's none of your concern. Hurry up and move the items downstairs. I'll be waiting for you at the hotel. Su Li uttered these words and departed under Song Jinyuan's gaze. After she left, Song Jinyuan sent a message to her bodyguards, come up here and help me move these things. Shortly after Song Jinyuan dispatched the message, scores of men, clad in sable suits, materialized outside the warehouse. Devoid of any verbal exchange, they proceeded to relocate Song Jinyuan's possessions. Each man bore 2 items. And with a single concerted effort, the warehouse was nearly emptied. Once all the articles were conveyed downstairs, Song Jinyuan, accompanied by a retinue of bodyguards, embarked for the hotel in a grand procession. Su Li was ensconced in the hotel lobby, luxuriating in the confections offered during the 520 event. The sensation of being waited upon was indeed pleasurable. The rhythmic cadence of footsteps reverberated from the entrance as a phalanx of bodyguards, laden with a plethora of items, stood before Su Li. Madam, we have transported all the articles you requested. The remuneration is now due. At a rate of 10,000 per person, totaling 60 individuals. We require a lump sum payment of 600,000 for our services. Su Li, taken aback by the bodyguard's pronouncement, choked on her beverage. After a paroxysm of coughing, she retorted, I am not acquainted with any of you. Why would I remit 600,000 for your services? Does the madam intend to renege on her obligations? Yuan Yuan, the bodyguard captain, resplendent in his sable suit, stood imposingly before Su Li, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Su Li, unnerved by his unwavering stare, rose from the divan, seeking to meet his gaze, yet his towering stature compelled her to crane her neck to meet his eyes. If he does not lower his head, she will have no chance to meet his gaze. Su Li twisted her neck a couple of times and said, Sir, I have no intention of shirking responsibility. I simply wish to clarify the matter regarding the 600,000. Song Jinyuan stood behind the bodyguards and, upon hearing Su Li's inquiry, stepped forward from their midst. Manager Su, you must first pay the 600,000, and I will then explain the situation to you. The moment Song Jinyuan appeared, Su Li surmised that she was the one responsible for the 600,000. Frustrated, she found herself powerless to vent her anger on the multitude of men surrounding her. Could she not direct her ire towards Song Jinyuan instead? Secretary Song, unless you elucidate the matter concerning the 600,000, do not expect me to cover your expenses. Noticing Su Li's curiosity, Song Jinyuan responded with deliberate calmness, Manager Su, hear us how it transpired, today. You requested that I single-handedly clear out the warehouse to prepare for the event at the hotel. Given the overwhelming quantity of items in the warehouse, I estimated that, working alone, I would still be occupied until the following day. To expedite the process, I sought assistance online and found a group of movers. The website offered options for the fastest or average speed of movers, and naturally, I opted for the swiftest to save time. Consequently, I hired 60 individuals to assist with the relocation. Now that the goods have been moved, the funds are in your possession. So I can only request that they seek payment from you. After explaining, Song Jinyuan urged Su Li, Manager Su, let us not waste any more time. Please provide the payment so we may proceed with the event setup. At this juncture, Su Li was nearly infuriated by Song Jinyuan's words. It was her own task. And instead of handling it herself, she sought a shortcut by hiring movers? Engaging them was one thing, but to enlist such exorbitant help was beyond the pale. Secretary Song, she exclaimed, the company's funds must be utilized judiciously, yet you've squandered 600,000 on movers? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Song Jinyuan feigned distress, replying. Had Manager Su arranged for assistance with the moving from the outset, I wouldn't have needed to hire anyone myself, would I? Now that they've been engaged. If Manager Su refuses to compensate them, the moving company is likely to initiate legal proceedings against you. Su Li's eyes widened in fury. I didn't hire them. So why should I be responsible for paying? Shouldn't they be suing you? Song Jinyuan retorted in a manner designed to exasperate, but when I hired them, I filled in your name online. After all, Manager Su is in charge of this project. If I didn't include your name, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you as the person in charge? Su Li was speechless. Song Jinyuan, seeing Su Li's reluctance to pay, Song Jinyuan gave Yuan Yuan a knowing glance. Yuan Yuan, understanding perfectly, stepped in front of Song Jinyuan, fixing Su Li with a stare. Boss? If you truly have no intention of paying our wages, then I will have our company sue you to enforce payment. Su Li clenched her fists. Upon hearing Yuan Yuan's threat of legal action, she was compelled to pay the 600,000, despite her reluctance. After transferring the funds to Yuan Yuan from the event budget, she glared at Song Jinyuan and declared, I will inform President Bo of your extravagant expenditure of 600,000 on movers. Song Jinyuan, refusing to be outdone, retorted. I shall truthfully inform President Bo of my reasons for hiring personnel, allowing him to judge whether the fault lies with you or with me. Su Li believed that she was the only one capable of lodging complaints, but she was mistaken. If she wished to bully her, she would find no success. Enraged, Su Li raised her hand as if to slap her, but at that very moment, Song Jinyuan willingly presented her face before Su Li. Come, strike me if you dare. Once you are done, I shall report you for intentional harm. Su Li was taken aback, Secretary Song. You are utterly intolerable. This is entirely of your own making. Song Jinyuan reminded her. Let us not forget that her presence here was due to her own request for Bo Yanchen to send her for assistance. Thus, any bullying she endured was indeed well-deserved. Had Su Li not sought to provoke her, she would not have found herself in this predicament. It was a classic case of self-inflicted misfortune. Unable to outwit Song Jinyuan in their exchange, Su Li suppressed her inner fury and commanded, I will not waste time here. Go immediately and arrange the hotel lobby. Alone? As Song Jinyuan prepared to summon her bodyguards once more, Su Li quickly interjected, you will not be alone. You will coordinate with the hotel staff. Secretary Song, this event is of utmost importance to the company. So be cautious in your arrangements, any mistakes could jeopardize your chances of permanent employment. As long as Su Li refrained from sabotaging the event after Song Jinyuan had set everything up, the proceedings would unfold smoothly. And her prospects for permanent status would remain intact. With a gentle smile, Song Jinyuan silently accompanied the hotel staff to arrange the venue. Su Li, fixated on her departing figure, harbored resentment over the extravagant expense of hiring 60 movers. She resolved to immediately inform Bo Yanchen, Mr. Bo. I instructed Secretary Song to retrieve items from the company's storage for the hotel venue, and she cunningly avoided the task herself. She deliberately utilized company funds to engage 60 exorbitant movers to carry the items for her. Bo Yanchen, engrossed in a discussion with Su Zhou regarding Qin Wanwan, received Su Li's message. His brow furrowed upon reading it. Did you instruct her to move the warehouse items alone? Seeing that Bo Yanchen's initial inquiry centered not on the exorbitant cost of the movers but on whether Su Li had instructed Secretary Song to move the warehouse items alone, she bit her lip and replied, Mr. Bo, Secretary Song is rather disobedient and lacks perseverance. Therefore, I intended to use the task of moving warehouse items to teach her a lesson. However, she remained unwilling to perform the task herself, instead hiring people to assist her. Bo Yanchen retorted angrily, Su Li, do I need to remind you that 520 is merely 3 days away? With such a vast quantity of items in the warehouse, do you believe Secretary Song could possibly move them all within 3 days? And if she fails to do so, would your actions not jeopardize the company's special 520 event? Su Li, I do not perceive any wrongdoing in Song Jinyuan's decision to hire movers. She acted appropriately to conserve time. However, your actions, driven by personal vindictiveness, nearly jeopardized the company's event. I have decided to revoke your bonus for this event as a form of reprimand. Su Li. Chapter 49, Mr. Bo, I have been wronged, I must lodge a complaint. At that moment, Su Li profoundly experienced the meaning of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Originally, she intended to have Mr. Bo deal with Song Yuan after lodging her complaint, but now that her complaint was made, the person Mr. Bo was dealing with was not her but herself. Unbeknownst to herself, Su Li grew to resent Song Yuan even more. She was not finished with her. Midday. Song Jinyuan was dining with the staff, and everyone's meal consisted of 3 dishes, a soup, and a chicken leg. However, when it came to her, she received a box of plain rice with no dishes, no soup, and no chicken leg. Song Jinyuan knew without guessing that this was the work of Su Li, and she could no longer endure this grievance. Song Jinyuan took out her phone and snapped a photo of her lunch to send to Bo Yanchen, Mr. Bo. This is the lunch that Manager Su provided for me. After sending it, Song Jinyuan took another photo of the lunch of the staff next to her and sent it to Bo Yanchen, Mr. Bo. This is the lunch of the others. Bo Yanchen was in the middle of his meal when he heard his phone ringing. He picked it up and glanced at it. After reading it, he made a call to Su Li. What did you and the staff have for lunch today? Su Li answered truthfully, Mr. Bo, we had boxed lunches, and to reward everyone, I even added a chicken leg for each of them. What about Secretary Song? What did you give her to eat? Su Li was choked by the question. She glanced at Song Jinyuan, who was eating plain rice, and responded. Also a boxed lunch. I have expressed my aversion to deceit, and I equally detest internecine strife within my company. As you are so disinclined to diligently plan the 520 event, from this moment forth, Secretary Song shall assume responsibility for it. With those words, Bo Yanchen terminated the call and promptly contacted Song Jinyuan. You are to orchestrate the upcoming 520 event. Given Su Li's current preoccupation with undermining Song Yuan, entrusting her with this event could potentially lead to complications. Therefore, to ensure the event's seamless execution, a change in leadership is imperative. He hopes that Song Yuan, in her inaugural event planning endeavor, will not disappoint him. The moment Bo Yanchen delegated full responsibility for the 520 event to Song Jinyuan, she experienced a sense of triumph. From now on, Su Li would be under her command. Rest assured, President Bo, I shall not fail you. Should any issues arise with the 520 event, you will tender your resignation immediately. Bo Yanchen left those words before ending the call with Song Jinyuan. Song Jinyuan, phone in hand, glanced at Su Li, who was seated across from her. Judging by the murderous glare, she must have realized she had been replaced. Su Li clenched her phone, discarded the boxed meal under Song Jinyuan's gaze, and stormed out of the hotel. Song Jinyuan's methods were indeed formidable, directly leading President Bo to replace her as the event's lead. She would see just what that harlot Song Yuan could accomplish without her involvement in the 520 event. 7:00 p.m. After completing their tasks, Song Jinyuan sent a message to Yuan Yuan, assign someone to monitor Su Li, notify me immediately of any actions she takes. Indeed. Yuan Yuan affirmed. Song Jinyuan gently rotated her neck, glancing at the time. It was already 7:00 before she knew it. She needed to prepare herself for her appointment with her 5th brother. After applying subtle makeup in the restroom and ensuring her appearance was impeccable, she proceeded to the restaurant under the escort of her bodyguards. Upon Song Jinyuan's arrival, Song Jingchen, Yan Qian, Qin Yu, and Xiang Wanwan were already present. Qin Yu was in the midst of toasting Song Jingchen, who did not even spare him a glance. President Qin. The losses your fiancé has inflicted upon my company cannot be simply dismissed with a single drink and an apology. Qin Yu awkwardly set down his glass. President Song. The primary responsibility for Wanwan's actions lies with me. I failed to provide her with adequate security. I brought her here today so she could apologize to you. And I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive her. Song Jingchen responded with derision. President Qin. Are you aware of how much money my company's stock market value evaporated due to the news involving your fiancé and my secretary? Qin Yu had observed Song Corporation's stock performance. It had already reached its daily limit before being delisted. Initial estimates suggested that his stock value had plummeted by several billion. I am aware. Since you are aware, you still expect me to forgive your fiancé? Do you truly believe that a mere apology from her can compensate for the billions I have lost? Song Jingchen exclaimed, slamming his knife and fork onto the table. His display of fury frightened Xiang Wanwan, who was seated next to Qin Yu. She tightly grasped Qin Yu's hand under the dining table, not daring to utter a word. At that moment, Song Jinyuan appeared, interrupting the tense atmosphere. Fifth brother, Mr. Qin is a guest I invited. So you should treat him with more courtesy. After speaking, Song Jinyuan naturally took the seat beside Qin Yu. Glancing at his untouched steak, she inquired, Mr. Qin. I am a bit hungry, may I have a taste of your steak? Qin Yu could clearly sense that with Song Jinyuan's arrival, the chill surrounding Song Jingchen had somewhat diminished. He pushed the steak in front of him towards Song Jinyuan, saying, Miss Song, please enjoy. Thank you, she replied, savoring the steak under the watchful eyes of Wanwan and Qin Yu. Song Jingchen cast a glance at her, waiting for her to accompany him in his performance. But she seemed genuinely hungry, engrossed in her meal, completely disregarding him. Little sister, I am discussing business with Mr. Qin, do not meddle here. Once you finish your steak, I will have Secretary Yan take you home. Once Song Jinyuan felt somewhat satiated, she paused in her cutting of the steak and looked at Song Jingchen across the table. Fifth brother, regarding Miss Xiang and Secretary Yan, the one at fault is Miss Xiang, not Qin Yu. So if you are upset, direct your frustration at her. Not at the innocent Mr. Qin. Xiang Wanwan. This unexpected statement from Song Jinyuan left Song Jingchen pondering her intentions. He furrowed his brow. What kind of man would vent his anger on a woman like Xiang Wanwan? Song Jinyuan laughed and said, Elder brother, your words hold wisdom. Since you believe it inappropriate for a man to vent his frustrations upon a woman, let Secretary Yan take your place. After all, this incident has affected not only your company but also Secretary Yan. Therefore, allow these two women to resolve their matters independently, do not involve yourself, nor sever ties with Mr. Qin over this issue. Song Jingchen slammed his hand on the table and retorted, Are you truly my sister, or are you Qin Yu's sister? Why do you always lean towards him? Elder brother, Mr. Qin is of great significance to me. Thus, for my sake, please grant him forgiveness this once. Song Jingchen coldly scoffed, I may consider forgiving him. But under one condition, Xiang Yuan must publicly apologize to Secretary Yan during a live broadcast and acknowledge that she wronged her, as well as. Chapter 50, Song Jinyuan's identity is revealed. And accompany me for a round of racing. A year ago, Xiang Yuan had hired someone to harm his younger sister, leaving her with a disability and on the brink of a lifetime in a wheelchair. His sister expressed her desire for vengeance regarding Xiang Yuan's actions against her. Although he had consented to this, he had not ruled out administering a preliminary reckoning against Xiang Yuan to relieve his sister's grievances. Upon hearing Song Jingchen's words, Xiang Yuan awkwardly replied, President Song, I do not know how to race. With a smile, Song Jingchen responded, It matters not that you lack skill, I am proficient. All I require from you is a simple answer, will you join me in this endeavor? Having observed Qin Yu's affirmative nod, Xiang Wanwan acquiesced to Song Jingchen's proposition, stating, Since Mr. Song is so inclined, I shall indulge you in a bit of racing. Excellent. Song Jingchen exclaimed as he rose to his feet, drawing the attention of those present. Let us depart immediately. Song Jingchen promptly made his exit, with Xiang Wanwan and Qin Yu following closely behind. As for Song Jinyuan, she remained seated, partaking in her steak. Yan Qian, positioned beside her, inquired, "Young miss, shall I escort you home after you have finished your meal? Why return home when the spectacle has yet to commence?" Song Jinyuan retorted, devouring the final morsel of steak on her plate. She then reached for a napkin, dabbing her lips with it. "It has been quite some time since I last witnessed my fifth brother engage in racing. Given the opportunity presented today, we must seize it and observe attentively. Her fifth brother's racing prowess, Song Jinyuan's expression carried a profound significance. Just as Bo Yanchen was concluding his work at the office and preparing to return home, he encountered Song Jingchen. He brought his vehicle to a halt, lowered the window, and inquired, "What brings you and this entourage out so late?" "We are en route to the racetrack for some racing," Song Jingchen replied. "I recall your exceptional racing skills. Would you care to join us?" Upon noticing Song Jinyuan's absence, Song Jingchen mistakenly assumed that she would not be accompanying them to the racetrack. Consequently, he extended an invitation to Bo Yanchen, intending to challenge him and avenge his previous defeat. Seated within his car, Bo Yanchen accepted Song Jingchen's invitation, responding, "Very well." Indeed, the recent deluge of corporate affairs had left him feeling somewhat weary. A racing excursion would serve as a welcome respite. Following Mr. Bo's acquiescence, Mr. Song chauffeured Mr. Qin and Ms. Yang to the racetrack. Subsequent to their departure, Ms. Song and Ms. Yan leisurely emerged from the restaurant, summoned Mr. Yuan, and were driven to the same venue. Upon Ms. Song's arrival, Mr. Song was observed driving towards Ms. Yang, who was attempting to evade him on foot in the middle of the track. The evening's amusement consisted of a vehicular pursuit, wherein Mr. Song endeavored to strike Ms. Yang. Should she successfully elude him for 3 circuits, he would perpetuate his collaboration with Mr. Qin. Mr. Song, in a manner akin to toying with a canine, alternated between accelerating towards her and abruptly halting just prior to impact. Ms. Yang, seated on the ground, was visibly shaken and perspiring profusely. With unsteady legs, she arose and, upon witnessing Mr. Song's renewed advance, resumed her flight. Mr. Qin, positioned in the grandstand, was overcome with unprecedented distress upon witnessing this spectacle. Wanwan, standing beside Mr. Qin, Mr. Bo, in a state of ennui, retrieved a packet of cigarettes, extracted one, and ignited it. Upon hearing the utterance of Ms. Yang's given name, Mr. Bo exhaled a plume of smoke and inquired, "Does your perception, Mr. Qin, preclude the acknowledgement of any other woman's sacrifices on your behalf, save for your betrothed, Ms. Yang?" Mr. Qin diverted his gaze towards Mr. Bo, who was in the act of smoking, and questioned, "To whom do you allude, Mr. Bo? When you speak of a woman's sacrifices for my sake?" "Your former spouse, Ms. Qin." Upon hearing Ms. Qin's name, Mr. Qin's countenance assumed a rigid expression. He observed that, of late, he had been frequently subjected to the mention of Ms. Qin's name. Her grandfather constantly spoke of her, and a stranger was also inquiring about her whereabouts. Now, Mr. Bo, the president of the Bo Corporation, mentioned her as well. How could Qin Wanwan suddenly become the object of so much attention? Qin Yu regained his senses and awkwardly asked, "Mr. Bo, are you acquainted with Qin Wanwan? I had a fleeting encounter with her a year ago. So I would say we are acquainted. Just a brief meeting, yet Mr. Bo remembered Qin Wanwan? He had never realized her capabilities before. Qin Yu was at a loss for words and chose to remain silent. However, Mr. Bo extinguished his cigarette and turned his gaze towards Xiang Wanwan, who was being toyed with by Song Jingchen on the racetrack, and said, "Are you aware that Qin Wanwan has passed away?" Originally concerned about Xiang Wanwan, Qin Yu's worry was replaced by disbelief upon hearing Mr. Bo's words. "What did you just say, Mr. Bo? Qin Wanwan is dead? Judging from your reaction, it seems you were unaware that your ex-wife died in a car accident on the very day of your divorce, at the first hospital?" Suzhou had informed him of this matter today. Otherwise, he would not have known that the Qin Wanwan he had been searching for a year was already dead, and that Qin Yu and Xiang Wanwan were responsible for her death. Qin Yu drove her away from the villa, and Xiang Wanwan hired a hitman. What a perfect match they were, one a scoundrel, the other malicious. Qin Yu recovered from his shock and said, "I truly didn't know. How did she die?" "A car accident." As Qin Yu was about to inquire further, Xiang Wanwan's piercing scream suddenly echoed from the racetrack, "Ah!" As Song Jingchen collided directly with Xiang Wanyue, who was about to complete her third lap, there was no pause whatsoever. He slowed down his speed, thus when he struck her, she was not thrown aside but rather fell to the ground. Her skirt was pinned down by the vehicle, and a pool of yellow liquid seeped from beneath her. At that moment, she was utterly terrified. Trembling, she sat on the ground, drenched in sweat, gazing up at Song Jingchen as he emerged from the car. "Mr. Song. How could you truly run me over?" she stammered. From a towering height, Song Jingchen covered his mouth and nose, inquiring coldly, "Miss Xiang. What does it feel like to be hit by a car? Is it enjoyable?" He referred to this as play. The depths of fear were evident in Xiang Wanyua's eyes. She was unable to rise from the ground. Eventually, it was Qin Yu who rushed over to lift her up. "Ayu." In Qin Yu's embrace. Xiang Wanyue continued to tremble. Qin Yu, with a displeased expression, directed a stern look at Song Jingchen. "Mr. Song. Is it appropriate for a grown man to bully my fiancé? Are you accusing me?" Song Jingchen replied with a cold smile, inadvertently glancing at Song Jinyuan and Yan Qian, who stood at a distance. His smile froze, and he quickly gestured for her to leave. Song Jinyuan, under the impression that Song Jingchen was greeting her, called out cheerfully, "Fifth brother." At that moment, Bo Yanchen also turned towards the source of the voice. Song Jingchen thought to himself, "It's over." Chapter 51, Do you know who the champion of the racing world is? It's her. Yanqing. Just as the peril of Song Jinyuan's discovery loomed, Song Jingchen shouted to Bo Yanchen, "Come down and race me." Upon hearing the appellation of Bo Yanchen, Song Jinyuan promptly sought refuge behind Yan Qian, seizing a helmet and ensconcing it upon her head. Bo Yanchen, observing from below the raceway, cast a scrutinizing gaze upon the helmeted Song Jinyuan. Pondering the uncanny resemblance between the garments adorning the Song family's young lady and those donned by Song Yuan earlier that day, concealing the burgeoning bewilderment within, Bo Yanchen selected a racing vehicle and commenced a competition against Song Jingchen on the circuit. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Qin Wanwan were poised to depart when Song Jinyuan, still helmeted, approached them. Detecting an unusual olfactory emanation, she feigned ignorance and inquired, "Miss Xiang, what fragrance do you adorn today? It bears a rather peculiar, almost urinous, scent." Xiang Wanwan, already mortified by her earlier fright, was further humiliated by Song Jinyuan's inquiry. Nestled in Qin Yu's embrace, she averted her gaze from Song Jinyuan. Beseeching Qin Yu, "Ayu, I desire to return home." Qin Yu, with tender intonation, acquiesced, offering a curt nod to Song Jinyuan before escorting her away. Xiang Wanwan, nestled against Qin Yu, inquired with a plaintive tone, "Ayu, will you hold me in disdain for my recent humiliation?" Qin Yu, embracing Xiang Wanwan as they ambled, responded, "You endured such treatment at the hands of President Song for my sake. Therefore, I hold no disdain, only empathy. Wanwan, your contribution to securing this collaboration between my company and the Song Corporation is invaluable. Henceforth, whatever your heart desires shall be yours." As their voices and silhouettes receded into the distance, Song Jinyuan's countenance underwent a drastic transformation, darkening with dismay. Did Qin Yu truly comprehend the implications of his pronouncements? He actually asserted that Xiang Wanwan was the principal benefactor in preserving his collaboration with the Song Corporation? Shouldn't he, Qin Yu, be the true hero? Without her assistance, he might not have even had the opportunity to meet her fifth brother. Originally, Song Jin wished to leverage this situation to instill gratitude in Qin Yu, thereby distancing him from Xiang Wanwan. However, due to her fifth brother's interference, not only did Qin Yu fail to be grateful to her, but he also attributed all her accomplishments to Xiang Wanwan. How commendable of him. Yan Qian, standing beside Song Jin, noticed her complexion turning unfavorable and inquired with concern, "Miss, are you all right?" Song Jin responded with a smile, "I'm fine, I'm perfectly fine. No need to worry, Secretary Yan. Her resilience is remarkably strong." However, feeling agitated, she needed an outlet. Song Jin glanced at Bo Yanchen, who had effortlessly defeated her fifth brother in the race. She donned her helmet and approached Bo Yanchen, who had just exited his car. "Race me." To prevent Bo Yanchen from discovering her identity, Song Jin deliberately imitated a voice she had learned in her spare time, altering her vocal tone entirely. Her voice now bore no resemblance to her original one. As long as she kept her helmet on, Bo Yanchen would remain oblivious to her true identity. Bo Yanchen cast a dispassionate glance at Song Jin before him, removed his helmet, and tucked it under his arm, declaring, "I do not compete against women." Was he now looking down on women? A mocking laughter escaped from beneath Song Jinyuan's helmet. Is it that Mr. Bo is reluctant to compete with women out of fear that I might embarrass you by winning? Bo Yanchen, amused by Song Jinyuan's audacious tone, replied. Miss Song seems quite confident in her driving skills. Drawing closer to Bo Yanchen, Song Jinyuan pinned him against the car and declared, Mr. Bo, you have misjudged me. I possess not only confidence in my driving abilities but also in many other aspects, such as my physique and features. There is not a single facet that does not inspire my confidence. Would you care to see? Song Jinyuan interjected, does my little sister even realize what she is saying? Clearing his throat, he approached Bo Yanchen, placing a hand on his shoulder. Yanchen, since my sister is so eager to compete with you, why not indulge her? Bo Yanchen disdainfully pushed aside Song Jinyuan's hand from his shoulder, turning to the helmet-clad Song Jinyuan to inquire, will Miss Song cry if she loses? To which Song Jinyuan retorted, will Mr. Bo cry if he loses? I have never tasted defeat. Her tone brimmed with self-assuredness, prompting a laugh from Song Jinyuan. Once her amusement subsided, she reverted to a serious demeanor, then today, I shall grant you the privilege of losing. After her provocative statement, Song Jinyuan climbed into the race car that Song Jinyuan had just driven, while he leaned closer to Bo Yanchen's ear, whispering, I have never witnessed my sister race before. Please show her some mercy out there. Allow her some dignity, do not make her despise you even more than she already does. Is it not preferable for her to harbor self-loathing? This way, he and she shall remain forever estranged. Bo Yanchen did not acquiesce to Song Jinyuan, instead. He re-entered his vehicle and declared, you shall be the referee. Upon uttering this, he positioned his car parallel to Song Jinyuan's. At the moment Song Jinyuan shouted go, Bo Yanchen and Song Jinyuan surged forth simultaneously. The two raced down their respective lanes with remarkable speed. It appeared as though Song Jinyuan was intentionally steering her vehicle to collide with Bo Yanchen's. The sound of impact reverberated across the racetrack. Standing together, Song Jinyuan and Yan Qian observed the unfolding spectacle. Secretary Yan, my younger sister is rather brazen, is she not? Who races with the intention of crashing into another's vehicle? If she happens to win, it would be an unjust victory. As soon as he finished speaking, Bo Yanchen executed a deft drift, maneuvering past Song Jinyuan's blockade. Unhurriedly, she trailed behind him, feigning pursuit. Bo Yanchen cast a glance in his rearview mirror before drifting again to evade her. Witnessing this scene, Song Jinyuan exclaimed, I cannot contest my recent loss. Yanchen's driving skills surpass even those of the racing champions. It seems my younger sister is destined to lose this time. Yan Qian, standing by, interjected, that may not necessarily be the case. This was the first time Song Jinyuan noted Yan Qian's divergence in opinion. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, Secretary Yan, do you truly believe my sister, who has been lapped by Yanchen, stands a chance of winning? Yan Qian responded cryptically. Does President Song know who the champion of the racing world is? Ordinarily, Song Jinyuan kept abreast of motor racing tidings. Upon hearing Yan Qian's inquiry, he chuckled, assuredly. There is a woman known by the monikers. Her enigmatic nature has kept her visage concealed beneath her helmet, remaining unknown to this day. As Song Jinyuan spoke, Yan Qian's gaze shifted towards Song Jinyuan on the racetrack, who was beginning to overtake Bo Yanchen. She remarked, you shall soon discover the truth. Song Jinyuan was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Yanchen. In the nick of time, as Song Jinyuan was on the verge of being discovered, Song Jinyuan called out to Bo Yanchen, descend and compete against me. Upon hearing Bo Yanchen's name, Song Jinyuan promptly sought refuge behind Yan Qian, seizing a helmet and placing it upon her head. From below, Bo Yanchen scrutinized the helmeted figure of Song Jinyuan. He mused. Why is the attire of this Song family's young lady identical to that which Song Yuan donned today? Concealing his burgeoning suspicion, Bo Yanchen selected a race car and commenced a competition against Song Jinyuan on the racetrack. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Qin Wanwan were preparing to depart when Song Jinyuan, still helmeted, approached them. Detecting an unusual odor, she feigned ignorance and inquired, Miss Xiang, what perfume do you adorn today? It exudes an aroma reminiscent of urine. Qin Wanwan, already mortified by her earlier fright, was further humiliated by Song Jinyuan's question. Nestled in Qin Yu's embrace, she refused to meet Song Jinyuan's gaze and simply implored Qin Yu, I desire to return home. Qin Yu responded with a gentle affirmation and with a curt nod towards Song Jinyuan, departed with Qin Wanwan in his arms. Nestled in Qin Yu's embrace, Qin Wanwan, with a hint of grievance, inquired, "Ah you? Having just embarrassed myself so thoroughly, do you disdain me?" Qin Yu, holding her close as they walked, replied, "Your treatment by President Song was for my sake, thus. Not only do I not disdain you, but my heart aches for you. Huan, it is your remarkable contribution that has allowed our company to collaborate with the Song Group. Whatever you desire next, I shall provide." As their voices and silhouettes faded into the distance, Song Jinyuan's expression darkened abruptly. Did Qin Yu truly grasp the implications of his words? To proclaim that Xiang Huan was the principal architect of preserving his partnership with the Song Group? Shouldn't the true benefactor be herself? Without her assistance, it was likely that Qin Yu would not have even had the opportunity to meet her brother. Originally, Song Jinyuan intended to leverage this situation to cultivate a sense of gratitude in Qin Yu, hoping he would distance himself from Xiang Huan. However, following her brother's intervention, not only did Qin Yu fail to feel grateful towards her, but he also attributed all the credit to Xiang Huan. What a splendid turn of events. Standing beside Song Jinyuan, Yan Qian noticed her deteriorating demeanor and, with concern, asked, "Miss, are you all right?" Song Jinyuan responded with a smile, "I am perfectly fine. No need for you to worry, Secretary Yan." Her resilience was formidable. Yet, feeling a surge of frustration, she sought an outlet. Her gaze fell upon Bo Yanchen, who had effortlessly bested her brother on the racetrack. Donning her helmet, she approached him, declaring, "Let us have a race." In order to conceal her identity from Bo Yanchen, Song Jinyuan deliberately adopted a voice she had practiced during moments of boredom, completely altering her natural tone. Now, her voice bore no resemblance to her original one. As long as she kept her helmet on, Bo Yanchen would remain oblivious to her true identity. He cast a glance at Song Jinyuan, devoid of any emotion, and stated, "I do not compete with women." Was he expressing disdain for women? A sarcastic laugh escaped from beneath her helmet as she retorted, "Mr. Bo, is your reluctance to compete with women rooted in the fear that I might outshine you and leave you embarrassed?" Bo Yanchen was amused by Song Jinyuan's audacious tone. "Miss Song, you seem rather confident in your driving skills." Drawing closer, Song Jinyuan pushed him against the front of the car and declared, "Mr. Bo, you are mistaken. Aside from my confidence in my driving, I am equally assured in other aspects, such as my figure and facial features. There is not a single element that does not instill confidence in me. Would you care to see, Mr. Bo?" Song Jinyuan interjected, seemingly taken aback by his sister's boldness. "Does my little sister realize what she is saying?" Clearing his throat, he approached Bo Yanchen, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Yanchen, since my little sister is so eager to compete, why not indulge her?" Bo Yanchen disdainfully shrugged off Song Jinyuan's hand from his shoulder and turned to the helmet-clad Song Jinyuan, inquiring, "Miss Song, will you cry if you lose? Are you liable to weep if you suffer defeat, Mr. Bo?" Song Jinyuan queried directly. "I have never tasted defeat," he declared, his tone brimming with assurance. A chuckle escaped Song Jinyuan's lips, but as quickly as it came, her countenance adopted a serious mien. "Then today shall mark your first experience of it," she proclaimed. Having issued her challenge under Bo Yanchen's gaze, Song Jinyuan settled into the race car previously occupied by Song Jinyuan. Seizing the moment, Song Jinyuan sidled up to Bo Yanchen and whispered, "I've never witnessed my little sister race. Be lenient, won't you? Spare her some dignity, lest she harbor an even greater aversion towards you. Isn't it preferable that she dislikes me? That way, there's no chance of any entanglement between us," Bo Yanchen mused. He offered no commitment to Song Jinyuan's request, instead retorting as he resumed his place in the vehicle, "You shall officiate." With that, he maneuvered his car alongside Song Jinyuan's. At the very instant Song Jinyuan signaled the commencement, Bo Yanchen and Song Jinyuan simultaneously launched into the race, each hurtling down their respective lanes. As if by design, Song Jinyuan steered her car towards Bo Yanchen's in a deliberate collision. The resounding thuds reverberated across the racetrack as Song Jinyuan and Yan Qian stood side by side, observing the duo's contest. "Secretary Yan, my little sister is resorting to unscrupulous tactics, wouldn't you agree? Who races by targeting their opponent's vehicle? Even if she emerges victorious, it would be a Pyrrhic victory," Song Jinyuan remarked. No sooner had Song Jinyuan uttered these words than Bo Yanchen executed a dashing drift, successfully evading Song Jinyuan's blockade. Unhurried, Song Jinyuan shadowed his car, feigning pursuit. Glancing into the rearview mirror, Bo Yanchen once again initiated a drift, shaking off Song Jinyuan's pursuit. Observing the spectacle unfold, Song Jingchen, from his vantage point, exclaimed, "My defeat was indeed justified. Yanchen's driving prowess surpasses even that of a racing champion. It seems my younger sister is destined for defeat this time." Yanchen demurred, interjecting, "That remains to be seen." Taken aback by Yanchen's divergence from his perspective, Song Jingchen raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Yan, do you truly believe my sister, who has been outmaneuvered by Yanchen, stands a chance of victory?" Yanchen responded tangentially. Is Song familiar with the identity of the reigning racing champion? Accustomed to perusing racing news, Song Jingchen, upon hearing Yanchen's query, chuckled, "Indeed. It is a woman known only by the monikers." Due to her enigmatic nature, her visage remains concealed beneath her helmet. Upon hearing Song Jingchen's elucidation, Yanchen, her gaze fixed upon Song Jinyuan as she began to overtake Bo Yanchen on the racetrack, remarked, "You shall soon discover the truth." Song Jingchen, perplexed, questioned, "What is the significance of those words?" Chapter 52, Do you regret rescinding your engagement with her? Before Song Jingchen could fully comprehend the situation, Song Jinyuan executed a flawless drift, securing victory in the race. Witnessing this, Song Jingchen pinched his leg with considerable force. Experiencing the resultant pain, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Good heavens! Am I merely dreaming? My younger sister has actually triumphed over Bo Yanchen. Yet, I distinctly recall her lack of skill in racing. How has she acquired such proficiency?" Yanchen, with a smile, responded, "Song, it appears your comprehension of Miss Song's capabilities is somewhat limited. Her talents far exceed your expectations. He doesn't comprehend his younger sister, so why does Secretary Yan give him the illusion of understanding her so well? Do you understand her well?" Yanchen has been with Song Jingchen for as many years as she has known Song Jinyuan. From the moment she met her, she knew that this young lady of the Song family was a deeply hidden presence. Yanchen replied with a smile, "Perhaps I do understand Miss Song a bit more than President Song does." "That's impossible." Song Jingchen denied it sternly. He, as her brother, naturally understood his sister the most. After Song Jingchen finished speaking, he went to the racetrack to see Song Jinyuan. "Little sister, you are truly amazing, you actually beat Yanchen. Tell your fifth brother." "How did you do it?" Song Jinyuan replied confidently, "Perhaps it's because I am more formidable than Mr. Bo Yanchen. This young lady of the Song family has truly made him look at her with new eyes. He had indeed underestimated her before. Are you S? He had seen S's last race many years ago, and it was exactly the same as the one Song Jinyuan had just run. They both used drifting to win in the end. And the drifting she had just performed, while seemingly simple, was actually very difficult to learn. Even if someone learned it, they would not be able to complete S's original drifting so skillfully. Therefore, this Miss Song in front of him should be S, who disappeared from the racing world 4 years ago." Song Jinyuan, wearing a helmet, stared at Bo Yanchen in front of her and smiled. "Why does Mr. Bo think I am S? Because the drifting used in S's race that shocked the racing world 4 years ago was exactly the same as the one you used. It appears he was cognizant of her identity as S?" Song Jinyuan did not refute it. She turned away from Bo Yanchen and stated, "Mr. Bo's conjecture is accurate. I am indeed. Tonight's competition was thoroughly enjoyable. I anticipate another opportunity to engage with Mr. Bo in the future." Having uttered these words, Song Jinyuan departed from the racetrack, intending to return home. Song Jingchen, upon hearing Song Jinyuan's declaration, once again pinched his hand. It stung. Therefore, he was not dreaming, his younger sister was, in fact, S, the revered racing prodigy. Observing Bo Yanchen standing beside him unresponsive, Song Jingchen approached him, raised his hand, and patted his shoulder. "Yanchen, now that you are aware that my younger sister is as, do you harbor any regrets about rescinding your engagement with her?" Bo Yanchen was taken aback by the revelation of Song Jinyuan's identity as S, but he did not experience regret. "I have no regrets." Regardless of Song Jinyuan's prowess, she was not the one he cherished. After departing from the racetrack, Song Jinyuan entered Yuan vehicle. She removed her helmet and placed it aside, inquiring, "Were there any developments on Su Li's end tonight?" "According to our informants, she returned home after work and has not yet taken any action against the hotel." Song Jinyuan reclined in her seat, procured a bottle of water, opened it, and took a sip, remarking, "She will not idly observe my successful execution of the 520 event. Therefore, her inaction today does not preclude her from taking action tomorrow or the day after. Instruct our personnel to monitor her closely and ensure the seamless progression of the 520 event." Understood. Song Jinyuan felt a slight pang of hunger. Upon returning to the ground floor of her apartment building, she noticed that the braised delicacy shop had yet to close. She instructed Yuan Yuan to let her off by the roadside before making her way to the shop to purchase some food. Spotting some appealing duck necks nearby, she decided to buy all that remained. After her purchase, she also visited the supermarket to acquire 2 bottles of beer, intending to return home and share a meal with Amren. With a cheerful demeanor, she stood by the elevator, eagerly awaiting its arrival. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing the figure of Bo Yanchen inside. In an instant, the smile on Song Jinyuan's face froze. "Mr. Bo, what a coincidence. It's quite late. And yet we happen to meet. Such fate." They resided in the same building, so encountering one another was hardly extraordinary. What fate was she speaking of? Bo Yanchen cast a disdainful glance at the oil-stained hem of Song Jinyuan's skirt and inquired, "Is that skirt a counterfeit?" Song Jinyuan was taken aback. What did he mean by such a statement? Did her attire truly appear to be inauthentic? She raised her hand to touch her dress, hesitating. "My skirt, please refrain from wearing imitations to the office in the future. After all, should someone notice, it would not only be you who feels embarrassed, but also me as your employer." Song Jinyuan swallowed her words, momentarily silenced by Bo Yanchen's interruption. Considering her current status, it was indeed true that she could not afford genuine attire, thus resorting to wearing imitations. She obediently nodded, "I understand, Mr. Bo. I shall avoid wearing such fakes henceforth." At that moment, the elevator arrived at her floor, and she stepped out with her purchases in hand. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, she suddenly reached out to stop them. As the elevator doors parted once more, Song Jinyuan extended 2 portions of the duck neck she had purchased, offering them to him. "President Bo, I just acquired these downstairs, they're particularly delectable. Allow me to share a couple with you." Bo Yanchen demurred, but Song Jinyuan pressed them into his grasp. "I shall take my leave now." With those words, Song Jinyuan, under Bo Yanchen's gaze, pivoted and exited the elevator, returning to her apartment. Upon entry, she was met with an abyss of darkness. The lights refused to ignite, prompting her to illuminate her surroundings with her mobile phone. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon Anran, disheveled and clad in white, who had materialized before her. Had Song Jinyuan possessed a more delicate constitution, she might have found herself in a dire predicament. "Anran, what are you attempting to achieve by presenting yourself in such a manner at this late hour? You nearly frightened me to death." Anran adjusted her drenched hair. "Little Yuan, it was not my intention to appear this way. The predicament arose when the lights extinguished mid-shower, the water turned frigid, and I detected the sound of your key in the door. Fearing the presence of an intruder, I adopted this guise to startle them, only to discover it was you returning. I implore you to contact the property management and request their prompt attention to this matter. My hair remains unwashed, saturated with lather." Song Jinyuan acquiesced, retrieving her mobile phone to contact the property management. However, as the call was about to connect, she abruptly terminated it. Anran leaned in, scrutinizing Song Jinyuan's phone. "Why did you disconnect the call, little Yuan? Would it not be remiss of me to neglect this opportunity to ingratiate myself with Bo Yanchen, considering the apartment's malfunctioning lights?" Anran. Ah? Chapter 53, Did you seek my consent before laying a hand on my best friend? In response to Anran's inquiry, Song Jinyuan offered a bewitching smile. "I intend to avail myself of his lavatory for ablutions and, perchance, ensnare him in my allure." "Anran, are you in earnest?" Song Jinyuan retreated to her chamber, selecting a camisole dress. Pausing before Anran, she delicately disentangled the errant strands of hair clinging to her visage. "Indeed, I am resolute. I shall ascend forthwith. It is quite plausible that I shall sojourn at his abode this eve. As for the matter of the luminaire, I suggest you solicit the aid of the estate management." With those parting words, Song Jinyuan departed, leaving Anran in her wake. "Anran, hands akimbo," exclaimed towards the departing figure, "Little Yuan. You have indeed forsaken your confidant in favor of a paramour." In her ardent pursuit of Bo Yanchen, she was willingly offering herself. One could only speculate whether such eager devotion would elicit his affection. Upstairs, Song Jinyuan rapped upon the portal of Bo Yanchen's apartment. Composing herself, she adjusted her tresses and, upon his opening the door, she entered uninvited. Esteemed Bo, my confidant's domicile is bereft of both water and electricity, rendering ablutions impossible. Might I, therefore, avail myself of your lavatory this evening? As Song Jinyuan prepared to proceed towards his bedchamber, Bo Yanchen, with a swift stride, interposed himself. I cannot permit it. With his refusal, Bo Yanchen seized Song Jinyuan's wrist, ushering her towards the exit. Depart. Song Jinyuan, how utterly devoid of compassion is this Bo Yanchen? Song Jinyuan endeavored to extricate herself from his grasp. Mr. Bo, I assure you, my ablutions are expeditious, a mere 10 minutes shall suffice. Pray, permit me the indulgence of a bath within your abode? Bo Yanchen demurred once more. Nay, depart from my residence forthwith. Song Jinyuan, loath to depart, sought to persist. Only to be met with Bo Yanchen's frigid pronouncement from above her, persist in your refusal to leave. And your tenure at the company shall be terminated on the morrow. Upon hearing this, Song Jinyuan recoiled, reclaiming her hand from Bo Yanchen's grasp with a slight twist. Declaring, I shall take my leave, then, with a dejected countenance, Song Jinyuan, under Bo Yanchen's watchful gaze, exited the premises. The resounding slam of the apartment door echoed as Bo Yanchen heartlessly sealed her fate outside. Incensed, Song Jinyuan gesticulated wildly at the door, muttering imprecations under her breath before descending the stairs. Bo Yanchen, standing by the door, detected the cessation of movement outside. As he prepared to retire to his chambers for a bath and repose, he chanced upon Song Jinyuan's cartoonish undergarment lying upon the floor. With a gesture of distaste, he retrieved it, opened the door, and stepped outside. Yet, in the instant the door clicked shut, a realization dawned upon Bo Yanchen, his countenance shifting. He had, it seemed, neglected to retrieve his keys and mobile device. Below, Song Jinyuan's return to the apartment was met with a scene of Ran wielding a cushion. Pursuing a gentleman with vehement intent, you lecherous fiend. How dare you attempt to take liberties with me? You have sealed your doom. The man, provoked by Ran's assault, seized the cushion from her grasp, pinning her upon the sofa with the intent of violating her person. Insolent wench. Had you not paraded before me in such attire this evening? Would I have been tempted to lay a hand upon you? Dressed provocatively to entice others, do you still blame me? Ran found herself completely immobilized by the man before her, a wave of panic washing over her. In my own home, I should be free to wear what I please. If you cannot control your own urges, why do you cast blame upon me? Release me, or I shall call the authorities. As the man pressed down on her, Ran lifted her leg, preparing to kick him. But he swiftly restrained her knee and leaned in to kiss her. How revolting. Seeing this, Song Jinyuan seized a nearby cup and rushed forward, striking the man forcefully on the head. Did you seek my permission before laying hands on my friend? The man, momentarily dazed from the blow, released Ran, swayed slightly, and turned to face Song Jinyuan, who stood with the cup in hand. Do you dare to strike me? Tonight, I shall deliver justice to both of you wretched girls. Once he regained his senses, the man lunged at Song Jinyuan, but just then, Bo Yanchen, having heard the commotion from the hallway, rushed to her apartment. As he entered, he witnessed the man preparing to attack Song Jinyuan. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the man sprawling to the ground. Initially poised to take action herself, Song Jinyuan's demeanor shifted entirely at the sight of Bo Yanchen. She fearfully leaped into his embrace. Mr. Bo, thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, my friend and I could have fallen victim to this man. Bo Yanchen gently pushed her aside. Bynchn remained unmoved by the man's pleas for mercy. He delivered another punch, rendering the man unconscious. Once he dealt with the intruder, Bynchn retrieved a tissue from the side to wipe the blood from his knuckles, commanding, call the police. Jinyuan responded affirmatively, swiftly grabbing her phone to report the incident. After the call was made, she approached NRN, inquiring, NRN, who is this lecher? Seated on the sofa. NRN adjusted her attire and replied, he was sent by the property management to fix the lighting. The moment he entered, he scrutinized me with an inappropriate gaze. As if that were not enough, he dared to grope me. Given my fiery temperament, I could not tolerate such affront, so I grabbed a pillow and chased him. However, He overpowered me and pinned me to the sofa, nearly jeopardizing my integrity. Thankfully, you returned just in time, otherwise, I would have been in a dire situation. After NRN expressed her gratitude to Jinyuan, she turned to Bo Yanchen, standing nearby, and said, NRN. You must extend your thanks not only to me but also to Mr. B. If he hadn't been here just now, I fear we both would have been at the mercy of that man. Following Jinyuan's suggestion, NRN thanked Bo Yanchen before retreating to her room to change, considering it inappropriate to remain in her nightgown with him present. Once NRN had departed, Jinyuan rose and approached Bo Yanchen, saying, Mr. B, thank you for your assistance just now. He replied coolly, then, with an impassive expression, retrieved Jinyuan's SpongeBob SquarePants underwear from his pocket and handed it to her, stating, You dropped this at my place. What has she lost? Jinyuan lowered her gaze and, upon seeing it, felt an overwhelming desire to sink into the ground. She took the trousers from Bo Yanchen's hands and, forcing a smile, explained, Mr. Bo, I usually don't wear such trousers. I typically wear black pants. Bo Yanchen exhibited little interest in her sartorial preferences. Please call a locksmith for me. A locksmith? Jinyuan seemed to grasp the situation. Mr. Bo. Did you forget your keys when you came downstairs to deliver my trousers? Bo Yanchen replied with a dismissive hum, prompting her to exclaim, This is simply wonderful. Bo Yanchen. Chapter 54, He is to pay respects to Qin Wanwan. Secretary Song, are you reveling in my misfortune? Is it that obvious? Jinyuan suppressed her smile, adopting a sympathetic expression as she looked at Bo Yanchen. Mr. Bo, you are outside because of me. How could I possibly take pleasure in your predicament? How about this, let us refrain from calling the locksmith, and you can stay at my place tonight, in my room. I'll have someone come in the morning to unlock your door, how does that sound? It was the perfect opportunity for her to charm Bo Yanchen. After all, she had yet to show him her alluring black nightgown. Bo Yanchen glanced at the time, realizing it was indeed getting late, and agreed to Jinyuan's proposal. Where is your room? Over there. Confirming the location, Bo Yanchen turned and walked into her room under her watchful gaze. As Jinyuan poised to enter, a resounding slam echoed as Bo Yanchen shut the door, leaving her stranded outside. The distinct click of the lock reverberated from within, confirming her exclusion. Knocking gently, Jinyuan called out, President Bo, that's my room. If you lock me out, where am I to sleep tonight? You shall recline on the sofa. Came the curt reply. Jinyuan was taken aback. Is Bo Yanchen truly a man of sound mind? Despite my advances, he remains utterly unresponsive. Could he possibly be inclined otherwise? And Ran, witnessing the scene from her doorway, chuckled, Little Yuan, come, share my room for the night. Clutching her garments, Jinyuan retreated into Ran's chamber amidst her friend's amusement. Once the door was sealed, Jinyuan vented her frustrations. Bo Yanchen is utterly impervious. Despite my repeated attempts to woo him, he remains indifferent. And Ran, do you suspect he might be gay? And Ran arched an eyebrow. Have you not beheld his nether regions? What is your assessment of his orientation? Jinyuan's face flushed crimson at the question. Perhaps this topic is best left untouched. I shall go and cleanse myself. As Jinyuan retreated to the lavatory and Ran, reclining on the bed, announced, Little Yuan. I have just perused the internet for methods of ascertaining a man's true sexual preference. Jinyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Approaching Ran's side, she inquired eagerly. What methods did you discover? It is said that when a man is attracted to other men, his eyes will gleam upon seeing a well-built physique. Much akin to how a woman's eyes light up at the sight of an attractive man. Thus, if one wishes to ascertain whether Bo Yanchen harbors such inclinations, one need only present him with an appealingly fit man for a subtle test. Suddenly, Jinyuan envisioned a suitable candidate. Very well. I shall put this to the test tomorrow, she resolved. Having spoken, Jinyuan extinguished the light and drifted into slumber. Morning arrived. And as the sounds of conversation filled the air, Jinyuan opened her eyes. Dressed in her black spaghetti-strap nightgown, her hair tousled, she emerged from her room. Mr. Bo, you. Bo Yanchen cast a glance at the scantily clad Jinyuan and disdainfully commanded, return inside. Before she could finish her thought, his sharp rebuke silenced her. She glanced awkwardly at the police officer standing beside him, then sheepishly retreated back into her room. What brought 2 police officers to the apartment so early in the morning? Ah, she recalled. The man whom Bo Yanchen had rendered unconscious the previous night had yet to be dealt with. These officers must be here to apprehend him. After lingering in her room for some time, ensuring that the commotion outside had subsided, she cautiously peeked out. It appeared that Bo Yanchen had departed alongside the officers. Jinyuan then entered her own room and noted that her bed had been meticulously arranged into neat squares, devoid of any trace save for the lingering, distinctive scent of Bo Yanchen. She proceeded to her wardrobe to select a dress and, taking the concert tickets given to her by Amren, set off for the company. Upon her arrival, she encountered Su Zhou. She glanced at his arm and inquired, "Mr. Su, do you possess any musculature?" Su Zhou, taken aback by Jinyuan's unexpected question, responded with a touch of bashfulness, "Indeed, I do." At that moment, Bo Yanchen emerged from the elevator. She promptly inquired, "Would you permit me to palpate your muscles?" "By all means," he replied. Su Zhou extended his arm to her. And Jinyuan proceeded to feel his muscles in Bo Yanchen's presence. Throughout the process, she meticulously observed Bo Yanchen's facial expressions. Noticing that he did not so much as glance at Su Zhou's muscles and proceeded directly towards the office, she ascertained that he harbored no interest in men. It appeared that he was beginning to favor women, which put her mind at ease. Once Bo Yanchen had departed, she retracted her hand and expressed, "Mr. Su, thank you for your cooperation." With that, she entered Bo Yanchen's office. "Mr. Bo," she began, "did you find your slumber in my quarters agreeable last night?" Bo Yanchen, without so much as raising an eyelid, merely inquired, "How are the preparations for the 520 event progressing?" Jinyuan responded earnestly, "Yesterday, I collaborated with the hotel staff to adorn the venue. On the day of 520, the event shall transpire seamlessly." Having confirmed the work's advancement, Bo Yanchen instructed Jinyuan, "Please summon Mr. Su to my presence." "Very well," she replied. Jinyuan approached the doorway, hesitated for a moment, and then turned back to inquire, "Mr. Bo, might you be available this evening?" Now that she was confident that Bo Yanchen was not homosexual, she could confidently and boldly pursue him. Come what may, she was resolved to win over Bo Yanchen. Bo Yanchen, still engrossed in his paperwork without looking up, responded indifferently to Jinyuan's inquiry, "I'm occupied." Jinyuan was taken aback by his blunt refusal. She retrieved a concert ticket Ran had given her that morning from her purse. Approaching Bo Yanchen, she placed a ticket on his desk. "President Bo, this is a concert ticket my close friend gave me today. If you find yourself with some free time this evening, you might consider attending." Having left the ticket, Jinyuan departed from his office under Bo Yanchen's gaze. Shortly thereafter, Su Zhou entered from outside. Bo Yanchen closed his file and, glancing at the ticket placed aside, inquired of Su Zhou, "Have you located the whereabouts of Qin Wanwan's burial site?" Ever since Bo Yanchen learned of Qin Wanwan's passing, he had instructed Su Zhou to investigate the location of her final resting place, wishing to pay his respects. Su Zhou produced his mobile phone and dispatched an address to Bo Yanchen's device. "President Bo, this is the cemetery where Miss Qin is interred." Bo Yanchen examined his phone, and upon confirming the location, he instructed Su Zhou, "Reschedule the evening's meeting to the afternoon." Chapter 55, I am the man who took your first time. He intended to visit Qin Wanwan's grave that evening. Su Zhou acknowledged with an affirmative response and departed from Bo Yanchen's office to arrange his afternoon's engagements. Soon, noon arrived. Mr. Bo went to the cafeteria for a meal today, and Ms. Song, upon noticing him, followed and joined him there. "Mr. Bo," she inquired, "have you given any thought to my invitation this morning to attend the concert with me this evening? Will you be joining me?" Mr. Bo, carrying his meal, quietly began to eat across from Ms. Song. Noticing his reluctance to respond, she declared, "If Mr. Bo remains silent, I shall take it as an acceptance. I shall await you at the concert hall this evening, do make sure to attend." The incessant chatter of Ms. Song grated on Mr. Bo's nerves. "Secretary Song," he stated, "allow me to reiterate for the final time, I shall not be attending the concert this evening. Do not await my arrival." Furthermore, Mr. Bo glanced at Ms. Song beside him and continued, "The seat you currently occupy is reserved for my use. I cautioned you previously about this matter. Yet you persist in knowingly disregarding my request. Your disobedient demeanor displeases me greatly. Should this occur again, I shall deduct from your wages. Miss Song acutely sensed a shift in Mr. Bo's aura today. While he had always been aloof towards her, today he seemed particularly frigid. She was utterly perplexed as to the cause. Remaining silent, Ms. Song quietly ate her meal across from Mr. Bo. After their meal, Miss Song, having finished first, addressed Mr. Bo. Mr. Bo. I shall reiterate, I shall await you this evening, remaining until your arrival. I shall not depart until you come. With those words, Miss Song, under Mr. Bo's gaze, exited the cafeteria. After her departure, Mr. Bo set down his chopsticks and massaged his temples, a gesture of exasperation. Why does this woman seem as if she cannot comprehend human speech? During the ensuing hours, Song Jinyuan devoted herself earnestly to her work. In the midst of her tasks, she received a message from Jiang Rua. Song Yuan, I heard from my department that this year's 520 event has been entrusted to you by President Bo. Song Jinyuan replied, indeed. Jiang Rua responded, you are truly remarkable. Having just joined the company, and already being favored by President Bo, it seems your future is boundless. Song Jinyuan modestly replied, it's nothing special. Jiang Rua continued, you are being overly humble. By the way, there will be numerous business partners attending this event, including various wealthy scions. On the day of the 520 event, do remember to dress beautifully, who knows, you might even encounter your destined partner. She wished Jiang Rua would refrain from mentioning such fated encounters. If she could disregard a man like Bo Yanchen, how could she possibly find interest in the company's partners? Song Jinyuan replied, I do not require a destined partner, but if you do, perhaps you should adorn yourself attractively. With that, she returned to her work, signaling the end of their conversation. Jiang Rua acknowledged with a simple all right and resumed her tasks. At 5 in the afternoon, Bo Yanchen departed from the company, and Song Jinyuan set off for the concert venue. Although Bo Yanchen had explicitly declined to attend, stating he would not come to listen to the concert, she still clung to a sliver of hope. What if he harbored some interest in her and decided to show up? After all, anything is possible. She resolved to wait for Bo Yanchen until the very end. Upon entering the concert hall, which was already teeming with attendees, Song Jinyuan located her seat. Shortly after she settled in, Qin Yu and Qin Wanwan took their places beside her. Qin Wanwan's initial elation dissipated the moment she beheld Song Jinyuan. It vexed her that, regardless of where she and Qin Yu ventured, Song Jinyuan seemed to materialize. As Qin Wanwan's gaze fell upon her, Song Jinyuan returned the scrutiny. Their eyes met in a silent clash. Qin Wanwan, in her hubris, believed her glare could vanquish Song Jinyuan. But she found herself overwhelmed by an intangible pressure from Song Jinyuan's mere glance. Just what accounted for this woman's formidable aura? Miss Yang, what a coincidence. We meet again, Song Jinyuan greeted her with poised grace, instantly overshadowing Qin Wanwan's pettiness. Qin Wanwan responded with a smile, indeed, what a coincidence. I hadn't imagined you were fond of concerts as well, Miss Song. Indeed, I am. Song Jinyuan, disinclined to prolonged conversation, briefly acknowledged Qin Yu with a nod before settling back in her seat. Throughout, Song Jinyuan maintained an impeccable composure, betraying none of the inner turmoil she felt. The prospect of attending the concert alongside Qin Wanwan and Qin Yu filled her with revulsion. Leaning back, Song Jinyuan tapped her fingers on the armrest, seeking some amusement to alleviate her disgust. She retrieved her phone and dispatched a message to her subordinate. Soon, the pianist above was invited to the stage, coaxing Qian to make an appearance. Very well. The cemetery. Bo Yanchen had been on the road for nearly an hour and finally arrived at the grave of Qin Wanwan. Clutching a bouquet of fresh flowers and a bottle of wine, he approached her resting place. Gazing at the gravestone that bore only her name, devoid of a photograph, he knelt and brushed away the dust. It seems that no one has visited you in quite some time. Bo Yanchen placed the flowers down and uncorked the bottle of white wine, pouring a glass and setting it before Qin Wanwan. I drove myself here today, so I cannot share a drink with you. I wonder if you still remember me. I was the man who took your innocence a year ago. Since that night, I have lost interest in other women. However, recently, I have found myself drawn to another woman, though she is quite noisy, a stark contrast to your serene nature. You must be curious as to how I know about your quiet demeanor. I had someone investigate you. Ever since we parted that night, I have been searching for you. I wished to find you and take responsibility, yet now that I have finally located you, you lie here. Such cruel fate. Bo Yanchen poured the white wine at Qin Wanwan's gravestone. I know who was responsible for your demise, and in light of being your first man. Shall I take revenge for you? While it may not be feasible to bring Qian down to accompany you, I can certainly make her experience the depths of human suffering. This shall serve as my compensation to you. After expressing his thoughts, Bo Yanchen stood up with his hands tucked in his pockets. Once I have avenged you, I shall come to your gravestone with Qin Wanwan and kneel in atonement. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent to my future intrusions. He cast one last glance at the gravestone before turning away. Upon settling into his car, he raised his hand to check the time. The concert had already commenced. Chapter 56, President Bo, if you do not come, I shall not leave. At the concert venue, the pianist sat on stage, captivating the audience with his performance. 3 minutes later, the piece concluded. The pianist moved to the center of the stage, microphone in hand, and directed his gaze towards Qin Wanwan. Next, I would like to invite a member of the audience to join me in a duet. The beautiful lady in red, would you be willing to collaborate with me? As the spotlight illuminated Qin Wanwan, her vanity was instantaneously gratified. Though she may not have mastered other instruments, she had indeed obtained certification in piano. Thus, she was confident that her performance today would shine brightly rather than embarrass her. Rising to her feet, Qin Wanwan replied, if you do not mind, I would be honored to perform alongside you. With the pianist's invitation, Qin Wanwan ascended the stage with an air of pride. After her departure, Jinyuan leaned closer to Qin Yu and remarked, Mr. Qin, the gentleman on stage is renowned in the world of piano. I wonder how skilled Miss Yang must be to dare to perform with him. Qin Yu responded with an air of pride, Qin Wanwan has attained level 6 in piano. Collaborating with the pianist is well within her capabilities. Was it not audacious of Qin Wanwan, with her mere grade 6 piano proficiency, to exhibit such haughtiness? The spectacle of her impending humiliation promises to be quite the entertainment. Jinyuan straightened her posture, her legs crossed with an air of effortless grace, remarking, I find myself increasingly eager for Miss Yang's duet with the esteemed pianist. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Tonight's concert is being broadcast live. And with the renowned pianist gracing the stage, a collaborative performance with Wanwan would undoubtedly catapult her to viral fame. This could potentially eclipse the negative publicity she has been subjected to online. Qin Yu retrieved his mobile device, initiating a recording of Qin Wanwan's piano performance. The pianist inquired, Madam, are you acquainted with piano composition number 6? Affirmative. She responded. With refined poise, the pianist elucidated, then we shall grace the audience with piano composition number 6 this evening. The latter half of the piece features a rather brisk tempo. I trust you shall be able to maintain the pace? Qin Wanwan nodded with unwavering confidence. I am certain of it. Then let us commence. The pianist and Qin Wanwan positioned their fingers upon the ivory keys in unison. Initially, their collaboration was seamless, however. As they advanced into the latter portion of the composition, Qin Wanwan faltered precipitously. Her velocity proved insufficient to match the pianist's, resulting in a cacophony of discordant sounds, grating upon the ear. The audience members, subjected to this auditory assault, erupted in vociferous condemnation. What on earth is this abomination? One exclaimed. Get off the stage. When this woman so emphatically affirmed her proficiency in piano composition number 6, I entertained the notion that she possessed genuine skill. Alas, it was but a charade. Her rendition is simply execrable. The woman appears somewhat familiar. Ah, I recall now, is she not the renowned Yuan Yuan, who has recently been making waves in the public eye? She seems to be the fiancé of Qin Yu. Upon your mention, it indeed seems so. Mr. Qin appears quite astute, yet I ponder why his judgment falters so egregiously, as he has chosen to associate with Yuan Yuan, who possesses nary a skill. Alas! I have expended a considerable sum to attend this concert, only to be subjected to such a cacophonous piece. It is utterly intolerable. Yuan Yuan, cease your playing and depart. Depart at once. The subordinates of Jinyuan, seated in the audience, began to stir the crowd, even distributing bottles of water to the fervent spectators, encouraging them to hurl them at Yuan Yuan on stage. The sound of thuds echoed throughout the concert hall as Yuan Yuan, struck and disoriented, fled the stage clutching her head. Embarrassed, she sought refuge in Qin Yu's embrace, exclaiming, "Ah Yu, I truly can play. But that pianist performed at such a rapid pace that I could not keep in time, thus I faltered." Qin Yu had originally intended to record a segment of Xiang Wanwan performing alongside the pianist, to upload online and enhance his reputation. However, not only has he failed to elevate himself, but his dignity has once again been thoroughly compromised. To make matters worse, Song Jinyuan witnessed his humiliation. Should she relay this incident to Song Jingchen, he would inevitably become the subject of ridicule within her family. It is best to retreat. At the moment Qin Yu rose to his feet, Song Jinyuan's subordinates resumed their disruptive antics, exclaiming, "Look, it is Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin. May I inquire as to your sentiments regarding having a vapid, buxom woman as your fiancé? Mr. Qin, with all due respect, what qualities in your fiancé, Xiang Wanwan, have captivated you? Mr. Qin, every time you bring your fiancé out, she embarrasses you. Allow me to offer a brotherly piece of advice, refrain from bringing her out to humiliate yourself in the future. Mr. Qin." Qin Yu embraced Xiang Wanwan's waist, his countenance turning ashen due to the questions posed by the men before him. "Silence, all of you. Make way." Qin Yu pushed past the men and departed the concert venue with Xiang Wanwan. Before exiting, he inadvertently overheard a subordinate of Song Jinyuan remark, "A woman who has been with countless men, yet the esteemed CEO of Qin Corporation treasures her as if she were a priceless gem. He truly lacks discernment." As Qin Yu contemplated confronting him, Xiang Wanwan, her face paling, seized his arm. "Yu, let's depart immediately. I no longer wish to remain here." Most significantly, the man's words held truth. She had indeed been with numerous men aside from Qin Yu. While Qin Yu himself remained unaware of this fact, she was uncertain whether others were privy to it. Xiang Wanwan tugged Qin Yu towards the exit, where they encountered Bo Yanchen, who had just arrived. Bo Yanchen, impeccably attired in a suit, cast a chilling glance at Xiang Wanwan. Her spine tingled under his gaze as she hastened to escape his presence. After she left with Qin Yu, Bo Yanchen stood there, gazing at the concert ticket in his hand. He was uncertain why he had driven to the venue and even more perplexed as to why he intended to attend the concert. After a prolonged hesitation, he ultimately crumpled the ticket and discarded it into a nearby trash bin. He did not wish for Song Yuan to misconstrue his feelings towards her, so it was perhaps best that he abstained from the concert. Turning back, Bo Yanchen returned to his car and drove off to a nearby restaurant. When Song Jinyuan emerged, it was already 10 o'clock at night, and everyone had vacated the premises. She stood alone at the entrance, waiting for Bo Yanchen, feeling inexplicably convinced that he would come. Taking out her phone, she sent him a message, "Mr. Bo, the concert has concluded, but I promise to wait for you, and I shall indeed wait. If you do not come, I will not leave." Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky, and a torrential downpour commenced. The sound of rain cascaded around her as she glanced at Bo Yanchen's recent message, "As you wish." Song Jinyuan thought to herself, how cold and indifferent. Sitting on the steps of the concert hall, she rested her chin on her hand, anticipating Bo Yanchen's arrival. Time passed slowly, and at 1 o'clock in the morning, she found herself dozing off on the steps. As she drowsily surveyed her surroundings, she seemed to catch sight of Bo Yanchen's car. Just as she prepared to rise, her legs, having fallen asleep, gave way beneath her, and she tumbled to the ground. "Pray tell, fair lady, what compels you to sit here alone at this late hour? Would you perhaps desire the company of us gentlemen?" Seated on the ground, Song Jinyuan cast a glance upon the 3 inebriated men encircling her. As she raised a hand to massage her aching leg, the men eagerly reached out, their intentions clear. "My dear, your legs are a sight to behold. Allow us, good sirs, to offer our admiration." With a look of utter disdain, Song Jinyuan swatted away their grasping hands. As she attempted to rise, one of the men seized her waist from behind, dragging her toward the alleyway. Her face paling, she thought, if Bo Yanchen doesn't emerge from that car soon, I shall be forced to take matters into my own hands. "Release me." Observing Song Jinyuan being forcibly led away, Bo Yanchen flung open the car door and dashed into the alley, effortlessly subduing the 3 men. "Begone." The men, jolted into sobriety by Bo Yanchen's swift assault, scrambled to their feet and fled. Song Jinyuan, seated on the ground, her eyes glistening, gazed up at Bo Yanchen. "President Bo, I feared you wouldn't arrive this evening." Bo Yanchen's gaze fell upon Song Jinyuan's torn dress. He removed his coat and tossed it to her. Don this and follow me. Song Jinyuan was taken aback. He witnessed my fall, yet offers no embrace? This man is devoid of sentiment. Supporting herself against the wall, she donned Bo Yanchen's jacket and feigned a limp as she trailed behind him. Surely, he cannot remain unmoved by my plight. As Bo Yanchen reached his vehicle, he noticed Song Jinyuan barely making headway. With a hint of impatience, he urged, hurry. Song Jinyuan, is that even human what he's saying? She's feigning a leg injury. And despite witnessing it, he's urging her to hurry? He ought to have some decency. Instead of quickening her pace, Song Jinyuan deliberately slowed down. President Bo. I just twisted my ankle, it's rather sore, and I can't walk fast. Would you be so kind as to carry me? Troublesome, Bo Yanchen remarked with disdain. He approached Song Jinyuan, effortlessly scooped her up in a princess carry. Song Jinyuan embraced his neck and said gratefully, President Bo, thank you. As Song Jinyuan was about to offer Bo Yanchen a kiss as a token of gratitude, he inadvertently bumped her head against the car door. Ouch. Song Jinyuan winced in pain. Bo Yanchen glanced at her and then unceremoniously shoved her into the car before fastening his own seatbelt. Song Jinyuan, heartless cur. After securing her seatbelt, Song Jinyuan raised her hand, massaging her forehead. President Bo, what took you so long to arrive? He had been occupied with some documents at the restaurant, and before he knew it, it was past midnight. Coincidentally, he was passing by the concert venue and noticed Song Yuan sitting there alone, waiting for him. Initially, he intended to ignore her and leave. But then she encountered a group of drunks. To rescue her, he had to squander some of his precious time. I didn't come here to find you today. Song Jinyuan was unconvinced. Who else could Bo Yanchen be seeking at this late hour if not her? President Bo, you fabricate falsehoods with remarkable verisimilitude. Bo Yanchen's countenance darkened. He knew that his mere presence at the concert would inevitably lead to her misinterpretation. Presumably, no matter his subsequent elucidations, she would remain unconvinced. Mr. Bo demurred from further engagement, driving her back to his domicile. A cacophony emanated from Miss Song's abdomen, prompting her to defensively clutch her stomach and articulate, Mr. Bo. In anticipation of your arrival, I abstained from supper. Upon reaching the apartment complex, would you consider accompanying me for a repast? Negative. Ms. Song suffered yet another rejection from Mr. Bo, an experience that profoundly undermined her self-assurance. This Mr. Bo, how arduous it is to court him. Immovable, unyielding. To elicit his affection would be a task of Herculean proportions. Miss Song reclined against the car window, her gaze fixed upon the amber streetlights. Her eyelids gradually succumbing to the embrace of slumber. She had fallen asleep in Mr. Bo's automobile. Mr. Bo maneuvered the vehicle into the apartment's subterranean parking facility, observing Ms. Song's tranquil repose against the window. He vocalized, Miss Song, awaken. Miss Song. Miss Song's delicate brows furrowed in response to the disturbance. She had assumed a fetal position within the confines of the car, her slumber betraying a sense of insecurity. Witnessing her vulnerability, Mr. Bo elected to carry her into his private residence, depositing her unceremoniously upon the sofa before retreating to his chamber for ablutions and repose. Miss Song, in a state of semi-consciousness, groped her way into Mr. Bo's chamber, nestling beside him. She extended her arm, encircling his waist, and slumbered in his embrace. Ms. Song was a person of profound insecurity, habitually embracing a large ursine plush or mizzen during her nocturnal slumbers. She was incapable of sleeping without tactile reassurance. The subsequent dawn. Awakening before dawn, Song Jinyuan's fingers brushed against the firm musculature beneath the covers. A glance at Bo Yanchen, slumbering beside her, prompted a swift, stifled gasp. Slipping from his bed, she retreated from his chamber with the stealth of a shadow. A sigh of relief escaped her as the door clicked shut. Discovery would have surely ignited his displeasure. As she considered descending the stairs, her gaze lingered on Bo Yanchen's kitchen. An idea sparked within her. A novel strategy to capture his affections. If his heart remained elusive, perhaps she could ensnare his palate. 3 years spent in the Qin household had imparted culinary skills. If nothing else, her proficiency in the kitchen was considerable. Entering the kitchen, Song Jinyuan procured ingredients from the refrigerator and began crafting a lavish breakfast for Bo Yanchen. Once completed, she left a note before departing his apartment. Bo Yanchen arose at 9. Upon emerging from his ablutions, he discovered the breakfast laid out before him. Approaching He noticed a note affixed to the table. He picked it up and read, "Mr. Bo, thank you for your hospitality last night. I awoke early to prepare this breakfast for you. I hope you enjoy it." Song Yuan Bo Yanchen seated himself and sampled the breakfast. The taste was unexpectedly delightful. Not at all unpleasant. Having returned to her apartment, Song Jinyuan showered, changed, and received a call from Madame Qin. Puzzled. As she didn't recall providing her number, she answered, "Hello." Chapter 58, Bo Yanchen begins to take notice as soon as Song Jinyuan answered the call. The cheerful voice of Qin's mother resonated from the other end. "Miss Song, this is Qin Yu's mother. We have met before, do you remember me?" With her sharp and acerbic features, forgetting her was a challenge. "I remember. May I ask why you are calling, Auntie?" "Well, Miss Song, I heard from my son that the collaboration between him and the Song group was entirely reliant on your assistance. Therefore, I would like to invite you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. Would you be available today at noon?" Her former mother-in-law was certainly not the type to extend such invitations without ulterior motives. The sudden request for a meal likely masked other intentions. And she was curious to discern what those might be. Song Jinyuan acquiesced to Qin's mother's invitation. "All right, please send me the address for the meal, Auntie Qin. And I will join you once I finish my tasks." "Very well." After hanging up, Song Jinyuan mounted her motorcycle and set off towards the hotel. With the 5:20 event looming the next day, she needed to inspect the venue for any potential issues before the festivities commenced. With a flourish, she parked her motorcycle, removed her helmet, and tossed her hair. She then strode into the hotel. Upon seeing her clad in a leather jacket and fitted pants, the hotel manager was captivated by her striking appearance. "Secretary Song, your ensemble is truly versatile," he remarked. "We have decorated the event space according to your specifications. And here is the drink menu for tomorrow. Please let me know if there are any concerns." Having received the document, Song Jinyuan perused it meticulously. After confirming the accuracy of the beverage list, she addressed the manager, stating, "The drinks appear to be in order at present. However, to forestall any potential sabotage, each beverage must undergo thorough inspection before being served. Is that understood?" The manager responded with a smile and a nod. "Rest assured, Secretary Song. I shall personally oversee the serving of the beverages tomorrow." "Very well. Now, if you would, present the banquet hall menu for my review." The manager retrieved the aforementioned menu and handed it to Song Jinyuan, who examined it with diligence. Upon noticing the selection of dishes, her countenance shifted noticeably. "Who provided you with this menu?" she inquired. "Manager Su presented it to me not long ago. I have reviewed it, and the dishes appear to be without issue. While the individual dishes may seem innocuous, their combined consumption could induce a toxic reaction. Is this Su Li's ploy to undermine the 520 event? It seems she holds human life in scant regard. Tomorrow, she shall reap the consequences of her actions." Song Jinyuan returned the menu to the manager, stating, "There appear to be no issues with this menu. Please proceed with serving the dishes as listed." "Understood." Song Jinyuan's reticence in disclosing the menu's potential danger stemmed from her apprehension that the manager might be colluding with Su Li. Should she reveal her suspicions, he might alert Su Li, prompting her to devise an alternative scheme to disrupt the 520 event. To ensure a peaceful night's rest, she resolved to allow Su Li to believe her plan had succeeded. For now, she would deal with her at her leisure tomorrow. Following a discussion regarding the event with the manager, Song Jinyuan captured several photographs of the venue and sent them to Bo Yanchen. "Mr. Bo, the 520 event venue is prepared. Please review the attached images and advise on any necessary modifications." Bo Yanchen, having just returned to his office from a meeting, received Song Jinyuan's message. He opened it to examine the event space she had sent. "The setup appears satisfactory," he replied. "What arrangements have been made for the beverages and the banquet menu?" "I have personally verified them, and they are in order," Song Jinyuan confirmed. "Very well. For tomorrow's 520 event, ensure that each female attendee receives a rose as a token of appreciation," Bo Yanchen instructed. "Understood," Song Jinyuan responded. After concluding her conversation with Bo Yanchen and noting his lack of further comments, she sent another message. "Mr. Bo, did you partake of the breakfast I prepared for you this morning?" "Yes," he replied. "How was it to your liking?" she inquired. "Barely palatable," he remarked. Song Jinyuan was taken aback. Her culinary skills, of which she was so proud, were merely barely palatable in Bo Yanchen's estimation? Is there something wrong with his palate? She wondered, too incensed to continue the conversation. Why was this elusive prize so difficult to attain? Song Jinyuan put away her phone and resumed her work, resolving to disregard Bo Yanchen for the time being. Meanwhile, at the company, Bo Yanchen frowned as he noticed Song Jinyuan's abrupt silence. Why has this woman ceased communication? He pondered. What is she occupied with? Bo Yanchen realized that he had been overthinking, so he set aside his phone and picked up a nearby document to peruse. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly found it difficult to concentrate, and his gaze frequently drifted back to his phone. At noon, Song Jinyuan concluded her busy tasks and proceeded to meet with Qin's mother. Upon her arrival at the restaurant, she found that Qin's mother was already there, accompanied by Qin Xia. Suppressing her underlying disdain, Song Jinyuan approached and took a seat beside them. Qin Auntie, Miss Qin, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I had a rather hectic morning. Not at all, we just arrived ourselves, Qin's mother replied with a warm smile, inviting Song Jinyuan to sit. Please, Miss Song. Take a seat and let us see what you would like to have for lunch today. Song Jinyuan picked up a nearby menu and, under the watchful eyes of Qin's mother and Qin Xia, began to write down her selections. As she chose, she remarked, Qin Auntie, Miss Qin. I have dined at this establishment before, and I am well aware of their specialty dishes. How about I recommend a few delightful options for you to savor today? Qin's mother and Qin Xia had invited her to lunch primarily to cultivate a connection, so upon hearing her offer to suggest specialty dishes, they readily agreed without hesitation. That sounds wonderful. I am sure the dishes you recommend will be exquisite. You shall see shortly, Song Jinyuan replied, meticulously selecting dishes that avoided any allergens for Qin's mother and Qin Xia. She ordered several plates of assorted seafood, 3 cups of mango peanut juice, and a serving of spicy beef meatballs. Once she completed her selections, she handed the menu to the waiter, instructing him to arrange for the dishes to be served. After the waiter departed, Qin's mother exchanged a meaningful glance with Qin Xia, prompting her to pour water for Song Jinyuan. Miss Song, you must be parched after your journey here. Please have a glass of water to soothe your throat. Observing Qin Xia's eager attentiveness, Song Jinyuan took a sip from the glass on the table and inquired, Today doesn't seem to be the weekend, don't you have classes to attend, Miss Qin? With a smile, Qin Xia replied, Miss Song, I am about to enter my senior year, and I am currently seeking an internship. So it is not an issue for me to miss classes. One would think that with Qin Yu's established company, she would have ample opportunity for an internship. Yet she still felt the need to search elsewhere. Curiously, Song Jinyuan set down her glass and asked, Isn't there a ready-made opportunity at Mr. Qin's company for you? Miss Qin? Therefore, you need not seek an internship elsewhere. Initially, Qin Xia did intend to intern at her elder brother's company. However, her mother urged her to abandon that plan in favor of ingratiating herself with Song Jinyuan, with the aim of securing a position as Song Jingchen's internship secretary and, in due course, captivating him to secure a marriage into the Song family. She found her mother's strategy quite astute. And together they discreetly obtained Song Jinyuan's contact information from her brother's phone under the pretense of expressing gratitude, inviting her to dinner. Returning to the conversation, Qin Xia smiled and remarked to Song Jinyuan, You may not be aware, but everyone at my brother's company knows me well. If I were to intern there, I would undoubtedly be labeled as a nepotism hire and receive preferential treatment. I find myself reluctant to continue on this path, which is why I am contemplating internships with other companies. To be candid, I have already submitted my resume to the Song Group. Song Jinyuan. She actually applied to the Song Group? Does Qin Xia harbor some misunderstanding about her own abilities? Is she even aware of the stringent requirements her fifth brother has for recruitment? Does she truly believe she stands a chance at the Song Group? What an illusion. No. Wait, the sudden revelation from Qin Xia about her application to the Song Group, coupled with her mother inviting me to dinner. Could it be that she intends to leverage our connection to secure an internship there? Pardon the interruption, your dishes are ready, you may begin your meal. Song Jinyuan's thoughts were abruptly drawn back by the waiter bringing the dishes. She chose not to acknowledge Qin Xia's comment, instead warmly inviting both of them to dine. Miss Qin, Aunt Qin, please savor the specialty dishes I have recommended. The seafood here, along with the freshly squeezed peanut and mango juices, are truly delightful. You must try them. Jinyuan placed the peanut juice in front of Qin's mother and the mango juice before Qin Xia. Upon seeing the mango juice, which she was allergic to, Qin Xia was pondering how to respond when Jinyuan interjected, "Miss Qin, you seem hesitant to enjoy the mango juice I recommended?" Needing to maintain a good rapport with Jinyuan, Qin Xia, despite her allergy, forced herself to drink. "You have misunderstood, Miss Song. I certainly wish to drink your recommended mango juice, it is indeed quite delicious." With a smile, Jinyuan picked up her chopsticks and began serving her some crayfish and hairy crabs. "Miss Qin, the crayfish and hairy crabs are equally exquisite, do indulge with your mother." Jinyuan eagerly served the dishes that caused allergies to both of them. Qin Xia and her mother appeared to don masks of agony as they ate. Yet Jinyuan relished her meal with unrestrained delight. Observing the suffering expressions of Qin Xia and her mother, Jinyuan, with a sense of satisfaction, remarked, "Aunt Qin and Miss Qin, do you not fancy the dishes I have chosen? If they do not please you, feel free to speak your mind, I shan't take offense." As the discomfort began to manifest as an unbearable itch akin to ants burrowing beneath their skin, Qin Xia and her mother continued to eat. "How could we possibly disregard your selections, Miss Song? This hairy crab is exquisite. And these crayfish, delightful." They sang praises in unison, flattering Jinyuan. With a cold smile in her heart, Jinyuan hastily finished her meal. "Aunt Qin, Miss Qin, I have finished eating and must take my leave. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure." Seeing Jinyuan depart so abruptly, Qin Xia cast a worried glance at her mother. "Mom, I haven't had the chance to discuss my request with Miss Song, and now she is leaving. What should I do next? Chase after her?" Qin mother swiftly settled the bill and, with Qin Xia in tow, pursued Jinyuan. Just as they emerged, they saw Jinyuan donning her helmet, revving her motorcycle, and speeding away. As they scratched at their itchy skin, Qin Xia exclaimed, "Mom, Miss Song has fled. Should we still pursue her? It itches so much." Qin Mu was feeling intensely itchy, and she and Qin Xia were at the door, scratching themselves while conversing. "Let us arrange another meeting with Miss Song next time. For now, we must head to the hospital." After sharing this with Qin Xia, Qin Mu got into the car, and they set off for the hospital. Meanwhile, Jinyuan, having shaken off the two, was in a buoyant mood as she rode her motorcycle back to the company. Just as she removed her helmet, Bo Yanchen emerged from the building, his expression grim as he stated, "There are only 30 minutes left until Mike's flight. If we fail to deliver the contract and finalize this agreement within that time, our company will incur significant losses. To rectify your mistake, I would not hesitate to send you to Country F to mine coal." Shuzhou, upon hearing the mention of Country F, was filled with dread. "President Bo, I've heard that temperatures there have reached a scorching 50 degrees, would I perish if I went?" Bo Yanchen cast a cold glance at Shuzhou. "If you were so afraid of dying, you should have ensured you were aware of Mike's precise departure time." Shuzhou looked at Jinyuan, who was still on her motorcycle, and excitedly suggested to Bo Yanchen, "Sir, it's noon now. And driving to the airport in 30 minutes is impossible. Since Secretary Song can ride a motorcycle, why not have her take you to the airport to meet Mike?" Bo Yanchen, holding the contract, glanced at Jinyuan with an emotionless demeanor. "The company is an hour's journey from the airport. Can you reach it within 30 minutes? Jinyuan relished the challenge. She donned her helmet once more and instructed Bo Yanchen, "Get on." After a moment of hesitation, Bo Yanchen mounted Jinyuan's motorcycle. She glanced back at him and said, "Mr. Bo, I may go a bit fast, so you need to hold on tight." Bo Yanchen was reluctant to embrace her. But Jinyuan did not insist. She revved the engine and, in a flash, they vanished from Suzhou's sight. Seated behind Jinyuan, Bo Yanchen found himself unconsciously leaning against her. It was his first time riding a motorcycle in over 20 years of life. As Jinyuan accelerated, he ultimately wrapped his arms around her waist, fearing that without doing so, he might be thrown off. Jinyuan took a shortcut, racing wildly toward the airport. 25 minutes later, she parked outside the terminal and removed her helmet, looking stylishly at Bo Yanchen. "Mr. Bo, I'll be waiting for you here." Dressed in leather attire, she appeared strikingly different from her usual obedient girl persona. Bo Yanchen, momentarily captivated, grasped the contract and, under her watchful gaze, entered the airport. When he emerged once more, Song Jinyuan was conversing fluently in English with a foreign tourist asking for directions. Leaning against the motorcycle, her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, dancing in the gentle breeze. At that moment, she looked utterly enchanting. Chapter 60, Mr. Bo prefers unattractive women. Bo Yanchen stood rooted in place, his gaze fixated on her face, gradually becoming entranced. When Song Jinyuan turned around and noticed his unwavering stare, she approached him and inquired, "Mr. Bo, why have you been looking at me? Am I so strikingly beautiful today that you could not resist stealing a few extra glances at me? How narcissistic." Bo Yanchen hailed a cab by the roadside, declaring, "I shall return to the company by car." With that, he unceremoniously abandoned Song Jinyuan, who stood there, pulling at the corners of her mouth. Had she known he intended to take a cab back, she would not have wasted her time waiting for him. Donning her helmet, Song Jinyuan mounted her motorcycle and rode back to the office. Upon her arrival, Bo Yanchen had yet to make his appearance. So she proceeded directly to her workstation to commence her duties. Su Zhou, seated beside her, leaned in with an inquisitive gaze. "Secretary Song. Has President Bo successfully signed with Mike?" "Yes." "Wonderful." Su Zhou exhaled in relief, patting his chest. "At last. I shall not face exile to F country to mine coal for losing such a significant client." Song Jinyuan remained silent. "Secretary Song. You have truly saved my life this time. To express my gratitude, how about I treat you to dinner tonight?" Song Jinyuan pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "Assistant Su, there is no need for a meal. If you genuinely wish to show your appreciation, help me pursue President Bo instead." Su Zhou was taken aback. "Secretary Song. Betraying President Bo is tantamount to a dead end, so I shall insist on treating you to dinner." He retrieved his phone to make a reservation, and upon witnessing this, Song Jinyuan's eyes glimmered. Indeed, dining alone with Assistant Su could prove beneficial. She could easily intoxicate him during dinner and extract valuable information regarding Bo Yanchen from his lips. Once she has a comprehensive understanding of Bo Yanchen, her pursuit of him will likely be more facile. Before long, the afternoon arrived. Song Jinyuan and Su Zhou went together to the restaurant he had reserved for their meal. As soon as Song Jinyuan was seated, she ordered 2 bottles of erguo. "Assistant Su, tonight we shall drink until oblivion." Su Zhou demurred. "Secretary Song, I drove here, so I'm afraid I can't indulge to that extent." "No matter," Song Jinyuan replied, "if you get drunk, I'll hire a chauffeur for you. Drink without worry." Having spoken, Song Jinyuan seized a glass and filled it, placing it before Su Zhou. "Drink." Su Zhou lifted it, intending to take a mere sip as a gesture. But Song Jinyuan forcibly poured it down his throat, compelling him to swallow a large gulp of white liquor. Cough, 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 so fiery. Su Zhou shook his head slightly. Intoxication assailing his senses. "Secretary Song, have you always been so inclined to ply others with drink?" Song Jinyuan propped up her face, continuing to pour wine for Su Zhou while beguiling him. "Assistant Su, you misunderstand. I wasn't coercing you just now, I merely feared you might tire from holding the glass. So I took the liberty of assisting you, and incidentally, feeding you a bit." "Assistant Su, how do you feel now? Intoxicated?" Su Zhou shook his head. "Dizzy and disoriented, my tolerance is quite high, how could I possibly be drunk?" No sooner had he uttered these words than Su Zhou collapsed onto the table with a thud, appearing utterly inebriated. Seeing this, Song Jinyuan began to question him. "Assistant Su, what kind of woman does President Bo fancy? One of unsightly appearance?" Song Jinyuan. "It seems he is not thoroughly intoxicated. She must feed him another drink." "Assistant Su, did you not claim you were sober? Come, rise, and let us share another glass." Su Zhou lay motionless on the table, and Song Jinyuan, upon seeing this, propped him up and poured him another half-glass of liquor. Then, she held up 2 fingers before him. "Assistant Su, how many is this?" 4. It appeared he was completely inebriated. Releasing Su Zhou, Song Jinyuan inquired once more. "Assistant Su, what type of woman does President Bo prefer?" Su Zhou repeated. "One who is unattractive." Even in his drunken state, his answer remained the same. Unwavering, Song Jinyuan pressed further. "Assistant Su, what kind of woman does President Bo truly favor?" "I have already said, one who is ugly." "Then how ugly does he prefer?" Su Zhou replied, "As ugly as a female ghost, President Bo likes them that way." Song Jinyuan was taken aback. "Assistant Su, how many women has President Bo had?" Suzhou answered, to my knowledge, only one. So pure-hearted? Suzhou affirmed, indeed. Our President Bo is remarkably innocent, having lived for over 20 years, he has never been in a romantic relationship. Never been in a relationship? This was puzzling. Assistant Su. Did you not just say that President Bo has had a woman? If he has had a woman, why has he never been in love? Secretary Song. Who told you that one cannot have women without being in a relationship? Could Song Jinyuan interpret this to mean that while Bo Yanchen had never been in love, he sought out other women to satisfy his physical needs? And that he preferred one who was unattractive? Is his taste truly so unique? Song Jinyuan seemed to have unearthed a remarkable secret. Assistant Su, if I wish to pursue President Bo, what must I do to win his affection? Suzhou, somewhat inebriated, replied, our President Bo is not easily won over. However, if you could share a night with him, perhaps you might capture his heart. For he remains deeply attached to his first love. Thus, if you were to take the place of that woman in his heart, it's conceivable that you could indeed win him over. From this perspective, it seems that Bo Yanchen is not only innocent but also remarkably loyal. Still reminiscing about his first love, Song Jinyuan timidly inquired, Assistant Su, aside from sharing a bed with President Bo, is there any other way to pursue him? Suzhou replied, none. Touching her chin thoughtfully, Song Jinyuan mused, so this night is absolutely essential? But to pursue a Bo Yanchen, is it not too great a sacrifice to offer my body? I can't shake the feeling that Assistant Su's dubious suggestion may not be trustworthy. Perhaps I should take a more gradual approach with Bo Yanchen. Assistant Su, what hobbies does President Bo indulge in during his leisure time? Our President Bo is quite the homebody. He spends his free time at home, with little social activity outside of work-related engagements. It certainly sounds as though he is rather reclusive. Assistant Su, what are President Bo's interests? Having succumbed to inebriation, Suzhou lay motionless upon the table. Prompted by this, Song Jinyuan instructed her subordinate to escort him home. Subsequently, she procured a bouquet of roses and proceeded to knock on Bo Yanchen's apartment door. Bearing a repast she had carefully packed, Bo Yanchen appeared before Song Jinyuan, clad merely in a towel, his form still glistening from his recent ablutions. Song Jinyuan, taken aback by the sight, found herself involuntarily swallowing, his sculpted abdomen proving undeniably alluring. President Bo, felicitations on this joyous 519th. Bo Yanchen, perplexed, retorted. Chapter 61, President Bo, would you care to wager with me? What is there to celebrate about the 519th? Feigning a pretext to visit him, she offered the contrived salutation. Song Jinyuan then pressed the roses into Bo Yanchen's arms, articulating, President Bo, upon my journey home today, I observed numerous individuals bestowing roses upon their beloved. A thought of you then occurred to me, prompting me to deliver these blooms to you. Do they meet with your favor, President Bo? While not a neophyte to the receipt of floral tributes, Bo Yanchen discerned an unprecedented sensation elicited by Song Jinyuan's offering. A suspicion arose within him, wondering if the blossoms had been subtly laced with some intoxicating substance. Gazing upon the bouquet, he uttered in his characteristically aloof manner, now that the floral tribute has been delivered, you may take your leave. Nay, President Bo. The flowers have been presented, yet the repast remains uneaten. Song Jinyuan raised aloft the victuals she had meticulously packed from the restaurant, continuing, Assistant Su. In a gesture of gratitude for my role in securing President Bo's successful contract, extended an invitation to dine at a restaurant. I abstained from partaking with him, opting instead to convey the meal to partake with you. President Bo, might I be permitted entry? Who informed Suzhou that I successfully signed a contract with Mike? Although he rushed to the airport within half an hour today, he unfortunately missed Mike's flight, and due to his failure to keep the appointment, Mike has decided not to engage in partnership with his company. Today, he lost a significant deal and was contemplating how to address the situation after taking a shower when Song Yuan arrived. Standing outside the door, Song Jinyuan overheard Bo Yanchen's words and uncertainly asked, did Mr. Bo ultimately fail to catch Mike? Indeed. Song Jinyuan inquired again, is this collaborator, Mike, of great importance to you, Mr. Bo? He is the largest supplier from abroad, currently irreplaceable in his position. Would you say he is important or not? That is indeed quite significant. If she could persuade Mike to sign another contract with him, would that not stir his affections for her? Song Jinyuan resolved to give it a try. Mr. Bo, since Mike is so crucial, I am willing to persuade him to continue collaborating with you. if I cannot succeed? What makes you think you can? Bo Yanchen retorted, returning to his apartment with her words echoing in his mind. He casually tossed the roses she had given him onto a nearby table and sank into the sofa, remarking, Mike is a man who places great importance on promises. I have disappointed him this time and he is quite upset. His assistant has already messaged me, stating that he will not renew the contract. Every individual has a vulnerability. As long as she identifies Mike's weakness, she need not fear that he will refuse to renew with Bo Yanchen. Bearing victuals, Jinyuan settled beside Bo Yanchen. Mr. Bo, whomever you wish to collaborate with, I shall employ any means necessary to ensure their continued partnership. Let us dine first, and then retire early. As the company is preparing a 5:20 event tomorrow, which you, as president, are expected to attend. Jinyuan arranged the takeout meals on the coffee table, presenting a container to Bo Yanchen. Mr. Bo, let us eat. By what method do you intend to restore my collaboration with Mike? In response to Bo Yanchen's inquiry, Jinyuan replied with a smile, Mr. Bo, while I may lack other skills, I am adept at persistence. Is Mike not displeased by your breach of promise? Then I shall pursue him abroad, allowing him to disappoint me repeatedly. Once his anger subsides, he should reconsider. Naive. Such a tactic would only serve to provoke Mike further, yielding no positive outcome. Offended by Bo Yanchen's assessment, Jinyuan retorted, Mr. Bo, do not underestimate my approach as childish, it is quite effective. I propose a wager, whether my persistence can sway Mike. Should he relent, you shall grant me a request, should he not, I shall tender my resignation. Observing Jinyuan's simplistic view of the matter, Bo Yanchen resolved to impart a lesson, lest she believe all endeavors were so easily accomplished. Provide me with a deadline. With confidence, Jinyuan declared, 1 week. Within a week, I shall assuredly persuade Mike to reconsider. Very well, I accept your wager. Upon securing Mr. Bo's assent, Ms. Song's lips curved into a delighted smile, buoyed by the prospect of leveraging Mr. Bo's compliance to her advantage once she had successfully swayed Mike. The gravity of the condition she would impose weighed on her mind. With a cheerful demeanor, Ms. Song graciously served Mr. Bo, placing a selection of dishes into his bowl. Mr. Bo, would you be so kind as to provide me with Mike's profile and the location of his overseas firm at your earliest convenience? I intend to embark on my journey to find him after the 520 festivities tomorrow. Mr. Bo acknowledged her request with a mere grunt. Following their meal, Ms. Song settled beside Mr. Bo, her gaze fixed on Mike's dossier. After a thorough review, she photographed the contents and dispatched them to her subordinate with the directive, investigate all available information regarding Mike, with particular emphasis on identifying his vulnerabilities. Acknowledged, came the reply. Having issued her instructions, Miss Song turned her attention back to Mr. Bo. Mr. Bo, might I impose upon your hospitality and lodge at your residence this evening? What do you suppose? Mr. Bo retorted, his displeasure evident in his gaze. Discerning his reluctance, Miss Song reluctantly rose to her feet under his watchful eye. In light of Mr. Bo's disinclination, I shall return to my confidant's abode. Farewell, Mr. Bo, and may you have a pleasant evening. Before departing, Ms. Song seized an opportune moment to approach Mr. Bo and plant a fleeting kiss upon his lips before hastily retreating. Mr. Bo was left speechless. Song Yuan. With a resounding slam, Ms. Song closed the door, effectively silencing Mr. Bo's indignant exclamation. It struck her as peculiar that he should react with such reluctance, considering she was the one who had ostensibly suffered the disadvantage of initiating the kiss. Bo Yanchen raised his hand to touch the spot on his skin where Jinyuan had just kissed him. Upon closer inspection, the tips of his ears and his neck were flushed crimson. How could this woman always steal kisses when he least expected it? She was hardly the epitome of womanhood. On the very day of the 520 celebration, Jinyuan departed early to the hotel to oversee the preparations for the event. Su Li, accompanied by the company's staff, arrived promptly, and upon spotting Jinyuan, she approached her with a taunt. I had imagined that Secretary Song, in her inaugural endeavor of orchestrating such a grand event, would execute it flawlessly. Yet, it appears to be nothing extraordinary. My colleagues and I have been here for quite some time, and not even a glass of water has been offered. Is this how you extend hospitality to your guests? Guests? Jinyuan responded as if she had heard a jest. Manager Su, this 520 event is a corporate undertaking, and considering you are an employee, I am already being generous by not assigning you to attend to the guests. Are you truly regarding yourself as a guest deserving of my personal attention? Are you perhaps overestimating your significance? Chapter 62, You wretched girl, I've finally found you. Secretary Song. Are you not aware? To ensure the seamless execution of the 520 event, the hotel staff will be solely responsible for today's proceedings. Our assistance is not required. Song Jinyuan retorted with icy derision, given your awareness that the hotel staff is fully in charge of today's event. Why not simply request them to pour you a glass of water? Why the insistence on my doing so? Do I appear to be a member of the hotel staff? You. Disinclined to engage with Suli, Song Jinyuan, anticipating her retort, proceeded directly to a nearby location and seized a walkie-talkie to confirm the event's schedule. Completely disregarded, Suli stood rooted to the spot, her face ashen. The employee beside her lamented its audacity, questioning how a mere intern secretary dared to address manager in such a manner. Suli, however, paid no heed to her subordinate's words, turning away to attend to her own affairs. In the kitchen, presented the head chef with the revised menu she had prepared in advance, instructing him to prepare the dishes for the luncheon accordingly. The head chef, upon examining the menu, remarked that changing the dishes so abruptly would render many of the ingredients from the previous day's menu unusable. Reassured him, insisting that he follow her instructions and that they would be compensated accordingly. After the head chef departed, turned to a nearby cook, requesting that he prepare a dish separately for her to collect later. The cook inquired as to's request, to which she replied, pork and lily bulb soup. Having issued her instructions, left the kitchen and returned to the activity hall, where guests were beginning to arrive. Noticing the glasses of what appeared to be Sprite being served, she grew suspicious. Upon closer inspection, her suspicions were confirmed. Exclaimed, her countenance darkening, I distinctly remember giving you a wine list with 1982 Lafite. Why has the Lafite been replaced with Sprite? The staff member responded that the wine list provided only included Sprite and wine, with no mention of 1982 Lafite. She distinctly recalled selecting an 82 Lafite and freshly squeezed juices, the latter intended for ladies who might not partake in alcohol. Yet, the Lafite and juice had been inexplicably replaced with ordinary wine and Sprite. Could this be the work of Suli? Was her intention to engender a misconception among the guests, suggesting a lack of regard from the Bo Corporation, hence the provision of such inexpensive beverages? Observing the nascent murmurs among the attendees, Song Jinyuan, keen to avert any disruption, instructed a nearby staff member to procure bartending implements. Following this, Song Jinyuan ascended the stage, addressing the assembly, esteemed guests, on behalf of the Bo Corporation, I extend a warm welcome to this special 520 event. To ensure a lasting impression, I've arranged a selection of beverages and spirits, with the intention of crafting a cocktail for you all, entitled Passionate Rose. I implore you, for the moment, to refrain from sampling the drinks before you, for they are merely components of the Passionate Rose, not the finished article. Upon hearing Song Jinyuan's explanation, the guests responded with amusement, so, the Sprite and wine are merely ingredients? We had momentarily entertained the notion that the esteemed Bo Corporation would deign to offer such plebeian fare at an event of their hosting. As the bartending paraphernalia was brought forth, Song Jinyuan, microphone in hand, continued, esteemed guests, there has been a misunderstanding. The Bo Corporation, having earnestly invited you to this 520 event, would never dream of deceiving you with such paltry libations. Allow me to concoct a sentimental rose libation befitting tonight's theme, incorporating Sprite, wine and 82 Lafite, Baijiu, and the delicate essence of roses for your discerning palates. With that pronouncement, Song Jinyuan procured the necessary accoutrements and commenced a captivating bartending exhibition upon the dais. Her deft manipulation of the shaker culminated in the creation of a rose-infused elixir, which she decanted into a glass and presented to a nearby guest. Sir, I bid you to sample the inaugural draft of this evening's sentimental rose creation. The gentleman received the proffered glass and thoughtfully savored its contents. The initial taste is saccharine, yielding to a subtle astringency of roses, interwoven with the mellifluous bouquet of an 82 Lafite. It is a singular and delightful concoction, unlike any I have previously encountered. Exquisite. Song Jinyuan responded with a gracious smile. I am gratified that it meets with your approval, sir. Resuming her station, Song Jinyuan diligently continued to prepare libations for the assembled guests. Amidst the throng, Suli observed Song Jinyuan's adept handling of the attendee sentiments, her countenance darkening with displeasure. Her initial stratagem had been to employ the beverages as a means to embarrass Song Jinyuan, inciting the guests to perceive a lack of consideration and subsequently depart, thereby undermining the event and incurring the displeasure of President Bo. However, her machinations had been thwarted by Song Jinyuan's resourcefulness. Indeed, this Song Jinyuan possesses a certain degree of competence, she mused. However, while she may have averted this particular crisis, she shall be unable to forestall the impending debacle at the luncheon. Song Jinyuan's dismissal is imminent. We shall observe how events unfold. As Bo Yanchen and Su Zhou arrived at the venue, their attention was immediately drawn to Song Jinyuan, who was diligently engaged in her bartending endeavors upon the platform. Su Zhou, upon witnessing her, could not help but exclaim, "President Bo, Secretary Song is quite remarkable, indeed. She can even mix cocktails." Bo Yanchen, with a stoic expression, stepped forward and sampled the drink that Song Jinyuan had just prepared. The flavor was rather delightful. As the guests noticed Bo Yanchen's arrival, they began to extol his efforts. "President Bo, your special event for 520 is truly exceptional. You even launched this sentimental rose wine specifically for the occasion. Not only is it delectable, but its name also carries profound significance. President Bo, I have heard that the new jewelry you are unveiling for this year's 520 event is called Deep Affection. If you were to release this eponymous red wine simultaneously with the jewelry, it would undoubtedly yield remarkable profits. President Bo, I believe Mr. Wang's suggestion is quite astute. And I would like to discuss a collaboration between your jewelry and the red wine." Bo Yanchen had not anticipated that Song Jinyuan's cocktail creations today could facilitate partnerships between companies. He found himself quite impressed by her capabilities. He departed with the collaborating company to discuss the partnership. Meanwhile, Song Jinyuan remained on stage, tirelessly crafting cocktails. With so many attendees, preparing such an abundance of drinks was indeed exhausting. It was all Su Li's fault. Once she finished, she would slowly deal with her. Song Jinyuan flexed her wrists and continued her diligent cocktail mixing, when suddenly, a familiar man appeared before her. "You little brat. How fortuitous it is to find you here. After searching high and low. This time, I shall see where you attempt to escape." Song Jinyuan. This man is. Chapter 63, Do you wish to poison her? Is this man Su Yuan? The very same man who had teased her at the bar not long ago, only to receive a blow to the head from her wine bottle? How did he end up here? Could it be that he is also a guest invited by the company? If that is the case, then she cannot openly confront him. Song Jinyuan placed the drink she had just prepared before Su Yuan. "Sir, it seems we are quite fated to meet here. Come. Let us share a drink and quell the flames of animosity." Despite her feigned cordiality, Su Yuan remained unmoved. Seizing the cup from the table and splashing its contents onto her face. "You foolish girl, do you think our grievances can be resolved with a mere drink?" Soaked in alcohol, Song Jinyuan could only force a smile, refraining from retaliating against Su Yuan. "If you believe our discord cannot be settled over drinks, then pray tell. What would you deem an appropriate resolution? I want you to kneel and beg for mercy." Kneel and beg for mercy? She could see his impatience mounting. Descending from the stage, Song Jinyuan leaned closer to Su Yuan. "Sir, what purpose does it serve for me to kneel and beg? How about this, if I spend a night with you, we can consider our accounts settled." Their acquaintance had begun with his desire for her, so she was confident that such a proposition would pique his interest. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Su Yuan's eyes gleamed with intrigue. "Very well. If you can accompany me for a night, I shall overlook your previous transgressions." Song Jinyuan slightly curled her crimson lips and whispered in Su Yuan's ear. "This is a hotel, sir. You might as well book a room and wait for me to finish my tasks before I join you." Su Yuan gazed at Song Jinyuan's stunningly beautiful face and inquired, "If I book a room, you won't back out, will you?" With a smile, Song Jinyuan reassured him. "Rest assured, I shall certainly keep our appointment tonight." "All right. I will trust you this once," Su Yuan replied, raising his hand to wipe the red wine from her face. "Tonight, I will cherish you well." Song Jinyuan flashed a captivating smile and gently took his hand away, saying, "Tonight, I too shall ensure you experience an unforgettable evening. Dare to touch her, and you shall await your demise." After exchanging words with Su Yuan, Song Jinyuan turned and walked away, saying, "I must get back to work. See you soon." "Very well." Su Yuan's gaze remained fixed on Song Jinyuan's enchanting silhouette. Her figure was truly exquisite. It would be even better if she could reveal herself completely to him. At the moment Jinyuan was splashed with red wine, Bo Yanchen had been attentively observing her. Seeing her engaged in lively conversation with Su Yunchuan, he furrowed his brow in concern. How could Jinyuan possibly know this debauched young man? Their interaction oscillated between arrogance and intimacy. Mr. Bo, what are your thoughts on my earlier proposal? Bo Yanchen's distracted thoughts were pulled back by a business associate. I find your suggestion quite agreeable, we shall proceed as you have outlined. Mr. Bo is decisive. Having failed to locate Jinyuan within the hall, Bo Yanchen instructed Su Zhou to proceed with the partnership discussions with the collaborators, while he himself set out in search of her. He encountered Jinyuan just as he reached a secluded corner. Mr. Bo, what brings you here? Jinyuan inquired with a smile upon seeing Bo Yanchen. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? He responded. I came to inspect the preparations for the luncheon, Jinyuan replied. Since you're here, Mr. Bo, shall we take a look together? Together, Jinyuan and Bo Yanchen proceeded to the kitchen, which was now replete with a variety of dishes. Inhaling the rich aroma of the cuisine, Jinyuan remarked with satisfaction, the chefs at this hotel are quite skilled, the dishes are both exquisite and fragrant. What do you think, Mr. Bo? Bo Yanchen responded with a hum of assent, concurring with her statement. At that moment, a chef approached Jinyuan, carrying a bowl of pork and lily bulb soup. Miss Song, this is the pork and lily bulb soup you requested me to prepare some time ago, it's ready. The chef announced. Thank you, please set it down here. I'll take it in a moment, Jinyuan replied. Very well. As the chef prepared to depart, he paused and turned to Jinyuan. Miss Song, this pork and lily bulb soup is poisonous. I presume it's not intended for consumption? Rest assured. Jinyuan replied with a smile. I am aware of its toxicity, and I will not be consuming it. Very well, then. After the chef departed, Jinyuan presented the bowl of pork and lily bulb soup to Bo Yanchen, who inquired with perplexity, what do you want me to do with this soup? Jinyuan responded candidly, I would like you, Mr. Bo, to offer this bowl of soup to Suli to taste. Bo Yanchen. Are you out of your mind? His tone was filled with disbelief. You are fully aware that this soup is poisonous. Yet you still want me to give it to Suli? Are you seeking her demise? Sir, the quantity is insufficient to be fatal. It will only induce vomiting and diarrhea, necessitating a trip to the hospital for a gastric lavage. Besides, my intention is merely to ensure Suli faces the consequences of her own actions, replied Jinyuan. What do you mean by that? Jinyuan placed the bowl of soup into Bo Yanchen's hands. While I was momentarily distracted, Suli stealthily substituted the menu I had provided to the hotel. Within the altered menu, there were dishes of stir-fried eggs with lilies and shredded pork with green peppers. Individually, these dishes pose no threat, but when consumed together, they can be toxic. I suspect her motive for altering the menu was to orchestrate a mass poisoning of the guests, thereby causing disruption to my event and inviting your ire, sir. Given her treachery towards me, what is wrong with allowing her to reap the fruits of her own misdeeds? Bo Yanchen. Where is the evidence? Evidence, you ask? Jinyuan smiled at Bo Yanchen. You may inquire directly from Suli. I am certain that with a little persuasion, she shall divulge everything. In any case, I have entrusted the soup to you, sir. Whether you choose to let her drink it is entirely at your discretion. With those words, Jinyuan departed under Bo Yanchen's watchful gaze. She had given the soup to him because Suli would undoubtedly consume anything he offered, but if it were from her, the outcome was uncertain. Moreover, presenting the soup to Bo Yanchen carried an additional advantage. It revealed to him that the manager he trusted was willing to disregard company interests to deal with her, urging him to dismiss her. When Jinyuan resolved to address all matters and return to the event hall, Su Yunchuan discreetly handed her a room key. Glancing at it, Jinyuan followed him upstairs. Since he was so eager to court danger, should she not oblige him? As soon as they entered the room, Su Yunchuan began to undress before Jinyuan. Come here, darling, let me cherish you tonight. He discarded his shirt and lunged toward her. In chapter 64, titled Mr. Bo. Happy 520, Su Yunchuan's face instantly turned red and swollen from the slap delivered by Jinyuan. Clutching his injured left cheek, he stared at her in disbelief. You hit me? Song Jinyuan twisted her neck and, under Su Yunchuan's gaze, slapped him once more. Today, I shall not only strike you, but I intend to render those restless hands of yours useless. You seek death. As lust faded, Su Yunchuan, consumed by rage, attempted to retaliate with a slap of his own. However, before his hand could reach her face, she deftly seized his wrist. With a swift motion, she executed a shoulder throw, sending Su Yunchuan crashing to the floor. Damn it! Lying on the ground, his arm firmly gripped by Song Jinyuan, he grimaced in pain and exclaimed, "You little vixen, do you know who I am? How dare you treat me this way?" With a crisp snap, Song Jinyuan effortlessly dislocated Su Yunchuan's arm, declaring, "I am well aware of your identity, Su Yunchuan, the notorious profligate son of the Su family. Despite your privileged position within the Su household, I highly doubt your parents would jeopardize their standing to antagonize me for your sake." Su Yunchuan, sprawled on the floor, broke out in a cold sweat from the excruciating pain. His voice trembling, he questioned, Who the hell are you?" Grasping Su Yunchuan's other arm, Song Jinyuan, with a smile playing on her lips, said, "Listen closely, my surname is Song." Su Yunchuan, Ak. In the hotel lounge, Bo Yanchen presented Su Li with the soup Song Jinyuan had prepared for him, saying, "This soup was specially prepared for you. Please taste it and tell me what you think." Su Li, seated beside Bo Yanchen, was overwhelmed with flattery upon hearing that he had arranged for the soup specifically for her. "President Bo, why have you suddenly prepared soup for me?" She picked up the bowl and, under Bo Yanchen's gaze, began to sample it. After a few sips, she noticed an odd, indescribable taste. "President Bo, what kind of soup is this?" "Pork and lily bulb soup." With a resounding crash, the soup bowl slipped from Su Li's grasp and shattered on the floor. She desperately spat out the soup, exclaiming, "President Bo, pork and lily bulb is poisonous. Consuming too much can be fatal." As Su Li turned to rush to the restroom to purge herself of the soup she had ingested, Bo Yanchen interjected. "If you were aware that pork and lily bulb could be lethal when combined, why did you deliberately substitute Song Jinyuan's menu for the hotel? Did they really prepare dishes of pork and lily to harm my company's important client? How could Mr. Bo be aware of this? Was it Song Yuan who informed him? Or did he uncover it himself? The substitution was so seamless. How was it still discovered?" Under Mr. Bo Yanchen's scrutinizing gaze, Su Li stammered, "Mr. Bo, I have never done what you just mentioned. Is there some misunderstanding?" Mr. Bo's voice was icy. "The moment you altered the menu was captured by the hotel surveillance." "Su Li, do you still wish to argue?" Su Li opened her mouth, meeting Mr. Bo Yanchen's frigid stare, and in her fear, she collapsed to the floor, pleading, "Mr. Bo, I replaced the menu because I believed the dishes I arranged were superior to those of Song Yuan, and as long as pork and lily are not stewed together, they are not toxic. So please, do not misunderstand me, and do not be angry, okay?" Even at this point, she was still making excuses? "Su Li, what I despise most is infighting among company employees that harms the company's interests. I expect to receive your resignation letter before the end of the day." With this statement, Mr. Bo left the lounge, leaving Su Li in despair. She fell to the ground and, after Mr. Bo vanished, shouted through gritted teeth, "Song Jinyuan. It must have been you who told Mr. Bo about my actions, you wretched woman. One day, I will make you pay." When Song Jinyuan emerged from her room, her spirits were remarkably elevated. She hummed a tune as she proceeded to the luncheon venue to inspect the exquisite dishes, ensuring that each one was flawless before beginning to seat the guests. Today's 5:20 event proceeded quite smoothly. Following the luncheon, Song Jinyuan graciously arranged for the guests to have rooms for rest. This evening, a special 520 ball and a lottery event are scheduled, ensuring that the guests will remain for the festivities. After ensuring all the guests were settled, Song Jinyuan proceeded to knock on the door of Bo Yanchen's room. He was seated on the sofa, attending to emails, and upon hearing the knock, he set aside his computer and opened the door. Upon seeing Song Jinyuan standing outside, he closed the door after she entered and returned to the sofa, stating, "Su Li has submitted her resignation letter." Song Jinyuan, puzzled, inquired, "So, is it that Mr. Bo has only allowed Su Li to resign? Has she faced no other consequences?" Although she acknowledged having altered the menu, it had not resulted in any tangible harm, rendering a police report ineffective. Aside from her resignation, there were no other penalties that could be imposed. If he truly wished to punish Suli, there were countless means at his disposal, even without involving the authorities. However, she perceived Bo Yanchen as rather compassionate, leading her to believe that he would not impose further repercussions on Suli after her departure. Feeling somewhat disdainful yet refraining from voicing her thoughts, she took a seat beside Bo Yanchen and remarked, "Mr. Bo, this evening there will be a masquerade ball, where gentlemen will take the initiative to invite ladies to dance. I will be wearing a red gown and a silver mask. Should you find yourself in need of a dance partner, you may seek me out." "Bo Yanchen, is that all you have to say?" Song Jinyuan noticed that Bo Yanchen's reaction was rather tepid. She shifted her body slightly closer to him and continued. "Not yet, Mr. Bo. Today is the 520th. I see that others are presenting gifts to their beloved ones. Since I hold affection for you, I wish to offer you a token of my esteem as well." Bo Yanchen responded coldly, "There's no need." Song Jinyuan felt taken aback. She had not even given him the gift yet, and he had outright rejected her. Why did he always evoke such a profound sense of defeat within her? Regaining her composure, she retrieved a pair of couple keychains from her bag. "Mr. Bo, the 2 dolls on these keychains are of my own design. The male doll represents you, and the female doll represents me. I would like to give you this one so that every time you see it, you will think of me. How thoughtful of me, isn't it?" After finishing her words, she placed the male doll keychain into Bo Yanchen's hand. "Happy 520, Mr. Bo." Having said that, Song Jinyuan leaned in and planted a kiss on Bo Yanchen's face. Instantly, his body stiffened, and his pupils constricted slightly as he turned his head away from her, saying, "You." As Bo Yanchen attempted to express his displeasure, Song Jinyuan stood up and distanced herself from him. "I apologize, Mr. Bo. The moment I see you, I can't help myself. I shall vanish from your sight immediately. Please do not be upset." No sooner had she spoken than she swiftly exited Bo Yanchen's room. Bo Yanchen mused. This woman. Chapter 65, an osculation upon his Adam's apple. Having departed from Bo Yanchen's sanctuary, Song Jinyuan retraced her steps to her own chamber. There, she beheld a scarlet gown and a mask, prepared in anticipation of the evening's festivities. She lifted them, her gaze lingering upon their elegance. She mused that her appearance at the masquerade ball in this ensemble would undoubtedly eclipse all others in splendor. Beep beep. The chime of Song Jinyuan's cellular device echoed from within her satchel. Observing the caller ID, which displayed Amren's appellation, she responded with a genial tone. "Should you not be diligently laboring at the medical institution, endeavoring to amass pecuniary resources? How is it that you possess the leisure to engage in a telephonic discourse with me?" Amren's vivacious timbre resonated from the device's speaker. "I am presently accompanying our hospital's authoritarian director to the 520 event orchestrated by Bo Yanchen's firm. My dear Song Jinyuan, venture a guess as to my current whereabouts." "At the hotel, I presume." "Thou art indeed astute. Thy deduction is unerring. And where mightest thou be situated?" "I shall proceed to thy location." Song Jinyuan divulged the particulars of her hotel suite to Amren. Shortly thereafter, a percussive sound emanated from the portal. Song Jinyuan unlatched the door, whereupon Amren immediately enveloped her in an ursine embrace. "My dearest Song Jinyuan, I have arrived." Song Jinyuan, with a smile, beckoned Amren into the room, her gaze falling upon the satchel she carried. With curiosity, she inquired, "What doth thy bag contain?" The director conveyed that the establishment shall host a masquerade ball this evening. Given my role as his companion, he procured a gown specifically for the occasion. Song Jinyuan arched her brow. "Thou harbor such antipathy towards him. Yet thou consent to be his companion?" Amren seated herself upon the divan, replying, "Indeed, I harbor aversion. But who am I to gainsay when this 520 event is the brainchild of my bosom confidant? Regardless, I must come to support you." Song Jinyuan smiled, touched, and picked up the jewelry beside her. "Fortunately, my 5th brother has prepared a considerable amount of jewelry for me. We shall wear it tonight." Amren took the jewelry box from Song Jinyuan's hands and examined it, exclaiming in awe, "Little Yuanzi, this jewelry is worth several million. If you truly wear it, won't your real identity be exposed?" Song Jinyuan, so captivated by the beauty, nearly forgot that she was currently playing the role of a pauper. "You are right. I cannot adorn myself with such fine attire and exquisite jewels." In an instant, her spirits deflated. I had hoped to dress elegantly for tonight's masquerade ball to capture Bo Yanchen's heart, but it seems that is not feasible now. I shall have to settle for something more ragged. Upon hearing this, Enran quickly retrieved the gown Fu Xishan had bought for her and presented it to Song Jinyuan. Here is a dress worth 1,000, is it shabby enough? Song Jinyuan responded, sufficient, I suppose? Let us swap outfits tonight. You wear mine, and I shall wear yours. Glancing at the red gown in her hands, she had no objections. All right. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the masquerade ball commenced. In the grand hall, masked men and women danced, while others indulged in refreshments, eagerly awaiting the night's lottery event. The lottery was hosted by a professional MC, and for Song Jinyuan, the objective was merely to entice Bo Yanchen. She wondered if, despite the mask, he would be able to recognize her. Radiant in a scarlet, strappy dress and an exquisite, half-concealing mask, Song Jinyuan stood alongside and ran, a beacon amidst the throng. Abruptly, a gentleman in a suit approached, extending an invitation to dance. Recognizing the sartorial choice of Bo Yanchen, despite the mask obscuring his visage, Song Jinyuan smiled and accepted his hand, joining him on the dance floor. Simultaneously, and ran, under the misapprehension that her suitor was Fu Xishan, reluctantly acquiesced to a dance. As the mellifluous strains of music filled the hall, Song Jinyuan and her partner engaged in a spirited cha-cha. In a swift maneuver, she was spun away, only to have her hand seized by Enran's companion. A series of exchanges ensued, leaving Enran with Song Jinyuan's original partner, while Song Jinyuan found herself in the arms of Enran's Bo Yanchen, enfolding Song Jinyuan's slender waist, swept her into a waltz. As Song Jinyuan attempted to return to her initial partner, she found herself firmly held captive by Bo Yanchen's grasp. Why was he holding her so tightly? Just as Song Jinyuan was about to voice her thoughts, the evening's MC seized the moment. Esteemed guests, as this dance concludes, let us partake in a trifling game to enliven the ambience of this evening. The MC, brandishing a novel piece of jewelry, continued, this is a commemorative piece, uniquely designed by our company for the 520 event, a singular set. The victor of this game shall be its proprietor. All those with female companions are welcome to participate. Those interested, please proceed to my left. In the blink of an eye, half of the attendees in the grand hall stood up. Among them was Song Jinyuan, who participated not for the sake of acquiring jewels, but to foster a closer connection with Bo Yanchen. This game was of her own orchestration, filled with embraces and even kisses. She could hardly believe that once this game concluded, Bo Yanchen would remain indifferent to her charms. With a confident expression, she merely needed to reclaim her dance partner, Enran. However, before Song Jinyuan could finish her sentence, the host announced the commencement of the game. In an instant, she found herself effortlessly swept into Bo Yanchen's arms, nearly causing her to choke with indignation. Who permitted this man to hold her? She had no desire to partake in this game with him. Song Jinyuan frowned at the man before her, clad in a flamboyant red suit. His ostentatious attire suggested that his masked visage was equally extravagant. Put me down, she protested. Bo Yanchen cast a cold glance at the impatient Song Jinyuan. Have you decided against the jewels? Upon hearing that familiar voice, her pupils constricted slightly. Bo. Mr. Bo? How could he be dressed in such a manner? She barely recognized him. She had assumed that the man who had danced with her moments ago was Bo Yanchen, for his suit mirrored the one he wore today. Bo Yanchen met Song Jinyuan's astonished gaze, his tone laced with an unexplainable chill. You just recognized me? This woman claimed to have affection for him. Yet she could not even identify him. Was her love genuine, or merely a fade? Song Jinyuan leaned in close to Bo Yanchen's ear, apologizing, I'm truly sorry. Mr. Bo. Your outfit today is rather flamboyant, and I simply didn't recognize you. Bo Yanchen. He must be out of his mind to have exchanged his attire for this garish red suit with Fu Xishan. Noticing Bo Yanchen's unwillingness to engage, Song Jinyuan planted a kiss on his Adam's apple as an apology. Mr. Bo, please don't be upset. I swear that no matter how ostentatious your outfit may be next time, I will undoubtedly recognize you at a glance. Be quiet, Bo Yanchen commanded. Yet he embraced her and continued the competition. 3 minutes later, the Princess Carrie eliminated half of the participants, and the host began to introduce the next event. The second round involved a 3-minute kissing game. Those who could maintain uninterrupted kisses would advance to the third round. Bo Yanchen. What sort of game is this? Instinctively, he turned to leave, but Song Jinyuan, noticing his departure, swiftly grabbed his arm. Mr. Bo, the game is about to start. If you leave now, I won't be able to progress to the third round. Could you please stay and help me? Bo Yanchen. For a mere piece of jewelry, the Song Jinyuan is willing to go to great lengths. He pulled her hand away, stating, I have no time to indulge in such games. Yet, today she was determined to have him play along. Just as Bo Yanchen prepared to walk away, Song Jinyuan seized his tie, pulling him toward her, then removed the mask from his face and kissed him. As Bo Yanchen attempted to push away Song Jinyuan, she grasped his tie firmly, denying him the opportunity to break free. Left with no choice, Bo Yanchen complied, sharing a kiss with Song Jinyuan. 3 minutes later, a number of participants were eliminated for failing to endure. Upon parting from Bo Yanchen, Song Jinyuan gazed at his lips, tinted red from their embrace, and gently touched her hand to his lips. Mr. Bo, are you all right? Bo Yanchen's breath had begun to waver, and he tugged at his tie, brushing aside Song Jinyuan's hand that lingered upon his lips. Do not touch me. Obediently, Song Jinyuan withdrew her hand and turned her attention to the host on stage, who announced, Congratulations to the remaining 20 gentlemen and ladies for successfully entering the final round of the game. Our last challenge is called Intense Gaze. All participants in the third round must maintain eye contact without blinking for 3 minutes to win. Now, please remove the masks from each other's faces and prepare. Turning to Bo Yanchen, Song Jinyuan lifted her hand to remove his mask. Mr. Bo, it's your turn. Bo Yanchen took the mask from her hand. I'll do it myself. Song Jinyuan sighed. What an unromantic man. She then removed her own mask, locking eyes with Bo Yanchen. This evening, she was adorned with exquisite makeup, and every glance and smile seemed to tug at Bo Yanchen's heartstrings. The rapid thumping of his heart echoed in his ears as he found himself unable to resist blinking while gazing deeply into Song Jinyuan's eyes. As the host announced that he and Song Jinyuan were to be eliminated, he turned on his heel and departed without a moment's hesitation. Outside the hotel, Bo Yanchen tugged at his tie, loosening 2 buttons of his shirt to breathe more easily. Inside, Song Jinyuan stood lost in thought, gazing at Bo Yanchen's retreating figure, pondering whether their playful interactions had stirred any feelings within him. Hey, Song Yuan. Startled, Song Jinyuan returned to reality as Jiang Rua gently tapped her shoulder. Did you need something? Following Song Jinyuan's gaze towards Bo Yanchen, Jiang Rua remarked knowingly, I just witnessed you kissing the CEO on stage for a full 3 minutes. Your eyes are filled with him, do you have feelings for him? At the moment Bo Yanchen turned back, Song Jinyuan boldly replied, yes. I like the CEO. Wow. Jiang Rua was taken aback by Song Jinyuan's candid admission. The CEO is not so easily pursued, chasing him might prove quite challenging. Yet, undeterred by the difficulty, Song Jinyuan asserted, I will not give up on the man I admire. I am determined to pursue the CEO. Appreciating Song Jinyuan's tenacity, Jiang Rua handed her a glass of red wine, saying, then I shall toast to your success. Accepting the wine, Song Jinyuan downed it in one gulp. At the entrance of the hotel, Bo Yanchen exchanged a brief glance with Song Jinyuan before retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his bag. Hidden within the crowd, Song Jinyuan observed this scene and approached Song Jinyuan, stating, Yanchen only smokes when he's troubled. It seems he was quite vexed after the game. Song Jinyuan pondered, did her brother's words imply that Bo Yanchen had merely been playing games with her, harboring no feelings and perhaps even growing more disdainful? She felt utterly drained. Raising her glass, she downed the red wine in one swift motion. Not only is he troubled, but I am as well. No more drinking. I'm off to the airport. She had purchased a ticket for an international flight that evening, and it was the perfect time to board. Setting her glass down, she strode out of the hotel under the watchful gaze of Song Jinyuan and approached Bo Yanchen. Mr. Bo, the 520 event tonight was a resounding success. I see no reason to linger here, so I shall head to the airport now. Until we meet again in a week's time. Clad in a striking red dress, she swayed by the roadside to hail a taxi. Bo Yanchen extinguished his cigarette and approached her, grasping her arm. What on earth are you doing heading to the airport in this state? Seizing the moment, Song Jinyuan feigned inebriation and nestled into Bo Yanchen's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. Mr. Bo, isn't that a rhetorical question? Have you forgotten? We made a wager. If I secure the collaboration contract with Mike within a week, you promise to grant me one condition. So, I must fulfill my end of the bargain. Bo Yanchen replied, Mike has already decided to sign with another company. Even if you go, you won't be able to retrieve the collaboration contract. With unwavering confidence, Song Jinyuan tilted her head, locking her gaze onto Bo Yanchen's chin. Mr. Bo, believe in me. I will certainly reclaim the collaboration with Mike. The car has arrived. So I shall be off to the airport now. Farewell, Mr. Bo. Having disentangled herself from Mr. Bo's embrace, Song Jin wished to depart and ensconced herself within the vehicle. Uttering, to the airport. As the car's silhouette receded into the distance, an inexplicable disquietude settled upon Mr. Bo's countenance. Just what was the source of Ms. Song's unwavering confidence? What made her believe she could procure a contract that had eluded his grasp? What occupies your thoughts, Mr. Bo? Queried Song Jingchen, who, in the wake of Ms. Song's departure, had approached with the express purpose of probing Mr. Bo's sentiments. Mr. Bo, offering a laconic nothing of consequence, turned to retreat to the sanctuary of his hotel. Song Jingchen, in close pursuit, feigned an inquisitive air, remarking, I observed you in an amorous embrace with your secretary, and, remarkably, you did not recoil. Might I venture to suggest that you harbor affections for her? Halting in his stride, Mr. Bo fixed his gaze upon Song Jingchen, inquiring. Why do you persist in the notion that I am enamored of my secretary? With utmost gravity, Song Jingchen responded, because I witnessed you sharing a kiss with her, and furthermore, you did not rebuff her advances. If this is not indicative of affection, then what, pray tell, is? As fate would have it, Ms. and happened to be passing by. Mr. Bo, seizing her arm, drew her into his immediate presence, posing the query to Song Jingchen. Does my mere act of kissing someone imply that I am besotted with them? If I were to bestow a kiss upon this woman at this very moment, would you presume that I am enamored of her as well? Song Jingchen was rendered speechless. Ms. N, equally taken aback, exclaimed, Are you quite well? Who authorized you to kiss me? Withdrawing from Mr. Bo's grasp, she promptly retreated to her automobile and sped away from his vicinity. Mr. Bo, visibly discomfited, retracted his hand. And, under the unwavering scrutiny of Song Jingchen, sought refuge within the confines of his hotel. Song Jingchen, undeterred, persisted in his line of inquiry, Mr. Bo. Do you genuinely harbor no affection for your secretary? None whatsoever. Came the firm reply. In that case, Song Jingchen ventured, may I pursue her affections? Bo Yanchen, Chapter 67, Qin Yu, the Rescuer. Do you fancy my secretary? After knowing Song Jingchen for so long, it was the first time Bo Yanchen heard him express an interest in someone. In an effort to support Song Jinyuan, he replied with a smile, Indeed. I do like your secretary. If you don't have feelings for her, I might just pursue her myself. He wanted Bo Yanchen to realize that his little sister was quite popular, thereby encouraging him to cherish her even more. Yet, Bo Yanchen, true to his unpredictable nature, did not respond as expected. Even upon hearing Song Jingchen's words, he showed little reaction, casually replying, Do as you please, before departing from Song Jingchen's presence. At that moment, Song Jingchen found Bo Yanchen utterly inscrutable. It seemed that he truly harbored no feelings for his little sister. Indeed, the delicate flower atop the high peak is exceedingly difficult to pluck. At the airport, as Song Jinyuan boarded the plane, she unexpectedly encountered Qin Yu. Upon seeing him, she felt a moment of bewilderment. After all, today was the 520th day, and he was not at home with his beloved Yuan Yuan. What could possibly bring him abroad? She took the initiative to greet Qin Yu, saying, Mr. Qin, what a coincidence. It's quite surprising to run into you here. Where are you headed? To Country M. How about you? Are you on a business trip or attending to other matters? Qin Yu replied while seated across from Song Jinyuan. His attention fixed on his phone. Upon closer inspection, it appeared he was engaged in a conversation with Xiang Wanwan. Qin Yu, I have boarded the plane. I will message you when I arrive. Rest early. Xiang Yuan, all right, good night, you. Qin Yu, good night. After exchanging messages with Xiang Yuan, Qin Yu glanced at Song Jinyuan, who had closed her eyes to rest, and he too began to unwind. At the hotel, Bo Yanchen, having stayed behind after everyone else had departed, found himself unable to drive due to the effects of alcohol and thus opted to spend the night there. Glancing at the time, he dialed Mike's number. After a considerable wait, the call was answered. Mr. Bo, I have made my position abundantly clear. I will not be collaborating with your company, so please refrain from calling again. Just as Mike was about to hang up, Bo Yanchen called out to him, Mike. A single cancellation does not signify that my company is unworthy of your collaboration. I have dispatched my secretary to meet you abroad, and I hope, considering our years of partnership, that you will not turn her away. Mike did not acquiesce to Bo Yanchen's request. Mr. Bo. I am quite preoccupied with matters concerning my wife at the moment and, regrettably, I will not have the time to meet your secretary. To avoid wasting her time, it would be best for her to return home. With that, Mike ended the call, leaving Bo Yanchen rubbing his temples in frustration. He indeed wished for Song Jinyuan to return, but she was currently airborne. How could he summon her? With a sigh, Bo Yanchen sent a message to Song Jinyuan, Mike will not meet you, return to the country immediately. After sending the message, he rose and made his way to the bathroom for a shower. The cascading water enveloped Bo Yanchen's well-defined physique, creating a visual spectacle. He raised his hand, washing his hair as reveries of his kiss with Song Jinyuan involuntarily surfaced in his mind. His Adam's apple bobbed, and a stirring began to manifest below. Confound it. Bo Yanchen recalibrated his composure, forcibly suppressing the inner turmoil. Upon Song Jinyuan's arrival abroad, it was mid-afternoon. She checked into a room at a hotel in proximity to Mike Corporation. Coincidentally, Qin Yu resided in the same establishment, their rooms adjacent to one another. Such are the serendipitous turns of fate. Song Jinyuan unlocked her door under Qin Yu's gaze, then inquired, Mr. Qin, would you care to join me for dinner anon? Qin Yu, wishing to express his gratitude to Song Jinyuan for her recent assistance in facilitating his continued collaboration with Song Jingchen, acquiesced to her invitation. Indeed, my treat. Song Jinyuan arranged a time with Qin Yu before retiring to her room to cleanse, dress, and adorn herself. With the rare opportunity to be alone with Qin Yu, she was naturally inclined to enhance her allure. That evening, Song Jinyuan donned a black slip dress, her cascading, gently curled hair draped over her shoulders. Her face bore a captivating, seductive makeup, rendering her a vision of earthly delight as she appeared before Qin Yu, accompanying him downstairs for a meal. Song Jinyuan ordered a steak and a bottle of red wine, seated herself beside Qin Yu, and began to dine. Mr. Qin. I've realized that we've unwittingly spent the 20th and 21st of May together. This is an occasion worthy of celebration. Shall we clink glasses? Raised his glass and clinked it against Song Jinyuan's, and the two sat together, imbibing. Song Jinyuan, resting her cheek in her hand, surreptitiously messaged her subordinate, who had accompanied her abroad, to meet with her while was present, so she could enlighten him about Qin Wanwan and allow him to truly understand his fiancé. Prior to her return, Song Jinyuan had investigated Qin Wanwan, gaining insight into her character. She refrained from directly informing, fearing disbelief, and instead sought to plant a seed of doubt in his mind, compelling him to investigate independently. Subordinate, one moment, miss, as I prepare to depart. Song Jinyuan, there is no urgency. Having completed her correspondence, Song Jinyuan resumed her meal with. As dusk descended, they concluded their repast and prepared to retire to their respective rooms. At that moment, Song Jinyuan's subordinate, having made his preparations, approached and feigned an accidental collision, offering an apology. I beg your pardon, sir. Are you unharmed? The subordinate extended a hand to assist, who demurred, stating, I am quite all right, thank you. The subordinate assented and fixed his gaze upon, remarking, Sir, you appear familiar. Have we perhaps met before? Upon hearing this, regarded the subordinate and replied, I do not believe I know you. Yet I seem to recognize you. One moment. The subordinate produced a photograph and held it before for comparison. This man in the photograph, is it not you? Are you not the fiancé of Qin Wanwan? Upon hearing the appellation Qin Wanwan, Qin Yu cast a glance at his subordinate's cellular device, noticing a photograph featuring himself and Qin Wanwan. He inquired with a hint of bewilderment. How did you come to possess this photograph? I chanced upon it on Qin Wanwan's social media feed, the subordinate responded. It is quite astonishing that subsequent to her departure from our social circle, she managed to secure a man of your caliber. The phrase a man of your caliber engendered a sense of bewilderment in Qin Yu, prompting him to query, pray, elucidate the meaning of your preceding statement. Chapter 68, Qin Yu discovers Qin Wanwan's past. What do you mean by that? Observing Qin Yu's escalating agitation, the subordinate feigned a gesture of concealing his mouth. Have I inadvertently committed a faux pas? My apologies, Mr. Qin, but there are certain matters that I am not at liberty to divulge. Should you desire to ascertain the truth, I suggest you conduct your own investigation. With these words, the subordinate prepared to depart. Qin Yu, in a fit of pique, seized his arm, exclaiming, I harbor a profound aversion for individuals who deliver incomplete statements. Impart to me the significance of your assertion that I am Qin Wanwan's last choice. The subordinate's countenance betrayed a sense of awkwardness as he disengaged Qin Yu's hand and cast it aside. Mr. Qin, Qin Wanwan is, at the very least, an acquaintance of mine. Were I to disclose matters pertaining to her, it would undoubtedly jeopardize our rapport. Therefore, should you wish to comprehend the basis for my assertion, I implore you to conduct your own inquiry. Having delivered this pronouncement, the subordinate hastened away with alacrity. Jinyuan, who had been observing from across the way, noted with satisfaction that her subordinate had successfully sown the seeds of doubt in Qin Yu's mind. She commenced her performance, Mr. Qin. I believe that the man we just encountered must harbor some personal vendetta against Miss Xiang, which prompted him to utter those misleading words that cast her in a false light. After all, the Miss Xiang I know is utterly devoted to you. She is not the type to treat you as a mere fallback option. If you genuinely suspect she has engaged in activities unbeknownst to you, perhaps you should investigate the school Miss Xiang attended? I recall she studied abroad in this country, did she not? Jinyuan's words ignited a flicker of doubt in Qin Yu's eyes. How do you know that Wanwan studied here? This was, of course, information she had uncovered. However, she could not divulge this to Qin Yu, lest he overthink the matter. Wasn't Miss Xiang trending for certain reasons not long ago? Some netizens even unearthed her educational background, which I fortuitously stumbled upon while browsing online. Those netizens truly have an uncanny ability to dig up anything. Qin Yu adjusted his tie and stated to Jinyuan, Miss Song, I will handle matters concerning Wanwan myself. It is getting late. You should return to your room and rest. Certainly. Jinyuan replied, her smile as gentle as water. I anticipate spending some time abroad soon. Should you require anything, Mr. Qin, feel free to seek my company for a drink. Very well. After Qin Yu departed, Jinyuan retrieved her phone and called her subordinates. She instructed them to guide Qin Yu step by step in uncovering the true nature of Qin Wanwan. Understood. After hanging up, Jinyuan returned to her room. Humming a cheerful tune, her spirits lifted. I am genuinely intrigued to ascertain Qin Yu's reaction upon discovering Qin Wanwan's true character. Undoubtedly, disbelief will ensue. Upon arriving at the school formerly attended by Qin Wanwan, an hour had elapsed. He approached the security guard stationed at the entrance and inquired, Sir, how long have you been employed as a security guard here? The guard, sipping his tea and clad in his uniform, cast a cursory glance at Qin Yu and replied, over a decade. Presumably, he would be acquainted with Qin Wanwan. Qin Yu retrieved his mobile phone from his bag, located Qin Wanwan's photograph, and presented it to the security guard. Sir, would you happen to recognize her? The guard initially demurred, but Qin Yu produced a stack of currency and placed it before him. The guard accepted the money, straightened his posture, and scrutinized the photograph in Qin Yu's hand with meticulous attention. This photograph bears a striking resemblance to Qin Wanwan, yet simultaneously, there is a certain dissimilarity. The guard's statement caused Qin Yu's brow to furrow in consternation. Sir, what do you mean by resembles Qin Wanwan but is not quite Qin Wanwan? The Qin Wanwan I know is a young woman who favors heavy makeup and enjoys revelry. The woman in your photograph, who resembles Qin Wanwan, sports a rather understated visage, which is inconsistent with my perception. However, it is likely her, wouldn't you agree? Throughout his acquaintance with Qin Wanwan, Qin Yu had never witnessed her adorned with heavy makeup. In his presence, she either appeared barefaced or lightly made up, projecting an image of fragility and vulnerability, as though in need of protection. Qin Yu clutched his mobile phone. His curiosity piqued as to which version of Qin Wanwan represented her authentic self. He wondered about the specific nature of the guard's assertion that Qin Wanwan enjoyed revelry. Inquire at the nightclubs near our school, and you'll discover the extent of Qin Wanwan's revelry. She frequents nightclubs? Qin Yu expressed his gratitude to the security guard and ventured alone to a nearby nightclub. Upon his entrance, a striptease performance was underway on stage. Men were vociferously recording videos and inciting the performer with cries of strip. 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 Qin Yu was taken aback. Is this how Qin Wanwan carried on while studying abroad? His countenance subtly darkened as he approached the bartender, presenting Qin Wanwan's photograph. "Do you recognize this woman?" The bartender glanced at the picture and immediately identified her. "Isn't that Qin Wanwan, our nightclub's most sought-after star?" "Star?" Qin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. The bartender, while mixing a drink, elaborated, "Indeed. She graces our nightclub with her presence almost every evening, captivating our male patrons with her striptease performances. I even possess photographs and videos of her performances. Would you care to view them?" The bartender proudly brandished his phone, displaying videos of Qin Wanwan's provocative dances. Despite her heavy makeup and wig, Qin Yu instantly recognized her. In the videos, Qin Wanwan writhed sensuously, descending from the stage to casually engage with men and exchange kisses. Her wanton demeanor filled Qin Yu with profound disgust. "How long has she been performing stripteases at this nightclub?" he inquired. The bartender paused to reflect before replying, "Several years. I believe. Initially, she merely entertained a variety of men, but soon she found them inadequate and resorted to performing stripteases on stage. We privately speculated about the fate of anyone who might marry Yuan Yuan, pondering how many times they would be donned with a metaphorical green hat." Qin Yu tightened his grip on his phone, a smirk playing on his lips as he addressed the bartender before him, "Bring me a case of vodka." Meanwhile, Jinyuan was blissfully asleep in her room when a sudden knock on the door jolted her awake, stirring her annoyance. She approached the door and opened it to find Qin Yu standing there, intoxicated. "Miss Song," he slurred, "not long ago you mentioned that if I wanted to drink, I should come to you. Is that still the case?" Observing the disheveled state of Qin Yu, Jinyuan deduced that he had fully grasped the truth about Yuan Yuan. She steadied him as he swayed, guiding him into her room. "Of course, it stands. Then let us continue drinking together." Qin Yu handed her the bottle he held, urging, "Drink." Jinyuan took a sip before he snatched it back, chiding, "Miss Song, you are far too refined. You ought to drink like I do." In Chapter 69. "President Bo, my affection for you is sincere," Qin Yu declared as he downed an entire bottle of vodka in one go, tossing the empty bottle aside with a self-deprecating laugh. "Miss Song, why did she deceive me like this? She claimed I was her first love. The one she cherished most in this life, and I believed her, truly believed her. But how did she treat me? How, indeed? Driven by an ardent desire to unite with her, I acquiesced to her demands, personally delivering my former spouse into the arms of another man, thereby devastating her and compelling her to seek a divorce. I even severed ties with my grandfather for her sake, forfeiting my place in the esteemed Qin family. I lavished her with unwavering devotion, only to be met with deceit. She is so tainted, and by extension, so am I, having been intimate with her. My defilement extends beyond the physical. I am morally corrupt, having inflicted harm upon my former wife, who loved me with unparalleled sincerity, ultimately leading to her demise on the very day our marriage dissolved. My former wife is deceased. I am culpable in her death, an indirect murderer. This is retribution, the consequence of my actions." With these words, Qin Yu collapsed before Jinyuan, succumbing to the effects of intoxication under her watchful gaze. "Qin Wanwan, why have you done this to me? Why?" Jinyuan remained silent for a moment before speaking. How did Qin Yu come to know of Qin Wanwan's death, when she herself was now Jinyuan? Could it be that he had sought her out, only to discover Qin Wanwan's final resting place marked by a cold tombstone? It was she who had deliberately buried the name Qin Wanwan, a constant reminder of the treachery of Qin Yu and Qin Wanwan, who had caused her death. One day, she would ensure that they would kneel in repentance before Qin Wanwan's tombstone. Kneeling before the inebriated Qin Yu, Jinyuan fixed her gaze upon him and declared, "Qin Yu, you are correct. Everything that befalls you now is your just desert. Yet this is merely the beginning, not the conclusion. For I intend to lead you and Qin Wanwan to utter disgrace, to lose everything, and to kneel in supplication before Qin Wanwan, whom you once wronged." Wanwan. Qin Yu lay on the ground, clutching a bottle of wine, repeatedly calling out Qin Wanwan's name. Jinyuan found this utterly nauseating. So she stepped out onto the hotel balcony to breathe in the fresh air. Suddenly struck by a thought, she returned to her room, picked up her phone, and dialed Bo Yanchen's number. She had safely reached her destination and felt compelled to inform Bo Yanchen of her well-being. It was midnight abroad while it was afternoon at home. Bo Yanchen must be busy at the company, right? "Hello? Bo Yanchen's hoarse voice came through the line. Song Jinyuan steadied her emotions and replied, Mr. Bo, I have arrived abroad. Tomorrow, I will meet with Mike to fulfill our wager. Bo Yanchen fell silent for a moment before responding, Did you not see the message I sent you? I instructed you to return home. Song Jinyuan stood in the gentle breeze, closing her eyes to savor the moment. I did see it, but I have no intention of giving up so easily. Did Mr. Bo not say that I am quite thick-skinned? Therefore, until our wager concludes, I shall not relent. Your obstinacy will only lead to your own humiliation. That remains to be seen. As long as I can identify Mike's vulnerabilities, securing this collaboration will be a breeze for me. Mr. Bo. Once I successfully sign the contract with Mike, may I invoke the condition you promised and seek an opportunity to pursue you? Bo Yanchen. Is that all she desires? Just a chance? He had thought she would directly ask him to be her boyfriend. Why not let me be with you directly? Song Jinyuan replied with a smile, because I know that Mr. Bo does not harbor feelings for me. If I were to directly ask you to be with me, not only would I fail to win your heart, but it might even backfire. What I truly desire is an opportunity to enter your heart. To allow you to see my genuine feelings for you, and to gradually fall in love with me. Mr. Bo, I am serious about my feelings for you. Bo Yanchen sat in his office chair, his gaze drifting out the window, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke again, All right. As long as you can facilitate another collaboration between Mike and my company, I shall grant you a chance to enter my heart. Seeing her plan unfold successfully, a hint of triumph crossed Song Jinyuan's face. Mr. Bo, I won't let you down. I'm going to rest now. Good night. Bo Yanchen responded with a non-committal sound, and once Song Jinyuan had ended the call, he set his phone down. Suzhou entered with documents just in time to catch sight of Bo Yanchen sitting in his chair, wearing a serious expression while secretly smiling. He instinctively rubbed his arms. Mr. Bo's smile was oddly intimidating. The following morning, Song Jinyuan woke up early, freshened up, and specifically ordered a ginger soup for Qin Yu, leaving a note before heading to Mike's residence. According to her subordinate's investigation, Mike had recently returned to the country due to the worsening condition of his wife's illness. He had come back to care for her. Mike deeply loved his wife and would do anything for her. Thus, she aimed to rekindle his collaboration with Bo Yanchen's company, starting with his wife. Standing outside the door of the Mac residence, Song Jinyuan pressed the doorbell. And shortly thereafter, a maid appeared to answer the door. Upon seeing Song Jinyuan standing outside, she inquired in impeccable English, Who are you? With a smile, Song Jinyuan replied. My name is Song Jinyuan, and I have come specifically to treat your mistress. The maid furrowed her brow and said, Our mistress's primary physician is not you. Not now. But soon it will be, Song Jinyuan insisted. Could you kindly summon Mac for me? If he is unwilling to meet, please inform him that I go by another name, King. King? The name sounded somewhat familiar to the maid, prompting her to ask Song Jinyuan to wait a moment while she hurried upstairs to call for Mac. Upon hearing the name King, Mac dashed down the stairs at breakneck speed. When he saw Song Jinyuan, he inquired in a tone laced with skepticism, You are King? The legend of the medical field? Song Jinyuan had garnered numerous accolades and pharmaceutical patents overseas, making her well-known both domestically and internationally. However, due to her modest demeanor, very few had actually encountered her. Therefore, Mac found it hard to believe that this young woman could be the illustrious king of medicine. Maintaining a composed smile throughout, Song Jinyuan affirmed, Indeed, I am king. And how would you prove that? Mac challenged. With a confident smile, Song Jinyuan replied, My medical skills serve as the finest testament. I have heard that your wife is afflicted with leukemia and is nearing the end of her life. If I were to tell you that I could restore her health within a month and have her on her feet in 3 days, would you be willing to place your trust in me? Mike. Chapter 70, She saw things she should not have seen. What did you say? She can actually cure her? It is known that several doctors who have recently examined his wife have issued her death notices. Yet, this woman before him claims she can save her. At this moment, Mike does not care whether this woman is truly a healer. All he desires is for her to save his wife, and he chooses to believe her. Come with me. Mike beckons Song Jinyuan to his wife's room to assess her condition. At that moment, Mike's wife lies in bed, her complexion pale and appearing as though she is on the brink of death, coughing. Mike, who is this? Mike approaches his wife, embracing her. This is Miss Song, the doctor who can heal you. Miss Song, please come and examine my wife's condition. Miss Song agrees and approaches Mike's wife to conduct an examination. She appears to have deteriorated to the most critical stage. Mike, anxious, turns to Miss Song. So, is there no hope for my wife? No, there is hope. But I have conditions. Without hesitation, Mike responds to Miss Song's answer. As long as you can save my wife, I will agree to any condition you set forth. Song Jinyuan offered to throw the contract she carried with her to Mike, stating, sign this, and I will immediately attend to your wife's ailment. Mike picked up a nearby document and glanced at it, his brow furrowing upon seeing the words Bo Group emblazoned upon it. Are you affiliated with the Bo family? He inquired. With sincerity, Song Jinyuan replied, whom I am associated with is of no concern to you. All you need to know is that signing this contract will save your wife, and that is sufficient. Hearing this, Mike seized a pen and rapidly inscribed his name on the document. However, instead of returning the contract to Song Jinyuan, he stated, to ensure you do not abscond with the contract, I will only relinquish it to you once I confirm my wife's recovery. She was a person of utmost integrity. Having promised to treat Mike's wife, she would undoubtedly honor her word. Very well. I shall commence treatment for your wife, she affirmed. With the contract signed, she could now focus entirely on his wife's healing. Song Jinyuan retrieved paper and a pen from her bag, scribbling down a prescription and handing it to Mike. Have someone procure the medicine with this prescription. Mike complied, and shortly thereafter, the medicine was brought back. Observing the medication before her, Song Jinyuan began her preparations. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Qin Yu gradually regained consciousness after a night of heavy drinking. His head throbbed painfully as he surveyed his surroundings. Realizing he lay upon a foreign bed, instinctively, he lifted the covers to check his attire. Only upon confirming that his clothes remained intact did he finally exhale in relief. Awakening from his slumber, Qin Yu descended from the bed and noticed a hangover remedy and a note placed upon the table. He picked it up and perused it. Mr. Qin, you imbibed excessively last night, and I surmised you would awaken with a splitting headache. Therefore, I specifically requested the hotel to prepare a hangover remedy for you. I have departed for the contract signing. Please rest well after consuming this. Song Jinyuan. Qin Yu, upon examining the script, furrowed his brow. Why does this handwriting bear such a striking resemblance to Qin Wanwan's? Qin Yu had previously encountered Qin Wanwan's penmanship, and due to its exceptional beauty, he retained a vivid recollection of its characteristics. However, Song Jinyuan was not Qin Wanwan. Why would she possess such similar penmanship? Qin Yu dismissed the notion as an overindulgence of thought. He discarded the note and partook of the hangover remedy. Upon finishing, he dispatched a message of gratitude to Song Jinyuan, then returned to his own hotel suite to cleanse himself. Subsequently, he departed for Mike's company. The impetus for his sojourn abroad was the announcement that Mike had terminated his collaboration with the Bosher Group and was actively seeking alternative corporate alliances. This presented a propitious opportunity for his company to penetrate the overseas market. Consequently, he proactively presented himself for consideration. However, due to Mike's absence from the company, Qin Yu was compelled to await his arrival at the company's entrance. He lingered from morning until evening, yet Mike did not materialize. A security guard, taking pity on him, informed him, Sir, our employer's wife has experienced a sudden deterioration in her condition. He is currently occupied with her care at their residence. Therefore, he will not be present at the company in the near future. Should you wish to contact him, you must visit his home. Qin Yu inquired with perplexity. May I inquire as to the location of his residence? That information is not within our purview. Qin Yu. Is there any point in saying this if it's tantamount to saying nothing at all? It seems I must investigate on my own. Qin Yu made a phone call to an acquaintance abroad to inquire about the whereabouts of Mike's residence. After a considerable amount of time, he finally uncovered the precise location. Upon acquiring this information, he promptly hailed a taxi to his destination. Although the night had grown late, when Qin Yu arrived at Mike's home, the house was still ablaze with light. Standing at the entrance, he pressed the doorbell, and a maid appeared to answer the door. Whom do you seek? Feeling somewhat awkward, Qin Yu replied, I am looking for Mike. Is he at home? Yes. But who are you? I am Qin Yu, the president of the Qin Group. I have heard that Mike is seeking partners for his business. So I have come specifically to discuss a potential collaboration. If he is not yet retired for the evening, might he spare a moment to speak with me? The maid instructed Qin Yu to wait a moment while she ascended to the upper floor to see Mike. Just as Jinyuan had prepared her medicine and was about to rest, she suddenly heard the maid mention that Qin Yu had come to discuss a collaboration with Mike. She approached the window to glance outside. Indeed, it was him. Was he attempting to seize the opportunity now that Mike had announced he would no longer be collaborating with the Bo Group? Was he trying to use a partnership with Mike as a springboard to penetrate the international market? His ambition is rather considerable. Jinyuan withdrew her gaze and turned back to Mike. You have already signed the contract I provided. You cannot sign with Qin Yu as well, otherwise I shall not hold back on your wife. Mike, possessing a sense of commercial ethics, had already made his choice to collaborate with the Bo Group and would not entertain partnerships with other companies. Go inform him, Mike instructed the maid, that I have resolved to resume collaboration with the Bo Corporation. He should depart. Very well, the maid responded. After the maid had left, Jinyuan remarked with satisfaction. My medication has been successfully developed. Commencing tomorrow, I shall commence treating your wife. Having spoken, Jinyuan retired to her chamber to rest. Reclining upon her bed, she glanced at a message conveyed by Qin Yu. I extend my gratitude, Miss Song, for your hospitality last evening. Upon the culmination of your endeavors, I shall treat you to a repast as a token of my appreciation. Jinyuan reciprocated with a simple affirmation. Her gaze remained fixated upon Bo Yanchen's account, pondering why he exhibited such indifference towards the progression of their collaborative endeavors. Not a single inquiry had been posed throughout the entire day. Scarcely had Jinyuan completed her musings when a video call from Bo Yanchen materialized. In response, she promptly assumed a seated posture and answered the call. Bo, however, before Jinyuan could utter the appellation, she beheld an unanticipated spectacle. Ah! Chapter 71, a ruse of self-inflicted suffering. Bo Yanchen's cellular device, having slipped from his grasp, fortuitously initiated a video call to Jinyuan. Coincidentally, he was in the midst of ablutions preparatory to his departure. Consequently, at the precise juncture of the video connection, Jinyuan espied Bo Yanchen in a state of complete undress. Furthermore, the device was oriented directly towards his nether regions, eliciting an involuntary exclamation from Jinyuan. Ah! You scoundrel! With an abrupt tone, Jinyuan terminated the video call. Bo Yanchen, alerted by the commotion, discerned that his cellular device had been submerged in the water. He picked up his phone and gazed at the video call that Jinyuan had abruptly terminated. Awkwardly, he began to type an explanation. What just happened was, as Bo Yanchen typed, his phone began to behave erratically, seemingly due to water damage. He tapped the device and continued his message. However, just now morphed into brother. An accident transformed into isn't it very big? Frustrated with his uncooperative phone, Bo Yanchen attempted to delete the message, but it was sent prematurely. What he intended to convey was that it was an accident, but what reached Jinyuan was, brother, isn't it very big? Upon receiving this message, Jinyuan's mind went blank. A rush of crimson crept across her cheeks as she lamented, is Bo Yanchen a pervert? First, he video calls me to show me that thing, and then he sends me this message asking if it's very big. He is truly narcissistic and perverse. Suppressing her disgust, she replied curtly, yes, very big. Bo Yanchen, staring at the screen flashing in his hand, contemplated discarding the device for a new one when a message from Jinyuan arrived. Instantly, his face flushed from neck to ears. What is big? How shameless can this woman be? Feeling the heat, Bo Yanchen hastily dressed and retrieved his spare phone from the drawer to call Jinyuan. When she saw his name flashing on her screen, she instinctively considered ending the call but ultimately answered. Mr. Bo Yanchen uneasily explained. That video just now was not initiated by me. The phone tumbled to the ground and initiated a video call with you. Jinyuan. Is he truly incapable of even fabricating a plausible lie? What phone possesses the autonomy to fall and activate a video call? And even if it did, that it would precisely focus on his nether regions? Who would believe such a thing? The mere recollection of the preceding scene caused Jinyuan to blush. She hummed an acknowledgement. You disbelieve me? Jinyuan parted her lips, cleared her throat, and stated, I believe you. I would believe anything you say. Mr. Bo. For instance, if you were to assert that the previous message was sent autonomously by your phone, I would believe that as well. Bo Yanchen. You are unusually astute today. That message was, in fact, sent autonomously by the phone. Jinyuan. Does she appear to be an imbecile? Jinyuan chuckled and said, Mr. Bo, I am currently at the Mike Corporation, awaiting a meeting. I must take my leave now. With that, she terminated the call. Bo Yanchen picked up his phone and glanced at the foreign time, now late at night. Yuan was still waiting outside Mike Corporation for him to meet her? Did this woman not realize the perils of being out at night in a foreign country? Instead of remaining in her hotel room, she was waiting for Mike? Bo Yanchen dialed Jinyuan's number again, but the call went unanswered. Why was this woman not answering her phone? Bo Yanchen made several unsuccessful attempts to reach her before grabbing his car keys and heading out the door. In the car, he placed a call to Suzhou, secure a ticket to M country for me. Suzhou. What is the purpose of your sudden trip to M country, Mr. Bo? Abroad. Jinyuan wished to sleep until dawn. And after rising and completing her morning routine, she began to attend to the ailment of Mike's wife. Throughout the duration of her treatment for Mike's wife, she remained in his home, refraining from venturing elsewhere. In fact, to avoid any potential complications during the treatment, she did not even glance at her phone. Consequently, she remained oblivious to the fact that her phone had run out of battery. 3 days later, Mike's wife was now able to rise from her bed. Although still frail, her medical reports indicated that her health was steadily returning to normal. Mike expressed his profound gratitude to Jinyuan. Miss Song, I now believe you possess extraordinary abilities. You are truly remarkable. If my wife fully recovers, I am willing to collaborate with the Bo Group for a lifetime. Jinyuan modestly smiled. And as she prepared to go downstairs for a meal, Mike's phone rang. He had been by his wife's side during her treatment for the past 3 days. Thus he had not answered many calls. However, now that his wife was beginning to recover, he felt it was appropriate to take the call. Hello? Boss? President Bo Yanchen of the Bo Group has been waiting for you at the company all day. He wishes to see you. Bo Yanchen has arrived? Upon hearing those words, Jinyuan's eyes widened in surprise. Why had he come abroad? Was it a sign of his distrust in her, prompting him to personally discuss the collaboration with Mike? Mike replied to his assistant, I won't be returning to the office for the time being. If President Bo wishes to meet me, please invite him to my home. His secretary is also here. Upon hearing Mike's words, Jinyuan's eyes widened further. After he hung up the phone, she smiled at him and said, Mike. May I ask you for a favor? Of course, please go ahead. Firstly, Bo Yanchen is unaware that I am king, he only knows me as his secretary, Yuan. Therefore, could you please keep my identity a secret? Yuan? Mike pondered, realizing that she previously introduced herself as Jinyuan. This young lady appeared to possess multiple identities. He nodded, that is not an issue. Additionally, I have feelings for our President Bo, and I wish to pursue him. So, when he arrives shortly, could you assist me in staging a scenario where I appear to be suffering? I want him to see the lengths I have gone to in persuading you to sign the contract, evoking his sympathy and stirring his affections for me. Mike paused, intrigued by Jinyuan's request, and asked, I wonder how Miss Song envisions me tormenting you. For instance, I could wait outside your door, stubbornly hoping to see you for 3 days and nights. You, seeing my plight, would then consider granting me a chance to collaborate with you again. But only on the condition that I drink an entire case of wine. I would pretend to have consumed half, allowing President Bo to witness my desperate endeavor, thereby feeling compassion for me. Mike responded, Miss Song seems to genuinely have strong feelings for President Bo. Employing such a tactic as this is quite remarkable. Though she did not harbor genuine affection for Bo Yanchen, she felt compelled to express herself in such a manner to persuade Mike to cooperate. Will you assist me? Miss Song is now, in effect, his wife's savior. With her making such a heartfelt plea, how could he possibly refuse to assist? I am willing. Chapter 72, Mr. Bo. I desire you. By the time Bo Yanchen arrived at Mike's residence, evening had already descended. Upon entering, he beheld Jinyuan, his secretary, seated on the sofa, having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. Secretary Song, what exactly are you doing? He inquired. Clutching a wine bottle, Jinyuan, her face flushed, gazed at Bo Yanchen. Originally, She had intended to abstain from alcohol, but Mike had advised her to imbibe some to avoid arousing suspicion. Consequently, she had consumed an entire bottle. Initially, she had perceived the wine as relatively mild, but upon ingestion, she discovered its exceptional potency. She was, without a doubt, intoxicated. Staggering to her feet, Song Jinyuan approached Bo Yanchen, her steps unsteady. "Mr. Bo, am I not merely dreaming?" she questioned. "Why are you here?" Shaking her head in an attempt to clear her thoughts, she continued, "I must be longing for you excessively, resulting in these hallucinations." Bo Yanchen responded. "You are inebriated." Waving her hand dismissively, Song Jinyuan retorted, "Mr. Bo, you overestimate my susceptibility. I possess an unparalleled tolerance for alcohol. It is absolutely impossible for me to become intoxicated." As she spoke, Song Jinyuan leaned precariously toward Bo Yanchen. Instinctively, to prevent her from falling, Bo Yanchen extended his arm and encircled her waist. He then turned to Mike, who was seated on the sofa, and inquired, "Why did you permit my secretary to consume so much alcohol?" Mike, adhering strictly to Song Jinyuan's instructions, replied, "Mr. Bo, your secretary has been vigilantly waiting outside my residence for 3 consecutive days, braving the elements without respite. Compelled to solicit my renewed collaboration, I proposed a condition to expedite her departure, the consumption of an entire case of vodka. A proposition any rational individual would decline. However, your secretary proved to be an exception, assenting to the terms and subsequently finding herself in her current inebriated state. Is Song Yuan bereft of her senses? To reinstate the partnership with my firm, she consented to imbibe an entire case of vodka? Does she comprehend the sheer volume of such a quantity? Such recklessness in the pursuit of a contract is unfathomable." With a countenance of palpable displeasure, remarked, "I, a man, could not consume an entire case of vodka. To subject my secretary to such a trial is, I dare say, excessive." Undeterred by the accusation, responded with amusement, "Your assertion is inaccurate. I did not compel your secretary to partake in this beverage, it was a voluntary decision on her part. As she has already consumed half the quantity and appears to be reaching her limit, I shall not insist on her completing the task. As for the collaboration, her tenacity has persuaded me to renew the partnership with your company." Procured a nearby glass and extended it to. "Let us partake in a toast to commemorate our renewed alliance." Cradling's waist, retreated to the sofa. Without hesitation, he seized the glass from his hand and drained its contents. With a smile, refilled glass, "Given the infrequency of your visits to my abode and the inebriated state of your secretary, I propose you both spend the night here. In the morning, we can engage in a more thorough discussion regarding the new partnership." Surveying Song Jinyuan nestled in his arms, Bo Yanchen drained his glass and conceded, "In that case, I shall accept your hospitality. It's no imposition at all. I shall have the steward escort you and Secretary Song upstairs." Bo Yanchen nodded, cradling Song Jinyuan as he ascended to the upper floor, guided by the steward. Below, Mike observed the glass from which Bo Yanchen had imbibed, a triumphant expression gracing his features. "Miss Song, given your profound affection for President Bo, allow me to lend a hand this evening." Scarcely had Bo Yanchen carried Song Jinyuan into the room when a sudden heat surged through his veins. "What manner of liquor has Mike served me? Why such potency?" Without dwelling on it, Bo Yanchen gently placed Song Jinyuan upon the bed. Yet, as he turned to depart, she abruptly sat up, exclaiming, "I must bathe." Bo Yanchen, taken aback, could only watch as Song Jinyuan stumbled into the lavatory. Soon, the sound of rushing water filled the air. Song Jinyuan, swaying beneath the shower's cascade, murmured, "Why such oppressive heat?" A resounding thud echoed as she collapsed to the floor, the back of her head striking the tub's edge. A pained wail escaped her lips. "Ah, my head, my head. Such agony, such agony." Hearing Song Jinyuan's lamentations from beyond the door, Bo Yanchen stood unsteadily, loosening his tie. "Why such sweltering heat? Secretary Song, are you quite all right?" Seated on the floor, Song Jinyuan cried out, "President Bo, I am far from all right. I feel as though I am expiring. My head throbs as if it will explode. President Bo, I implore you, save me. Ah, it hurts." Upon hearing Song Jinyuan's lament, Bo Yanchen promptly pushed open the door to ascertain her condition. He entered to find her seated on the floor, entirely unclad. Witnessing this, he felt his ardor intensify. He divested himself of his coat and, approaching Song Jinyuan, draped it over her form before carrying her back to the bedroom. Seated beside her, Bo Yanchen inquired about her well-being. Did you just say you had a headache? Yes, it aches. Song Jinyuan, looking forlorn and wrapped in Bo Yanchen's garment, sat up and moved closer to him. President Bo, feel my head. There's an enormous lump at the back. Observing Song Jinyuan's proximity, Bo Yanchen felt his Adam's apple constrict. He averted his gaze, murmuring, why is it so sweltering? Realizing the potential consequences of his continued presence, Bo Yanchen turned to depart. However, Song Jinyuan abruptly seized his arm. President Bo, you haven't felt my head yet. You can't leave. In her inebriated state, she guided Bo Yanchen's hand to the back of her head. President Bo, can you feel it? Such a large bump. Yes. Bo Yanchen attempted to withdraw his hand. But before he could, Song Jinyuan's face loomed ever closer. President Bo, I don't know why, but you look especially handsome tonight. Song Jinyuan offered Bo Yanchen a saccharine smile. So handsome that one might want to devour you whole. With a thundering heartbeat, Bo Yanchen found himself evading Song Jinyuan's gaze, waves of heat cascading over him. His breath quickened, and just as he stood, Song Jinyuan pulled him back once more. Mr. Bo, I desire you, she declared, sealing her words with a kiss that took him by surprise. The moment their soft lips met, a surge of warmth coursed through his body. His restraint had reached its limit. Bo Yanchen clenched his fists, desperately suppressing the fervor building within him. Secretary Song. You are intoxicated. You should rest early. With that, he pushed her away. Song Jinyuan reclined on the bed, feeling inexplicably warm. She discarded the suit jacket that Bo Yanchen had draped over her and exclaimed, Mr. Bo. Are you even a man? Chapter 73, Mr. Bo. Did I perform well last night? Noticing Song Jinyuan's silence, she pressed on, even after all this, you remain unresponsive. Are you incapable? Upon hearing her words, Bo Yanchen halted, casting a shadowy gaze at her as he inquired, are you questioning my abilities? Song Jinyuan, her mind clouded by alcohol, spoke without a filter. Nodding as she sat on the bed, yes, I am indeed questioning Mr. Bo's capabilities, you are inadequate, ah. No sooner had she spoken than she found herself pinned to the bed. Bo Yanchen's restraint had reached its breaking point. Secretary Song. Tonight you shall discover whether I am capable or not. Her respiration quickened, Song Jinyuan reclined upon the bed, gazing at Bo Yanchen, who was now looming over her. She initiated an embrace, her arms encircling his neck as their lips met in a fervent kiss. A profound sense of fulfillment washed over her, filling the void within her soul. With deliberate motions, Song Jinyuan unfastened the buttons of Bo Yanchen's shirt, casting it aside onto the floor. The distinct sound of a belt buckle echoed in the room, causing a blush to creep across Song Jinyuan's countenance as she nestled closer to Bo Yanchen's form. Remarking on the coolness of his skin, the effects of the medication had fully taken hold within Bo Yanchen's system. He deftly lowered the zipper of Song Jinyuan's attire, discarding it onto the floor. The subdued light cast elongated shadows of their intertwined figures upon the walls. With fingers interlaced, Bo Yanchen and Song Jinyuan embarked on a journey that culminated in a shared moment of ecstasy. Soft moans resonated in the air as they surrendered to a night of unbridled passion, teetering on the edge of frenzy. In the aftermath, as the drug's influence waned, Bo Yanchen gazed upon the slumbering Song Jinyuan, cradled in his arms. He tenderly carried her to the lavatory, where he cleansed her with gentle care before dressing her in her garments. Only then did he return to her side, succumbing to sleep alongside her. As dawn broke, Song Jinyuan stirred, awakening to find that Bo Yanchen had already risen and departed to confer with Mike regarding their forthcoming collaboration. Alone in the bedchamber, her mind remained shrouded in a haze of intoxication. How had she returned to this room the previous night? The memories eluded her grasp. A throbbing ache pulsed within her head. Song Jinyuan sat upright, testing the resilience of her weakened limbs. Her mind remained a blank canvas. Why did her legs feel so feeble? What transpired during the night? A peculiar sensation lingered within her body, defying articulation. With a gentle twist of her neck, Song Jinyuan cast aside the covers and arose from her bed, making her way to the lavatory to perform her ablutions. Catching sight of her reflection in the mirror, Her face flushed with a rosy hue, she raised a hand to her cheek, murmuring, "I've been burning the midnight oil for 3 consecutive nights. How is it that my complexion appears so vibrant, showing no signs of sleeplessness?" "Quite the contrary, it seems rather radiant." "And why is my waist inexplicably aching? What transpired last night?" Harboring a sense of bewilderment, Song Jinyuan descended the stairs, where she found Bo Yanchen seated upon the sofa, engaged in fluent English discourse with Mike. She tapped her head lightly, recalling that Bo Yanchen had indeed arrived the previous evening, and she had even enlisted Mike's participation in a charade. Composing herself, Song Jinyuan approached Bo Yanchen with a beaming smile, greeting him with, "Good morning, President Bo." Bo Yanchen, reflecting upon the events that had unfolded between himself and Song Jinyuan the night before, felt a sense of unease. He had lost control, and now he was uncertain how to navigate the evolving dynamics between them. Indeed, he responded tersely, resuming his conversation with Mike. Mike, observing Song Jinyuan's flushed countenance, inquired, "Secretary Song, you appear to be in excellent spirits this morning. It seems you enjoyed a delightful evening last night?" Song Jinyuan, her brow furrowed with discomfort, replied, "I imbibed far too much wine last night, and upon awakening, I found myself with no recollection of the events that transpired. Furthermore, my legs feel weak and my waist aches inexplicably, as if I had been assaulted." "Mike, surely no one entered my room last night to strike me, did they?" Michael's gaze lingered subtly on Mr. Bo. "You'll have to ask Mr. Bo about that, as he was the one who escorted you back to your room last night." Sitting beside Bo Yanchen, Song Jinyuan inquired with earnestness, "Mr. Bo, you didn't happen to strike me while I was asleep last night, did you?" Bo Yanchen, "Why would I strike you for no reason?" "Indeed," Song Jinyuan mused, massaging her lower back. "You wouldn't strike me. But why do I have a sore back and weak legs?" Michael inquired with a gossipy tone, "Secretary Song, are you certain that it's just a sore back and weak legs? No other sensations elsewhere?" "Elsewhere?" Song Jinyuan paused, thoughtfully assessing. "It seems that there are no other issues." Michael playfully patted Bo Yanchen's shoulder, jesting, "It seems Mr. Bo knows how to cherish a woman." Bo Yanchen, "You seem to be privy to something." After having consumed the wine the previous night, he had sensed that something was amiss with his body. Could it be that Michael had surreptitiously added something to his drink? If so, what would be his motive? Michael raised an eyebrow. "I'm not sure I understand what Mr. Bo is implying." With that, he rose to his feet. "Now that our collaboration is concluded and Secretary Song has awakened, Mr. Bo, perhaps we should partake in breakfast together." After Michael's departure, Bo Yanchen's countenance turned subtly grim, as he harbored the suspicion that Michael was the architect of his sudden loss of control the previous night. Bo Yanchen stood and followed, joining Michael and Song Jinyuan at the dining table for breakfast. The meal was consumed with each of them harboring their own private thoughts. Following breakfast, Bian Yanqing bid farewell to Mike and returned to the hotel where Song Jinyuan was staying, accompanied by her. Upon seeing the presidential suite before him, Bian Yanqing remarked, "You seem to be quite enjoying yourself, booking a presidential suite for a business trip." Song Jinyuan felt a twinge of guilt at Bian Yanqing's inquiry. She had always preferred to stay in the finest accommodations when traveling. Initially, she thought that since Bian Yanqing would not be present, he would not suspect her identity due to her choice of suite. Yet, who could have anticipated his sudden arrival? Regaining her composure, a hint of an awkward yet polite smile graced her face as she replied, "Mr. Bian, I have never stayed in a presidential suite before. I merely wanted to try it out. After all, the company will reimburse me for the expenses, won't they?" Her question was laced with trepidation, her demeanor revealing an eagerness for Bian Yanqing to approve her reimbursement. In his presence, she was but a pauper, necessitating her to maintain this persona at all times. Bian Yanqing, devoid of any emotion, settled onto the sofa and stated, "The company only reimburses standard hotel rooms, presidential suites are not covered. Please, don't." Song Jinyuan pleaded as she approached him, resting her hand on her waist. "Mr. Bian, you cannot be so cruel to me. A night in this presidential suite costs 10,000, my salary for 3 months wouldn't suffice for a single night. Moreover, I've already stayed here for 4 days, which amounts to 40,000. Even if you sold me, I could not afford it." Suddenly, she linked her arm with Bian Yanqing's and pouted, "Mr. Bian, considering my commendable performance last night, could you please help me with the reimbursement?" Bo Yanchen responded with a hint of confusion. Pondering what she meant by her commendable performance. Chapter 74. He surprisingly did not reject her kiss. Bo Yanchen found himself involuntarily recalling the scene from last night where he had her pinned beneath him. To his surprise, she had been quite cooperative. As Song Jinyuan observed Bo Yanchen once again lost in thought, she interjected, "Mr. Bo. I nearly lost consciousness last night while negotiating the contract with Mike. If you refuse to reimburse me, that would be rather heartless." Her words gradually brought Bo Yanchen back to reality, and he fixed his gaze upon her, inquiring, "Did you truly lose consciousness?" Song Jinyuan blinked innocently. Is there any doubt about that? So, was he the only one who remembered everything that transpired between them last night? Should he disclose that they had shared a bed? Or would that make him seem opportunistic? But then again, remaining silent might not be ideal either. A headache began to gnaw at Bo Yanchen. And he sat back on the sofa, remarking, "Secretary Song, I too lost consciousness last night." Since she remembered nothing, he would feign forgetfulness as well, thus sparing them both any discomfort. However, his unexpected statement caused Song Jinyuan to furrow her brow. What did his memory lapse have to do with her request for reimbursement? With a hint of dismissiveness, she replied, "It's quite normal to lose consciousness from drinking, Mr. Bo. Let us not dwell on that. Let us resume our discussion regarding the reimbursement for the accommodation." Bo Yanchen cast a glance at her and stated firmly, "This shall not happen again." What did that even mean? Boldly, Song Jinyuan ventured a guess. "So, Mr. Bo, does this imply you are agreeing to reimburse my accommodation expenses?" "Indeed." Feigning elation, Song Jinyuan approached Bo Yanchen and bestowed a kiss upon his lips. "Director Bo, you are indeed a kind soul." Bo Yanchen was taken aback. How is it that this woman has once again kissed him without his consent? And, confoundingly, he does not find it repulsive. Has he lost his senses? His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. His hand, resting on the sofa, inadvertently encountered something. He retrieved it, casting a glance upon it, a man's necktie. Instinctively, Bo Yanchen's gaze turned towards Song Jinyuan. "Why is there a man's necktie in the room you are occupying?" Song Jinyuan immediately recognized it as Qin Yu's. To avert any misunderstanding on Bo Yanchen's part, she feigned ignorance. "Indeed, why would there be a man's necktie in my room? Could it be a relic from a previous occupant? Do you deem that plausible?" Bo Yanchen, brow furrowed, brandished the necktie. The service in a presidential suite is far more meticulous than that of an ordinary suite. Thus, this necktie is certainly not a remnant from a prior guest. Then, whose is it? Song Jinyuan inquired with an awkward smile. Bo Yanchen drew closer, encircling her in his embrace. "Ask yourself." Song Jinyuan was consumed by trepidation, yet she could not betray her unease. She endeavored to maintain a facade of composure. "Director Bo, questioning me is futile, for I am unaware of the necktie's provenance. After all, I had been at the Mac residence for the past 3 days." Bo Yanchen's penetrating gaze bore into Song Jinyuan. "Yet, upon your initial arrival abroad, you were not at the Mac residence. You were at the hotel. Secretary Song, be candid with me. Have you been utilizing company funds to procure the services of a man?" Song Jinyuan blinked playfully, feigning annoyance. "Mr. Bo, do you truly believe that I have reached such a state of desire that I would resort to hiring men? With my looks, if I merely stepped outside, men would undoubtedly approach me. Do you genuinely think I would pay for a man to fulfill my needs? Then you are admitting that on your first day at the hotel, you slept with a man?" Song Jinyuan was taken aback. What kind of twisted logic was Bo Yanchen employing? Her previous statement was intended to convey that she had never paid for a man, not to imply that she had been intimate with one. "Mr. Bo, whether you believe it or not, I have never sought the company of men. I truly have no idea how this tie ended up in my room." After a brief pause, an epiphany struck her. "Hold on, Mr. Bo. Why are you suddenly so concerned about whether I have hired a man? Could it be that you have developed feelings for me?" At her words, Bo Yanchen averted his gaze, visibly uncomfortable. He discarded the tie in his hand and rose to his feet. "Secretary Song, from whom did you learn this self-indulgent behavior? How could I possibly have feelings for you? Furthermore, my concern was not for your romantic pursuits, but rather to avoid reimbursing such expenses. Pack your things and return home." With that, Bo Yanchen left the room under Song Jinyuan's speechless gaze. How could he be so exasperating? She had clearly stated that she had not used his money to hire men, yet he remained unconvinced. Approaching her suitcase, Song Jinyuan organized her belongings, took the tie left by Qin Yu, and exited the hotel room. When she descended, Bo Yanchen had already settled the accommodation fees for the past few days. Mr. Bo. I have packed my luggage, we can return to our country now. Bo Yanchen set off for the airport with Song Jinyuan, and as they boarded the plane, they encountered Qin Yu. Initially, Qin Yu did not notice Song Jinyuan, but he recognized Bo Yanchen walking ahead and approached him with a greeting, Mr. Bo. What a coincidence to meet you here. Bo Yanchen placed Song Jinyuan's luggage in the overhead compartment and cast a cold glance at Qin Yu, who was attempting to engage him. If possible, I would prefer not to encounter you here, your presence has soured the atmosphere on this aircraft. In the future, please refrain from initiating conversation when you see me. He had no desire to engage further with a scoundrel. At Bo Yanchen's words, Qin Yu felt an unprecedented embarrassment. He returned to his seat, only to find that it was positioned right next to Bo Yanchen's. Bo Yanchen did not spare him a second glance, as he was now searching for Song Jinyuan. Where had that woman gone? She had just been behind him a moment ago. Taking advantage of the fact that the plane had yet to take off, Bo Yanchen retrieved his phone and dialed Song Jinyuan. Secretary Song, where have you run off to? Hiding in the restroom, Song Jinyuan replied, Mr. Bo, I have a stomachache and am currently in the restroom. Please do not concern yourself with me. I will be there shortly. Bo Yanchen simply acknowledged her with a sound, hung up the phone, and awaited her return in his seat. After waiting for over an hour without sight of Song Jinyuan, Bo Yanchen began to feel a sense of concern. He decided to search for her in the restroom. Upon arriving at the entrance of the first-class restroom, he raised his hand and knocked on the door, calling out, Secretary Song, are you in there? Receiving no reply, Bo Yanchen resolved to ask a flight attendant to open the door for him. As he approached the section for flight attendants, he spotted Song Jinyuan engaged in cheerful conversation with a male attendant. Suddenly, the plane began to experience turbulence, causing Song Jinyuan to fall into the attendant's embrace. Bo Yanchen exclaimed, Song Yuan. Chapter 75, The launch of Huan Yan. Clutching the attendant's waist, Song Jinyuan turned to face Bo Yanchen, whose furious gaze pierced through her. Once the turbulence subsided, she straightened herself and said, Mr. Bo, what brings you here? Am I interrupting a romantic exchange between you and your charming companion? Bo Yanchen's sarcastic remark struck Song Jinyuan as somewhat amusing. Had she truly been flirting with the attendant? In reality, she was merely trying to avoid the awkwardness of being sandwiched between Bo Yanchen and Qin Yu in her own seat, and was discussing a seat change with the attendant. Since she was seeking a favor, she had been playful with him. Of course, the attendant was quite handsome, fitting perfectly within her aesthetic preferences, long legs, a sculpted physique, and youthful charm. Were it not for her current disinterest in pursuing any romantic entanglements, she would undoubtedly have flirted with such a fine specimen. Regaining her composure, Song Jinyuan walked over to Bo Yanchen and said, Mr. Bo, you have misunderstood. My heart and mind are solely occupied by you. How could I ever entertain thoughts of romance with another man behind your back? Do you truly believe I would place my trust in a woman as mendacious as you? Mr. Bo retorted acrimoniously, pivoting on his heel and retreating to his seat, leaving Miss Song standing there. Miss Song, visibly disconcerted, offered the flight attendant a perfunctory farewell. She then hastily returned to Mr. Bo's side. Noticing Mr. Qin slumbering beside him, she gingerly retrieved a blanket, draping it over their heads. Mr. Bo inquired, What exactly do you think you're doing? Just as Mr. Bo moved to remove the blanket, Miss Song leaned in and pressed a kiss to his lips, using the blanket as a screen to express her affections. After the kiss, she whispered, Mr. Bo, I beseech you to believe me, my affections lie solely with you. I have no connection whatsoever with that flight attendant. I swear it. Mr. Bo pulled the blanket down, his gaze icy as he commanded, Keep your distance. Miss Song, her eyes sparkling with mischief, surreptitiously watched him. Sensing Mr. Qin stirring, she quickly concealed her head once more. Good night, Mr. Bo, she murmured. Mr. Bo muttered to himself. The audacity of this heartless woman. To think she can simply fall asleep now. Having bid Mr. Bo good night, Miss Song rested her head and drifted off to sleep. 20 hours later, the aircraft touched down at Kyoto International Airport. Only after Mr. Qin disembarked did Miss Song follow Mr. Bo off the plane. Emerging from the VIP passage, the duo proceeded directly to the basement. Mr. Bo graciously stowed Miss Song's luggage before driving her back to the apartment. En route, Miss Song Radiant with delight, inquired from the passenger seat, now that your collaboration with Mike is finalized, Mr. Bo, shouldn't you honor the condition you agreed to? Mr. Bo, gripping the steering wheel, responded, I shall grant you the opportunity to court me. However, whether you succeed in winning my affections rests solely on your capabilities. Emboldened by Mr. Bo's declaration, Miss Song felt liberated to pursue him without reservation. With his consent secured, she was confident in her ability to captivate his heart. Mr. Bo, she proclaimed, I am determined to win you over and make you my boyfriend. Having spoken her resolve, Miss Song reclined against the window, gazing at the passing scenery. Her attention was inadvertently drawn to an advertisement displayed on an outdoor screen, piquing her interest upon hearing the words Yuan Yuan. Could this be the name of Qin Wanwan's beauty salon? Had Qin Wanwan resorted to enlisting a celebrity endorsement to salvage her struggling business? It seemed she was sparing no expense. Securing such a prominent figure must have cost a considerable sum. It appeared that Qin Yu was still willing to lavish funds upon her. Had their relationship not yet soured? Promptly, Miss Song messaged her subordinate, inquiring, what has Qin Wanwan been up to during my absence abroad? The subordinate swiftly replied, in an attempt to reclaim business from the young lady's establishment. She recently persuaded Qin Yu's mother to invest in the development of a skincare product named Yuan Yuan, in order to ensure that this skincare product gains recognition among online users. A popular first-line female celebrity was specially invited to endorse it. Currently, the rejuvenating skincare line is in high demand and has already sold out in the market. Upon reading the message sent by her subordinate, Song Jinyuan smiled, realizing she had underestimated Yuan Yuan. How much has she earned? Song Jinyuan inquired. The net profit is approximately several tens of millions, and the sales of her products are still on the rise. It is expected to surpass 100 million soon. Her subordinate replied. Is there any issue with the skincare products developed by her company? Song Jinyuan asked. I sent the product for testing as soon as it was launched. And the ingredients are pristine, with no issues whatsoever, the subordinate assured her. If that were the case, her attempts to undermine Yuan Yuan through her newly launched skincare line would be futile. She needed to contemplate her next move against Yuan Yuan carefully. Song Jinyuan messaged her subordinate, keep a close watch on Yuan Yuan, inform me immediately of any developments. Also, she recalled the spokesperson she had just seen, please investigate whether there are any issues with the celebrity endorsing Yuan Yuan's products. Since she could not take action against Yuan Yuan's skincare line, she would target her spokesperson instead. If the spokesperson were to encounter problems, would Yuan Yuan still be able to sell her products effectively? After concluding the conversation with her subordinate, Song Jinyuan discreetly observed Bo Yanchen, who was engaged in a phone call while driving. He spoke fluent English on the other end, his voice husky and deep, exuding an alluring charm that captivated her. Unbeknownst to her, she became entranced by his words. Even after Bo Yanchen concluded his phone call, Song Jinyuan remained in a daze. Bo Yanchen parked the car in the apartment building's parking lot and instructed, let's disembark. Startled back to reality by Bo Yanchen's directive, Song Jinyuan remarked with a touch of embarrassment, Director Bo, your voice is truly melodious. Bo Yanchen responded. Consider today a respite, return to the office tomorrow. Bo Yanchen retrieved Song Jinyuan's suitcase from the trunk, then entered the car and departed. Song Jinyuan glanced at her phone, noting the late hour. Bo Yanchen had returned her to her apartment before heading back to work. He seemed to be a veritable workaholic. Song Jinyuan wheeled her suitcase into her apartment, where she found Ran meticulously applying makeup. Inquisitively, Song Jinyuan asked, Ran, are you preparing for a rendezvous with such elaborate preparations? Upon seeing Song Jinyuan's return, Ran gleefully pulled her to the bedside, exclaiming, Little Yuan, your timing is impeccable. Accompany me to a bar tonight, won't you? Chapter 76, Director Bo. You occupy my entire gaze. Having just returned to the country, Song Jinyuan desired only to adjust to the time difference, not to socialize. Ran, if you wish to visit a bar, please do so on your own. For some reason, I feel fatigued after this business trip. Hearing Song Jinyuan's expression of weariness, Ran inquired with curiosity, Little Yuan, typically, when a woman experiences such fatigue, it is due to amorous encounters. Confide in me, did you have a romantic escapade abroad? What dalliances? What sleeping with men? Ran was merely fabricating and surmising. Ran, cease your conjecture. I've had no amorous encounters abroad, and certainly no intimate relations with any man. Truly? Amren, dubious, scrutinized Song Jinyuan before her. Are you certain? You are my confidant. Were I to have a romantic escapade, I would inform you forthwith. I would never deceive you. Seemingly plausible, Amren ceased her suspicion of Song Jinyuan. She seized a black slip dress from the side and gestured with it before her. Since our dear Yuan has had no foreign flings, why not join me for a night of adventure at the bar this evening? It is rumored that a plethora of handsome men, each resembling a male model, have graced this newly opened Kyoto bar. Their physiques are so captivating that one could drool. Would it not be a pity if you did not accompany me to behold them? Song Jinyuan was suddenly intrigued. What woman does not relish the sight of handsome, well-built men? Song Jinyuan took the slip dress from Amren's grasp. I shall go. As night descended, the newly inaugurated fire-flushed bar in Kyoto was a hub of vivacity. Upon entry, the deafening music propelled the emotions of all present to a fever pitch. Wow! A group of men, bare-chested, were performing chair dances before a throng of women, their screams reverberating throughout the bar. Song Jinyuan and Amren, standing amidst the crowd, beheld the scene, and her eyes sparkled. The proprietor of this establishment understands how to attract female patrons. These men do indeed resemble male models. Each man possessed a chiseled eight-pack, their faces strikingly handsome, as if they had stepped out from the pages of a comic book. They engaged with the female patrons below, and one dancing gentleman seized Amren's hand, guiding it to glide across his sculpted abdomen. Ah! Amren nearly fainted from excitement, while Song Jinyuan, witnessing this scene, felt an unexpected wave of embarrassment. Could Amren not exhibit a modicum of restraint? Just as Song Jinyuan pondered this, a man grasped her hand, urging her to feel his well-defined chest muscles. It was her first experience of such intimacy, and her cheeks flushed crimson. His chest was warm to the touch. As she attempted to retract her hand, the man leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Do you dance?" Swallowing hard, Song Jinyuan replied, "Yes." "Then dance with us." Thus, she was drawn onto the stage, where she was seated, surrounded by 9 men who began to dance around her. The sight of their swaying bodies was almost too much for her to bear. Meanwhile, upstairs, Fu Xishan clinked glasses with Bo Yanchen amidst the shrieks of women below. "Yanchen, my bar is quite the success, isn't it? Look at those ladies, nearly swooning over the male models I've hired. I dare say tonight's profits will be extraordinary." After speaking, he raised his glass in a toast to Bo Yanchen, who remained fixated on Song Jinyuan dancing with the group of male models. Fu Xishan remarked, "That woman dancing with the male models looks rather familiar. I feel as though I've seen her somewhere before." As Fu Xishan was about to finish his sentence, Bo Yanchen abruptly hurled his wine glass down towards the stage below. The sudden crash of the glass drew the attention of the male models dancing on stage, who simultaneously glanced up. After throwing the glass, Bo Yanchen returned to his seat on the sofa, leaving Fu Xishan standing alone at the railing. Embarrassed, he addressed the male models below, saying, "My apologies, I slipped." Following that, Fu Xishan joined Bo Yanchen at his side, remarking, "Yanchen, are you aware that throwing objects from a height is perilous? Did I just strike someone?" Fu Xishan received a curt reply, "Not exactly, but your actions were improper. Is it appropriate to invite such distasteful men to dance below, deliberately enticing customers?" Fu Xishan retorted, "Have you taken leave of your senses this evening? What have I done to provoke you?" Without uttering a word, Bo Yanchen stood up and departed from Fu Xishan's sight. Fu Xishan was left bewildered. It was evident that Bo Yanchen was not himself tonight. Meanwhile, below, Song Jinyuan seized the opportunity during the men's break to dash off the stage. Although the men were undeniably handsome, she found their suggestive poses and exaggerated movements somewhat off-putting. Therefore, she decided to leave the privilege of dancing with them to other women, like her friend Ran. "Ah! So handsome! So handsome!" Song Jinyuan observed as Ran squealed in excitement, feeling embarrassed. She instinctively stepped aside and inadvertently spotted Bo Yanchen exiting the bar. Her brow furrowed in confusion. What was Bo Yanchen doing here? Leaning in close to Ran, Song Jinyuan declared, "Ran, I just saw Bo Yanchen. I'm going to pursue him, you enjoy yourself here." Ran nodded and waved, signaling her to proceed. Upon exiting, Song Jinyuan found Bo Yanchen standing by the bar's entrance, smoking. The haze of smoke partially obscured his handsome features. Song Jinyuan approached and snatched the cigarette from his hand, tossing it to the ground and extinguishing it. President Bo, smoking is detrimental to your health. You should indulge less. Bo Yanchen exhaled a plume of smoke, loosened his tie, and regarded her. Wasn't Secretary Song dancing with those men inside the bar? What brings you out here? Interpreting Bo Yanchen's words, he had witnessed her dancing with those men? That's not accurate, President Bo, don't falsely accuse me. I wasn't dancing with them. At most, I was seated, observing them dance before me. Frankly, it was rather greasy, I didn't enjoy it. As she spoke, Song Jinyuan instinctively moved closer to Bo Yanchen. I much prefer a mature and composed man like President Bo. Bo Yanchen scoffed. Then abruptly reached out and pinched Song Jinyuan's chin. Do you believe I would find your words credible? If she genuinely fancied him, she wouldn't be visiting Fu Shishan's bar late at night. She couldn't even control her own impulses, so how could she speak of affection for him? As Bo Yanchen prepared to release her, Song Jinyuan grasped his tie, compelling him to lean down until they were face to face. If President Bo doubts me, then gaze intently into my eyes. They are currently filled entirely with you. Chapter 77, a fluttering heart as Bo Yanchen turned his gaze towards Song Jinyuan. She gently placed her lips upon his. Just as she was about to withdraw, he took the initiative, parting her lips and engaging in a deeper embrace. A soft sound escaped Song Jinyuan as Bo Yanchen held her against the wall, intensifying the kiss. Guided by him, a strange sense of familiarity caused her to furrow her brow. Had she and Bo Yanchen shared a kiss like this before? After a moment, they parted. Song Jinyuan's lips were flushed from his kiss, appearing incredibly alluring. Her face flushed with shyness, she asked, Mr. Bo, were you initiating the kiss just now? Tit for tat, he replied. Song Jinyuan blinked, puzzled by his response. Bo Yanchen raised his hand, placing it beside her ear as he leaned in, creating a sense of pressure. You kissed me first, so I had to return the favor to keep things fair, wouldn't you agree? So, his sudden kiss was merely a matter of fairness? She had thought he might have been moved by her, unable to resist responding. It seemed she had been mistaken. Song Jinyuan touched her lips, biting them slightly. Mr. Bo, it's getting late. Since we've run into each other here, would you like to grab a late-night snack together? And then perhaps we could head home together? I do not have a fondness for late-night snacks. With his rejection, Bo Yanchen straightened up and turned towards his car. At the moment the car door swung open, Song Jinyuan boldly declared, Mr. Bo, when I kissed you just now, I noticed a hint of alcohol on your lips. Since I haven't had a drink at the bar today, how about you let me take you home after our late-night snack? Bo Yanchen remained silent, pondering how she had discerned the taste of his lips during their kiss, a detail she seemed to savor with great attentiveness. He tossed the keys from his pocket into Song Jinyuan's hand and settled into the back seat, awaiting her to drive him home. Song Jinyuan thought to herself. Is he truly treating me as a chauffeur, sitting in the rear? With a muttered complaint, she climbed into the driver's seat and drove them back to the apartment. Upon parking, before she could call out to Bo Yanchen, he had already opened the car door and exited. Hurry up, Mr. Bo, she called, hastily locking the car and following him. Just as she took a couple of steps, an unexpected warmth surged through her, causing her to awkwardly clench her legs together. Oh no, her monthly visitor had arrived. Feeling flustered, she entered the elevator and handed the car keys to Bo Yanchen, saying, Mr. Bo, your keys. He accepted them and noticed her continued discomfort, though he refrained from probing further. It wasn't until the elevator reached the ground floor and a group of people entered that he sensed something amiss. Observing her hand fidgeting at her back, he seemed to piece together the situation. In a gesture of concern, Bo Yanchen removed his suit jacket and wrapped it around her waist, drawing the gaze of those around them. Song Jinyuan felt her heart race at his considerate action. Her heart was palpitating rapidly, and a blush was quickly suffusing her face. She felt acutely embarrassed that Bo Yanchen had witnessed such a mortifying moment. Why did her period have to commence now of all times? Song Jinyuan lowered her gaze, murmuring a thank you to Bo Yanchen. As soon as the elevator doors parted, she hastened back to her apartment. Bo Yanchen had inadvertently noticed the bloodstains trickling down her leg. Unfamiliar with menstruation, his brow furrowed even more deeply than before upon seeing the blood on Song Jinyuan's leg. Upon returning home, Song Jinyuan immediately took a shower and changed her sanitary napkin. Emerging from the bathroom, she noticed the suit jacket resting on her bed. Recollecting the scene in the elevator, another blush blossomed across her face. It was truly unexpected that this irksome fellow possessed such a considerate side. Song Jinyuan picked up the suit jacket, rode the elevator upstairs, and knocked on the door. Bo Yanchen, clad in a towel, opened the door from within. "What brings you here?" Song Jinyuan held out the suit jacket. "I've come to return your jacket, Mr. Bo." Bo Yanchen reached out to receive it. Noticing Song Jinyuan's pallid complexion, he inquired, "I noticed blood on your leg earlier. It seemed quite profuse. Are you certain you don't require a visit to the hospital?" Song Jinyuan stammered, meeting Bo Yanchen's earnest gaze. I'm just. Mr. Bo, it's just my period. It's perfectly normal. There's no need for a hospital visit. You needn't worry." Assuming a serious demeanor once more, Mr. Bo stated, "My concern was not for you, rather. I was intrigued as to why you have not sought medical attention despite the significant blood loss." Miss Song retorted, "Mr. Bo, I presume you would also advise your former paramours to seek medical assistance during their menstrual cycles?" Mr. Bo furrowed his brow and replied, "I have never had a paramour." Miss Song was astonished to discover that Mr. Bo, having lived for over 2 decades, had never been romantically involved. His romantic history was remarkably unblemished, much like her own. With the exception of her involvement with Qin Yu. Miss Song, while massaging her discomforted abdomen, stated, "If Mr. Bo is so intrigued as to why I have not sought medical attention for my blood loss, I suggest he consult the internet. I am feeling unwell and shall retire for the evening. Good night." Mr. Bo experiencing discomfort? Why the unease during menstruation? Mr. Bo closed the door and returned to his chambers to rest. However, upon closing his eyes, his mind was inundated with images of Miss Song massaging her abdomen. He retrieved his mobile device and researched the effects of menstruation on women. After completing his research, he donned his attire and proceeded to the pharmacy, where he acquired a plethora of items, including brown sugar, uterine warming patches, ginger foot patches, and analgesics. Following his visit to the pharmacy, Mr. Bo proceeded to the supermarket, where he procured a thermos and an assortment of feminine hygiene products. He, being unaware of Ms. Song's preferred brand, acquired a variety of options. During the checkout process, the cashier regarded him with a peculiar gaze. Disconcerted, Bo Yanchen employed a cough to mitigate the awkwardness of the moment. After procuring the items, he carried the copious load back to his abode. He prepared brown sugar water before descending to knock on Song Jinyuan's door. Song Jinyuan, shielding her countenance, opened the door to find Bo Yanchen laden with numerous items. "President Bo, what brings you here?" Visibly uneasy, Bo Yanchen thrust the 2 bulging bags into Song Jinyuan's arms. "The supermarket had a promotion today, buy one get one free on everything. I couldn't possibly use 2 of each item myself, so I thought I'd give you one." Upon hearing this, Song Jinyuan's gaze intensified. "President Bo, what would you possibly do with dozens of sanitary napkin packages?" Bo Yanchen. Chapter 78, Confrontation. Bo Yanchen frowned in vexation. Before he could respond, Song Jinyuan rose on her toes and brushed a kiss upon his cheek. "Thank you, President Bo. These items," she mused, "must have been purchased specifically for her." The bags contained feminine products, but he feigned a casual excuse to conceal his considerate gesture. His bashful demeanor was rather endearing. "Good night, Bo Yanchen." As the door closed, Bo Yanchen remained in a daze, still reeling from the kiss. From whom had this woman learned to be so liberal with her affections? He returned to his apartment, while Song Jinyuan began to examine the items he had provided. Upon discovering a pink thermos inside, she retrieved it and opened the lid, revealing a concoction of brewed brown sugar water. Sitting on the bed, Song Jinyuan began to sip the sweet beverage. She picked up her phone from the side and snapped a selfie with the thermos, sending it to Bo Yanchen. "Mr. Bo, the brown sugar water you prepared is truly delightful." Bo Yanchen lay on his bed, gazing at the photograph that Song Jinyuan had sent him. As he continued to look, he found himself clicking to save the image. Uncomfortable with his own actions, he tossed his phone aside and reclined on the bed to rest. "What business do I have admiring Song Yuan's picture? I must be out of my mind," he mused to himself before finally closing his eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Yu had just disembarked from his flight and intended to return to his apartment to seek out Yuan Yuan. However, upon arriving at the base of the apartment building, he suddenly found himself lacking the courage to confront the truth. Thus, He deliberately sought solace in intoxication before dragging his luggage back to the apartment. Now, the night had deepened, and Yuan Yuan was resting in her room when Qin Yu forcefully pushed open the door. Spotting Yuan Yuan lying on the bed, he approached her side and demanded, "Get up and talk with me." Awakened by the commotion, Yuan Yuan blinked at the figure standing beside her bed, sitting up with sleepy eyes to inquire, "You? Weren't you on a business trip abroad? What brings you back so suddenly, and in such a state of drunkenness?" Qin Yu swayed slightly, fixing his gaze on Yuan Yuan. "If I weren't inebriated, how could I possibly confront your sordid past? Yuan Yuan, I know everything now. I am fully aware." As Qin Yu uttered those words, Yuan Wanwan's pupils dilated incrementally. She instinctively tugged at the bedsheet, inquiring, "You, what do you know?" "Naturally, I am cognizant of everything you did abroad." Upon hearing Qin Yu's declaration, Yuan Wanwan clutched the bedsheet. How could Qin Yu be privy to her sojourn overseas? Could it be that his recent trip abroad was not for business, but rather a deliberate investigation into her affairs? And why would he suddenly scrutinize her? Yuan Wanwan nervously questioned, Are you investigating me?" "Nay, I did not investigate you. I merely encountered your former acquaintances abroad. And from their lips, I gleaned your sordid past. Yuan Wanwan, did you once profess that I was the man you cherished most? That your virginity was mine to possess? Yet, the narratives I hear diverge entirely from your account. Your virginity was never mine to claim, you bestowed it upon a multitude of men. Nor am I the object of your deepest affection, for you harbor love for many. You are a woman of unparalleled defilement, whose memory fills me with revulsion." Qin Yu roared, his forehead veins throbbing. He reached out, seizing Yuan Wanwan's garment, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Yuan Wanwan, look into my eyes and answer me, why did you deceive me? Was it merely because you grew weary of your escapades abroad, and sought me out upon your return to be your unsuspecting dupe?" Yuan Wanwan met Qin Yu's eyes, which seemed to harbor a murderous intent. And she was overcome with terror. I had no friends abroad. Therefore, the tales your so-called acquaintances shared with you about me are entirely fabricated. Disregard their assertions, they are unjustly accusing me. Ah? Pray, enlighten me as to why they would seek to malign you." Clasping Qin Yu's hand in her own, Yuan Wanwan declared, "It is plausible that they once courted me, only to be spurned due to my affection for you. Consequently, they harbored resentment, and upon encountering you abroad, they seized the opportunity to fabricate falsehoods and cast aspersions upon my character. Your understanding of my true nature should transcend their calumnies. I implore you, do not lend credence to their fabrications, they are devoid of truth." Had Qin Yu not been a direct witness to Yuan Wanwan's performance as a striptease artist and her intimate encounters with other men through video evidence, he might have been swayed by her words. Overwhelmed by a surge of anger, Qin Yu seized Yuan Wanwan by the throat. "If their claims are indeed spurious, then what explanation can you offer for the video evidence they presented, depicting your lascivious dance and your pursuit of pleasure in bars? Yuan Wanwan, I am not one to unjustly accuse another without substantiating evidence. Why, then, do you persist in withholding the truth from me, even now? Must I expend funds to acquire the incriminating video from that man and display it before your very eyes to compel you to acknowledge your sordid past?" Yuan Wanwan had presumed that Qin Yu had merely gleaned hearsay regarding her past. However, to her dismay, he had evidently viewed the video evidence. Had she foreseen this day, she would have refrained from indulging in such extravagant behavior. Despite her vexation, Yuan Wanwan harbored no regrets, for her time abroad had been filled with unadulterated joy. Had circumstances not compelled her departure, she would not have sought out Qin Yu in their homeland. Under the penetrating gaze of Qin Yu, Yuan Wanwan's tears flowed swiftly as she reacted. You have referred to my past as sordid, why then do you persist in bringing it up time and again? Only to wound my heart? Yes, I have participated in the actions you speak of, but I did not do so willingly, I was deceived into it. When my family fell into bankruptcy, I arrived in a foreign land with nothing. In my desperation to find work, I was ensnared and drugged, resulting in the recording of an indecent video. They coerced me with that footage, compelling me to engage in actions I find disgraceful. When I attempted to resist, they injected me with drugs, forcing me into submission, leading me to dance in bars and seduce those men." As Yuan Wanwan reached this point, her voice crescendoed, and she unleashed a heart-wrenching roar before Qin Yu. "Do you even comprehend, the tremendous effort I exerted to escape abroad and return to your side? I am aware of my tainted body and realize that a woman like me does not deserve someone as wonderful as you. Yet, I hold feelings for you. Which is why I concealed these truths. I apologize, Yu, for having sullied your heart and body. If you wish to part ways because of this, I shall not contest it. But please, believe me, my feelings for you are genuine. Chapter 79, provoking him after listening to Qin Wanwan's heartfelt confession. Qin Yu gradually regained his composure. He sat on the bed, absorbing the sound of her anguished cries, and inquired softly. Is it true that you were deceived into those actions? In a tone of faint grievance, Yuan Yuan responded, if Yu does not believe me, you may verify for yourself to see whether I have lied to you. As long as Qin Yu conducts his investigation with everything properly arranged. Even if what I just claimed is false, it could still manifest as truth. Yuan Yuan pretended to be aggrieved before Qin Yu, employing a strategy of retreat to advance her position, urging him to delve into her tragic past. Upon completion of his inquiry, he would likely feel pity for himself and refrain from pursuing a breakup. Furthermore, even if he chose to ignore these matters and insisted on parting ways, she possessed the means to retain him. Since Qin Yu was the man she had chosen, as long as she was unwilling to let him go, he would find it impossible to leave her side. Qin Yu, feeling a headache coming on, remarked, I am uncertain whether I should trust what you are saying right now. I wish to be alone for a while, please refrain from disturbing me in the near future. Very well, I shall wait for Yu to seek me out. Yuan Yuan gazed at Qin Yu with deep affection, but as soon as he exited the room, her smile vanished without a trace. Who could it be that betrayed her abroad? That individual had better not be found by her, otherwise, she would ensure he regretted his actions. In the early morning, Jinyuan set off early for the Bo group. She purchased 2 breakfasts from a street vendor, delivering one to Bo Yanchen's office while keeping the other for herself. Upon her arrival, Bo Yanchen had yet to come in, so Jinyuan sat alone in her office area, enjoying her youtiao and soy milk while perusing the celebrity profiles sent by her subordinates. I always knew that those who navigate the entertainment industry are seldom untainted. Jinyuan licked her lips and leaned back in her office chair, issuing commands to her subordinates, eliminate her. Understood, they replied. After sending the message, she noticed a text from Jinyuan, is everything going smoothly for you, little sister? She replied instantly, everything is going splendidly, fifth brother, no need to worry. Jinyuan responded, if everything were truly smooth, it wouldn't have taken this long for him to feel even the slightest affection for you. Jinyuan retorted. Fifth brother, are you certain you're messaging me out of concern rather than to pierce my heart? Jinyuan replied, little sister, you are unjustly accusing me. I reached out today specifically to assist you. Do you know the best way to ascertain whether a man truly likes you? What is it? She inquired. It is to provoke him. Recently, I told Yanchen that I have feelings for you and intend to pursue you. At that time, he didn't react, thinking I was jesting. However, if I genuinely begin to pursue you, you will soon discover how he truly feels about you. Jinyuan remarked, I never imagined that you, a lifelong singleton, would offer such advice. Fifth brother, you truly have opened my eyes. Jinyuan teased, is it my turn to be wounded by your words now? As Jinyuan contemplated her response, Bo Yanchen approached her. She set her phone down, stood up, and greeted him with a smile, good morning, Mr. Bo. Bynchn nodded, not even deigning to cast an additional glance at Jinyuan, and proceeded directly into the office. Jinyuan slowly lowered her raised hand. Why was Bynchn so aloof today, acting as if he couldn't be bothered with her? Ding dong. Jinyuan's message resurfaced on her phone, little sister, I'm taking you out for billiards tonight. I'll invite Yanchen to provoke him. Just wait and see the spectacle that unfolds. See the spectacle? Jinyuan replied with an enthusiastic affirmation, stowed her phone, and headed to Bynch's office. Upon entering, she observed him discarding the breakfast on his desk into the trash can. Jinyuan expressed her displeasure, President B, even if you dislike the breakfast I brought you, you shouldn't waste it by throwing it in the trash. Should you? Bynchn. Was it from her? He had assumed it was a gift from someone else in the company. Bynchn composed his countenance, I've already eaten. That's still no excuse for your wastefulness. Bynchn. Leave. Jinyuan was considerably displeased with Bynch's sudden coldness. Under his gaze, she turned and returned to her workspace, where she busied herself with work while muttering under her breath. So considerate and attentive last night, yet indifferent and dismissive today, what occur? Inside the office, Bynchen stared at the breakfast in the trash can. After a moment's hesitation, he reached in and retrieved it. Noticing the untainted bag inside, he murmured to himself, it shouldn't be soiled, it's still edible. Bo Yanchen retrieved some fried dough sticks and half a bowl of soy milk, indulging in his meal. Midway through, he discarded the fried dough, questioning, why should I consume such things? In an attempt to toss it away, he ultimately succumbed and finished it. Just as he completed his meal, a call from Song Jingchen came through. Yanchen, would you like to join me for a few rounds of billiards this evening? Feeling irritable and seeking an outlet for his frustrations, Bo Yanchen agreed. Excellent. Upon his consent, Song Jingchen immediately relayed the news to Song Jinyuan. Upon hearing this, she prepared to adorn herself beautifully for the night, eager to provoke Bo Yanchen. She was skeptical. She wondered how Bo Yanchen would react upon seeing her and his fifth brother engaged in a game of billiards. As night fell and the city lights illuminated the surroundings, Song Jinyuan, having completed her makeup, arrived early at the billiard hall. By the time she arrived, Song Jingchen was already engrossed in a game, executing a perfect shot. Driven by excitement, Song Jinyuan approached him, exclaiming, "Fifth brother, let me have a turn." Upon hearing her address, Song Jingchen instinctively glanced behind her for Bo Yanchen. And upon realizing he was absent, he breathed a sigh of relief. He raised a finger and playfully poked Song Jinyuan's forehead, asserting, "Little sister, from this moment forth, do not call me fifth brother, refer to me as Mr. Song." Song Jinyuan complied, replying sweetly, "Understood, Mr. Song. May I have the pleasure of playing a round of billiards?" "You may play, but only under my direct instruction." "But I already know how." Seizing Song Jinyuan's hand, Song Jingchen positioned himself behind her and whispered into her ear, "Even if you possess the skill, feign ignorance. Only then can I guide you intimately and provoke Yanchen." Song Jinyuan comprehended Song Jingchen's intent instantly. "Understood, Mr. Song," she replied, with evident satisfaction. Song Jingchen directed Song Jinyuan to bend over, instructing her in the art of billiards. It was at this moment that Bo Yanchen arrived, his gaze falling upon the scene. Chapter 80, Get Off Me. It appears my arrival is inopportune, Bo Yanchen's voice cut through the air, disrupting Song Jinyuan and Song Jingchen. Their gazes converged upon him simultaneously. Releasing Song Jinyuan, Song Jingchen approached Bo Yanchen, standing beside him. "Yanchen, you've arrived? I was merely instructing Secretary Song in the nuances of billiards. Since you're here, perhaps you'd care to join us?" Bo Yanchen maintained an impassive countenance throughout, his gaze fixed upon Song Jinyuan as he inquired, "What is she doing here?" Song Jingchen chuckled, "Are you not feigning ignorance? Have you forgotten my words to you on May 20th? I declared my intention to pursue her, and I am currently doing so." He was indeed serious? Bo Yanchen had dismissed it as a jest. Bo Yanchen's voice turned frigid. "So, Secretary Song has accepted your courtship and has come here to play billiards with you?" "One might say so," Song Jingchen responded, his gaze unwavering from Bo Yanchen's face, scrutinizing his reaction. He had anticipated a display of displeasure or jealousy upon hearing his words. Yet, Bo Yanchen remained as impassive as a glacial monolith, his expression unchanged, his gaze betraying no emotion. It dawned upon Song Jingchen that comprehending Bo Yanchen was an arduous task, as he found him inscrutable and was unable to fathom his thoughts. Song Jingchen recollected himself and remarked, "Yanchen, I was just telling Secretary Song about your exceptional billiards skills. Why don't you showcase them for her?" Song Jinyuan, clutching a cue stick, fixed her gaze upon him with anticipation, yet he remained indifferent. "Why should I perform for her benefit?" Bo Yanchen responded. And under Song Jingchen's watchful eyes, he procured a cue stick from the side, polished it, and commenced playing. With a single stroke, he sank 3 balls consecutively, while Song Jinyuan stood by his side, admiring his prowess. "Bo Yanchen's billiard skills are quite impressive," she mused, "a match for my own." Song Jinyuan observed intently, applauding and exclaiming, "President Bo, your billiard skills are truly remarkable. President Bo is so dashing." Song Jingchen, standing beside Song Jinyuan, interjected, "Secretary Song, I am also present, so please extend some compliments to me as well." Song Jinyuan responded with a smile, Mr. Song is also quite handsome. With a resounding thud, Bo Yanchen deposited the final ball into the pocket. He rose and proceeded to another billiards table, continuing his game. Before long, all the billiards tables on the upper floor had been cleared of balls by Bo Yanchen's hand. Witnessing this spectacle, Song Jingchen exclaimed, Yanchen, I invited you here tonight to play billiards, and you truly came solely for that purpose? Join us for a chat and take a breather. Doesn't your back ache from being hunched over like that? Bo Yanchen relinquished his cue stick, approached Song Jingchen, and stated, I have completed my game. I have other matters to attend to and must depart. You and Secretary Song may continue to enjoy yourselves. Song Jingchen remained silent. Song Jinyuan, equally speechless, pondered. He simply departed? My fifth brother assured me that provoking him in this manner would yield results. Is this his definition of effective? I shall never trust my perpetually single fifth brother again. Song Jinyuan thrust the golf club into Song Jingchen's arms, stating, Mr. Song, now that CEO Bo has left, I shall take my leave as well. Enjoy your time alone. Song Jingchen lamented inwardly, how true it is that daughters, once grown, no longer stay by their parents' sides. All she does day in and day out is follow Bo Yanchen, without so much as spending quality time with her fifth brother. As Bo Yanchen entered the elevator, Song Jinyuan swiftly slipped in as well. CEO Bo, are you returning to your apartment? May I accompany you? Bo Yanchen offered no response. Undeterred, Song Jinyuan continued. If CEO Bo remains silent, I shall take it as a yes to my request to accompany you back to your apartment. Song Jinyuan and Bo Yanchen proceeded to the underground parking garage together. Upon reaching his car, he uttered, devoid of any emotion, return on your own. Do not follow me. Song Jinyuan, taken aback, thought, if he was unwilling to take me along, why didn't he say so earlier? I've already come all the way down here, and now he tells me he won't take me. As Bo Yanchen settled into his car, she shamelessly opened the door and squeezed in. CEO Bo, I'm already here. Please, just give me a ride back. Bo Yanchen gripped the steering wheel tightly, glancing at Song Jinyuan in the rearview mirror. Get out. Song Jinyuan retorted, I refuse. Realizing he could not dislodge Song Jinyuan, Bo Yanchen drove her directly to the racetrack for a bout of high-speed racing. Song Jinyuan wished to sit in the back, feeling dizzy from the erratic driving of Bo Yanchen. What kind of vehicle was he operating? His driving skills were utterly lacking. Mr. Bo, I'm feeling nauseous. And if you don't stop soon, I might be compelled to relieve myself in your car, she warned. Before she could finish her sentence, Bo Yanchen abruptly halted the vehicle. Get out, he commanded. Song Jinyuan opened the door and stumbled out, rushing to the nearest garbage bin to expel the contents of her stomach. Once she had purged enough, she turned to return to Bo Yanchen's car, only to find it had vanished. She stood there, bewildered, wondering if Bo Yanchen had truly abandoned her at the racetrack. Did he not comprehend the meaning of cherishing a lady? Moreover, he had the audacity to leave her here alone at night, without concern for her safety. Wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, she grabbed her bag and exited the racetrack. She hailed a cab and returned to her apartment. Meanwhile, Bo Yanchen, who had gone nearby to fetch water for her, arrived just in time to witness her departing in a taxi. Lowering his gaze to the water bottle in his hand, he tossed it aside and drove back to the apartment. Upon his return, he found Song Jinyuan squatting at her doorstep, waiting for him. Hearing his approach, she looked up and inquired, Mr. Bo, why did you abandon me just now? He retorted, you came all the way to my doorstep at this late hour just to ask why I left you. She certainly wasn't that idle. Her primary purpose for visiting Bo Yanchen late at night was to offer him an explanation. After a moment of reflection in the car, she realized that her fifth brother had misspoken. To prevent Bo Yanchen from misinterpreting her intentions and believing she was being duplicitous, she felt compelled to clarify matters. I am not here to question why you abandoned me, Mr. Bo. I wish to assure you that Mr. Song's words were not truthful. He pursued me, but I did not acquiesce. My presence at the billiards hall today was solely because he invited me, which I declined. It was only after he inquired about my evening plans that I agreed to come. Upon noticing that Bo Yanchen remained silent, Song Jinyuan continued. Though I have an affinity for affluent men, I have vowed to pursue you, Mr. Bo, and my affections lie solely with you. I would never behave like a fickle woman, straddling two boats. Therefore, please do not misunderstand me. I have said all I needed to say and shall take my leave now. Good night, Mr. Bo. Chapter 81, The Qin family is about to change. Only after Song Jinyuan departed did Bo Yanchen step into the apartment. A smile graced his lips as he recalled her recent statements. Realizing his own peculiar reaction, he quickly composed his expression. Downstairs, and sat on the sofa. Glancing at Song Jinyuan beside her. Xiao Yuanzi, why do you come home later each day? You chase after Bo Yanchen constantly, don't you find it tiresome? Song Jinyuan settled beside Ran and replied, I am not pursuing Bo Yanchen every day, I have my own work, you know. How can you still mention your work? You neglect your own shop and instead choose to work for Bo Yanchen, earning a mere 3,000 a month, yet you seem to revel in it. Xiao Yuanzi. I must say you are truly one of a kind. She believes that regardless of the amount, as long as it is earned through one's own efforts, one should wear a smile. Song Jinyuan stood up from the sofa, stretched her back, and said, I'm tired, I'll go rest now. Good night. Amren remarked. Given the current circumstances, it appears that Xiao Yuanzi genuinely enjoys pursuing Bo Yanchen. She seems to have developed feelings along the way. In the room. After finishing her shower, Song Jinyuan lay on her bed, scrolling through the latest entertainment news on her phone. Lu Meyer's true colors exposed. Song Jinyuan clicked in. Thoroughly admiring her own handiwork. The paparazzi revealed that the renowned first-tier actress Lu Meyer had been behaving arrogantly, bullying her seniors, being a mistress, insulting fans, and undergoing plastic surgery. With all the evidence laid bare, Lu Meyer, the spokesperson for Qin Wanwan, instantly faced public disgrace. And this was merely the beginning. Following Lu Meyer's downfall, Song Jinyuan began to register a secondary account to post comments revealing Qin Wanwan's previous scandals, alongside her newly launched rejuvenation product, aiming to have both Lu Meyer and Qin Wanwan boycotted by netizens. After accomplishing this, Song Jinyuan pinned her posts and started messaging Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin. I saw the news about Miss Young's spokesperson Lu Meyer's downfall online. I imagine this will result in substantial losses for her and your mother, won't it? Despite the impending penalty imposed by Lu Meyer, it remains insufficient to cover the losses, leaving him to bear the brunt alone. Qin Yu, currently beset by a flurry of paperwork, found his agitation exacerbated upon receiving a message from Song Jinyuan. He first perused online reports concerning the simultaneous downfall of Lu Meyer and Yuan Yuan's skincare brand. After digesting the information, he promptly dialed Song Jinyuan's number. Miss Song. What do you mean by saying my mother and Yuan Yuan will incur losses due to the online news? To his surprise, Song Jinyuan replied, Mr. Qin, you haven't heard? Miss Young's skincare line was successfully developed and launched thanks to your mother's investment. Your mother is effectively a shareholder in her beauty salon. Therefore, when Miss Young's establishment faces troubles, she will incur losses, and so will your mother. This matter is no longer a secret within our circle, I assumed you were aware. He indeed had just learned of this, as he had never involved himself in his mother's external investments. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, Qin Yu remarked. It's not too late for me to know now. Thank you for informing me, Miss Song. You're welcome, she replied, feigning concern as she continued, Mr. Qin. Your voice sounds rather weak, are you unwell? Is there anything I can do? Would you like me to come by? Qin Yu, preoccupied with the matters concerning Yuan Yuan and his mother, felt no need for her company at that moment. Miss Song, please do not worry about me, I am fine. When I have some free time, I shall treat you to a meal. All right. Having disconnected the call with Qin Yu, Song Jin wished to lie in bed. A smile gracing her lips, anticipating the impending turmoil within the Qin family. Excellent. Upon Qin Yu's return to the family residence, his mother and Qin Xia were still awake. Engrossed in scrolling through news articles concerning Lu Meyer on their mobile phones. They voiced their indignation as they perused the scandalous revelations, wondering aloud if Qin Wanwan had been oblivious to the extent of Lu Meyer's disreputable past when she enlisted her as a brand ambassador. Qin Xia, having been coaxed by Qin Wanwan into investing in her venture, now faced the repercussions of Lu Meyer's scandal, which adversely affected her beauty salon's skincare product, Huan Yan. Sales plummeted, and a deluge of returns overwhelmed her. Her meager earnings were now at risk of being entirely forfeited. Anxiously, Qin Xia clutched her mother's arm, seeking guidance on how to salvage their investment of over 100 million, which now seemed destined to vanish without a trace. Upon hearing the mention of 100 million, Qin Yu's countenance darkened, and he interjected, demanding clarification regarding their clandestine investment in Qin Wanwan. Tearfully, Qin Xiao approached Qin Yu, grasping his arm, imploring him to champion their cause against Qin Wanwan's perfidy. She accused Qin Wanwan of enticing them with promises of beauty salon shares, only to plunge their investment into jeopardy. With their initial dividends amounting to a mere few million, and the principal sum of over 100 million still outstanding, she beseeched Qin Yu to intervene and compel Qin Wanwan to reimburse their entire investment. In this modest beauty salon, Qin Wanwan surprisingly managed to persuade her mother and sister to invest over 100 million. Is she truly conducting business, or is she incurring losses? Qin Yu shook off Qin Siyu's grasp, his tone frigid as he stated, the investment funds have all been utilized by Qin Wanwan for the development and research of skincare products. So you and mother will not be able to reclaim them, abandon all hope. He added, furthermore, due to your and mother's reckless investments, starting today, your monthly allowances will be temporarily suspended. You ought to reflect on your actions. With these words, Qin Yu departed under the gaze of Qin Siyu and their mother. Qin Siyu stood rooted to the spot, casting a pitiful glance at her mother. Mother, did you hear what elder brother just said? He claimed that the money we invested in Qin Wanwan cannot be retrieved, and he said he would cut off our allowances. What are we to do without our pocket money? Their mother, now seething with anger, rose to her feet under Qin Siyu's watchful eyes. Since your brother refuses to provide us with allowances from now on, we shall demand them from Qin Wanwan. I refuse to believe that she can squander an entire 100 million. Indeed. Let us confront Qin Wanwan. Meanwhile, oblivious to these developments, Qin Wanwan received a parcel. With a sense of curiosity, she opened the box to discover a tie. She recognized it as belonging to Qin Yu. Upon extracting the tie, she noticed a note nestled within, which she proceeded to read. Chapter 82, I am pregnant. Mr. Qin truly exhibits a remarkable degree of carelessness, leaving his tie here without a hint of awareness. Even without seeing the person, Xiang Wanhua could discern from the note in her hand that the woman who penned it was nothing short of a shameless seductress. Clenching the tie tightly, she seethed in anger, gnashing her teeth. Qin Yu, you incessantly accuse me of being unclean, yet what of yourself? You are far more sullied. You prance around with others and still dare to cast aspersions upon me? How brazen! Xiang Wanhua, who are you calling shameless? As she prepared to shut the door, Qin's mother and Qin Siyu abruptly appeared before her. Quickly masking her expression, she greeted them with a smile. Auntie, Siyu, what brings you both here? Qin Siyu, irate, shoved Xiang Wanhua, we have come to demand the repayment of your debt. The spokesperson you hired has encountered an incident, and your rejuvenating product has faced backlash from netizens. It is evident that the billions my mother and I invested cannot be returned to us in full. Therefore, before you face utter bankruptcy, you must repay us the remaining sum immediately. Their investment had already been allocated to product development, and now they demanded repayment. Yet the only thing she could return was the rejuvenating product. The money was beyond her reach. Maintaining her smile, Xiang Wanhua replied, Siyu, the 100 million you provided has already been fully invested in product development. If you seek monetary reimbursement, I am unable to provide it. Qin Siyu was infuriated by the words of Xiang Wanwan. She leaned closer, gripping her clothing. Xiang Wanwan, I did not come here with my mother tonight to hear your excuses. I will only say this once, return the money to us. Xiang Wanwan pushed Qin Siyu's hand aside. Siyu, I have already explained that I have invested all the money, I am broke. Fine. If you insist on claiming you have no money, I will not stop until I have it in my hands. Xiang Wanwan stared incredulously at Qin Siyu, astonished that she would dare to strike her. Qin Siyu, how dare you? Slap. Qin Siyu's hand connected with Xiang Wanwan's face, instantly reddening her cheek. Before she could react, Qin Siyu struck again. Xiang Wanwan, will you return the money or not? Xiang Wanwan covered her face, responding indignantly, Qin Siyu, you and your mother signed an investment agreement with me. Once the money is invested in my shop, you both become shareholders. This money belongs to the business funds, which have already been utilized. If you and your mother wish for money, I have none. However, if you desire skincare products, feel free to take as many as you like. Qin Siyu scoffed, as if anyone would want your skincare products that have been boycotted online. Even if you gave them away for free, no one would take them. We want our money. With that, Qin Yu lunged at Xiang Wanwan once more. Considering that Qin Yu was the sister of Qin Yu, Xiang Wanwan endured the provocation. However, at this moment, she could no longer endure it. The instant Qin Yu's slap descended, she retaliated with one of her own. A fierce confrontation ensued between her and Qin Yu. Observing her daughter being struck, Qin's mother immediately rushed to their aid. In no time, the three of them were entangled in a struggle, with Xiang Wanwan being pushed to the ground. As Qin's mother and Qin Yu prepared to kick her, she raised her voice and bellowed, "I am pregnant. If you harm the child within me, you will not spare you." Upon hearing Xiang Wanwan's declaration, both Qin's mother and Qin Yu halted in their tracks. Qin's mother, uncertain, inquired, "You are pregnant? Is that true? If you do not believe me, I can accompany you to the hospital for a checkup." Seeing that Xiang Wanwan appeared sincere, Qin's mother, wishing to avoid any harm to the unborn child, decided to temporarily leave with Qin Yu. Although she disdained the idea of Xiang Wanwan becoming her daughter-in-law, the fact of her pregnancy altered the situation entirely. "Mother, are we just leaving like this? What about the money?" Qin Yu questioned as she followed her mother. Irritated, Qin's mother replied, "Xiang Wanwan is pregnant, we cannot harm her now. If we do not return, what else is there to do? Most importantly, your elder brother has already doted on Xiang Wanwan before her pregnancy. Now that she is with child, he will surely cherish her even more. Provoking her at this moment would bring no benefit to either of us." Though Qin Yu felt discontented at not obtaining the money from Xiang Wanwan, she had no choice but to accompany her mother home. Yet she pondered, if Xiang Wanwan is truly pregnant, then my elder brother and Miss Song from the Song family will have no hope at all. Qin's mother's eyes gleamed as she said, "If your elder brother and the young lady of the Song family have no prospects, then you should strive to cultivate a relationship with her. Marry her fifth elder brother and become her sister-in-law. Our Qin family must have someone who establishes ties with the Song family." Qin Sia confidently assured her mother, "Rest assured. Mother, I will certainly marry into the Qin family." The two chatted as they returned to the Qin residence. The following morning, as soon as Song Jinyuan opened her eyes, she received a message from her subordinate. Last night, Xiang Wanwan and Qin Yu's mother and sister had a violent altercation. This was an anticipated event. And then? The subordinate replied, subsequently, Xiang Wanwan was severely beaten by the two, after which she suddenly announced that she was pregnant. Qin Yu's sister and mother then departed. Xiang Wanwan is pregnant? Song Jinyuan's complexion underwent a drastic change. Is Qin Yu aware of this? Subordinate, currently. It appears he is not. Is the child his? Subordinate, uncertain. Song Jinyuan, since your certainty is ambiguous, then arrange for the child in Xiang Wanwan's womb to appear to be someone else's. Investigate Qin Yu's business trip dates from the recent past. Once completed, instruct all hospitals that collaborate with our Song family that, upon discovering Qin Yu bringing Xiang Wanwan for an examination, they are to misreport the precise gestational age. She intended to make it appear that the child in Xiang Wanwan's womb belonged to another man, leading Qin Yu to believe she had cuckolded him, causing an irreparable rift between them. Subordinate, understood. After instructing her subordinate, Song Jinyuan rose, performed her ablutions, and departed for the company. Upon her arrival, she promptly sought to make her presence known in Mr. Bo's office. "Mr. Bo, are you available this evening? Would you be inclined to accompany me to a cinematic presentation?" Mr. Bo, engrossed in the documents before him, responded, "This evening, I am compelled to remain at the firm to attend to pressing matters. I cannot afford to squander my time on frivolous cinematic pursuits." That a cinematic experience, so inherently imbued with romantic potential, could be construed by Mr. Bo as a mere dissipation of time was indeed perplexing. Miss Song exhaled audibly, since Mr. Bo is obligated to work late. I shall refrain from importuning him to attend the cinema with me. I shall attend to my own affairs forthwith. I shall keep you company as you work late this evening. Mr. Bo. Chapter 83, My desire is for your well-being. I have no need of your companionship during my extended work hours. That he had no need of her companionship was his prerogative. That she desired to keep him company was her own. With a dismissive wave directed toward Mr. Bo, Miss Song turned and departed from his office. Mr. Bo. He often mused whether Miss Song was indeed his secretary, for she seemed frequently disinclined to heed the directives of her superior. Midday. Ms. Song received a telephonic communication from Ms. Qin, extending an invitation for luncheon. Initially hesitant to accept, Ms. Song acquiesced upon learning of Mr. Qin's presence. Upon her arrival at the restaurant, she found Mr. Qin and Ms. Qin already in attendance. Both rose to greet her with cordial salutations. Ms. Song, smiling, approached the pair. "My apologies, Mr. Qin, Ms. Qin, for my tardiness." Ms. Qin, with honeyed words, responded, "Whenever Ms. Song arrives, regardless of the lateness of the hour. My brother and I shall await her." The sudden enthusiasm displayed by Qin Yu likely indicates that she has something to request of me. Song Jinyuan concealed her disdain for her in her eyes and took a seat beside Qin Yu, placing her order. "I would like a medium-rare steak, please." "Certainly." After placing her order, Song Jinyuan sat beside Qin Yu, observing him closely. "Mr. Qin, you appear to be under the weather today. Are you unwell?" As she spoke, she reached out to touch his forehead. "You feel quite warm, Mr. Qin. Are you running a fever? Have you taken any medication?" Qin Yu felt somewhat uncomfortable under Song Jinyuan's concern and gently pulled her hand away. "Miss Song, there is no need for you to worry. This minor ailment will resolve itself without medication." Although Song Jinyuan was reluctant to tend to Qin Yu, she feigned concern, stating, "Mr. Qin, how can you neglect your health so? You cannot simply endure illness, you must take medicine. After we finish our meal, I will take you to the hospital." "No. Thank you." Qin Yu declined her kind offer. Song Jinyuan chose not to press further. She ordered a bowl of congee for Qin Yu and began to enjoy her steak beside him. Qin Yu, seated across from Song Jinyuan, smiled as she spoke up. "Having something to request, Miss Song, the reason I invited you to dinner today is that I need your assistance." Although Song Jinyuan had already surmised the nature of Qin Yu's request, she still inquired, "May I ask what you require help with, Miss Qin?" "I would like to intern at the company of Song Wuya. Could you assist me in this endeavor?" Upon hearing Qin Yu's request, Song Jinyuan arched an eyebrow and responded, "I regret to inform you, Miss Qin, that my fifth brother personally oversees the selection of interns for his company, a matter in which I have no influence. Should you deem yourself exceptionally capable, you are welcome to submit your resume to his company. However, if you harbor any doubts about your abilities, I would advise you to seek an internship elsewhere." Having articulated her stance, Song Jinyuan resumed her meal. Undeterred, Qin Yu persisted, "Miss Song, it is common knowledge throughout the capital that you are the most cherished young lady of the Song family, and your brothers dote upon you immensely. They readily grant you anything your heart desires. Therefore, I believe that if you were to recommend me to Fifth Master Song, I would undoubtedly secure a position within his company." The crux of the matter, however, lay in her unwillingness to endorse her to her fifth brother. "Miss Qin," Song Jinyuan countered, "if you genuinely possess the requisite skills, you should be able to gain entry into the Song Corporation through your own merits. Conversely, if you lack the necessary competence, even a recommendation from me would only result in your eventual dismissal, as my fifth brother's company does not tolerate inefficiency." Qin Yu paused, taken aback by Song Jinyuan's words. After all this, is she agreeing to recommend me or not? She wondered. "Miss Song," cutting off Qin Yu's impending words, Song Jinyuan declared, "I have finished my meal. Please, enjoy the rest of your evening." She rose from her seat and promptly departed from the restaurant. As Qin Yu attempted to pursue her, she was intercepted by Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, halt!" he commanded. Turning to face her brother, Qin Yu retorted, "Elder brother, I just implored Miss Song to assist me in gaining access to the Song group. Not only did you fail to intercede on my behalf, but you also prevented me from approaching Miss Song myself. What do you intend by this?" Miss Song has articulated her stance with unmistakable clarity. She declines to facilitate Qin Yu's entry into the Song Corporation. Furthermore, her departure was preceded by evident displeasure. Should Qin Yu persist in pursuing her, it would be an act of self-abasement. Therefore, cease importuning her and spare yourself further humiliation. Upon hearing Qin Yu's pronouncement, Qin Yu bristled with indignation. "Brother!" she exclaimed. Qin Yu, afflicted by a severe headache due to his fever, was disinclined to engage in superfluous discourse with Qin Yu. "Leave!" he commanded. Qin Yu clenched her fists, discarded her cutlery, and stormed off, her temper flaring. Following her departure, Qin Yu's appetite waned. He summoned a waiter, settled the bill, and prepared to depart. As he stepped outside, a gentle rain began to fall. He stood at the entrance, gazing skyward, lost in thought. Mr. Qin. The melodious voice of Song Jinyuan reached his ears. He turned to face her. Miss Song, had you not departed? What brings you back? I have returned to deliver medicine to you. Song Jinyuan placed a bag containing medication into Qin Yu's arms. Mr. Qin, this includes antipyretics, anti-inflammatory drugs, fever patches, and water. Upon arriving home, consume them and rest well. Do not overexert yourself. As Qin Yu accepted the medicine, a torrent of emotion surged within him. Why is Ms. Song so kind to me? He wondered. Because. Song Jinyuan offered a cryptic smile. I desire Mr. Qin's well-being. Only with his well-being assured could she proceed with her impending retribution. Mr. Song, it is getting late, I shall return to work now. Please rest well. And we shall meet again next time. Song Jinyuan bid farewell to Qin Yu, and under his gaze, she entered the car and returned to the Bo group. Upon her arrival, she promptly ordered several items online, intending to entice Bo Yanchen this evening. She hoped to successfully penetrate Bo Yanchen's heart tonight. As night fell, the lights in Bo Yanchen's office illuminated the space. Song Jinyuan, clutching the items she had purchased online, entered his office to arrange the setting. Upon hearing the commotion, Bo Yanchen glanced up at Song Jinyuan. Have you finished work and not returned home? What are you doing? I am here to accompany you, Mr. Bo. While you work overtime. Bo Yanchen observed Song Jinyuan pacing about with her belongings, his brow furrowing. Is your idea of keeping me company to wander aimlessly in my office? Disturbing my work? Mr. Bo, you handle the documents first. Once I have set up the projector, we can watch a movie together. Bo Yanchen. She actually bought a projector just to ensure he would watch a movie with her. Secretary Song, I do not have the time to watch a movie with you. I can wait until you finish, Mr. Bo, and then we can watch the movie together. Please, go ahead with your work, I will familiarize myself with this projector. This being her first experience purchasing a budget item, she felt the need to study it thoroughly beforehand. Bo Yanchen settled into his office chair. And upon seeing Song Jinyuan engrossed in her research on the projector, he chose to ignore her and continued with his paperwork. Shortly thereafter, Song Jinyuan had mastered the projector and her online food delivery had arrived. As the company was already closed, the delivery driver couldn't enter. So Song Jinyuan went downstairs to retrieve it herself. Bo Yanchen, noticing Song Jinyuan's sudden departure, furrowed his brow, remarking on the brevity of her patience. A short while later, Song Jinyuan returned, laden with a plethora of takeout containers, and addressed Bo Yanchen, President Bo, it's getting late. And I surmised you must be famished, so I procured dinner for you. Please partake before resuming your work. Song Jinyuan placed the repast before Bo Yanchen, explaining. I had initially intended to treat you to something more exquisite, but alas, my coffers are bare, thus I could only offer you fried rice. Unveiling the contents of the container, she presented a portion of egg fried rice, adding, President Bo, despite its humble nature, this egg fried rice is quite delectable. Please. Do savor it. Bo Yanchen cast a glance at Song Jinyuan and, without uttering a word, began to consume the fried rice. Once Bo Yanchen had begun eating, Song Jinyuan retrieved her own portion and settled beside him, partaking alongside him. President Bo, she remarked, although our meals are identical, I can't help but feel that yours is somehow more palatable than mine. Might I have a taste? Just as Bo Yanchen was about to decline, Song Jinyuan had already sampled a spoonful of his rice. This shared spoon, in effect, constituted an indirect kiss. Licking her lips, Song Jinyuan turned to Bo Yanchen with a smile. President Bo, your egg fried rice is indeed superior to mine. Would you care to sample mine as well? Bo Yanchen lowered his gaze, observing the spoon tainted with the lipstick of Song Jinyuan. In a straightforward manner, reminiscent of a typical man, he remarked. Your lipstick has faded and appears quite unclean, hence I have no desire to taste your food. Song Jinyuan, taken aback, thought to herself, this is truly a scene of public embarrassment. She reached for a nearby tissue to wipe the spoon and the lipstick, responding, Mr. Bo. My lipstick is not toxic. Perhaps standard lipsticks are harmless, but your inferior quality lipstick may not be, he retorted. Song Jinyuan was incredulous. How could my lipstick possibly be of inferior quality? This is the latest model of black velvet lipstick this year. Though it has faded. Isn't it common for lipsticks to lose some color? What a blunt man Bo Yanchen is. In a huff, Song Jinyuan defiantly took a spoonful of food, continuing to eat under his watchful gaze while asserting, "Mr. Bo, take a good look, my lipstick is not toxic." Bo Yanchen responded with utmost seriousness. "Then why don't you consume a bit and see if you feel ill?" Song Jinyuan was left speechless. If she were to be exasperated to death that day, Bo Yanchen would undoubtedly be the cause. For the remainder of the meal, Song Jinyuan refrained from uttering a single word to him. After dining, Bo Yanchen resumed his work with documents, while Song Jinyuan settled on the sofa to project a film. Once she cast the movie onto the wall, she retrieved popcorn and cola from her bag, eagerly waiting for Bo Yanchen. "Mr. Bo. Today's film narrates the tale of a powerful man who relentlessly pursues the woman he fell for at first sight. My friend mentioned that this drama is incredibly exhilarating. And it becomes even more so in the following hour. I, however, wish to share that thrilling segment with you." Having selected the fervent segment, Song Jinyuan settled serenely on the sofa, awaiting Bo Yanchen's availability to partake in the cinematic experience. However, her vigil extended from 8 o'clock until 11. At which point she succumbed to slumber on the sofa. Noticing the stillness emanating from the sofa's direction, Bo Yanchen concluded his work, rising to stand beside her. "President Bo. When will you be finished?" she murmured in her sleep. Bo Yanchen seated himself beside her, gently removing the projector remote from her grasp. As he prepared to deactivate the device, he recalled Song Jinyuan's recent words. He pressed play, lowered the volume, and observed the unfolding scene on the screen. A nude couple engaged in amorous activities aboard a yacht. Bo Yanchen's Adam's apple bobbed, and he glanced at the sleeping Song Jinyuan. A wave of heat washed over him, prompting him to loosen his tie. Was this the film she desired to watch with him? What was her intention? Indeed, Bo Yanchen's blood was now coursing with vigor. He switched off the projector, gathered Song Jinyuan into his arms, and carried her to the resting chamber. Upon the bed, Song Jinyuan sprawled out, cocooning herself in the comforter to seek a comfortable repose. Meanwhile, Bo Yanchen sought refuge in the shower, the images he had just witnessed igniting a fire within him. His mind replayed the passionate interludes he had shared with Song Jinyuan abroad. "This enchantress!" he inwardly exclaimed. At the Qin Corporation, Qin Yu, working late into the night, received an unexpected delivery of food. Contained within was a savory congee and a small note: "Regardless of how demanding your work may be, remember to have dinner. Song Jinyuan." After reading the note, Qin Yu opened the congee and began to eat. It seemed an age since he had been so thoughtfully cared for. As he savored the congee, Qin Yu found his thoughts consumed by the image of Qin Wanwan. He felt a certain longing for her presence. Qin Yu reached for his phone and sent a message to his assistant: "Tomorrow, discover the location of Qin Wanwan's gravesite for me." He wished to pay his respects. The following morning, Song Jinyuan awoke in the embrace of Bo Yanchen. Noticing his bare torso, she gazed upon his sculpted physique with awe. His form was perpetually astonishing in its excellence. As Song Jinyuan's hand gently rested upon Bo Yanchen's abdomen, she felt a piercing gaze upon her. She lifted her gaze to meet Bo Yanchen's profound eyes. "Mr. Bo. Good morning." Song Jinyuan was abashed, having been caught in her surreptitious act. Bo Yanchen removed Song Jinyuan's hand from his abdomen. "Accompany me to a lecture later." "A lecture? What kind of lecture?" Bo Yanchen threw back the covers and arose from the bed, a towel wrapped around his waist. He retrieved the garments nearby and donned them before addressing Song Jinyuan's inquiry. "The corporation is poised to venture into pharmaceuticals, and I aspire to collaborate with the esteemed elder Yu of the medical fraternity. However, he has consistently declined my overtures, precluding any opportunity. Serendipitously, he is scheduled to deliver a lecture at St. Knight's Medical Faculty today, and I intend to seize this occasion to broach the subject of collaboration. I would appreciate your accompaniment." Upon hearing the appellation Elder Yu, Song Jinyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He was to meet Elder Yu? Chapter 85, The revelation of identity looms. Elder Yu was, in fact, a compatriot of her grandfather, having witnessed her maturation since infancy. Her presence would inevitably expose her true identity. Song Jinyuan bit her lip, earnestly inquiring, "President Bo, I possess no particular inclination towards medical orations. May I abstain from attending?" Bo Yanchen furrowed his brow, retorting, "Secretary Song. My intention in requesting your presence at the lecture is primarily for the purpose of negotiating a partnership, not for you to comprehend the intricacies of the discourse." Departure within half an hour. Bo Yanchen issued his directive, affording Song Jinyuan no avenue for dissent, before proceeding into the lavatory to perform his ablutions. Song Jinyuan, seated upon the bed, promptly retrieved her cellular device and dispatched a missive to her grandfather. Grandfather, Bo Yanchen intends to escort me to Elder Yu's lecture today. To obviate the possibility of my true identity being divulged to Bo Yanchen by Elder Yu, could you perhaps request that he feign unfamiliarity with me? The elder patriarch responded instantaneously, this presents no impediment. I shall contact him forthwith. Song Jinyuan, my gratitude, grandfather. With the assistance of the elder patriarch, Song Jinyuan experienced a sense of relief. She arose, proceeded to the lavatory to perform her ablutions, and, together with Bo Yanchen, procured some repast en route, before embarking towards St. Knight's Academy. When they arrived, the speech had yet to commence. Song Jinyuan, sipping on her soybean milk, remarked, Mr. Bo, I have heard that the meat buns at Holy Knight Academy are quite delightful, shall we indulge in some? Bo Yanchen replied. Did you not just finish a basket of steamed dumplings? Confronted with Bo Yanchen's disdainful gaze, Song Jinyuan gently patted her stomach. But I could still manage one more meat bun. Observing Song Jinyuan, who resembled a glutton, Bo Yanchen maintained a stern expression. I shall meet with the principal. You may join me in the principal's office once you are finished. Understood. Song Jinyuan bid farewell to Bo Yanchen and made her way toward the Holy Knight dormitory alone. Before her divorce from Qin Yu, Qin Xixia had once told her that the cafeteria at Holy Knight Academy served exceptionally delicious food. At that time, she had been unable to partake, but now, an opportunity presented itself, and she felt naturally inclined to savor it. Song Jinyuan headed directly to the cafeteria. And upon her entrance, all eyes were drawn to her. Look! A beauty! With a classmate's exclamation, more male students turned their gazes in her direction. Instinctively, Song Jinyuan donned a mask, and at that moment, Qin Xixia appeared. Spotting Song Jinyuan, she approached with her friends and greeted her, Miss Song. What brings you here? At the sight of Qin Xixia, Song Jinyuan wished only to escape swiftly. This woman knew her true identity, should she inadvertently reveal it. It would not be long before Bo Yanchen discovered the truth as well. Ignoring Qin Xixia, Song Jinyuan continued toward the exit, prompting Qin Xixia to chase after her. Miss Song, why are you running from me? Why is Qin Xixia so bothersome? Don't follow me. With those words, Song Jinyuan hastily departed from Qin Xia's sight. Her friends approached her, inquiring, Xia, who was that Miss Song who just left? Qin Xia replied, don't you all recognize the esteemed Miss Song from the capital? Esteemed Miss Song? Her friends gasped, covering their mouths. Is she the renowned young lady from the Song family? Isn't she supposed to be in the capital? Why has she come to Kyoto? Not entirely sure, Qin Xia murmured, she was quite warm towards me not long ago, why is she so aloof today? After leaving the cafeteria, Song Jinyuan immediately retreated to a secluded spot to call old Master Bo. Grandfather, could you provide me with Grandfather Yu's contact information? Certainly. I'll have Bo Yanchen call him shortly, please remind him to pick up. All right. Song Jinyuan noted with intrigue that old Master Song did not even inquire about her motivations for such a request. Grandfather, why don't you ask me why I'm doing this? Old Master Song chuckled. I'm aware that Bo Yanchen is currently involved in a pharmaceutical project and is attempting to contact your grandfather Yu. However, due to the recent discord between him and me, Grandfather Yu is reluctant to engage with him. Therefore, the only opportunity for Bo Yanchen to meet him would be during today's lecture. Yet, you seek to gain his trust through a shortcut by asking for your grandfather Yu's number to facilitate their collaboration? As expected of her grandfather, he hit the nail on the head. Initially, she had no intention of taking a shortcut, but her identity had been revealed at St. Newt. To prevent Bo Yanchen from finding out, she had no choice but to take a shortcut. Grandfather, you're so clever. Remember to send me his phone number. I'm going to find Bo Yanchen. After saying this, Song Jinyuan hung up and headed towards the principal's office. When she arrived, Bo Yanchen was the only one there. Song Jinyuan glanced around and inquired, Mr. Bo, where is the principal? He's occupied. Since the principal is occupied, shall we return to the company to attend to our affairs? Bo Yanchen cast a glance at Song Jinyuan. I haven't even met Mr. Yu. And you want me to return to the company? Secretary Song, has your judgment been clouded? Have you forgotten our primary objective for coming here today? Confronted with Bo Yanchen's sarcasm, Song Jinyuan retorted, my judgment isn't clouded. I secured Mr. Yu's phone number for you, thinking you could call him to arrange a meeting, thus sparing us the time wasted on attending a lecture. She actually obtained Mr. Yu's phone number? Bo Yanchen was incredulous. How did you get his phone number? He had instructed his assistant, Su Zhou, to find someone to obtain Mr. Yu's phone number, but after a prolonged effort, they had been unsuccessful. Yet, Song Yuan obtained it effortlessly. How did she accomplish this? Song Jinyuan fabricated a story on the spot. Well, Mr. Bo, I went to the cafeteria to have a meat bun and overheard a group of students discussing Mr. Yu. Coincidentally, one of the male students was boasting about his close relationship with Mr. Yu. Consequently, I made a point of approaching him to request his telephone number. Initially, he seemed disinclined to share it, but perhaps my appearance was persuasive, for upon beholding my countenance, he relented. Song Jinyuan concluded her account with a touch of boastfulness before Bo Yanchen. Having listened to her narrative, Bo Yanchen arose, smoothed his suit jacket, and proceeded to exit the office. Song Jinyuan, observing this, hastened to follow, inquiring, President Bo, are we now returning to the company? We are going to attend the lecture, he responded. Song Jinyuan was taken aback. Now that she had acquired his telephone number, why would he still attend the lecture? Growing anxious, Song Jinyuan queried, President Bo, now that we have Elder Yu's telephone number, couldn't we simply contact him directly? Why is it necessary to attend his lecture? Bo Yanchen replied impassively, Elder Yu is present here today. Given the opportunity to meet him directly, why would I not seize it? Why waste time arranging a meeting? Well, before Song Jinyuan could complete her explanation, she noticed Qin Xia and her companions approaching them. Oh no. Miss Song. Qin Xia began. Before Qin Xia could continue, Song Jinyuan grasped Bo Yanchen's arm and led him away towards the ground floor. Bo Yanchen voiced his displeasure, Secretary Song, why are you suddenly pulling me along? Well, Song Jinyuan's mind raced as she fabricated an excuse, you are simply too handsome. I feared that if you remained at the academy, other female students would become enamored with you, and I would be unable to win your affections. Having uttered these words, Song Jinyuan ushered Bo Yanchen into the vehicle and swiftly departed from the academy. Still in the car, Mr. Bo was trying to process what Ms. Song had just said. Did this woman whisk him away simply because she was afraid other women would fancy him? Mr. Bo chuckled, somewhat exasperated. Miss Song. My trip to St. Knight was to discuss a partnership with Elder Yu, not to seek a romantic interest. Why would you be so agitated if those women were interested in me? It wasn't important that he had caught their eye. What mattered was that her identity was nearly exposed by Ms. Qin. Therefore, she couldn't allow Ms. Qin and Mr. Bo to meet under any circumstances. Ms. Song replied with earnestness, can I not be agitated when the man I admire is being eyed by other women? Mr. Bo, I will call to arrange a meeting with Elder Yu for you. Shall we return to the company first? Did he have a choice at this point? Mr. Bo closed his eyes and instructed Ms. Song, if you fail to schedule a meeting with Elder Yu and ruin my only opportunity to meet him, you will tender your resignation. Ms. Song was taken aback. Why was he threatening her with dismissal so casually? Would he really be willing to part with a secretary as capable as she? Ms. Song sullenly acknowledged his command and drove Mr. Bo back to the company. While riding the elevator, Ms. Song called Elder Yu to arrange a meeting time. Mr. Yu, I am Song Yuan, the secretary of Mr. Bo from the Bo Corporation. I am calling to discuss a potential collaboration. Would you be available to meet this evening? Upon hearing the name Song Yuan, Elder Yu smiled and agreed, very well. Let's meet this evening. He had not beheld the young lady in what seemed an age, and he seized the opportunity to reunite with her amidst today's collaborative discourse with Mr. Bo Yanchen. I shall secure a reservation momentarily and revert to you. Indeed. Song Jinyuan concluded the call, gesturing an affirmative to Bo Yanchen. Accomplished, Director Bo Elder Yu has consented to an audience. What prompted this sudden acquiescence? Despite Su Zhou's repeated solicitations, Elder Yu had consistently declined. Why, then, did he accede to Song Yuan's mere request? Bo Yanchen cast a dubious gaze upon Song Jinyuan, who, apprehensive that he might discern the genuine motive, preemptively dispelled his suspicions. Presumably, a male acquaintance who contacted me extended some flattering remarks on my behalf to Elder Yu, thereby swaying his decision. Bo Yanchen remained unconvinced, yet refrained from further inquiry, retreating to his office. Song Jinyuan lingered at her workstation. Perusing a missive from her subordinate, young Miss, Qin Yu has journeyed to Qin Wanwan's gravesite, shadowed surreptitiously by Xiang Wanwan. What could possibly compel these two to venture to Qin Wanwan's final resting place? Song Jinyuan responded with inquisitiveness, maintain surveillance on them, discern their intentions. Subordinate, affirmative. Upon dispatching the message, Song Jinyuan immersed herself in her professional endeavors. Within the confines of the office, Suzhou apprised Bo Yanchen of Qin Yu's pilgrimage to Qin Wanwan's tomb. Bo Yanchen, in his pursuit of retribution for Qin Wanwan, had recently delegated individuals to monitor Qin Yu's every action. It was said that he had visited the grave of Qin Wanwan. Emotionless, he instructed Suzhou. Since he is gone, ensure he does not leave the cemetery today. Let him kneel before Qin Wanwan's tombstone to atone for his sins. Understood. As Suzhou was preparing to depart, he suddenly handed Bo Yanchen an envelope. Mr. Bo, this contains photographs taken by a private investigator who has been tailing Qin Yu. According to him, Qin Yu has been getting quite close to Miss Song from the Song family, and she seems to be very attentive towards him. Almost as if she has feelings for him. If you intend to take action against Qin Yu, it may put you at odds with the Song family. Upon hearing Suzhou's words, Bo Yanchen furrowed his brow. How could Qin Yu be involved with Song Jinyuan? When did they become acquainted? Unclear, but if Mr. Bo requires, I can have the investigator look into it. Bo Yanchen dismissed the offer, gesturing for Suzhou to leave while he prepared to open the envelope and examine the photographs of Qin Yu and Song Jinyuan. Just as he had opened it halfway, a call from Song Jingchen came through. Bo Yanchen set the envelope down and swiped to answer. Yanchen, I can't reach Secretary Song. Could you help me get her to answer a call? It seemed Song Jingchen was quite determined to pursue Secretary Song. Bo Yanchen remarked. You have time to chase after Secretary Song, yet you neglect to keep an eye on your sister? Are you aware that she has recently been deceived emotionally by Qin Yu? Upon hearing Bo Yanchen's revelation about his sister being misled by Qin Yu, Song Jingchen nearly choked on his coffee. Cough, what did you say? I have a personal vendetta against Qin Yu and have recently engaged a private investigator to look into him. The investigator informed me that your sister has been seeing Qin Yu quite frequently lately and seems to have developed feelings for him. If you doubt this, I have photographs the investigator just provided, which I can capture and share with you. What? Photographs of his sister have been taken by a private investigator and sent to Bo Yanchen? If Bo Yanchen were to see these, her identity would undoubtedly be compromised. Do not photograph them. Song Jingchen's voice suddenly escalated into an angry roar over the phone. Await my arrival, we shall examine the photographs together. Until I arrive, refrain from viewing them. Understood? Bo Yanchen was perplexed by Song Jingchen's reaction. Why am I not permitted to view the photographs in solitude? Song Jingchen blurted out anxiously. Because I fear your private investigator may have captured compromising moments between my sister and Qin Yu, which could cause her further embarrassment in your presence. To safeguard her dignity, you must not view the photographs, do you comprehend? Simultaneously, Song Jingchen messaged Song Jinyuan, informing her that photographs of her and Qin Yu together had been taken by Bo Yanchen's private investigator and were currently in his office, instructing her to retrieve them. Upon receiving this message, Song Jinyuan, startled, dashed into Bo Yanchen's office. Director Bo. Song Jinyuan, eyeing the envelope on the desk, rushed into Bo Yanchen's embrace, perching herself on his lap. Bo Yanchen frowned. Secretary Song, what is the meaning of this? I have missed you. Bo Yanchen. Secretary Song. Have you taken the wrong medicine? We have just met. As he prepared to push her away, Song Jinyuan unexpectedly perched herself upon his desk, inadvertently pressing down on the envelope. Chapter 87, Is she feeling jealous? Upon witnessing such a display from Song Jinyuan, Bo Yanchen groaned in exasperation. Secretary Song. What on earth are you doing on my desk? President Bo, Song Jinyuan lifted her leg and playfully swayed it, blurting out under Bo Yanchen's scrutinizing gaze. Do you not find my legs exceptionally beautiful? Meanwhile, on the phone, Song Jingchen, who was driving, was taken aback. Is my little sister attempting to seduce Yanchen? Is she trying to retrieve his photograph? Bo Yanchen felt his ears flush with embarrassment, his expression turning cold as he commanded, "Get down. Unless President Bo embraces me, I shall not budge." Song Jinyuan insisted, her hands positioned behind her as she endeavored to tuck the envelope into her skirt. Just as she managed to slip it in slightly, Bo Yanchen stood up and advanced toward her, suddenly leaning in to scrutinize her. Feeling guilty, Song Jinyuan relinquished her hold on the envelope, and at the moment Bo Yanchen drew closer, she wrapped her legs around his waist and clung to his neck, saying, "President Bo, hold me." Bo Yanchen cast a glance behind Song Jinyuan and noticed the envelope still in place. His eyes flickered with suspicion. "Secretary Song, your sudden flirtation with me is for the sake of the envelope behind you, is it not? As soon as you sat on the desk, your hand went straight to the back, suggesting you were after the envelope. Did Song Jinyuan send you to steal it?" But why would she heed his words? Her conscience piqued by Mr. Bo's inquiry, Song Jinyuan nervously swallowed, her mind racing as she proactively confessed, "Indeed, I seduced you solely for the envelope. Rather than allow Mr. Bo to speculate wildly, she opted to fabricate a reason, divulging, "Mr. Song recently sent me a message stating that the private investigator you hired had captured compromising photographs of his sister. To prevent you from seeing these images, he enlisted my help to pilfer them." Mr. Bo furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why would you assist Song Jinyuan?" "Because I don't want you to see any woman's compromising photos except mine," she declared. "What if Miss Song in those pictures is scantily clad, and you become smitten?" Mr. Bo retorted, "Foolish woman, private investigators only follow and photograph people, not scenes in the bedroom." "But what if they did?" she persisted. "Regardless, I forbid you from viewing those photos." With that, she tucked the envelope into her garment under Mr. Bo's gaze, stating, "I'll deliver it to Mr. Song shortly." Mr. Bo's countenance darkened as he commanded, "Hand over the photos." Song Jinyuan puffed out her chest, smiling at Mr. Bo as she retorted, "If Mr. Bo desires the photos, he can retrieve them himself." Mr. Bo sighed. "Song Secretary, do you possess any shred of propriety?" Song Jinyuan embraced Mr. Bo's neck and whispered in his ear, "Mr. Bo, my confidant advised me that to ensnare the man you desire, you must abandon all inhibitions." With that, she planted a kiss near Mr. Bo's ear, causing his body to stiffen. "Song Secretary, he began, before her lips met his. Having lavished kisses upon the periphery of Mr. Bo's ear, Ms. Song then commenced to bestow kisses upon his lips, embracing his neck to deepen the amorous exchange. Mr. Bo found himself in a state of ardent arousal due to Ms. Song's artless kisses. He gently disengaged, stating, "Ms. Song, I harbor no fondness for women who are overly assertive." Ms. Song's hand roamed over his waist, caressing from top to bottom, as she retorted, "If that were truly the case, Mr. Bo, why would you exhibit such a reaction to my presence?" Mr. Bo restrained Ms. Song's restless hand, asserting, "This is merely a natural physiological response in men. Yet it seems you have only ever manifested such a reaction in my presence." Mr. Bo released Ms. Song's hand, elucidating, "You are mistaken. You are not the sole recipient of my reactions. I have, in fact, been intimate with another woman." Ms. Song. An inexplicable sense of displeasure welled within her. Ms. Song voiced her discontent, "I find it distasteful when you recount your liaisons with other women in my presence." Ms. Song descended from the desk, declaring, "I shall return to my work." With a glare directed at Mr. Bo, Ms. Song emitted a disdainful snort, conveying her profound dissatisfaction. Mr. Bo. Could it be that she is experiencing jealousy? As Ms. Song approached the doorway, she encountered Mr. Song, into whose arms she thrust the envelope, instructing, "See to it that this is taken care of." Mr. Song discerned Ms. Song's disquietude, and upon entering Mr. Bo's office, he inquired, "Mr. Bo, Ms. Song seems to be in low spirits. Have you been mistreating her?" "No, has she delivered the photographs to you?" "Indeed." Rising to his feet, Bo Yanchen stated, "Retrieve your sister's photograph, and the remaining images are for me." Song Jinyuan acquiesced, uttering an affirmative, and commenced his search for his sister's picture within the envelope. As he searched, he remarked, "Yanchen, could you furnish me with the contact details of your private investigator? I intend to procure the negatives of my sister's photographs from him. I shall transmit them to you momentarily." Song Jinyuan, having gathered all the photographs of his sister, relinquished the remaining images to Bo Yanchen, inquiring, "Why are you investigating Qin Yu?" "I have certain matters to resolve with him." "It is of no concern to you." I would, of course, prefer that your sister remain uninvolved in the affairs between Qin Yu and myself. Rest assured, I shall ensure she does not interfere with your dealings with Qin Yu. Song Jingchen affirmed, collecting the photographs in his possession. I must depart now, pressing matters await. Very well. Concurrently, at the cemetery, Qin Yu arrived at Qin Wanwan's gravesite, where he laid a bouquet of roses. I recall your fondness for roses, so I procured a bouquet specifically to present to you. Forgive my tardiness. Kneeling before the headstone, Qin Yu raised his hand and gently brushed the photograph of Qin Wanwan. Had I prevented you from leaving on the day of our divorce, would you still be alive? Are you Qin Yu? Upon hearing his name, Qin Yu lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice. Upon beholding the two men standing before him, he furrowed his brow and queried, Who are you? We have come to assist you in atoning for your sins against Qin Wanwan. Before Qin Yu could react, the men forcefully subdued him, compelling him to kneel before the tombstone in repentance. Struggling in vain to break free, Qin Yu exclaimed, Release me. We shall release you come morning. Until then, you shall remain kneeling here. Qin Yu roared in fury, Who exactly are you people? You are not entitled to that knowledge. Having followed them, Xiang Wanwan witnessed Qin Yu being held before the tombstone. She promptly dialed the authorities while rushing forward. I have already alerted the police. Release you immediately, or you will face dire consequences upon their arrival. Before Xiang Wanwan could finish, her phone was snatched away, and she was forcibly dragged to Qin Yu's side. Since Miss Xiang has arrived, she may as well join in kneeling to atone to Qin Wanwan. Xiang Wanwan. What did these two men just say? This is Qin Wanwan's grave? Qin Yu was secretly visiting this woman behind her back? Chapter 88, Mr. Bo, if you persist in this matter, I shall cease my pursuit of you. Is he insane? Ah. While still reeling from the shock, Xiang Wanwan was forcibly pressed to the ground by one of the men, compelling her to kneel before Qin Wanwan's tombstone. Tonight, you shall both kneel here to atone to Miss Qin. Immobilized by the men, Xiang Wanwan questioned in anger, you? Why did you come here to see Qin Wanwan today? Do you still harbor lingering feelings for her? Having never harbored affection for Qin Wanwan, how could he possess lingering feelings? Ultimately, she simply does not believe in the sincerity of his feelings for her. Qin Yu responded evasively, Why are you here? Today, I sought you out and observed you departing from the company in your vehicle, prompting me to follow and discern your destination. To my surprise, you arrived here. Are you following me? Xiang Wanwan furrowed her brows and replied, this is not stalking, I was merely curious as to why you came here. So I decided to follow and take a look. Following to take a look is, in essence, stalking, is it not? Qin Yu felt an increasing sense of disappointment towards Xiang Wanwan. Xiang Wanwan, let us part ways. He initially intended to take a moment to reflect on his future and the nature of his relationship with her, but after today's incident, he no longer wished to contemplate. Her lack of trust in him signified a lack of love, thus he deemed it unnecessary to remain entangled with her. Xiang Wanwan knelt beside Qin Yu, feeling a sense of grievance upon hearing his intention to break up. You cannot treat me this way, nor can you end our relationship, for I am pregnant. And the child is yours. Qin Yu. At the Bo Corporation, Song Jinyuan was perusing the photographs sent by her subordinates. In the images, Qin Yu and Xiang Wanwan were seen kneeling before the tombstone of Qin Wanwan. A subordinate reported, Miss Qin Yu and Xiang Wanwan appeared at Qin Wanwan's grave not long ago, and 3 men emerged from somewhere to force them to the ground, compelling them to kneel before the tombstone to atone. Song Jinyuan. Who orchestrated this? Subordinate, it is currently unclear. Song Jinyuan, investigate. She was determined to uncover who had taken it upon themselves to avenge her, recalling that during her time with Qin Wanwan and Qin Yu, she had no friends, prompting her to wonder who was assisting in dealing with Qin Yu and Xiang Wanwan. Subordinate, understood. Song Jinyuan put away her phone and continued to complete her tasks for the day, and before she knew it, evening had arrived. She accompanied Bo Yanchen to the hotel where Elder Yu was staying to meet him. By the time they arrived, Elder Yu had been waiting for quite some time. Song Jinyuan and Bo Yanchen settled onto the sofa opposite Elder Yu, who greeted Song Jinyuan with a warm smile. You must be Secretary Song, the one who called to arrange this meeting? Yes, she replied. Elder Yu chuckled, you are quite beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend? Song Jinyuan instinctively glanced at Bo Yanchen before responding, no. Elder Yu continued, I happen to have a grandson who is quite handsome, might you consider him? He had long wished to matchmake Song Jinyuan with his grandson, but given her previous engagement to Bo Yanchen, he had refrained. However, now that the engagement had been dissolved, Elder Yu felt encouraged to rekindle his matchmaking intentions. Song Jinyuan, believing that Elder Yu was merely attempting to provoke Bo Yanchen into feeling a sense of urgency, replied with a smile, Elder Yu, I already have someone I like, so I may not be able to consider your grandson. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu felt a tinge of disappointment. What a pity. Well, let us return to the matter at hand. I hear that President Bo wishes to discuss a collaboration with me? Indeed, Bo Yanchen affirmed. Please elaborate on the specifics of your proposed collaboration. He then instructed Song Jinyuan to hand over the contract she was holding, placing it before Elder Yu as he articulated the details, seeking his agreement for a partnership with their company. Seated beside Mr. Bo, Song Jinyuan's gaze was progressively captivated by his eloquent discourse. It was evident that he had diligently prepared for the collaboration with Elder Yu, as he had articulated numerous medical terminologies. Reclining on the sofa, Elder Yu, upon hearing Mr. Bo's proposition, responded with a smile, acknowledging the allure of the collaborative scheme but expressing his need for further deliberation. Mr. Bo, refraining from pressing for an immediate affirmation, acquiesced and, accompanied by Song Jinyuan, departed from the hotel. Trailing behind Mr. Bo, Song Jinyuan, noticing his unwavering stride, muttered under her breath, labeling him a callous and heartless individual. Scarcely had she completed her murmur when, clad in high heels, she suffered a sprain in her ankle, resulting in a broken heel. Limping and leaning against the wall, Song Jinyuan caught Mr. Bo's attention, who, upon observing her tending to her ankle, approached her. He inquired about the nature of her distress. Song Jinyuan, with a hint of grievance, explained the breakage of her heel and the spraining of her ankle, rendering her incapable of ambulation. Upon hearing this, Mr. Bo swept her into a bridal carry, conveying her to the underground parking facility. Instinctively, Song Jinyuan encircled his neck, finding an inexplicable sense of tranquility in his embrace. She then inquired if she was of considerable weight. Mr. Bo responded with a mere hm. Song Jinyuan, taken aback, interpreted his response as an affirmation of her weight and silently criticized his lack of tact. She retorted, emphasizing her mere 88 pounds. Mr. Bo then questioned the significance of this information. Underneath the gaze of Bo Yanchen, Song Jinyuan responded, I am not heavy. Had he implied she was? She felt as light as a feather. Bo Yanchen gently placed Song Jinyuan in the passenger seat and inquired, shall I escort you to the hospital? Song Jinyuan massaged her inflamed ankle and replied, I am not so delicate. Please, Mr. Bo, simply take me home. Very well, Bo Yanchen acceded. Bo Yanchen drove Song Jinyuan back to her apartment, carrying her upstairs the entire way. Instinctively, Song Jinyuan pressed the button for Bo Yanchen's floor. Mr. Bo, I do not possess any liniment at my place. May I trouble you to apply some at your residence? Song Jinyuan anticipated that Bo Yanchen would not refuse. But to her surprise, he retorted, I, too, am without liniment at my abode. Song Jinyuan was taken aback. She now understood why Bo Yanchen had remained single for so long. With his manner of keeping people at arm's length, it was no wonder he was without a girlfriend. Song Jinyuan embraced Bo Yanchen's neck and pleaded, Mr. Bo, since you do not have liniment at your residence, would you be so kind as to purchase a bottle for me to apply? Are you incapable of acquiring it yourself? He retorted. Song Jinyuan was nearly exasperated. She disengaged from Bo Yanchen's embrace, opened the elevator door, and stormed out. Humph. Mr. Bo, if you continue to be so aloof, I shall cease pursuing you. It was simply too disheartening. Song Jinyuan supported herself against the wall, limping back to her apartment. As the elevator doors closed, Bo Yanchen remained oblivious to the reason for Song Jinyuan's anger. Chapter 89, How did you know I wasn't his girlfriend? What had he said amiss to displease her? After Song Jinyuan departed, Bo Yanchen took the elevator downstairs to purchase a bottle of medicinal alcohol. Upon his return, he hung it on the door and knocked before departing. Song Jinyuan was venting her frustrations about Bo Yanchen to Enran when she suddenly heard the knock. She exchanged glances with Enran, pondering who could be knocking at such a late hour. Enran set down her snacks and approached the door, only to find it empty, save for the bottle of medicinal alcohol hanging there. And Ran chuckled, little Yuanzi, that scoundrel you just cursed has secretly delivered this medicinal alcohol for you. He seems to care for you after all. Song Jinyuan stood up to retrieve the bag from Ran's hands and, upon opening it, confirmed it contained a bottle of medicinal alcohol. Her gloomy mood lightened at the sight. Didn't he just say he wouldn't buy it for me? Perhaps he was merely jesting. Look at this bottle, it must be worth over 1,000. If Bo Yanchen truly did not care for you, I wouldn't believe it. As she held the medicinal alcohol, gently massaging her ankle, she lowered her gaze and shyly inquired, how do you know this bottle is worth over 1,000? Because I am a doctor, and I recognize that this is the finest quality of medicinal alcohol available, and Ran replied. Upon hearing Ran's words, Song Jinyuan mumbled. At least he has a bit of conscience. Noticing the blush on Song Jinyuan's cheeks from Bo Yanchen's thoughtful gesture, Ran seated herself beside her and remarked, little Yuanzi. I believe Bo Yanchen is beginning to develop feelings for you. If you seize the opportunity to spend the night with him, it won't be long before your relationship becomes official. Does she appear to be the kind of woman who is so indiscriminate? Song Jinyuan rose from the sofa, declaring. I refuse to share a bed with Bo Yanchen. I shall retire for the night. Good night. Amran, munching on chips from her bag, thought that even if Jinyuan did not spend the night with Bo Yanchen now, there would come a day when she would. For it was evident that Jinyuan had developed feelings for him. As dawn broke, Song Jinyuan awoke, her cheeks aflame. She pondered whether Amran's suggestion from the previous night had embedded itself in her mind, leading her to dream of a scene where she and Bo Yanchen were entwined in slumber. The dream felt so vivid, as though it had truly transpired, despite the fact that she had never shared a bed with him. Jinyuan took a moment to steady her breath and patted her face before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Upon her return, she selected a pink camisole dress from her wardrobe, adorned herself with a lovely touch of makeup, and then set off for the company, handbag in tow. When she arrived, Bo Yanchen was already present, engaged in conversation with a strikingly attractive woman in his office. Jinyuan entered, carrying breakfast she had purchased for him, and began to speak, President Bo, I. However, before she could complete her sentence, she noticed that the woman seated on the sofa was clad in the same outfit as hers. They had matched. Jiang Tian, seated on the sofa, scrutinized Song Jinyuan. While she was indeed quite beautiful, what right did she have to wear the same attire? Are you Bo Yanchen's secretary? The words Bo Yanchen echoed in Jinyuan's ears, striking a dissonant chord. Who was this woman? A fleeting romance of Bo Yanchen? Song Jinyuan, grasping her breakfast tightly, responded, yes, I am the secretary of Bo Yanchen. May I ask who you are? Why should I reveal my identity to a secretary? Jiang Tian retorted, rising to stand before Song Jinyuan. That dress you are wearing is a counterfeit, isn't it? She knew that the dress was indeed a new release for the season, so it could hardly be a fake. Yet, in the presence of Bo Yanchen, she found herself compelled to admit, indeed, my dress is a counterfeit. Jiang Tian, intrigued, inquired, as Yanchen's secretary. Don't you feel embarrassed wearing a fake while working beside him? Song Jinyuan replied. What is there to be ashamed of? Dissatisfied with Song Jinyuan's response, Jiang Tian pressed, you wear a counterfeit, and you don't feel ashamed? Not at all, Song Jinyuan affirmed. Jiang Tian opened her mouth, suddenly at a loss for words. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the steamed dumplings and soy milk that Song Jinyuan held. What you are carrying, it isn't meant for Yanchen, is it? Glancing at Bo Yanchen, Song Jinyuan replied, yes, I specially bought this breakfast for Mr. Bo. You dare to buy such a breakfast for Yanchen? Jiang Tian seized the bag from Song Jinyuan's hand and unhesitatingly tossed it into the trash. Miss Secretary, Yanchen is the president of the Bo Group. His breakfast should be of the highest quality, not this cheap fare. Do not bring him such things in the future. He will not eat them. Song Jinyuan expressed her displeasure regarding Jiang Tian's actions. Are you Bo Yanchen's girlfriend? Jiang Tian was taken aback by the question, her face flushing as she responded, no. If you are not Mr. Bo's girlfriend, then what authority do you have to critique Mr. Bo's breakfast? Jiang Tian's complexion soured as she retorted, then you are not Mr. Bo's girlfriend either, so what right do you have to prepare his breakfast? Song Jinyuan blurted out, how do you know I'm not his girlfriend? Bo Yanchen. When did she become his girlfriend? Jiang Tian was incredulous, so, you are Mr. Bo's girlfriend? Seeing that Bo Yanchen remained silent, Song Jinyuan nodded, yes. Bo Yanchen. I don't believe it. You're lying. Under Jiang Tian's gaze, Song Jinyuan went directly to Bo Yanchen and sat down beside him. Then, in front of Jiang Tian, she kissed his lips. Jiang Tian's eyes widened at the sight. Yanchen, you. How can you be with a secretary who wears counterfeit goods? Bo Yanchen ignored Jiang Tian and continued to kiss Song Jinyuan. He pried open her pearly teeth, delving deep into an intimate embrace. Jiang Tian, green with envy, exclaimed, Yanchen, you're going too far. With that, she turned and left Bo Yanchen's office. After she left, Song Jinyuan and Bo Yanchen parted. Noticing lipstick on his lips, she reached out to gently wipe it away. Mr. Bo. I kissed you just now because I sensed that Miss Jiang harbored affections for you, and I wanted to dissuade her. But your reciprocation, what was the reason for that? As their gazes locked, Bo Yanchen gently lowered Song Jinyuan's hand from his lips, dabbing at them carelessly. I, too, wish for Jiang Tian to withdraw. Realizing the futility of her pursuit, he harbored no fondness for Jiang Tian's clinging affections. Thus, in the moment Song Yuan impersonated his paramour with a kiss, he reciprocated. Upon receiving Bo Yanchen's response, a glint of disappointment flickered within Song Jinyuan's eyes. I had entertained the notion that your response stemmed from an affection for me. Yet it appears I have indulged in fanciful thinking. Nevertheless, Mr. Bo, your skill in osculation is truly remarkable. In the instant of your reciprocation, I experienced a fleeting urge to overwhelm you and consume you entirely. Bo Yanchen. Chapter 90, Bo Yanchen is the one dealing with Qin Yu Secretary Song. How is it that your every utterance is so brazen? In what manner am I brazen? Song Jinyuan drew near to Bo Yanchen, imprinting another kiss upon his lips. I harbor affection for you, and I desire to share your bed. Is this not a natural inclination? Moreover, I surmise that any man, when confronted with the avowal of such a comely woman as myself, would experience a stirring of the heart, a sensation of arousal. Yet, why is it that in Mr. Bo's case, there is a complete absence of such feeling? Could it be that you are experiencing difficulties in that particular region once more? Having spoken, Song Jinyuan extended her hand, making contact with the aforementioned area, causing Bo Yanchen to recoil and push her away. Song Jinyuan, now reclining upon the sofa, beheld Bo Yanchen rising to his feet. She reached out, grasping his tie, and drawing him down upon herself. Bo Yanchen used his hands to create distance between himself and Song Jinyuan. Secretary Song, release my tie before I am compelled to address you with less civility. Upon noticing his displeasure, Song Jinyuan released his grip on Bo Yanchen's tie and abruptly sat up, bestowing upon him a series of light kisses. Bo. Are you truly devoid of desire for me? Bo Yanchen, visibly discomposed, retorted, I am not. With that, he straightened himself, adjusted his tie, and retreated to his office chair to attend to his documents. Song Jinyuan, reclining on the sofa, shifted her legs. Despite her overtures, Bo Yanchen remained resistant. Was he, in fact, a man of conventional desires? After a prolonged period of repose, and noting Bo Yanchen's continued indifference, Song Jinyuan, disheartened, rose from the sofa and departed the office. As soon as she left, Bo Yanchen shed his facade, his expression revealing discomfort as he tugged at his tie. Observing the arousal evident in his lower body, he leaned back in his chair, inhaling deeply. Song Yuan, you enchantress. No sooner had Song Jinyuan returned to her workspace than she received a call from a subordinate. Miss, Qin Yu and Qin Wanwan have departed Qin Wanwan's gravesite. Song Jinyuan, swiveling in her chair, inquired, has it been ascertained who compelled them to kneel there? It was Bo Yanchen. Bo Yanchen? How so? Song Jinyuan expressed her astonishment. Why would he do such a thing? Reportedly, he harbors a personal vendetta against Qin Yu, thus he specifically dispatched individuals to monitor him, seeking an opportunity to discipline him. Bo Yanchen and Qin Yu have a personal vendetta? What could be the nature of this animosity? With her finger rhythmically tapping the table's surface, Song Jinyuan noticed Suzhou approaching. She instructed her subordinate over the phone maintain vigilant surveillance over Qin Yu and Qin Wanwan. Promptly notify me via text message of any developments. Understood. Song Jinyuan concluded the call as Suzhou drew near, greeting him with a cheerful, good morning. Assistant Su. Suzhou offered a listless nod in response. Upon seating himself, he emitted a profound sigh. Observing Suzhou's dispirited demeanor, Song Jinyuan inquisitively drew her chair closer. Inquiring, Assistant Su, you appear to be in low spirits. Is there anything I can assist you with? Suzhou blurted out, could you perhaps facilitate Shui Luo's continued contract renewal with the company? Shui Luo? The name resonated with a faint familiarity, if I understand you correctly. She is disinclined to renew her contract? Indeed, she is. Song Jinyuan voiced her incomprehension. The Bo Corporation is a prestigious conglomerate. Many would eagerly seek collaboration. Why would Shui Luo decline to renew? Because she harbors animosity towards President Bo, hence her reluctance to renew. What does this signify? Why does Shui Luo dislike President Bo? Well. Suzhou leaned in conspiratorially, whispering into Song Jinyuan's ear. Shui Luo previously confessed her affections to President Bo publicly, only to be rebuffed. Since then, she has harbored resentment towards him. Consequently, upon the expiration of her collaboration with the Bo Corporation, she has declined to renew it. Secretary Song. I see that your abilities are quite remarkable. Could you persuade Shui Luo to sign the renewal contract? Song Jinyuan glanced at the renewal contract handed to her by Suzhou and replied, Assistant Su, I am willing to assist you, but in exchange, you must divulge some personal matters about President Bo to me. Help me understand him. Suzhou, looking troubled, responded, Secretary Song, betraying President Bo is a perilous path. Yet, you are also on a doomed course if you cannot renew with Shui Luo. Indeed, Suzhou cast a glance at Bo Yanchen's office and whispered to Song Jinyuan, Secretary Song. If I share any information about President Bo, you must promise not to betray me, or it could cost me dearly. Song Jinyuan raised her hand and patted Suzhou's shoulder, assuring him, Assistant Su, rest assured. I value loyalty above all else and would never disclose your betrayal of President Bo. All right, I trust you. Bo Yanchen stood at the entrance of his office, observing the clandestine exchange between Suzhou and Song Jinyuan, and found it rather irksome. He took out his phone and called Suzhou, come to my office. Understood. Suzhou replied, hanging up. After informing Song Jinyuan of Shui Luo's whereabouts, he proceeded to Bo Yanchen's office. Upon entering, he was immediately interrogated by Bo Yanchen. What were you and Secretary Song whispering about? Suzhou swallowed hard and answered. Shui Luo is unwilling to renew her contract with the company, so I suggested Secretary Song speak with her. Is that all? Suzhou, feeling guilty, averted his gaze and stammered. Why yes, that's all. Observing Suzhou's gaze flitting about, never settling, Bo Yanchen instantly discerned the falsehood. Su, your station, along with Secretary Song's, is directly within the surveillance's purview. Therefore, you would do well to ensure the veracity of your statements. Should the footage reveal any deception, you are well aware of the dire consequences that await. Upon hearing this, Suzhou, preemptively betraying Song Jinyuan before she could do the same to him, blurted out, President Bo, there is another matter I neglected to mention. Secretary Song harbors designs on you, constantly attempting to glean your preferences and private affairs from me. However, owing to my unwavering loyalty to you, I have never divulged a single detail. Bo Yanchen was rendered speechless. There are times when such unyielding devotion is quite unnecessary. Suzhou, perplexed, responded with a bewildered huh? And inquired, pardon? What did you say, President Bo? Bo Yanchen loosened his tie, picked up a pen, and tapped it against the desk. Clearing his throat, he stated with a hint of awkwardness, you may disclose my preferences and private matters to Secretary Song. Ah? Suzhou stammered, once again bewildered. Didn't you once forbid me from revealing anything about you to any woman with ulterior motives? Why does the rule suddenly change when it comes to Secretary Song? Bo Yanchen cast an icy glare upon Suzhou. Am I obliged to furnish you with reasons for my actions? Suzhou vigorously shook his head, indicating that no explanation was necessary. Upon exiting the company, Song Jinyuan promptly mounted her motorcycle and set off toward the hotel where Shui Luo was filming. Upon her arrival, she found Shui Luo just finishing a scene and indulging in coffee while engrossed in her mobile phone. Observing this from outside the door, Song Jinyuan approached her and noticed that Shui Luo was playing the most popular mobile game in the country, Heroes. With a quick glance, she remarked to herself that Shui Luo's gameplay was rather subpar. Shui Luo, initially displeased by criticism from her teammates, was taken aback when a woman's voice near her chastised her for her lackluster performance. She looked up sharply at Song Jinyuan, demanding, Who are you? With a smile, Song Jinyuan introduced herself, Hello, Miss Shui Luo, I am the secretary of Bo Yanchen from the Bo Group. I have come specifically to discuss the renewal of your contract. Upon hearing the name of the Bo group, Shuelua immediately responded without hesitation, I refuse to renew. Is it because Bo Yanchen rejected you? Are you choosing to forfeit this significant opportunity with the Bo group to avoid the embarrassment of encountering him in the future? Song Jinyuan incisively articulated Shuelua's rationale for declining the renewal, leaving her feeling quite exposed. What nonsense are you spouting? Shuelua retorted. Miss Shuelua. You know full well whether I speak the truth. In a fit of anger, Shuelua tossed aside her phone and commanded, leave. I do not wish to see you. Casting a glance at the ongoing game on Shuelua's phone, Song Jinyuan picked it up and remarked, Miss Shuelua, you currently have a score of 301 in this game. If I were to win this match for you, would you consider renewing your contract with the Bo group? Now that they're down 301. How could this woman possibly have a chance of winning? Very well. Scoffed Shueluo. If you can defy the odds and win this match, I'll consider renewing the contract with the Bo Corporation. It's a deal. Having spoken, Song Jinyuan, under Shueluo's gaze, picked up her phone and began to operate it with panache. While everyone else defended the tower, she developed her resources in the periphery. Once her development was complete, she began to return to the city to launch sneak attacks. She stylishly eliminated her opponents and evaded capture, then continued her ambushes. Soon, the words unstoppable appeared on the phone screen, indicating that she had killed 5 opponents in quick succession. Shueluo, witnessing Song Jinyuan's astonishing maneuvers, was visibly astounded. Good heavens, how did you manage that? The most crucial aspects of gaming are development and execution. Provided that both development and execution are up to par, one can triumph even when at a significant disadvantage. Having said that, Song Jinyuan once again commenced her elegant operations. Shueluo, observing that she had effortlessly initiated another unstoppable streak, exclaimed in admiration. It was a display of pure adoration for Song Jinyuan. Your maneuvers look like those of a professional esports player. Have you ever played esports before? Song Jinyuan responded with a hum. I played a few esports matches to pass the time. No wonder you're so formidable. Shueluo was now completely captivated by Song Jinyuan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Soon after, the match concluded, and the word victory appeared on the phone screen. Song Jinyuan handed the phone to Shueluo. Miss Shueluo, I have now won the match on your behalf. Can you now consider renewing the contract with the Bo Corporation? Initially elated by her victory, Shueluo's spirits dampened upon hearing Song Jinyuan's proposition to consider renewing her contract with the Bo Corporation. Secretary Song, she began. Surely you've seen the news of my public declaration of affection for Bo Yanchen. His subsequent rejection rendered me a laughingstock throughout the entertainment industry. Thus, to retaliate, I refuse to sign with him. Song Jinyuan inquired, what benefit does this course of action yield for you, Miss Shueluo? The benefit lies in my ability to avenge myself against Bo Yanchen. And then? Shueluo, caught off guard by the inquiry, paused to consider before responding, then. Upon the successful execution of my revenge, my objective is achieved. It was naive to think that someone as formidable as Bo Yanchen could be easily avenged. Song Jinyuan countered, you may achieve your objective, but in doing so, you risk incurring the wrath of Bo Yanchen. Should he blacklist you across all platforms? Would the price not outweigh the reward? Shueluo hesitated, he wouldn't go that far, would he? Why wouldn't he, given his lack of affection for you? Miss Shueluo. The Bo Group is a behemoth, and Bo Yanchen's ascent to his current position is a testament to his formidable capabilities. Therefore, if you wish to avoid being universally blacklisted due to your refusal to renew, I implore you not to allow pride to dictate such a foolish decision. However, Shueluo was gradually swayed by Song Jinyuan's words, am I just going to let him get away with the embarrassment he caused me? Song Jinyuan raised her hand, placing it on Shueluo's shoulder and patting gently, as long as you sign the renewal contract. How about I erase all the unfavorable news about you online? There's so much, how can you possibly delete it all? Song Jinyuan gave Shueluo a reassuring look, trust me, I can. At that moment when Shueluo saw Song Jinyuan looking at her, she felt inexplicably at ease, all right. As long as you can help me delete all the news online about my confession to Bo Yanchen, I will renew my contract with the Bo Corporation. Good. Song Jinyuan took out her phone and, under Shueluo's gaze, began writing code. Shueluo couldn't understand it, only knowing that Song Jinyuan was typing dense rows of letters. She asked in bewilderment, what is this? Program code. Once I finish writing it, all the news online about your confession to Bo Yanchen can be deleted at once. After Song Jinyuan finished speaking, she continued writing the code under Shui Luo's admiring gaze. After writing for about an hour, a code for deleting news was created by Song Jinyuan. She opened the code, searched for the entries of Bo Yanchen and Shui Luo, and then clicked to delete them all at once. It showed hundreds of millions of entries. Song Jinyuan exhaled. Miss Shui Luo's fame is indeed quite significant. The matter of your confession to Bo Yanchen has been discussed hundreds of millions of times. As the snow fell, Shui Luo awkwardly blushed while gazing at the message on Song Jinyuan's phone that read deleting. Once the notification changed to deletion complete, Shui Luo quickly searched on her phone and was astounded to find everything had vanished without a trace. She exclaimed, Secretary Song, your news deletion app is truly remarkable. Could you possibly share it with me? Certainly, but first you must sign a renewal contract with me to assist in completing my tasks, Song Jinyuan replied. Without hesitation, Shui Luo signed her name on the contract presented by Song Jinyuan. Done. Chapter 92, Mr. Bo, I wish to. Upon signing the renewal contract, Song Jinyuan promptly shared her program with Shui Luo. Delighted, Shui Luo began to utilize the app, reflecting aloud, Secretary Song, with your impressive skills, it seems a pity to remain just a secretary for Bo Yanchen. Why not resign from Bo's group, and I shall fund your entrepreneurial venture in software development. However, she had no intention of accepting Shui Luo's financial assistance. Miss Shui Luo, I appreciate your kind offer, but I am not currently inclined to start my own business. I simply wish to be Bo Yanchen's secretary. Now that the contract is finalized, I shall return to my duties, you may continue with yours. After saying this, Song Jinyuan took back the contract and returned to the company. As soon as she sat down, Suzhou approached her, inquiring, Secretary Song, you're back? How did the renewal contract go? It's signed, she replied, handing the contract to Suzhou. Just as he reached for it, she suddenly withdrew it, stating, First, you must exchange Bo's interests and hobbies with me. Having secured authorization from Mr. Bo, Suzhou readily divulged Mr. Bo's predilections to Ms. Song. Mr. Bo is fond of motorsports and billiards. Ms. Song. Is that all? Suzhou affirmed, Mr. Bo's life is rather monotonous, these are his only two interests. That is excessively humdrum, is it not? Merely two hobbies. Ms. Song, setting aside the contract at hand, inquired, what are Mr. Bo's culinary preferences? Mr. Bo favors fish above all else, he is otherwise unfussy and eats everything. Ms. Song. That is tantamount to saying nothing at all. Mr. Su. If I may be so bold, how long have you been with Mr. Bo? Perhaps 7 or 8 years? After 7 or 8 years, he only comprehends Mr. Bo to this extent? He is a rather feckless aide. Ms. Song continued her inquest, what is Mr. Bo's preferred type in women? Those of uncomely appearance. What peculiar taste does Mr. Bo possess? Ms. Song frowned, why does Mr. Bo favor those of less attractive mien? Suzhou murmured, because Mr. Bo only evinces a reaction to women of unattractive countenance. If that is the case, how does one account for Mr. Bo's reaction to herself? This Suzhou seems particularly unreliable, his words seem mendacious and untrustworthy. Ms. Song clicked her tongue, Mr. Su, I believe that if I were to believe your words, I would never succeed in wooing Mr. Bo very well, I shall not rely on you, I shall depend on myself instead. Having articulated her desire, Song Jinyuan arose and proceeded to Bo Yanchen's office. Upon her arrival, she found him partaking in his midday meal. Song Jinyuan approached and playfully devoured a morsel of fish he had raised with his chopsticks. The fish morsel fed by Director Bo is truly delectable, she remarked. Bo Yanchen responded with a hint of surprise, Secretary Song, are you cognizant of your actions? Song Jinyuan, dabbing the corner of her mouth, replied with a smile, indeed. I am ascertaining the gustatory qualities of Director Bo's repast. Having completed my assessment, I find it quite agreeable. Please, continue with your meal, Director Bo. Bo Yanchen cast a glance at Song Jinyuan, noting her steadfast presence by his side. He inquired, why do you linger? Hesitantly, Song Jinyuan approached Bo Yanchen and posed the question, Director Bo, might you be available this evening? I would be most grateful if you would instruct me in the game of billiards. Anticipating a possible refusal, Song Jinyuan invoked the name of her fifth brother. If Director Bo is otherwise engaged, I shall not impose. I could simply contact Mr. Song and request his tutelage. Bo Yanchen's brow furrowed as he retorted. With Song Jingchen's mediocre skills, what could you possibly glean from his instruction? While her fifth brother's billiards prowess may not have been exceptional, it was certainly not lacking. Puzzled by Bo Yanchen's disparaging remark, Song Jinyuan fixed her gaze upon him, a smile playing upon her lips. If Director Bo believes that Mr. Song's instruction would prove fruitless, would you consider imparting your knowledge to me this evening? Bo Yanchen, continuing his meal, countered, provide me with a justification for such an undertaking. There are 2 reasons, she replied. Firstly, because it pleases Director Bo. And secondly, because I aspire to expand my knowledge. Undoubtedly. Her primary objective was for Bo Yanchen to instruct her in the art of billiards, thereby affording her increased physical proximity to him, with the hope that he would develop amorous feelings towards her. After all, with sufficient physical contact, even the most chaste individual would likely succumb to some form of reaction. Wouldn't they? Having articulated her desires, Song Jinyuan noticed Bo Yanchen's lack of response as he remained seated in his office chair. She found herself unable to decipher his thoughts. Director Bo, she inquired, are the reasons I provided sufficient to warrant your tutelage in billiards? Return to your work for now, he replied. Was this an affirmation or a denial? Song Jinyuan cast a glance at Bo Yanchen, then leaned in close, partaking of another morsel of fish he had offered. Only then did she depart from his office under his gaze. The fish, she surmised, was likely sea bass, prepared in a steamed fashion. A dish that Bo Yanchen seemed to relish. She resolved to personally prepare one for him in the future, in an attempt to captivate his palate. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Bo Yanchen emerged from his office, having completed his tasks. He approached Song Jinyuan and inquired, didn't you express a desire to learn billiards? Are you not coming? Upon hearing Bo Yanchen's words, Song Jinyuan joyfully shut down her computer and accompanied him to the billiards hall. To avert any potential disturbances, Bo Yanchen had specifically reserved a private room for the purpose of instructing Song Jinyuan in the game of billiards. He demonstrated the proper technique, placing the cue stick on the inner side of his thumb, aiming at the ball, and then striking it with force. With a resounding thud, Bo Yanchen skillfully pocketed several balls with a single stroke. Song Jinyuan exclaimed with admiration, Director Bo, you are truly remarkable. I shall also give it a try. Song Jinyuan was, in fact, proficient at billiards, possessing a high level of skill. However, in order to elicit Bo Yanchen's personal guidance, she intentionally fumbled and mishit the balls. Bo Yanchen observed Song Jinyuan's tight grip on the cue, expressing his disdain. Secretary Song, I instructed you to place the cue against the inner side of your thumb, not to clutch it tightly. Song Jinyuan, unsure of what to do, relinquished the cue, allowing it to clatter to the ground. Embarrassed, she turned to Bo Yanchen and said, Mr. Bo, I'm struggling with this. Could you guide me step by step? Bo Yanchen replied, didn't you play billiards quite well with Song Jingchen? With a pained expression, Song Jinyuan responded, Mr. Song guided me through it, so I certainly could. But now that Mr. Bo isn't providing step-by-step instructions, I'm at a loss. She picked up the cue and approached Bo Yanchen, playfully tugging at his arm. Mr. Bo, please, just teach me hand in hand. I genuinely want to learn to play with you. Bo Yanchen took the cue from her grasp, positioning her in front of the table. He gently held her hand, assisting her in placing the cue correctly, leaning down so their bodies were closely aligned. The warmth emanating from behind her and near her ear quickened Song Jinyuan's heartbeat, causing her cheeks to flush. Mr. Bo, focus on the balls on the table. Song Jinyuan licked her lips, and at the moment Bo Yanchen held her hand, she turned to face him directly. Mr. Bo, I want. Chapter 93, I want to kiss you. As Song Jinyuan leaned closer to Bo Yanchen, he evaded her kiss. Secretary Song, since you wish to practice, let us concentrate on Mr. Bo continued to instruct. Bo Yanchen withdrew his hand from Song Jinyuan's grasp and resumed whispering in her ear about how to play billiards. He appeared to be sincerely teaching her, entirely focused on the task at hand. However, with each close proximity, Song Jinyuan's body and face grew increasingly warm. She steadied her breathing and devoted herself to mastering the game. After approximately an hour of practice, Bo Yanchen stood beside her and said, show me what you've learned. Song Jinyuan repositioned all the balls, took her cue to polish it, and, blowing gently on it, said, Mr. Bo, How about this, if I sink all these balls in one stroke, you must kiss me. Bo Yanchen expressed skepticism regarding her abilities, and if you fail to sink them all? Then I shall kiss you. She replied. Bo Yanchen, it seems I am destined to be at a disadvantage regardless. Thus, it was settled. With a playful smile, Song Jinyuan leaned forward and began to play billiards under Bo Yanchen's watchful gaze, her movements precise and fluid. Yet, feigning the role of a novice, she deliberately held back, not sinking all the balls. After pocketing 3 or 4, she pretended to struggle, glancing at Bo Yanchen with a teasing expression. Mr. Bo, it seems I have failed to sink them all in one stroke. It appears I must fulfill my end of the bargain. She approached Bo Yanchen, wrapped her arms around his neck, and stood on her tiptoes to kiss him. As Bo Yanchen's pupils slightly contracted, just as he attempted to push away Song Jinyuan, she unexpectedly released him first. Mr. Bo, it's getting late, shall we go for a meal? I am quite hungry. Indeed. Song Jinyuan placed her cue down and naturally linked her arm with Bo Yanchen's, proceeding to the restaurant together. She perused the menu, selecting a variety of fish dishes. Bo Yanchen frowned. Do you have a fondness for fish? Wasn't it he who enjoyed it? Wasn't she the one who ordered it? In an effort to align her interests more closely with Bo Yanchen's, she smiled and nodded. I do. And what about you, Mr. Bo? Do you enjoy it? Yes. It appeared that Su Zhou had not misled her regarding Bo Yanchen's penchant for fish. Mr. Bo, I actually cook fish quite well. If you enjoy it, perhaps you could come to my home someday, and I could prepare some for you? Perhaps another time. Bo Yanchen neither rejected nor accepted the proposition. Observing his demeanor, Song Jinyuan rested her chin on her hand and inquired, Mr. Bo, do you truly dislike me? Ah? Upon receiving Bo Yanchen's response, a flicker of hurt crossed Song Jinyuan's eyes. Do you really dislike me, Mr. Bo? When did you ever express such sentiments? Before Bo Yanchen had the chance to articulate his thoughts, a familiar voice resonated nearby. Yanchen Gu. Are you dining here as well? Jiang Tian, accompanied by her sister Jiang Lan, uninvitedly took a seat at the table shared by Bo Yanchen and Song Jinyuan. As it happens, Xiao Lan and I haven't eaten yet. If you don't mind, Yanchen Gu, shall we join you? Jiang Tian provided Bo Yanchen no opportunity to decline, summoning a waiter to bring bowls and chopsticks, and began dining alongside Jiang Lan, seated across from him. Song Jinyuan harbored a sense of inexplicable displeasure as she observed Jiang Tian's persistent attempts to ingratiate herself with Bo Yanchen. Jiang Tian cast a provocative glance in Song Jinyuan's direction before proceeding to serve Bo Yanchen a portion of fish, remarking, Brother Yanchen, I recall your fondness for fish, particularly when prepared in the style of steamed fish. Jiang Lan chimed in with a smile, Sister, it's remarkable how you seem to have forgotten what your own sister enjoys. Yet you recall Brother Yanchen's culinary preferences with such precision. It seems your affection for him runs quite deep. Jiang Tian feigned a look of bashful reproach, retorting, Little Lan, do cease your jesting. Brother Yanchen's girlfriend is seated right here, she might misunderstand. Girlfriend? Jiang Lan's gaze shifted towards Song Jinyuan. Her? Jiang Tian affirmed with a nod. Indeed. This is Brother Yanchen's secretary and girlfriend. Isn't she quite lovely? Jiang Lan subjected Song Jinyuan to a scrutinizing assessment, commenting, She possesses a certain beauty, it's true. But she strikes me as rather vapid. I must say, Brother Yanchen's taste seems to have deteriorated. How could he possibly be enamored with such a nonentity? Song Jinyuan, already perturbed by Bo Yanchen's expressed dislike, found herself further aggravated by this woman's impertinence. Unwilling to tolerate such insolence, she retorted, Even at my worst, I surpass you tenfold. After all, you possess neither beauty nor figure. You wouldn't even qualify as a mere ornament. What gives you the audacity to come here and criticize me? Having been accustomed to meekness since childhood, Jiang Lan was incensed by Song Jinyuan's sudden criticism. She slammed the table and retorted, Yes. I concede that I cannot rival you in figure and beauty. However, my capabilities and family background undoubtedly surpass yours. Therefore, what standing do you have to criticize me? You shameless vixen, only fit to climb the social ladder with your body. Song Jinyuan took a deep breath and casually splashed the water beside her onto Jiang Lan's face. With such a foul mouth, rinse it out with water. Ah. Jiang Lan, drenched by Song Jinyuan, was on the verge of hysterics as she sat in her chair. How dare you splash me? I'll beat you to death. Jiang Lan had barely raised her hand when Bo Yanchen, who had stood up, seized it. Enough. Jiang Lan, her wrist firmly grasped by Bo Yanchen, cried out in fear, Yanchen Ge, you're hurting me. Don't touch my people, Bo Yanchen warned coldly. Releasing Jiang Lan's hand and turning to Song Jinyuan. Let's go home. With that, he left the table first. Song Jinyuan grabbed her bag and, under the gazes of Jiang Lan and Jiang Tian, followed Bo Yanchen, taking his hand. President Bo, you were so dashing just now, protecting me. Bo Yanchen glanced at Song Jinyuan, who was holding his hand tightly, and withdrew it. Jiang Lan and Jiang Tian are not to be trifled with. Avoid them in the future. With President Bo protecting me, what do I have to fear? Do you think I can watch over you every moment? Bo Yanchen instructed as he got into the car, don't cause trouble. Song Jinyuan responded with an "oh," fastened her seatbelt, and returned home with Bo Yanchen. Mr. Bo. As Ms. Song jested, they were both concerned about Ms. Jiang Lan and Ms. Jiang Tian's missed meals. She proposed procuring some groceries upon arrival at the apartment complex to prepare a repast at his residence. She inquired about his culinary skills, playfully boasting that she had once apprenticed under a master chef, implying that she could prepare anything Mr. Bo desired, given the necessary ingredients. Ms. Song took note of his preference for light, low-calorie dinners, resolving to prepare a high-protein meal for him later, featuring seafood such as prawns and fish. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the apartment complex. Mr. Bo dropped off Ms. Song before driving to the parking lot. As Ms. Song prepared to purchase groceries, she received a call from Mr. Qin Yu. Chapter 94, Mr. Bo, a little dalliance can be amusing. Ms. Song answered the call, inquiring as to Mr. Qin's purpose. Mr. Qin inquired if Ms. Song was available, extending an invitation for drinks. Recognizing this as Mr. Qin's inaugural invitation for a social outing, she accepted. Anticipating a potential qualitative leap in their relationship, she requested the location and assured him of her prompt arrival. Upon receiving Mr. Qin's location, Ms. Song hailed a taxi and messaged Mr. Bo, informing him of an unforeseen engagement that would preclude her from joining him for dinner. As recompense for her change of plans, she offered to order takeout for him. Upon sending the message and receiving no immediate response from Mr. Bo, she proceeded to order takeout for him online before departing for the bar where Mr. Qin was waiting. Gazing out at the scenery, she answered a call from Song Jingchen, who inquired if she was with Yan Chen. She replied that they had been together, but Qin Yu had unexpectedly called, requesting a meeting. So she was on her way to see him. Song Jingchen, upon hearing this, simply acknowledged it. As he was about to end the call, Song Jinyuan sensed something amiss, questioning if he needed Bo Yanchen for something so late. Song Jingchen sighed, explaining that it was his mother's death anniversary, and he was concerned as Bo Yanchen hadn't answered his calls. He mentioned he would check on him at his apartment after he was done with his tasks, telling her to carry on with her affairs. Realizing it was Bo Yanchen's mother's death anniversary, she wondered why she hadn't detected any sadness on his face. Was he concealing it too well, or was he genuinely not grieving? Hanging up on Song Jingchen, she glanced at Bo Yanchen's unreturned message and instructed the driver to turn back to her initial pickup location. Upon returning to his apartment, Bo Yanchen commenced cooking, anticipating Song Jinyuan's arrival with groceries to prepare a meal together. Just as he had steamed the rice, he received a message from Song Jinyuan, informing him that she wouldn't be coming. For an inexplicable reason, Bo Yanchen felt a pang of disappointment, having hoped he wouldn't be alone that day. But it was merely wishful thinking. Masking his emotions, Bo Yanchen retrieved a bottle of wine from the liquor cabinet and sat alone on the sofa, indulging in it. Halfway through, a sudden knock echoed through the apartment. Setting down his glass, Bo Yanchen approached the door and opened it. Mr. Bo, I have come to prepare a meal for you. It is rather late now, and I was unable to procure the perch, but I managed to obtain some carp instead. I shall prepare sweet and sour fish for you shortly. As for the shrimp, there were no fresh ones available, only frozen, yet I assure you my culinary skills will ensure you delight in the dish I create. Upon entering the apartment, Song Jinyuan chattered incessantly while carrying the ingredients to the kitchen. Upon noticing the rice simmering in the rice cooker, she paused momentarily before cleaning the fish, heating oil in the pan, and searing the fish before plating it. Standing at the kitchen doorway, Bo Yanchen observed the bustling Song Jinyuan, momentarily lost in thought. "Did you not mention having matters to attend to?" he inquired. While chopping the seasonings, she responded, "Indeed, I had matters to address, but I postponed them. I suddenly realized that nothing could possibly be more significant than preparing a meal for you, Mr. Bo Yanchen. Do you truly believe I would accept that?" Her words were sincere. At this moment, nothing held greater importance than cooking for him. In fact, one could say she wished to spend the day in his company. Song Jinyuan retrieved a box of candy from her bag and offered it to Bo Yanchen. "Mr. Bo. It is said that indulging in sweets can elevate one's mood when feeling down. Would you care to try?" "Bo Yanchen. Does my demeanor suggest that I am in low spirits?" Upon entering the apartment, she had noticed the bottle of red wine he had set aside. She sensed that he had been drinking alone, and it was evident to her that he was not happy. Song Jinyuan unwrapped a candy and offered it to him, saying, "President Bo, sweets aren't exclusively for when you're feeling down, they can be enjoyed when you're cheerful as well. Is it palatable?" Bo Yanchen sampled it and, under Song Jinyuan's gaze, remarked, "Focus on your culinary endeavors." With that, he turned and departed from the kitchen, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he regarded the candy in his hand. Shortly thereafter, Song Jinyuan presented a meal of 2 dishes and a soup, announcing, "President Bo, dinner is served." She placed a bowl of rice before him, encouraging, "Please sample my sweet and sour fish and the salt and pepper shrimp." Song Jinyuan took a prawn and meticulously peeled it for Bo Yanchen, placing it in his bowl. Bo Yanchen picked it up and consumed it with an impassive expression. Song Jinyuan eagerly inquired, "President Bo, how is it?" "Barely palatable," he replied. Song Jinyuan was taken aback, retorting, "What do you mean, barely palatable? I specifically learned this culinary skill from a master chef, the taste is guaranteed to be impeccable. Has President Bo indulged in too many delicacies? How can his palate be so discerning?" Partaking in her own cooking, Song Jinyuan commented, "President Bo, my cooking is undeniably delicious. Yet you claim it's barely palatable. With such a refined palate, will you need to marry a top-tier chef in the future?" "I harbor no such intentions," he stated. Song Jinyuan picked up another prawn and continued to peel it for Bo Yanchen, adding, "President Bo dislikes high-calorie foods in the evening, so please consume more prawns. They are low in calories and won't contribute to weight gain." Bo Yanchen responded tersely, continuing his meal in silence. Following the repast, he magnanimously undertook the ablutions of the dishes. Upon his return, he espied that Song Jinyuan had extracted several bottles of vintage spirits from her cabinet and breached their seals. Bo Yanchen approached her, inquiring, "Are you cognizant of the exorbitant value of a single bottle of my libations?" Song Jinyuan countered, "I am perhaps unacquainted with the precise pecuniary worth of your collection. Yet I am aware of your desire for imbibing, and thus, I intend to partake in your indulgence." Song Jinyuan decanted a generous measure into a goblet and presented it to Bo Yanchen, who, with a hint of disdain, settled beside her, remarking, "Fine wine is meant to be savored, yet your overzealous pour renders such appreciation impossible." "Thus I shall savor it," Song Jinyuan retorted, as she, under Bo Yanchen's gaze, consumed the goblet's contents in a swift draught. "A delightful bouquet, indeed." Bo Yanchen, with a sigh, responded, "These particular vintages possess a formidable potency, such rapid consumption invites inebriation." Undeterred, Song Jinyuan replenished her glass and quaffed it with similar haste, proclaiming, "Rest assured, my capacity for spirits is considerable, the consumption of 3 bottles poses no challenge." Bo Yanchen, with a dubious expression, wondered at her certainty. A mere half-hour elapsed before Song Jinyuan, thoroughly intoxicated, clung to Bo Yanchen's embrace, murmuring, "Ah, your fragrance is intoxicating. So redolent that I desire to consume you." As her words trailed off, she began to nibble at Bo Yanchen's neck. He, in turn, raised his goblet and drained its contents in a single draught. "Song Yuan, desist from playing with pyrotechnics," he cautioned, his tone laced with restraint. Yet, Song Jinyuan persisted in her ardent ministrations upon his neck, eventually transitioning to his lips. In a voice dripping with allure, she whispered in his ear, "Indulging in a dalliance with flames, on occasion, may prove to be quite agreeable." Chapter 95, Mr. Bo, take me. Bo Yanchen gently disentangled Song Jinyuan's grasp, stating, "You are inebriated." Nestling once more in Bo Yanchen's embrace, Song Jinyuan declared, under his intense gaze, "Bo Yanchen, even in my inebriated state, I am cognizant that the person I kissed was you." Song Jinyuan raised her hand to Bo Yanchen's face, uttering, "Take me." Bo Yanchen clasped Song Jinyuan's hand. And emboldened by the alcohol, he kissed her lips, their garments gradually scattering upon the floor. Song Jinyuan embraced his robust waist, pressing close to his chest, and began to kiss his pectoral muscles. MMM. Song Jinyuan's eyes were glazed with desire as she kissed from his chest to Bo Yanchen's neck, then to his lips. An atmosphere of sensual ambiguity pervaded the surroundings, with Song Jinyuan and Bo Yanchen's forms intertwined upon the sofa. Bo Yanchen, with restrained passion, propped himself up on his arms, gazing at Song Jinyuan beneath him. "Song Yuan, answer me, who am I?" Song Jinyuan smiled radiantly. "Bo Yanchen, the man I adore." Having received the definitive response, Bo Yanchen no longer suppressed himself and began to unleash his desires. Bo Yanchen and Song Jinyuan intertwined their fingers again and again, in fervent entwinement upon her body. In the aftermath, 2 hours had elapsed. Song Jinyuan lay exhausted beneath Bo Yanchen, quietly resting with her eyes closed, her face still glistening with perspiration. Bo Yanchen carried her to the lavatory for a bath before escorting her to bed. The following morning, Song Jinyuan awoke in Bo Yanchen's embrace with a splitting headache. Upon realizing that she was lying unclothed in the bed, her mind was once again a blank canvas. What had transpired the previous night? Song Jinyuan strained to recall. She remembered becoming intoxicated and collapsing into Bo Yanchen's arms, seeking to provoke him with the aid of her drunkenness, and thus she kissed him. Subsequently, he distanced himself from her, only for her to persistently draw nearer once more. Then, her memory lapsed entirely. Nevertheless, even with her recollections obscured, the sight of her disrobed form beside Bo Yanchen was enough to deduce that she had mistakenly entered his room in a drunken stupor, mistaking him for Enran. After all, this was not the first such occurrence, but the third. Song Jinyuan reproached herself, lamenting, "When will I ever overcome this habit of disrobing when I'm overheated?" Under the cover of Bo Yanchen's slumber, Song Jinyuan cautiously lifted the quilt and tiptoed out of the room. As expected, her garments lay discarded near the sofa. Hastily donning them, she fled before Bo Yanchen could awaken. The instant the door clicked shut, Bo Yanchen's eyes fluttered open, observing Song Jinyuan's hasty departure. He surmised that she had once again forgotten the events of the previous night. Gazing at the hickeys adorning his chest, he mused in bewilderment. How can she be devoid of sensation after engaging in intimacy with me, even if her memory is fragmented? Was it due to his inadequate endowments? Or was she simply too oblivious to discern the discrepancy? Having departed Bo Yanchen's abode, Song Jinyuan swiftly returned to her apartment downstairs. Detecting the lingering scent of alcohol on her attire, she immediately sought refuge in the shower. A peculiar ache resonated in her lower back, accompanied by a slight soreness below. Upon inspection, she noticed a faint redness, indicative of inflammation. It seems that I was somewhat inattentive when my menstrual cycle approached, which led to a bacterial infection, necessitating some anti-inflammatory medication. After taking a bath, Song Jinyuan proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for herself and Anran, then sat down at the dining table to enjoy her meal. Upon waking, Anran spotted Song Jinyuan and, with a hint of curiosity, leaned closer to inquire, "Little Yuanzai, you didn't come home last night, did you spend the night at Bo Yanchen's place again?" Clearing her throat, Song Jinyuan replied while reaching for a glass of milk. "Last night, my fifth brother called to inform me that it was the anniversary of Bo Yanchen's mother's passing, and he was feeling rather down. So I went over to his house to keep him company and we shared a couple of bottles of wine." Amran, with a knowing look, scrutinized Song Jinyuan. "And what happened after the drinking? Did you two not take advantage of the inebriation to engage in anything?" Blushing, Song Jinyuan responded, "We were both intoxicated. What could possibly happen? Of course, it was just the usual." Amran continued, "Little Yuanzai, are you not aware? After drinking, one is most susceptible to emotional entanglements. Did Bo Yanchen not seize the opportunity with you?" Song Jinyuan's face flushed deeper as she confessed, "Please don't remind me, last night before I lost consciousness, I kissed him, and guess what? He pushed me away." Amran replied, "So, is it that Bo Yanchen is lacking, or has your allure faded?" Sighing as she finished her bacon, Song Jinyuan lamented, "I believe he is capable, yet he simply refuses to engage with me. What can I do about it?" This conversation certainly sounded rather peculiar. Hadn't little Yuanzai previously claimed she was unwilling to have relations with Bo Yanchen? Now, with him keeping his distance, her emotions seemed quite heightened. Little Yuan's eye, something seems amiss with you. Confess honestly, have you unwittingly developed feelings for Mr. Bo while attempting to seduce him? With a resounding thud, Jinyuan placed her chopsticks on the book she was reading. Amren, what is there to admire about Bo Yanchen? That canine of a man who is merely aesthetically pleasing, exceptionally competent at his job, and occasionally demonstrates a modicum of tenderness? Hadn't she just enumerated all the reasons she might be drawn to Bo Yanchen? His comeliness, his professional prowess, and his moments of gentleness were all quite appealing. Amren, sandwich in hand, rose to her feet. Little Yuan, ponder your affections for Bo Yanchen yourself. I have a surgery scheduled for this morning, so I must depart for the hospital. Take your time eating and reflecting. She harbored no affection for Bo Yanchen, what was there to contemplate? Jinyuan tidied up the dishes, descended to the pharmacy to procure some anti-inflammatory medication, and prepared to hail a taxi to the office. It was at that moment that Bo Yanchen's vehicle drew up beside her. Get in. Without standing on ceremony, Jinyuan opened the passenger door and settled into the seat. As she fastened her seatbelt, the anti-inflammatory medication tumbled from her bag and landed at Bo Yanchen's feet. He reached down, retrieved it, and upon examining it, his countenance underwent a dramatic transformation. Do you have inflammation down there? Jinyuan's face flushed crimson at Bo Yanchen's query. She swiftly snatched the medication from his grasp and, in an attempt to dispel any misconceptions that her condition was due to a lack of self-care, she hastened to explain, Mr. Bo. The inflammation is not a result of promiscuity, but rather caused by a minor irritant. Please do not misunderstand, I am not indiscriminate, nor am I unhygienic. Bo Yanchen. What does it mean that her inflammation below is caused by unclean things? She does not engage in promiscuity and maintains cleanliness. So according to her statement, does it imply that the unclean individual is herself? Bo Yanchen found it amusing. Secretary Song, I also possess self-respect and maintain hygiene, after all. I bathe 3 times a day. Jinyuan. Chapter 96, did she arrange a meeting with a man? Did she just imply that he lacks cleanliness? Certainly not. So why is he reacting so intensely? Jinyuan neatly stored the ointment in her hand and complimented Bo Yanchen with a smile, Mr. Bo. Bathing 3 times a day indeed demonstrates a strong commitment to cleanliness. Indeed, Bo Yanchen added with a hint of pride, furthermore, I am devoid of any bacteria. Jinyuan. It seems she never suggested that he harbored bacteria, did she? Why is Bo Yanchen behaving so peculiarly today? She shook her head and leaned against the window, enjoying the scenery along the way. Before long, they returned to the company together, and Jinyuan settled into her office. Turning on her computer to commence her work. Ding dong. Her phone chimed, and she picked it up to read a message from her subordinate, Miss. Qin Yu just took Qin Wanwan to the hospital for an examination. Jinyuan, proceed as I previously instructed. Subordinate, I have already briefed all the doctors at the hospital. As long as Qin Yu accompanies Qin Wanwan for her prenatal checkup, they will inform him of the false date of her pregnancy, leading him to mistakenly believe that the child in her womb is not his. Jinyuan, you have done excellently, keep me updated on any developments from the hospital. Affirmative. After concluding her discussion with her subordinate, Jin retracted her phone and immersed herself in her work. Concurrently, at the hospital, Qin Yu accompanied Qin Wanwan to the ultrasound room for an examination. Upon hearing the fetal heartbeat, a peculiar sensation permeated Qin Yu's being. The fetus is developing splendidly, the physician remarked, jolting Qin Yu back to reality. He turned to the doctor and inquired, Doctor, what is the gestational age of the fetus? Based on the embryonic development, the pregnancy is at 12 weeks and 3 days, the doctor responded. Qin Yu mentally calculated, 12 weeks would mean conception occurred 3 months prior. Indeed. However, 3 months ago, he was on a business trip in Yunqing due to contractual complications, where he remained for a fortnight. During those 2 weeks, he was perpetually occupied and had no contact or intimacy with Qin Wanwan. Could it be that the child she carried was not his? The realization dawned upon Qin Yu, instantly extinguishing the joy on his countenance, replaced by a frigid demeanor. He fixed his gaze upon Qin Wanwan and interrogated, Whose child are you carrying? Qin Wanwan sat up from the bed, exclaiming anxiously, the child I'm carrying is undoubtedly yours. But the conception date coincides with my business trip, during which I had no physical contact with you. How could the child possibly be mine? Qin Wanwan, I placed such trust in you, yet why have you deceived me? Has there ever been a semblance of truth in your words? She conceded that her previous statements had been mendacious, but this time, she was being truthful. The child she carried was indeed his. Xiang Wanwan grasped Qin Yu's arm, imploring, "You, my previous examination indicated a gestational period of merely 2.5 months. Yet, inexplicably, this time it has extended to 3 months. You must believe me, the child within me is indeed yours." He was inclined to trust her. Yet he felt like a fool for doing so. Qin Yu shook off Xiang Wanwan's grasp, coldly issuing a warning, "Do not touch me, nor seek me out again. We are through." With that final declaration, Qin Yu turned on his heel and departed, leaving Xiang Wanwan seated on the bed, fixated on the doctor who had conducted her examination. "I underwent testing a week ago, and my child was only 2.5 months along. How has it transformed into 3 months and 3 days in just 1 week's time? Are you lying?" The doctor adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles and replied, "Miss, if you have doubts regarding my assessment, you may seek a second opinion at another facility. I must attend to my next patient, kindly exit." "Very well, I shall go." She was determined to ascertain whether she was truly 3 months pregnant or merely a little over 2.5 months. After Xiang Wanwan left, a subordinate hiding in the shadows promptly sent a message to Song Jinyuan, "Miss, our plan has succeeded." Qin Yu and Xiang Wanwan parted on unfavorable terms. Song Jinyuan inquired, "Where is Qin Yu now?" The subordinate responded, "He stormed out of the hospital after a fierce argument with Xiang Wanwan. I suspect he has gone to a bar to drown his sorrows." It seemed the moment had come for her to step in and offer comfort. "Continue to monitor Xiang Wanwan," she instructed. "Understood." Having concluded her discussion with her subordinate, Song Jinyuan telephoned Qin Yu, "Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize for my inability to meet you last night due to unforeseen circumstances. To express my remorse, I would like to invite you to lunch today. Would you be available?" Qin Yu, seated in his automobile, glanced at the time and responded, "I am available. I shall await you at the Grand Epic Hotel." "The hotel? Very well. I shall join you as soon as I am able." Song Jinyuan terminated the call, retrieved the printed documents from her side, and proceeded to Bo Yanchen's office. "Director Bo, these are the documents requiring your signature today. Kindly examine them for any potential issues." Bo Yanchen acquired the documents and began to peruse them. Noticing that Song Jinyuan had not departed after delivering the files, he raised his gaze and scrutinized her. "Is there something else?" Song Jinyuan inquired with a smile, "Director Bo, I have arranged a luncheon engagement for today, to prevent the other party from waiting excessively. May I request an early dismissal from work? Was it not customary for her to dine with him at midday? Why, then, this sudden departure from routine?" Bo Yanchen closed the documents, his brow furrowed slightly. "Your concern for the other party's punctuality suggests that you are meeting a gentleman?" Song Jinyuan responded with a smile. "Director Bo, your perspicacity is remarkable. Indeed, I am scheduled to dine with a gentleman." As Song Jinyuan uttered these words, she assiduously sought to discern any discernible emotions on Bo Yanchen's countenance. Alas, there were none. Not only was his face devoid of expression, but there was also not a scintilla of emotion in his eyes. Did he truly not care that she was dining with another man? She had been pursuing him for a considerable period, yet why did he appear to remain unmoved by her advances? With a heavy heart, Song Jinyuan collected the documents that Bo Yanchen had prepared. "President Bo, I'm leaving work now," she said. After she departed, Bo Yanchen reached for his phone and dialed Song Jingchen. "Are you engaged for lunch today?" Upon hearing Bo Yanchen's inquiry, Song Jingchen presumed he was being invited to dine. "I do have an appointment," he replied, "but you know the person I'm meeting. If you're amenable, you're welcome to join us." Was he referring to Song Yuan? Why did she perpetually seek his company, despite her lack of affection for him? "Send me the address." Very well. Song Jinyuan arrived at the hotel half an hour later. After confirming the precise location with Qin Yu via telephone, she proceeded to knock on the door of the room. Knock, knock. A minute later, Qin Yu opened the door, clad in a towel. Song Jinyuan's expression shifted slightly at the sight of him. Did this fellow intend to seduce her, dressing like this in the middle of the day? Suppressing her inner revulsion, Song Jinyuan inquired with a smile, "Mr. Qin, have you just finished bathing?" "Indeed." Qin Yu stepped aside to allow Song Jinyuan to enter the room. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped inside under Qin Yu's gaze. Qin Yu closed the door and remarked, "I was feeling rather warm, so I took a shower. I haven't had the chance to dress yet. I trust Miss Song doesn't find it too amusing." Song Jinyuan approached the dining table and took a seat, scrutinizing Qin Yu. "Mr. Qin, with such a fine physique. How could I possibly find it amusing? You must dedicate a fair amount of time to physical exercise, do you not?" Having changed his attire in the restroom, Qin Yu emerged, replying, "Yes, I used to practice daily, now it's just occasional." Against her true feelings, Song Jinyuan complimented, "Mr. Qin's physique is so remarkable even with occasional practice? Imagine the perfection if it were a daily routine. It's nothing extraordinary, merely an 8-pack and an Adonis belt." Song Jinyuan thought to herself. Is this an attempt at a humble brag? Taking a deep breath, she picked up her chopsticks and began to dine. She considerately served Qin Yu. "Mr. Qin appears to have lost some weight recently. Could it be due to the pressures at the company, causing you to neglect your meals?" "It has nothing to do with the company." Qin Yu procured a bottle of red wine, uncorking it and pouring a glass for himself and Song Jinyuan. "I terminated my engagement today." Song Jinyuan feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Weren't you and Miss Yang quite affectionate? What could have precipitated such a sudden separation? What transpired?" Qin Yu grasped his wine glass, emptying it in one swallow. "I once shared your perception, believing our bond to be unbreakable. I never thought we would part ways. But I've only just realized that her affection for me was a fabrication." This. Song Jinyuan refrained from further inquiry, wary of eliciting a negative reaction from Qin Yu. "Mr. Qin, I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding your separation from Miss Yang, and thus, I shall abstain from offering my opinion. Come, let us partake in wine." Qin Yu refilled his glass, once again consuming it in a single gulp under Song Jinyuan's gaze. Song Jinyuan feigned concern, saying, "Mr. Qin, indulging in alcohol like this can easily harm your stomach. You should eat more vegetables and drink less." As she began to serve Qin Yu dishes, he couldn't help but feel a pang of reflection. "Miss Song, you may find it hard to believe, but Qin Wanwan has never shown such care for me. In the past, when I drank with her, she never worried about whether I would suffer from a stomachache. She merely accompanied me in drinking, believing that was her way of showing affection. Yet it only harmed my health. How did I not notice her indifference before? Love can blind one to flaws, even when she seemed unconcerned. I perceived her attention." Song Jinyuan lifted her glass to share a drink with Qin Yu, saying, "Mr. Qin, it is quite normal to overlook a person's shortcomings when one is deeply enamored. You need not dwell on it. You are right. When I held a special